like that on the train, they're gonna kick you off. What's going on? Yeah, no, a lot of Americans, real talk, are going to be without food, but this is what the people voted for, y'all. That's what they voted for. We kept trying to talk to the people. It's not like we didn't have conversations and say, hey, listen, look at this, look at that. And people just didn't hear us. They didn't hear the campaign. I don't know.
Well, yeah, they're gonna be without food. Yeah, so I was just listening to this news this morning that came out where Don Jr. Can't remember this guy. I can't remember. I don't know how to say his name. Chavala, but they're creating a new SPAC, special acquisition something, and Laura Ingraham is gonna join in that SPAC as well. But they're looking to raise $260 million. You know, for the SPAC. So I mean, I looked at it and I put it in. I put it. I compared it to what's happening today with the government shutting down, people not getting SNAP benefits, prices skyrocketing, people struggling to pay for rent, mortgages, car loans, and even when they went after Hunter Biden for the same Laura Ingraham went after Hunter Biden for selling his paintings. And I'm just like, I don't know what is going on in America today.
Ben, go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I'm
So I
sorry.
was just going to say, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, they've become billionaires in less than a year, first of all. Secondly, the Trump family, last I checked, had made over close to $3 to $5 billion since it's become president. And yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
Agreeing with you. How can we $8 billion while most of us are not at that level yet? I said yet. Ain't that about a bitch? You got all these people profiting on humans and you know what I'm saying, are paying. What about our games? Ain't that about a bitch? Let me be quiet because the Metro, they have microphones in every car, and I know the driver is like, oh my God, here he go again. Okay, back to you.
No, things are really bad. And the people who voted for this, who want this, feel like they don't care if they lose it. They don't care if their family members will lose it. But it will definitely affect a lot of people who want nothing to do with this. A complete, we're talking about children, we're talking about single mothers, people with disabilities, our elderly. It's the most vulnerable. And I don't know. I'm just at this point that it's like we're at this point in society where the politics has spread so far, like literally down to like on a school district level. Like my son's school got a new principal, and apparently she's like a really, really big MAGA. The changes that she has done at the school and the amount of like damage she has done to the special ed is horrific. And it's like I hear MAGA and right away it's like danger. I need to stay away from this person.
So what changes did she make, Katrina? What changes did she make?
One of the biggest changes that she made is that she decided to take away a big chunk of space for special ed children, literally like rooms that were dedicated. And like one room was a place where, if a child is having a really bad meltdown and they're having, like they're trying to hurt themselves or, that was a place where it was like a calm room with a very dim lights, and it was a safe area, like there's nothing sharp or big bulky furniture, a lot of sensory toys in there. And basically kids used to use that all the time to like, just go in there, regulate themselves, and then they would come out and then they're like, okay, now I'm good to go. So one of the examples is she just decided to take that room away. In a span of 3 months, my son has had 2 restrictive procedures, which has never been done before. And remember, in Texas, a lot of times the cops are the ones who are doing the restraining procedures. So and, his grades went from 100 and like 95 to 50 and 60 in the span of 2 months. She cut. He is not hiring enough staff. There's not enough staff. She is really changing that. Like Texas came out with new discipline policies, pretty much giving the teachers more lax rules on disciplinary actions, and she's totally taking advantage of that. Just like horrifically, like making kids' lives just horrific.
Hi, Patty. Hi, everybody. Alexandra.
Lisa.
First Lady, Mimi. How are you, lady?
So let's see what else is. Oh, so we do have another clip that we wanted to play. It's Trump supporting ranchers have criticized his plan to import Argentina beef. Lord, let me go ahead and play this.
And to import beef from Argentina. The president says the move will help bring down record high beef prices while also helping Argentina's struggling economy and President Javier Milei. But agricultural economists say that Argentine beef accounts for such a small slice of beef imports that even doubling imports wouldn't lead to much cheaper prices at the grocery store. And now American farmers, many of whom voted for Trump, are pleading with him to reconsider. And that includes my next guest, Scott Thompson, a 4th-generation farmer who also voted for Trump. He grows cattle, corn, and soybeans in Nebraska, and he's worried that these imports could actually make prices go up. Scott joins me now from his farm, and yes, inside his truck because he never stops working. Scott, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, so let's talk about, just put into perspective, Scott, how important cattle is to your business, and what would happen to you and other ranchers if the Trump administration does reach this beef deal to import more meat from Argentina?
Well, I think we're already sitting at too many imports, and that's what kind of happened to this cattle herd size. We have a record low cattle herd. And it's because it hasn't been profitable the last decade, and because we've been competing with cheaper imports from other countries like the southern border. Right now you have a New World screwworm in Mexico, and it cut off imports, and that's what's jacked these prices up, which we producers have kept really low for high-quality protein. A bag of Doritos in our local grocery store is the same price of 1 pound of ground beef.
Okay, you just mentioned the screwworm, and believe it or not, we were reading articles about this, my producer and I, so let me just skip to that question, because I wanted to ask you about you and other cattle ranchers that have said that importing beef from Argentina does carry this risk of parasites or biohazards like this New World screwworm. What are you learning about this? Should we all be worried about this? Sort of explain how that works for us.
Yeah, this is a major concern. It's primarily comes from that region in the world, and
Oops, I'm sorry. Oh Lord.
Slamming Trump's plan to import beef from Argentina. The president does reach this beef deal to import more meat from Argentina.
Well, I think we're already sitting at too many imports, and that's what kind of happened to this cattle herd size. We have a record low cattle herd, and it's because it hasn't been profitable the last decade, and because we've been competing with cheaper imports from other countries like the southern border. Right now you have a New World screwworm issue in Mexico, and it cut off imports, and that's what's jacked these prices up, which we producers have kept really low for high-quality protein. A bag of Doritos in our local grocery It's the same price of 1 pound of ground beef.
Okay, you just mentioned the screwworm, and believe it or not, we were reading articles about this, my producer and I, so let me just skip to that question, because I wanted to ask you about you and other cattle ranchers that have said that importing beef from Argentina does carry this risk of parasites or biohazards like this New World screwworm. What are you learning about this? Should we all be worried about this? Sort of explain how that works for us.
Yeah, this is a major concern. It's primarily comes from that region in the world. You know, when we have domestic beef in this country, that's the safest and highest quality means of production that we can have. So I think we should do everything we can to build our calf herd, build our beef numbers, and ultimately lower the price with domestic beef. I don't think we should be looking for new markets to purchase beef. We have the capacity to raise those animals right here.
Okay, well then that leads me to what the president put out a message to all of you farmers today. I want to read it to you. He wrote on social media, the cattle ranchers, who I love, don't understand that the only reason they are doing so well for the first time in decades is because I put tariffs on cattle coming into the United States, including a 50% tariff on Brazil. If it weren't for me, they'd be doing just as they've done for the past 20 years. Terrible. Your response?
Well, it has been, and that's why the herd size is down. That's why you're having a hard time getting young producers back into the mix. The tariffs did help. We need to reduce imports. We need to grow our herd. We need to grow domestic beef in this country. We have the means to do it, and I think we should not be looking for new markets to bring beef in here. Another thing we could do is mandatory country of origin labeling. The one good thing this has done is it's brought light into our industry. We, as a producer, and you as a consumer, want to know where your beef's coming from. Right now, there is not mandatory country of origin labeling. So if they do, in fact, bring in beef, which they do, you don't know where it's coming from. If it's coming from the Midwest or if it's coming from Argentina.
All right, so then let me ask you a question. You voted for President Trump and have generally been supportive of his goals with tariffs. What's your message to him right now?
My message is, along with animal production and all production, let's do what we can to grow those industries domestically.
If he doesn't listen, will you still support him?
You know, I hope that this Argentina beef thing is just a silver lining that brings light onto some of the problems our industry's had for a lot of years.
Well, the price of beef hit a record $6.32 a pound, according to the last government report, and Trump campaigned on bringing prices down at the grocery store. Do you think importing beef, could help him do what he promised?
I mean, I think it's a basic function of supply and demand. It'll bring down price, but we've held the beef price low for years. And it's probably just catching up to what other goods in your grocery store have done over the last decade.
Yeah, the USDA says that it's restarting some aid programs now for farmers impacted by the shutdown. Do you think that's enough to help people now, or do farmers need more relief?
On the beef side of things have been about the best they've been in years. On the row crop side of things, where you're probably more alluding to soy exports towards China, there's definitely some guys in some tight situations due to that and inflation of other products where we haven't kept up, where our machinery and input costs have gone through the roof and the price of grain has stayed pretty stagnant.
I know you're a soybean farmer also, so I mean this is the perfect segue. What about the soybean harvest, and how much of a challenge is it right now with China, the world's largest soybean market, not buying American soybeans?
Yeah, it comes right back into that supply and demand. Right now we have short supply of beef, and great demand, and price is high, and we have a big supply of soybeans and not great demand, and the price is low. So it is affecting us.
Well, clearly you've got to get back to work, fire up that truck, and I appreciate you calling in, Scott Thompson. Let's stay in close touch, all right?
Yeah, thank you.
That's it. This guy's unstable. He don't know which way he want to swim. He don't know if he want to go upstream, go downstream, go sideways stream. He is all over the place. All over.
I think we should boycott beef immediately.
You guys know me. I'm always trying to get a good steak, but I can give that up. I think we should just start boycotting beef. Let these farmers feel the pain. I do not care anymore. Y'all got your shit in. This is your problem. And every time the American people have to bail out these people that start these issues, so let's boycott beef. We're gonna boycott Christmas. Well, I'm still deciding on Thanksgiving, but we're gonna boycott Christmas
Hello,
and
guys.
boycott beef. Slow your roll. Thank you. I land.
Talk to me. Hello, guys.
Cheer,
I
God.
can
It's
talk to you.
always one.
I'll talk to you outside, okay? Have a good day.
Lisa, a lot, and where I'm in Texas, we have a lot of beef farmers. And that what I'm noticing right now is that they're being bought out by corporations and they buy their farms.
Wait. I don't want to move on from what she just said. God darn, I be forgetting. So Lisa, you say you boycotting beef? You want to boycott beef?
Why not, First Lady? Let's boycott beef.
I don't eat beef. So
I do.
So I'm okay with it.
From Whole Foods.
But I need you to understand what all beef is, right? Because that means ground beef.
Yep.
That means no hamburgers.
Yep.
That means no steak.
Yep.
That means no beef chops.
Yippity yip. Because we can
What
do
is
so
it?
much with chicken and fish.
No.
Y'all are great cook.
So women, is the lamb beef?
No.
Lamb.
Okay, lamb is lamb. Okay.
Chops.
Okay, so no beef. Is there any other beef that I missed? What else? What other kind of beef? Beef patties. No beef bacon.
Yeah, I need beef
No, I don't like beef bacon. What is that?
Cassidy's here.
The first lady, the way like I eat lasagna. I don't eat pork, so no lasagna. You know, unless you get vegetarian lasagna.
You can count. Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. One at a time.
Wait,
One at a
Katrina. I mean,
time.
not Katrina.
Y'all make my anxiety, please. One at a time. Anthony, you said, okay, you can't do lasagna. You can use turkey. Now, I don't.
There's
I use
vegetarian
eggplant for my
lasagna.
I
First
use
Lady.
eggplant for mine. I love
Yeah,
it.
so
Yeah, it's way better than
Yeah, but
turkey.
some people ain't there, y'all. Some people ain't there.
They gonna get there.
they gonna get there.
Not y'all saying it at the same
Wait,
time.
hold on.
They gonna get there.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Can I just say this real quick? Can I say this real quick? Okay, so my daughter wants to ask you guys the joke. This is her favorite joke. Okay, what do you call a cow? Wait, what is it? What do you call a cow with 2 legs?
A handicapped cow.
No, anybody? Come on, y'all. This is a kid joke.
Human
A
being.
man from Clubhouse?
No, a cow with 2 legs is lean beef. What do you call a cow with no legs? That's a kid's joke. What do you call a cow with no legs?
A roast?
Ground beef. You guys, I thought you
It's on ground.
Oh my God.
Don't get mad at us because we couldn't think of that ground.
We got that out. I love it.
Okay,
And I land.
that was good.
Boycott the beef, boycott Christmas, boycott Thanksgiving, boycott every fucking
Slow
thing.
down,
Wait. Now, how are you guys going to boycott Christmas? What does
Just
that
don't
look
buy
like,
the shit.
ladies?
Just don't buy it. Don't buy anything.
Don't buy what? Because
American
are you
people,
saying?
everybody
Wait,
keep looking.
hold up now. Are you saying that they shouldn't put up their Christmas decorations either?
I don't care
As
what
long as you
people
don't
do.
have to buy them, first
Yeah.
because nobody knows what you have in
Okay.
your house.
All right.
So the week before, at 2 weeks before Christmas, okay, get everything now. If you have to.
Oh, Lord.
I
Now
know
to get everything
no. What I'm saying is, you know who we are. I'm still going to Target, and we still have a boycott on Target. But I'm just saying, get everything you need. So when the 2 weeks, they're crucial component of Christmas, don't buy nothing. Everybody, it's called Black Christmas. They're pushing it on a lot of.
What are you gonna tell your kids?
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna say, oh well, because they got enough. Are your kids desperate?
Don't wrap
I'm
them
sorry.
toys they
I'm
don't
not
play
I don't
with.
have kids, and I'm just.
I don't
Don't wrap
celebrate
them
Christmas.
toys they don't play with.
I don't celebrate
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Right. I'm not trying to tell you
Lisa.
how to run your life. I apologize for that because that's not who I am.
I don't know. I'm just.
But
I don't
I'm
have
just saying,
kids. I'm just wondering because I have nieces and nephews. I actually started my shopping already. I'm just like.
Can they possibly wait? Is it an emergency Christmas
No,
gift?
it's not an emergency. Of course not. I'm just saying. What do we tell them?
And it's like, well, we
Get-
tell them
get-
that the
we need
person
them
that
to
is
get-
trying to starve us to death. So
American kids wear the prices in their bedroom right now to be happy for the rest of their goddamn lives. I don't.
Y'all have no kings
according-
instead of Christmas.
According
Okay, got
to Trump, instead of buying your kid $31, your daughter would do
you might
good
have to
with.
buy one or two.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Just play
He
with
told
one.
y'all that. Didn't he say that in the beginning of
He did.
what did he say? He said at the beginning of what was that, summer? He said, well, you know, maybe instead of buying 30, you have to buy one or two dolls. That's what he said.
Get you a little Sheen doll.
And
That's
that sounds just
That's
like.
terrible. That'd be a shame.
Tommy,
But
get
that
your ass
shows
up
you
here.
how he thinks about consumptionism in this country. He feels that everybody, like himself, has gold leaf toilets, gold on the walls, 21 dolls in their kids' room. Well, why you need 20, 30 when you could just get 20? Come on, you guys. We need to teach them a lesson. We don't
Or
need any
vacation, or go on vacation and find an airline that's not American.
So Lisa, when you said don't buy anything, we have a group around where I live. A few towns kind of like got together, and basically when there's boycotts for something, it's either like a group where people just give away things for free that they don't need anymore, or they just resell them. And it's like all good quality stuff. It's not like, crappy garbage. So I actually have been like purposefully boycotting because you cannot imagine how much stuff people are just giving away. Like not even selling, just
You're right,
giving
Katrina.
away.
I have so many air fryers in my pantry in the box. Never been touched. I have a, what do you call that thing with the
Is it a
circle in it?
global
I have a
problem?
Dyson.
Is it all of us with a damn air fryer?
I'm sorry?
Is it a global problem? I have the exact same issue. For air fryers. I think it's
People love to buy
it's
that.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a
People
fad.
love to give you,
What's
and
going
you be
on?
like, you don't have multiple air fryers.
I have one. I had two, but the kids blew the other one up. So then they started using mine, and I just didn't go back and buy another. So
No, people love to buy that as a gift for people. Like I've been I got like 4 air fryers, and like 3 of them are in the box,
The
and only
box,
one
in my
is the
pantry.
No.
There you go to be regifted. You slap a bow on it.
There you go. There you
I
go.
have a cute little Dyson that I can give. Just go in your pantry because people giving you mixers, they're giving you
You
blenders.
just send that Dyson right over here, sister wife. Keep it in the family.
I know that's
I
right.
have a Dyson. I took a picture of it one time and put it in my PTR. I was like, I was going to sell it. But I have, the gifts, the standard gifts, the blenders. If I get one more, I'm going to take it when I get home. I'll take a picture of the blender.
So it sounds like in the Kennedy, I want to hear from you. It sounds like to me, Lisa, that you will be going and decluttering a lot of the stuff that you have so that you can participate in Christmas just in a different way.
I got 2 ice machines and ain't nobody getting either one of them. Okay.
I was about to say, let me hold that. I have an ice machine too.
Oh, yeah.
I got my second one the other day for us like.
I have my freezer.
Now the boy
And
got
then,
something.
I don't have to buy none of that stuff. I ain't buying that stuff. Go ahead, Kennedy.
How you feeling today, Kennedy?
I'm good.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. I just try to stay informed but stay sane at the same time. But as far as boycotting Christmas and stuff like that, I think that a lot of people are talking in the form of like regifting is basically what I think someone else was saying and stuff like that. I think that's a good idea because, like, let's say I have a niece who's like a preteen or a teenager, and there's like a couple of purses in my closet that I haven't touched in so. To wake up a few people. So I think that would be a good idea. That's just me personally. So, because something's got to give at this point. Because just like we see the situation with Target, we changed their whole tune. We don't put
Lisa, your mic is on. Also, I would say people are going to be really, really cautious this year during holidays with money and food. But I mean, I have like we have like a group again with like a lot of mothers and people who have kids, and a lot of times over there they would be like, we have like we really need a new backpack, like just really need a new backpack, and like I'm like 2 backpacks because we keep buying new ones from my, but they're still perfectly almost brand new. So just I don't know, just I recently started to get involved with the community, and just there's people out there who just need a gallon of milk sometimes, right? Or baby food. And I feel
Okay,
really
we're talking
rewarded.
about boycotting Christmas. Yeah, we're not talking about the people that don't have, because there are going to be people that don't have that we definitely need to help out way before Christmas even comes, and possibly after Christmas, right? But I do want to talk to the people because if people don't understand and where we are currently right now, and if you aren't talking to your kids about what's happening in the world and how the economy is looking, I think this is the time to start having the conversation. I think regifting is something beautiful. I think that can be done throughout the year. It doesn't have to wait on one special day. But, like, yeah, get in there, regift, and, spread your cheer and your joy in the way that you do. But at the end of the day, it's all about the spirit that's within. So focus on what you do have, and practice that this year. Loving one another. Focus on giving the gifts that are free. Being kind to one another. Because these are some difficult times we are looking at, guys. And that is the truth of the matter. So don't be discouraged. Continue to, be hopeful, and I say just love one another. That's really the spirit of Christmas. All this gift giving, people spending all this money and going into debt for Christmas. It's crazy, insane. So I'm with it. Y'all don't go out there and spend an arm and a leg this year. Can everybody join the crusade? I don't know. Hey, Kevin.
And also, First Lady Tiffany, I believe, she had put her name, I believe it was in this room yesterday, of an organization that's helping people who's not going to get a paycheck. So I believe she's in the room. It'd be nice if she could put that in every room that she go in, to get that help. They can call and get help. Find help.org. She has put it in.
Talk about it for a second.
Say what, Patty?
I was saying Tiffany if she could talk about what exactly it is that she put in the chat.
Yeah, let me bring her up if she can come.
Good morning. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I'm about to facilitate a class, but one of my friends shared that site with me. So apparently, it's so when you go in, it'll use your location services to figure out your zip code, and it will connect you to agencies in your area, or at least an organization that is servicing your area for food pantries, financial assistance. I've even seen some where people are getting like emergency grants. And so there are organizations, if you're in the process of getting evicted, they will offer you an emergency grant to give you additional time.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I just looked at it. So yeah, let me put that at the top so we can share it in the room.
I know.
Thank you for this. I plan on using this with the Hornaletos and the people that I encounter. This is a very awesome site. Thank you very much.
The information that needs to be shared. You know, see, it's going to be coming up on the holidays. There's going to be lots of people that need help. Did you guys also hear that there's a turkey shortage this year too?
Child. I already bought my turkey.
Did you?
Yeah, I got 2 Popeye turkeys.
That'll do it.
That's good.
That's good. Those Popeye turkeys are good.
I heard about the turkey shortage, but we don't never do turkey. I do Cornish hens.
Has anybody heard about any local community organizations doing canned food drives or any kind of a food distribution? I know in our area here, we've really lost a lot of those resources. So I'm thinking about bringing that back for the holidays, even cleaning out our own pantries. And you guys brought it up just now. Instead of making this a season of buying, make it a season of experiences and what we have that we already own that we might be able to repurpose.
So our city, like our town couldn't do it anymore. It'd have once a week free food distribution, and they couldn't do it. So the PTA, basically we got together, and the schools are giving us places where people could just literally bring all of their canned food, and even perishables, as long as they're still good. And we just give out food. We all volunteer, take turns, and once a week we give out food, and also planning for Thanksgiving and for Christmas. To through PTA to just basically let everybody know that if they don't have extra food that they just want to get rid of, that if they want to buy something and then bring it, and that would be distributed.
Yeah, that's really, I know in our community, those services have dried up and it's really, really needed now.
So let me see what's going on in Ukraine or Israel right now. Give me.
Started talking about that last night. It's I don't know, the fake peace talk, the fake ceasefire. Good morning, Anthony.
Yeah, this ceasefire's been violated multiple times. It's definitely fake. It's a mess.
You know what, Amy?
Yeah.
I had said all along, we had talked about it, I believe it was last year.
Yes.
Once they give those hostages and bodies up, they have no leverage. I think that's what they want, and I think they're just gonna go in there and just finish what they started. You remember, Trump made that statement. Yeah, he made that statement once. Remember, he told Netanyahu, he says, "Go ahead and finish the job and finish it now."
Yeah, he wanted it done a lot quicker, so you can be like, "Oh, I brought peace," but yeah, who was that on board with that? So you're right, but the thing with this whole situation is there's been what 3 or 4 peace. I know it annoys me if people say, "Oh, it's only Trump who's wanting a peace deal." No, the very first peace deal was November 2023. The last deal was 2 months under who? Biden. The very first exchange. This exact deal was a copy and paste of Biden's. But yet Trump's sitting here trying to get all this credit. But in any case, glad to have people go home. But the issue is, even if you look at Gaza, there's 75% of it is still occupied by Israel. The West Bank has A, B, C, A, B, and C. One part of it is occupied by Israel. Now they're pretty much trying to annex all of it. And what's really, really pathetic, to have Tony Blair, Jared Kushner, Trump, who are overseeing this, and there's actually evidence to show that they are building that Trump Riviera, they are building that Elon Musk economic zone. That wasn't a joke. That's in the blueprint. So this is just heinous.
Yeah, I've always felt like, I mean, I want those people to go home to their families, but I feel like they're not going to have any leverage. So it's going to be over.
Pretty sad. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Yeah.
And then also the disgusting. I mean, they're making Netanyahu's government is making the pretty much blatantly coming out and saying that they're committing a genocide because there's something that I guess something that happened where Hamas had already said we're not gonna drop our arms until there is a proper government established, right? So then of course Bibi's push it. What happens is Netanyahu had the fucking balls to go to the UN and say, we recommend that you halt humanitarian aid. That in itself is a fucking war crime. You're gonna put this on her? And just a month ago, the Israeli Supreme Court, I was very shocked. The highest court said that Israel, the Palestinians, where they've been kept in those Israeli jails, under that psychopath Ben Gvir, they've ruled that with evidence, this is Israel ruling this, that those jails, those prisons are just like, you know how the Alcatraz bullshit that Trump had going on? Yeah, pretty much that. It's just decrepit, it's unlivable, the food is like so spare, and the 17-year-old child, and they said it was due to starvation. So it's blatant when your own Supreme Court is calling it out. And the person who's running it, national security, he's like, no, we gotta limit their food. We gotta starve them. I don't understand. And for us, our tax dollars go to this nonsense. We should be concerned about it. Anyways, I hope for the best, but yeah, you're right, Alexander. When we talked about it last year, you're on to something for sure.
Yeah, when questioned about that, he says there is no starvation. I think they're all frauds, and all of them had they brought those people managed those COVIDs. They brought the COVIDs, the shots, all out of their attempt to do modern bacterial warfare, just as it was done under Jeffrey Amherst in the 1700s. They're doing it in 20s, on the year 2000 plus. Same tactics and the same people. Oh, my.
I look at Plantier. Plantier has been using all their tech and just, testing it on the Palestinians. And what is it Trump that said the other day? That they're going to be involved in so-called monitoring people's social media. Then we have Oracle, the owner, one of the biggest donors to the IDF, has bought TikTok. Joy, I thought we didn't want foreign countries to have any way to collect our data. I thought we need to protect ourselves, so China can't have it, but Israel has it. That's fine. I don't know.
I hate to give you the bad news, but they've been doing that all the time. They just putting it out there. But they've been doing that. That's why I just tell people to be very careful what you put on social media. They know exactly what you're doing, when you do it. You ever talk to somebody on the phone and let's say you talk about a goddamn Tylenol.
Oh my god,
and then you go on your Facebook page and Tylenol is written. It's up and down your Facebook page.
Do you know what's even worse? I've sometimes thought of something, and then I'm like, there is psychology, by the way. I'm like, no, wait, that's just me. It is, and all of these things, all of these permissions we've given, it's just that don't even have the decency to pretend that we care about privacy. We care about, we're a democracy and follow laws. No. Now it's just blatant in everyone's faces, and nobody really cares to really do anything about it. And what annoys me is all of the bad guys. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm just saying the MAGAs talk about we want less government, we want freedom. That's so important to us. Everything the Trump administration is doing is the complete opposite. There's more government in your fucking life. There's more surveillance. There's your freedoms. Like, I don't even understand how, when they're always on that high horse, are seeing their savior do this and not find this problematic. It feels like we're in some sort of I don't know. It's odd, the world we're living.
A little bit of hope. I'm still trying to hold on to the hope, but I just feel at this point that they're going to cheat us out of the mid. I just don't see us winning. I was holding on to that. I said maybe that's our only way of getting rid of him, but I don't see it happening. Because he's doing, if you listen to the guy that we was listening to this morning, Dr. Carr, and listen to some of the recordings that he have, the shit that they're saying, they're putting it right in your face. I mean, they just being so blatant with it, they just don't care.
It's disrespectful as hell.
Yes. Like, what are you gonna do about it? That's how they sound. Like, we're gonna do this, we're doing this. So what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, it's playing everyone's faces on that. Patty, sorry, I think you were gonna say something about news update.
Oh, hold on, let me go back to any other comments y'all want to make? Let's see where we're at. Let me go back to
Is Trump still trying to convince Zelensky to give up land? That's what the last thing you think he was saying to end this.
what happened?
I think last time Trump was trying to convince Zelensky to give up some of the land that Putin wants. Yeah, he flip-flops on that. Howard Reed.
Yeah, let me get this together. Hold on. So I do have a clip. Let me see. Make sure this is right. So I guess there was another clash between Trump and Zelensky on the last meeting. Let me see. This is CNN. Let me make sure. Let me go ahead and play this clip real quick. I guess there was another clash. I don't know what's going on.
If you missed out on active calendar last year, don't worry, just there. Trump is now, once again, after that call, coming to Putin's defense, telling Zelensky in a meeting that reportedly turned into a a shouting match that Putin would destroy his country if he didn't agree to ending the war on Putin's terms. Even tossing aside maps like this one showing the front lines of the war, saying enough of that. Now, this is according to the new explosive reporting from the Financial Times' Max, regular here on the show, who will be out front in just a moment. But in Moscow tonight, it's a celebration of Trump's once again backing Putin. And it doesn't get more direct than this. I mean, just listen to this clip from Russian state TV that was uncovered by journalist Julia Davis.
Putin understands Trump all too well. Trump doesn't understand Putin. Putin can manipulate him very well and lead Trump by his nose.
Well, Russian state TV has some grounding in this. I mean, 27 days ago, Trump posted this. I'll read it. I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win. Win is the word Trump put in all caps. All of Ukraine back in its original form. Well, that shocked the world because it was an about face. But I mean, all of Ukraine in its original form. That's Donbass, that's Luhansk, that's Crimea. It's all of it. And headlines blared, calling it a sudden and major shift. But now, once again, the 180 of Trump saying he didn't say what he said. Because when he was asked today about that exact post saying win all of Ukraine back, here's what he said.
Well, they could. They could still win it. I don't think they will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it.
Well, of course he did. He did. He posted that 27 days ago. And Russian state television is posting that clip today with the headline, "Does Trump still think Ukraine can win?" And Trump tonight taking it even further, echoing a specific lie of Putin's about not targeting civilians.
We strike with high-precision weapons at locations where they make decisions, where military personnel and mercenaries gather, and other similar centers.
Did you discuss his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Did you talk? Did you say cut it out? Did you say show an article of good faith?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers.
Which is an incredible thing to say because Trump knows what the world knows, which is Putin hit city centers and civilians as a core part of his war. I've seen it myself in cities. I've seen it in Kyiv. You see burning apartment buildings and hair salons and things where people live. I've seen it in small towns in Ukraine. Those precision missiles aim very precisely at civilian areas. And according to the UN, 14,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed since Putin invaded Ukraine. And tonight, Trump's decision to side with Putin is having major consequences. Senate Majority Leader John Thune backing off a crucial vote, a vote to finally, it would have been finally hit Russia with punishing new sanctions. Sanctions that Trump ally Senator Lindsey Graham says could be the, quote, sledgehammer Trump needs to end the war. But now they're backing off that yet again. Also, as if right on cue, the United States is also stalling plans to expand the use of frozen Russian money, right? Military, money that's in accounts around the world, or to unfreeze that money and do it to support Ukraine. That's according to Bloomberg's latest reporting. And Kristen Holmes is out front live outside the White House, where, Kristen, I know you're talking to your sources. It is incredible, the 180 pendulum on this and how consistent it is that you can say when Trump says one thing, you know he most likely will say the opposite within days. Why is he backing away from what he said now?
Yeah, look, I think that there's a couple of things going on that we need to watch pretty carefully. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take my earpiece out here because I can hear myself in it. We know that President Trump, when he believes that there is a deal on the precipice, that he ends up backing away from any kind of punishment for Russia or for Putin. We've seen this time and time again. The fact that he'll say there's sanctions, he'll say he's frustrated. Then he has a conversation with Putin, and the next thing you know, they're putting everything on the table, they're tabling everything, essentially to try and get a deal. But of course, the question remains, when does that stop? Because at this point, again, and I know we talked about this on Friday, and we're talking about it again now, it is unclear what they believe they can get out of a second one-on-one meeting with just Putin and Trump when they already had one in Alaska and really nothing came out of it. Now, I will note that they do seem to be doing some preparation for this meeting in a way that we didn't see them doing for Alaska. We know that the Secretary of State has talked on the phone with his counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, trying to kind of lay the groundwork as they move forward. They didn't do any of that when it came to Alaska, but these are raising a lot of questions here as to what exactly is going to happen. And we keep saying this is the most important thing to President Trump, but it seems clear that Putin has gotten in his ear, or at least gotten his ear after that 2.5 hour long phone call. And I will note, it's not just about land concessions. It's not just about Ukraine and what they're doing. It's also about this idea of tomahawks. We know that Putin essentially convinced President Trump not to give over the tomahawks to Zelensky. So this has been going on for quite some time. There's a lot of people raising questions as to when is enough enough.
All right, well, Kristen, thank you very much. And as you pointed out, the tomahawks, right, it was sort of, they were going to be a go, and then all of a sudden, no, after that 2.5 hour call between Trump and Putin. Max Seddon is out front now, as promised. He is the Moscow bureau chief of the Financial Times. He broke that story about what really happened between Trump and Zelensky behind closed doors. And also with us, Seth Jones, deep experience in the intelligence and military community. And I know, Seth, you spoke with Zelensky right after his meeting with Trump. So both of you can give us this crucial insight of what happened in that room, which matters to the world. Max, you broke the story about the tension and the frustration in that room. How bad did it get between Trump and Zelensky in the meeting?
Commercial, yeah.
Well, it wasn't as bad as the meeting that we all saw in the Oval Office in February, but it was pretty dramatic. Trump was, according to our sources, he was swearing at one point. He cast aside some maps of the battlefield in Ukraine, said he was looking at these maps, and really he did a lot to just repeat a lot of Russian talking points and put pressure on Ukraine to essentially accept Putin's conditions. And this would have been really shocking for Ukraine because they had done a lot of work over the last few weeks and months to try to get Trump to a position where the U.S. would pivot to doing more than support Ukraine. And one call from Putin seems to be all that it took for Trump to go against things that he said weeks ago. He said that Russia's economy was a paper tiger, and then on Friday he said that to Zelensky that it was doing great. He said that Russia was going to win on a battlefield, which, as you pointed out, less than a month ago, he said that it looked like Ukraine was going to win. And it seems that this is really on months of work by Ukraine and its European allies, and we are back where we were in the summer, really that point.
I mean, it is fascinating, right? 27 days ago, Trump says, I think Ukraine is in a position to fight and win in all caps, all of Ukraine back in its original form. You hear that, that's the public record, Seth. If you're Vladimir Zelensky, you walk into this meeting, but this meeting happens to be right after Trump had a 2.5 hour call with Putin. And so, it's a complete about face. I know you talked to Zelensky after the meeting. What did he say to you?
Well, Aaron, actually what was interesting is President Zelensky, after the meeting with President Trump, as he said to me and a few others, he also spoke to European leaders, so he was gauging their views as well. I think one of the biggest frustrations, frankly, for President Zelensky, the Ukrainian government, and the Europeans, as well as, I'm sure, a number of folks in the U.S. government, is it is not clear what the U.S. strategy is right now. There's just a lot of swinging back and forth about who's winning, what types of aid the U.S. is going to provide. It makes it very difficult to predict. So going into meetings in Budapest, it is not clear, again, what the U.S. positions are on any meaningful issue because they're changing day to day, month to month, and week to week. And the Ukrainians had discussions with the U.S. about the Tomahawks, which would be useful for targeting Russian military assets beyond where the Ukrainians can target right now. And then the president, the U.S. president, got cold feet, concerned about escalation.
Run, his boyfriend is chasing me. Go freezing. We also go freezing. It's okay though.
Well, it cut off, and that was it. Any comments? Questions?
So it's actually Putin Democrats had nothing of it.
Yeah. And they pretty much are saying on Russian state-sponsored TV that he's the puppet. I even, when they said that on CNN, I went on YouTube to look up some of these, there's a couple of videos.
I cannot hear 100% that they have been saying that forever. Because obviously I can watch Russian TV and I speak Russian and I remember when they put Melania Trump's naked photos on state national, on the national TV, their Kremlin TV.
Oh, look at the election interference.
Like they talk about how stupid Trump is every single day and how like
the entire world
totally. What was that?
The entire world does. He's so freaking unfair. There isn't any country like I have people, my friends have found me all over the place, and it's not even like it's an American thing or no. Every single, and it's such an embarrassment. It's a laughing stock. They say the same thing about him. He's just stupid. He's just an idiot. He talks a big game, but he also tries to act like I run everything, control everything. What he does is he gives people things, on the DL. People, it may not be announced, and he gets them to do things. But I wonder what he gives them to get them to do things to concede with him. But if Trump doesn't have anything that they want, like Russia, then I guess he has to play ball as he is now. Because just a few weeks ago, he was saying, no, there's no way we're giving up land. And all of a sudden, again, yes, we are. What was the point of like, it's like if you let somebody who is clearly a dictator, give them an inch, they'll take a foot. We've seen what's happened in the past. So, they're spending all this money, everything, and then just to concede. I don't know, I feel bad for Ukraine and what they have to go through, having to deal with pretty much being at the mercy of Trump.
The thing is that I don't know if you guys have ever seen that documentary, but there is a documentary on I think it's PBS. Yeah, PBS, and it's about Putin and the U.S. presidents. I think that's what it's called. I can find a link and post it if you guys want me to. And it's basically how Putin actually manipulated so many presidents, and he has been through he has been in power since Clinton. So how he manipulated Bush. You guys remember that famous press conference when Bush came out and said, "I looked into that man's eyes and and I saw his soul," whatever, and they were like besties. And it actually explains exactly how he did it. It was and like the fact that he is from KGB and he knows all these tactics. That's the thing. He will morally manipulate people and psychologically. He got Bush on on religion. He came up with this huge story about how this cross that he had, that his mother had, who like survived, atrocities, and they were poor, and his house burned down, and he was like, "Oh, that cross is gone."
He tries to humanize himself. He tries to.
Yeah. And then he goes, and when I was I was the president at that time, and then the fire department came and they said, out of all the ash, we found this cross, and he pulls out a cross and he says, "This is the cross."
Can't we all see through this? I don't understand how. I don't know. This is just bizarre. I think we'd be able to see this through these theatrics, but I don't know. How do you not see this? Like, him doing all of this? Great, it's sad, it's horrible, but at the same time, we know the kind of atrocities Putin has done to people, or people that are trying to come up the ranks against him. He is brutal. It's like you forget all that.
But then at the same time, you know, some like I feel like when Trump calls him, I think he's playing him just the same way how he was able to play like Bush and stuff like that, right? When he's acting like, yes, I'm, and with Obama it was very similar, right? The whole restart, right? Button, you know, and all that stuff. I was like, okay, let's put everything aside and let's just, you know, work with economics and trade and stuff like that, and like let's just be civilized, right? Um, he all the time he will promise and say he knows exactly what to say. And it obviously it's every time Trump talks to him, he says something to him and he makes him change his mind. Just that easy. He's that like Trump is that easy to manipulate.
Well, there's some moves the government makes that doesn't make sense. So when they went and tried to sanction, we call it the Russian oil, this is what 2022 to try to bankrupt Russia, thinking they're going to use the petrodollar. Yeah, they went and I guess pivoted and started using their own currency to trade. And who did they start trading with? Well, they started selling their oil at a cheaper price in the market. But it was more about quantity. Who did they start trading to? Of course, India. Massive amounts.
China too. China and India have been buying oil.
Yeah, but this is after the sanctions were put in place. So you kind of some of these moves don't make sense. Now you actually pushed them to actually, and then also, I mean, majority of Europe depends on Russian energy.
No, not anymore. They're definitely have made a lot. No, they have definitely have made a lot.
And they started making their own resources.
Oh yeah,
I know for a while.
And buying it from U.S., believe it or not, the United States has sold a lot of gas, and we have made tons of money because we're replacing some of that market in Europe, believe it or not.
Yeah, but the thing about the population of India and China on its own versus all of Europe, so this is that happens. Then his currency skyrockets. Now Trump, what is he doing? He's threatening tariffs, telling why did he throw 100% tariffs on India? Don't you dare buy Russian oil. It's like there's this thing that he does, and it's like obviously there's a threat to the U.S. of this to happen. I think they're trying to obviously bankrupt him somehow, but don't they realize the oligarchs? Don't they realize? I can't recall. I think it was Elon Musk who said it. Whether he's a bullshitter. Someone said, "Oh, you're the most wealthiest man." He's like, "No." He goes, "Putin has eons more money than I do." So this is not a case of resources. So. In any case, sometimes we do things and we just push people towards others. And hey, listen, if you're India or China, you are getting it at dirt cheap prices, you may have to deal with some tariffs to still benefit there. So some moves that we make don't really work out for us.
And Ace, you know the what's China and India are buying the oil, but they're buying is it called crude oil? And then basically they refine it. And since they're quote unquote refining it and then they're selling it, then it's not Russian oil.
Yeah, but that's the loophole material. But it's still about the raw material. Yeah, but look at China.
But you know, technically in our rules and regulations, if
when they sell it outside after refining, but initially the raw did come the initial purchase. But I guess when you're selling it out, I get that. But even if you look at Iran, sanctioned Iran had crippled it, and what did Iran do? China supplied a lot to China. So I look at some of the moves that Trump's making. It's like you're doing this tariff nonsense, and all you're doing is pushing people together to trade with one another that they would never have thought of. The number one producer of manufacturing is China, and we're number 2. So if we're manufacturing, we can't just keep keeping everything domestic and selling to each other. You need to have customers outside. So if we're trying to become this little island, we're fucked. We are completely fucked. And I think he tries to use it as a leverage, but it may have worked on a few deals, but it hasn't been because people are like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna pivot because people are also realizing relying on the U.S. under Trump is a dangerous. dangerous like gamble. Oh my god, I'm like so sleepy. I mean, it's when people say that like Trump is afraid that Russia, and everybody. I remember when Musk started doing that and Trump was doing that. Oh, Russia has nuclear weapons. Russia has nuclear weapons. That's why we have to be very cautious with them and not piss them off or whatever. Like, the whole point about bringing nuclear weapons was like the fact that like you're not gonna get attacked on, right? But they already broke that treaty, right? And he already attacked another country. It was a nuclear proliferation, right, agreement that a nuclear country cannot attack a non-nuclear country. And I mean, I personally, again, that's just me, having my experience living in Russia and everything else. It's like, Putin is not gonna use nuclear weapons because he's not suicidal. Suicide, no country would. It's just
No, he's not suicidal.
no country would.
Believe me.
No country would do it. It's just a deterrent.
Yeah, but but like these MAGAs are screaming like Russia is so powerful and the most powerful military besides the United States. It's like, oh my god, did you see their military? Seriously? Yeah. I mean, before 2002, and Patty, correct me if I'm wrong. The thing was that like Russia's military was like the second biggest military in the world. I mean,
in terms of what, like foot soldiers, or what do you mean? Like, in what? In terms of what? Just say different metrics.
Like foot soldiers. They're talking about the amount of tanks, the amount of.
Yeah, but don't they say it's all old equipment too? Don't they say that as well?
Well, now we know that they're old equipment, majority of it, and that's thanks to corruption in the country. But like they do the ships, the submarines, and like all of that, right? Like they were quote unquote, second most powerful army in the world, which is a
Wall
joke.
Street earlier. Wasn't there something that they were doing? Something to do with nuclear. Oh, fuck, that Trump's went out and I think he just overreacted. What was it? I gotta find the article. Something about nuclears, and they were pointing towards the States, and then he went and put out some defense mechanisms, and he made a big deal about it with Russia. I gotta find the article and just repeat it properly. Just recently, I think it was. That picture of Cash Patel, my god, that guy's gonna haunt me. His fucking eyes are so creepy. Fly had to pick that beach. Okay, here, this is what it was. So there was an advanced nuclear submarine. Hold on. Something about Russia's initial large-scale maneuver of its strategic nuclear forces, running parallels to an ongoing NATO nuclear exercise. So pretty much they're doing some sort of an exercise, and so yes, Trump orders movement of 2 nuclear subs. Here, this is August actually. After Russian officials' inflammatory remarks. Yeah, something was said. Okay, here, this is what it was. Hold on. So I think this is a former Soviet era leader who basically said that, oh yeah, nuclear strike capabilities are of last resort. And then Trump got pissed and told him to watch his words. And I think that what Trump did was he did bring forth some sort of defense mechanisms. I think that did kind of go the MAGA base for a while. Because, of course, Trump tends to, make everything bigger than what it is.
didn't they cancel? Didn't Trump? I saw this morning that Trump did cancel his meeting in Budapest with Trump, with Putin.
He did?
I saw that this morning. Yeah, he said no. That's it. I'm canceling it now.
Wow, that's interesting. For what reason? Because he got into a tiff? Or he just PMSing?
I'm trying to look it up now.
Hey, Patty, do you mind bringing up Dmitry on stage?
Dmitry.
Or invite him? He's actually in Russia and he always has very, very accurate information.
Where's he at? Is he in?
I invited him.
Hello.
Hey, Dmitry, how are you?
Good evening.
So, you?
Good, we're doing well. So do you have anything you want to share of what's going on currently in Russia?
Everything is the same for the last 30 years.
Not the last 30 years. She's gonna bring you up on stage. She has something to say. What's going on, Katrina?
I was gonna say you can ask him questions, but we've known
You
each
can
other for
ask
years
him
now.
questions. Okay.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? You sound so. It sounds like you are. Let me see, blushing. Yeah.
Ooh. No, I'm not blushing. All I'm saying is that it's the fact that for us, like people that have lived in Russia and everything else, it's literally like, well, there's nothing new. Same shit there's a different toilet, like same shit every day. So it's kind of like, we're kind of used to living this way. This is nothing new for us. You know what I mean?
Do you think it's downplaying, or are they really that isolated from the fighting portion? Well, economically, would it a big impact, Dimitri? Economically at all?
What? Come again?
With what's happening, has it affected you, like, economically in any type of way? In terms of just prospects, jobs, stock market, just everyday life?
From 2014, it's like going down in every kind of economy. It's like markets are down.
Yeah, it's worldwide.
And the exchange rate are going higher every day. So if we're talking about like when the war started and Russia annexed Crimea, it's fair to say that like every Russian got poor like X2 at minimum. And from 14, like everything going to shit. Like every day. Going slowly, and it depends on the location and area. If we're talking about Moscow or St. Petersburg, everything, it's kind of okay. Kind of. Not in every way. But if we're talking about all other parts of Russia, it's like, how do I say it? It's like wasteland, really. The people are poor, the pensions are like, for example, pension in US dollars was in 2010 $200. Average minimum pension. Average minimum pension right now is $200. Month, yeah, of course, month.
That's big. So we're talking about the government just cutting back its expenses to fund the war. So it is affecting the people. So it's not, so it's not as normal. It's not just, everyday regular life. It is, because pensions are directly, this is cut from the government, and that is a big drastic cut. Your living expenses having gone down, they're definitely probably gone up. So it is affecting people. So the government is tightening its pocket.
It's affecting, but the reaction is like everything is normal, usually.
But is that just cultural? Because I know some cultures are like, yeah, it's all good.
It's cultural.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I have very Russian friends. Scottish accent, yeah, Scottish accent. It happens every day. It's like just one of those cultural things. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you look at the stats, if you see the reality, then yeah, it's definitely affected.
But no one wanted to see the objective reality, really. So.
Yeah, a lot of people live like that. It's just
talking with a brick wall all the time. Usually when we are talking like in the house, Russian with Russian, and one Russian is on the like Ukrainian side, it's like very rare, and the Russian is like against everyone. The Russian against the United States and the whole Western world and Ukraine also. So everything is okay. We are the first country in the world. We have coolest nuclear reactors. We have most coolest.
But is that coming from the government sort of spreading that information, or is that just people within themselves?
Everybody. I think it's like 70. It's like 70-30. 70 is cultural thing, and 30 is from TV and
exactly. Propaganda.
Yeah, but that 70% for the cultural is because it is literally has been for generations, right? I mean, Russian Federation has only been a country for 30 years, but
Hakeem is speaking now. You want to hear Hakeem?
Quickly get some reaction from you following this.
Yeah. Okay.
Your mic is muffled for Sadie.
But the thing is that
we're not listening to Hakeem. He might cuss word.
Let's do Hakeem.
Oh, okay. So y'all want to hear it or not?
I do. I know I do.
Let's do it.
Especially as a.
All right. Well, somebody saying something. Oh.
Is that you?
No, it's not.
Charged are entitled to the presumption of innocence.
Yeah,
But what's a development that I think shocks the conscience of a lot of folks, particularly those who follow the NBA closely. Well said, indeed. All right, as you know, House Republicans, including the Speaker, they passed what they say is a clean short-term funding bill, a CR, continuing resolution, but most congressional Democrats have refused to support it. I know you and other Democrats want to address the Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. You want to make sure that doesn't happen. But why not vote to fund the government right now and then negotiate in the coming weeks on the subsidies once the government is open and people are working, they're getting paid, and all of that? We want to reopen the government, and we want to do that immediately. We want to find a bipartisan path forward toward a spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people. We will continue to stand by hardworking federal employees who've been targeted by this administration from the very beginning of Donald Trump's presidency. In fact, Wolf, more than 200,000 federal employees have been run out of their jobs prior to the start of this Trump government shutdown. But at the same period of time, we do need to decisively address the Republican healthcare crisis that is devastating the American people in so many different ways all across the country, including in rural America. And one of the things that we need to do with urgency is to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. You heard the Speaker suggest, you guys, that Democrats are acting like terrorists, holding the American people hostage right now in order to get what you want. You want to just quickly respond to that? Well, that type of language is reckless, it's irresponsible, and it's going to get someone killed. What do these folks not understand as it relates to the language that they continue to use? We should be able to battle it out in the contest of ideas, as opposed to trying to use these extreme terms that have been unleashed on the American people from the very beginning of this presidency, and matter of fact, for a long period of time, by the current president and those sycophants who continue to do nothing more than rubber stamp his extreme agenda and hurt the American people. These are folks in the House, in terms of the Republicans, they've been on vacation for the last 4 weeks. They have actually canceled votes 4 consecutive weeks in a row. And as Democrats, we've been here. Leader Schumer, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, making clear we are ready, we are willing, we are able to sit down with anyone, anytime, any place in order to reopen the government, enact the a spending agreement that actually improves the quality of life of the American people, that lowers costs for the American people because this country is too expensive, and also does the things necessary to ensure that tens of millions of Americans are not going to experience dramatically increased healthcare premiums that for many may increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per year. That is unsustainable. And the average income for folks, or in fact, more than 90% of the people who receive Affordable Care Act tax credits make around $63,000 per year. We're fighting for working class Americans, for everyday Americans, and for middle class Americans, while Republicans continue to do the bidding of their billionaire donors.
As you know, Leader Jeffries, the White House and the Republicans, they are seizing on this clip, and I'll play it from your fellow top House Democrat Congresswoman Catherine Clark. Listen and watch this. This is what she said.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible, and of course there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leverage times we have.
Republicans say this is an admission that Democrats are using the American people as political leverage during this shutdown. Do you want to respond?
Donald Trump is the president. Republicans control the House and the Senate. They've made the decision to shut down the government, and they are the ones who consistently have taken adverse actions, made clear that they want to hurt the American people during this shutdown that they've created, and they refuse to reopen the government because of their unwillingness to provide affordable health care to everyday Americans.
On another very sensitive issue involving your home state of New York, specifically New York City, we're now learning that the New York City Mayor Eric Adams will endorse former Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race. He recently said you'll have, quote, more to say about the mayor's race than about our, in your words, our Democratic nominee prior to early voting beginning. Our early voting starts in just 2 days. Will you finally make an endorsement, Leader Jeffries?
Well, as you indicated, both early voting starts in a few days, and I look forward to saying much more about the mayor's race as I've promised in advance of that moment. I haven't gotten a chance to actually review the debate clips from last evening, but I will say that I think it was an important step that our Democratic nominee took when he indicated that he will retain the current police commissioner, Jessica Tisch. She's doing a tremendous job. She's well respected in the communities that I'm privileged to represent. And we'll have more to say about the mayor's race sometime soon.
I know you're a very strong supporter of Israel, the U.S.-Israeli relations. I know you're also a strong supporter of the Jewish community, a large Jewish community in New York, as we all know. What do you say about the criticism that Mamdani is getting from the Jewish community, specifically a lot of rabbis signing documents saying he's a potential threat to the Jewish community in New York? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I'm going to continue to stand up strongly for the Jewish community, and of course, to uplift the special relationship that the United States and Israel continue to have with each other, and lean in on supporting, hopefully, a path toward a just and lasting peace in Israel. I'm thankful that all the hostages have been returned. I'm thankful that humanitarian assistance is being surged into Gaza. We've got reconstruction. There's been far too much suffering in the region, and that needs to be dealt with and dealt with decisively. And of course, all of us should recommit to finding that path toward a just and lasting peace. And at home, all of us need to make sure, and I'm certainly committed to it, to making sure that every single community remains safe and that we address some of the issues and the challenges that the Jewish community has faced with the stunning rise of anti-Semitism that has occurred all across the country.
On another important topic, while I have you, Leader Jeffries, a Trenton January 6th rioter was recently arrested and charged threatening to kill you. Do you feel safe? Have you spoken to President Trump or Speaker Johnson, for that matter, about your concerns?
Well, not a single Republican has reached out to me since that incident occurred, and that's no surprise because they cannot defend the fact that Donald Trump pardoned hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers on January 6th and then released them back in communities all across the country. I'm just thankful for our state and local law enforcement partners for the work that they continue to do each and every day on behalf of the American people. But they've been put in a
a situation all across the nation where these violent felons have been released back into communities, and many of whom have already reoffended. And that's a shame. Yeah, it's a serious development. I want you to stay safe. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of the House of Representatives, thanks so much for joining us. We'll stay in close touch with you for sure. Thank you. I'm going to go live right now to see this chief congressional correspondent, Manu Rajan, on Capitol.
Flip-flops. What did you say, flip-flops?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Petty has on a big size 13 flip-flops. He just needs to go ahead. He's scared if he gives his endorsement to Mandami. He's more worried about, the backlash he's gonna get. You're gonna have to do something, Hakeem. Either way. So pull up that diaper, get ready, because either way.
You should support the Democratic nominee. That's it.
He's in a hard place. Because, if he doesn't want to displease the Jews, right?
Yeah.
Half the Jews are supporting Mandami.
They are. I was going to say that right now. I was very surprised that he said that. You're 100%.
Yeah, so I don't understand. It's not a hard choice. Like, pick the Democratic nominee.
He doesn't want to lose his donation. I'm sure there's some sort of stipulation with the money.
I'd just like to say, Manu Raju, I mean, I'm glad that he has lost weight, but he just always looks disheveled. Like, he just don't look like he's struggling in the morning and getting dressed. I don't understand. I don't get it. Hey True. Hey Fly. Happy Clubhouse anniversary, Fly.
Is that an anniversary balloon?
Mm-hmm. Pop that balloon. Fly, you know talk?
What, 15 followers?
It's probably a burner. Somebody's burner. Burners usually don't come to the stage, so I'm gonna keep messing with you for the rest of the day. Fly.
He probably accidentally came up here.
He accidentally pressed the button.
I had it open. Then I closed it, yeah.
He didn't say that Wolf Blitzer introduced the topic and Jeffries responded. What are you talking about, John Ace? What happened?
I was pretty disappointed. It was kind of frustrating to listen to that. I feel like he's acting as any other politician, the general politician, like don't want to answer a question directly, just give you a runaround answer that doesn't even address what was asked. I mean, especially with the government shutdown, I think giving an answer on that would have been beneficial, especially for the party. But it's just going back and forth, playing the blame game with the Republicans and doing the exact same thing they're doing.
There's something to be said about that, and I think that a lot of people want this microwave answer. He doesn't have an answer yet. Now, you guys say, well, for him to just go ahead and do this, but I think he's having to weigh, or he said, I said I will give an answer or I will support, before it actually starts. I think it starts tomorrow, the early voting. So give him a chance to respond, but before voting starts on tomorrow, and we'll see then. How does that sound? Can we do that?
Is that voting on the government shutdown or the New York mayor election.
The mayor election.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about the mayoral election. You're talking about the shutdown thing?
Yeah.
He's been pretty vocal about that shutdown. He's held a couple of conferences in front of buildings. Like,
yeah, he even got the fighting in the hallways. What's going on?
Yeah, I think it's public deception in a multitude of ways to cover a failure to develop an economy that the people they say they're reaching out to help. The guy that makes the $63,000 say a year, and perhaps even if you double that, hands are tied when you go to buy your tide, and it's nearly double the price. If you go to buy a part for your automobile, nearly double the price, especially if you have a Honda or Toyota or please don't have a BMW. Because I got all these employees on various job sites, and they all have a variety of cars, but they're complaining all one and the same. The service department, the price for this or part for the cars is double. The apple, the orange, and the tangerine is double. And it's just a failure to reach out to a people, but tell them you're in their favor by shutting down the government. So you get your attention off that. Government workers are the ones that need the check the most are not getting the check. So it's fraud and just another example of fake news, public deception, and another ploy by the dastardly deed maker himself, Donald J. Trump, and his network of supporters who are constantly playing the race card. I'll land my plane on this orange toupee if I could. My.
Now, Amici. Hello, Amici. I love your new PTR. Looking good. Hey, Sister Reform. Hey, beautiful. How are you?
Hello, gorgeous.
Hello, dear. Apparently, Amici says that the hallway encounter was performative. He looked so stupid the whole time. Now, did you see from the beginning? This man came up and approached him, and he kept telling him, I'm not talking to you. So which part did you find stupid, love? Let me know. No, don't bring him up because I might strangle him. Hey, Omar. How are you, Omar? How are you?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, each our world. My apologies.
Yeah, top horizon.
I don't believe Rockford is impacts for first the guy he's going to pay for it, he's compromised. But aside from that, he's not suited to be a leader in Congress. I mean, he's so robotic, and I agree with you, Patty and First Lady. He didn't initiate that encounter. But if somebody comes to you, you should always be prepared, and he lost. Robotic, he's not charismatic, and I just don't trust him, and I don't think that he's a good representative for the dance. I mean, even look, he's saying that tomorrow's the beginning of the mayoral election, and they still don't have the balls to get behind their candidate. I mean, that's somebody that can be trusted on the national level in a leadership position when even in his own city he's not supporting his party mate. Yeah, the guy is compromised. I don't respect him at all.
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all can't stick together for nothing. You see how these people ride and roll for their president, Trump? Like, y'all can't even roll with the dude for a minute. Like, if you see something good, go with that part. But when y'all start talking down on the person, then the people who are on the opposite side, they only see the negative versus the good. Now, I do agree with you about the APEC thing.
You know, he could be compromised. I'm not sure. But his job is multifaceted. It's hard being that Democrat thing because it's like you were tied to that. How do you, you know what I mean? Like you got all these different people you gotta please, and you not pleasing one makes you fall down to everything else. Like that's the part I just be having a problem with mentally.
No, I agree, First Lady. I mean, they all take donor money. We can't expect Hakeem to fight the entire world. Like, you know, I don't think that's fair. But I do agree. That's how Trump got elected, and that's how Trump gets support now. Because the Republicans are like, well, that's my man. Yeah, that's him. Looking at him crazy, losing his mind, tearing up democracy, but they sticking beside him. Here goes Democrat.
Beside him.
Yeah, sticking beside they man, and Democrats, you know, they tear each other apart because y'all have no sense of solidarity. None. Not Hakeem, not a leader. Come on now, Amici. You being harder on him than you are on Trump. That's not fair.
No, I'm harder on the people that I feel should be supporting me. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that I vote Democrat, and yeah, I'm gonna be critical of that. Yeah, I hate Trump and I hate his side and everything he stands for. But it's worse when you feel that the people who are supposed to be fighting for you are not really there for you. You know, yeah, they do, and you're right. Everybody accepts donor money, and they must. You know what I'm saying? It's a necessary evil. But to the point that you're like kind of, you know, compromised to the point that you're not even focusing on the core issues of the grassroots people that you represent. I mean, you find he is a U.S. rep, but a lot of his constituents, all of his constituents probably are New York residents, and he's not rocking with the person that they're rocking with in election. I mean, that's kind of, you know, and yeah, I just know it. And let me tell you something. You know how they say, you know, never let a good crisis go to waste. If the Dems on a federal level allow this crisis that Trump has created to go to waste and not run the table as far as the midterms are concerned a year from now, then yeah, we deserve Trump dead. We deserve whatever we get because they will have shown that this is actually what America is. That even when people are doing some fuck shit on that side, on this side, we're being complicit and we're not taking the gloves off. We're not pulling up all the stops. We're not getting in the mud with the pigs. And we're still trying to be dignified instead of talking to animals in their language. If they don't take advantage of this crisis, then we deserve whatever the right gives us.
The dogs, Amici. You ain't got the dogs, man. You know, like, yeah, guns and butters, guns and butter, and you have neither, man. How are you gonna run the table, bro? I don't see how. You're my guy, Amici, but this take advantage of it. Oh man, yo, I want you to get down to the war of ideas. The chambers are empty, no bullets in the war. You're throwing guns at people.
The Dems will never go that dirty, Amici. Like, literally. The Republican Party is the party of MAGA. The parties have switched in that regard, right? You know the Dems will never go that dirty because that's not who the Democrats are. They never have been. They're not going to do that. Republicans have. Did y'all already talk about how Hegseth sent that memo telling people in his department they need to get approval before they speak to members of Congress? The Democrats are never going to be authoritarian like that. Like, the Republicans are literally watching Trump dismantle everything that they used to fight for 20 years ago. We know the Dems are not going to go that dirty. We can hope and pray they do all the time, but they're not going to do that. The Dems are going to get reelected after Trump trounces the economy, or something's going to happen, just like every other time before, right? 2008, what happened? Republicans effed up the economy, doing their crazy ass shit, and then you had to get Democrats to come in and make it right. People never learned this lesson. But we know the Dems are not going to go there. As much as I wish that they would, they're just never going to go there. They have too much integrity. They're the ones fighting for democracy while the MAGA is okay tearing democracy down. because MAGA has never really participated in the economy anyway. They don't give a shit about the Constitution. What does that do for them? These are not the elites. Listen to Anthony. Anthony just wants to make a damn dollar from a single mom. He's not a fucking elite. He's a grifter.
Oh Lord. No
I'm
names.
just being.
No names. No names.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just. Am I not being honest? Am I not being honest? Come on
So
now.
let me ask you this then, because y'all poo-pooed on my idea earlier this year, and here we are. The Democratic Party needs to create a different name like MAGA did. And because they're going to have to break away from all that niceness to be able to fight this. You don't think so?
But I mean, that one is called Democratic Socialists, and then we run as Democrats.
Now, are they far left, or are they like?
They're more far left. Yeah.
No, that's not going to work.
And Mickey, what I'm saying is this: I think that conversation be authoritarian, like when they like get into office. No, I'm saying from now to a year from now, this campaign season, like they really need to hit the ground with registration, raising funds, messaging, all that type of stuff. But then also going at their opponent's neck, letting people know that how trash these people are, how morally bankrupt they are. Like, that should be part of the messaging too. It's not just policy. Oh, if you vote for me, I'm going to do this. Oh, let them know that these motherfuckers are assholes. Let them know that these are people that are actually enemies to their own constituents. Not just speaking to Dems, but speaking to Republicans too, and let them know that they're the ones fucking shit up for you, and you put them in office. Like, I'm talking about really taking up the gloves as far as not following protocol as far as dignity of the office and being respectable and all of that type of shit. No, you gotta speak to savages in the language that they understand. And the savages that voted for them, you gotta communicate to them in a way that they understand. So they can change their vote.
Richard, can you speak up a little bit, sir?
What didn't you hear?
He's whispering like the whole thing. I was trying not to say nothing. I was turning up my volume.
Okay, so basically, I'm just saying, I think Mickey misunderstood me. I'm not saying.
Mickey, don't lose your good white job trying to talk to these people, all right? You know, you need to whisper where you at. Keep your good white job, man.
I stepped away, so I'm good.
Anthony, shut up. That's why you're on probation now.
Anthony, Mahatma Gandhi now, so, you know, you can talk. I'm a pacifist. You got it.
But basically, what I'm saying is I think Mickey and I rock with you, but I think you misunderstood what I'm saying. I'm not saying when they get in office, they should stoop to Trump's level. I'm saying during the campaign season for the next, they need to be down and dirty. They need to take the gloves off, disregard any respect for office and protocol and tradition and decency and all of that type of stuff. Like, no, you need to get in the mud with the pigs. Simple. You know what I'm saying? You need to let the whole country know, not just your constituents. You need to let the whole country know, including those who didn't vote for you, why these people are working against you, why this is a crisis to the country that the people they voted for created, and what will happen even worse if they're allowed to kind of undergird their power after the midterm elections by having more seats. Look at what Gavin Newsom is doing. He's the only one trying to stand on business. My governor Pritzker, once what's this dude? Mickey, you call him Hot Wheels, right?
Abbott, Governor Hot Wheels.
Yeah. So once he's threatened to redistrict, Hunter and Pritzker and Newsom threatened to redistrict. But you know what? They actually redistrict. And Newsom is the only one trying to go forward with it. Where's Pritzker? Where's Hochul? Where's the rest of these people that are trying? And then just yesterday, North Carolina, they're doing the same thing. And we're still talking about being decent and upstanding and mature and respectable. Meanwhile, we're going to be losing seats. Like, what are we talking about?
I understand, Amici, and I want you to keep your good white job too, bro. I know where you at. The point that I'm trying to make, is that, and we cool forever. The point that I'm trying to make, though, is that you're dealing with such an inherent form of racism, and I think that we finally have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that the dog whistles are working. We have to acknowledge that these people know that they're being harmed. There's a video of a white guy who lost his food stamps, and he's blaming the radical left. Like his rant was for the radical left. You know these people are not too intelligent. They would rather suffer. They would rather suffer because what MAGA has done a very, very good job is doing us versus them. And it really pains me to acknowledge this because I'm someone who believes that logic will always reach people eventually, right? If I can show you the way that you're being harmed. But this is like trying to convince Yandy that, you know, she know what's Yandy man that be cheating on her, flirting with her, damn near, yeah, having sex in front of her with the other woman, and she's still like, but he come home at night. He texts me today. You can't convince them. Like they, as long as Trump throw them a bone, he ain't even got to throw them a bone anymore. He just got to mention there's a bone for them, and they are fine. He told them the Democrats are going there. I know, but like, how do you fight that? These people, they're losing their jobs. They're losing their benefits. They can't afford their groceries. Did y'all see those lines of the people that are at the air traffic controllers that are doing Uber and stuff? They've been interviewing them. They're at the food. What do you call it? The food distribution. All of those long lines, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people waiting in line. How do you reach a starving person and telling them that they're responsible for the vote to have them starving? They don't realize that they're freaking starving.
It's because they're reaching, they're hitting them on the amygdala level. They're going to the lizard brain. They're operating on fear. Like you can't bring rational to somebody who's operating off the lizard brain. And that's why their stuff is so, they just keep ratcheting fear, just fear. And it short circuits the brain.
You know, I'm listening to the Reed show today on Urban View. And I love the Urban View people. This lady called, she lives in the Virginia Hampton. She's accepted like me, so she's working for free. But the last paycheck, so apparently her agency was cut off. So a lot of people who got paid on the Indigenous Day weekend, some of their paychecks were short. She was about to get kicked out of her apartment because she can't afford the rent. Her Cash App was crashed because so many of the listeners donated to her situation to keep her in her place because she has no family in Virginia at all. Her son lives in North Carolina. That's the closest place for her to move into. But they put her on an accepted status so she wouldn't get ripped and lose her job. You know, so she's got to ride it out. You know, but tearjerker moment, like I feel like I work with these fucking maggots. I don't give a fuck. I don't think we need to be wasting time convincing. We need to spend time in community and helping each other. Like we don't even. Like it's too exhausting to try to educate somebody to get them to change their mind. Fuck them. We should spend more time helping each other in community. But you know, people want to individualize themselves. You won't win that way in this climate.
But in the case of the politicians, though, they need to mathematically find a way to reach out to them and pull some of those numbers over. But it's a mathematical situation.
But they don't have the. They don't.
Let me finish. That's their job. They have to find a way, and I think they can do it without lying. I mean, why do you help somebody who's hungry? Find a way to get them food. Plain and simple. That's the politician's job. They have to find a way, and I think the leadership of the Democratic Party is not doing a good enough job of that. They haven't done it for a while, so I think what Amici was saying, if I'm saying your name right, is 1,000% correct. Jeffrey Schumer, it ain't working. The head of the DNC, who I don't even know who it is at this point, it's not working. They need to do better. And a lot of this is based on what the Democrats didn't do when they did have control
Then I'll say that they should have put a voters' rights bill out. The Black Caucus was asking for that. They should have addressed a lot of these different things, even in the Black community, all those different things. So it's been decades of neglecting the Black community, which is one sector of the problem. But the bottom line is the Democrats have neglected a lot of different areas. But now that we're in this situation, the best way to fight it is to be active and to be outside, be present, and they should be throwing this older white lady who's having problems with her rent, who works for TSA, put her on TV, put the with her, be with her. Hey, I'm here to help you, but I connect you to this services. They got to do something more than what they're doing.
Well, I know the MAGAs that I work with are, when I say they hardcore redneck motherfuckers, they want this to happen. Even though we all federal employees, they want the government to eliminate majority of the people working. Like they're not even offended by shit happening in Project 2025 and all that. They don't care. That's what I'm saying. We need to spend time helping each other and not worry about whether or not you can get some fucking red racist cracker that voted however they voted. You're not gonna convince them.
Yeah,
Life is moving on. We don't have time for this shit.
I agree. I believe, I've had plenty of conversations with people that vote the other way, and it doesn't matter what form of logic you bring to the table. I mean, they'll look right through it. But I do believe that nonetheless, the fight's still not over. Like, it's not a matter of trying to convince people of crossing over. I think what it is talking to the people that ultimately have lost faith in the government and have given up on the voting process, and getting those people to start participating again. I mean, I think that's what
I was gonna say earlier.
What I find is kind of odd is what I find kind of odd is that people are. We started talking, bro. I'm happy to pass it to you. Yeah. So what I find is kind of is this idea that people are necessarily racist because they believe in smaller government, because they think that there's too many government employees, that we should shrink the government and address the spiraling debt situation. Everything gets called racist if it's no matter what. Any idea that's pushed by the Republicans, it has to have some kind of racist agenda. It's got to be born out of a racist ideology. Everything is a dog whistle. It gets tired after a while. How about we sit down and we evaluate the methodology? Why is this? Why is that? Instead of just finger pointing and name calling. How about we try something else?
So why are you being dishonest? Nobody said that.
No, I did. I said it. I said it.
Actually talking about.
No, I said that. And Anthony, what you don't seem to understand, because you're a fake Republican, right, is that smaller government is not literal, right? The Republicans used to mean limited government interaction, meaning that we're not going to have corporations such as Apple and Coinbase, which I don't know how Coinbase giving anybody any damn money. They can't even confirm the damn securities that they have at their brokerage firm. But now they want to give millions of dollars to President Trump to build a damn ballroom in the White House. You don't think that means a smaller government? How the hell is that a smaller government when you have corporations that are making donations to the Orange Man to tear down the East Wing to build a damn ballroom? You think limited government is Donald Trump attacking the CEO of Intel on Twitter, causing their stock to drop, right? So somebody benefits and buys in at a manufactured dip, and then all of a sudden he gets to announce that Intel and NVIDIA are going in on a deal together and that he's going to get a portion of their profits. What in the hell makes you think that that is small government? Now you literally have, even though we've known they've been in bed before, right, that they were sleeping with the same mistress, which is the IRS, now you literally have them openly screwing in bed in front of every damn body, right? The government and TikTok, nigga, you want to talk about that shit? How the fuck is that limited government? You got the damn feds getting a portion of the damn revenue from TikTok, and then he's gonna give it to Larry Ellison and Oracle. Hello, more stock manipulation. What the fuck kind of limited government is But you don't know what limited government means because you're a fake ass Republican. You're a MAGA. You don't understand the implications of that shit. So don't come my 2 cents.
So we get a response to what you
Exactly. That government is literally all up and through goddamn corporations, right? They at least used to put a condom on. Now they just fucking raw dogging like crazy all around the place. And you're talking about they laid off some government employees. Well, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't like waiting from the IRS for 6 damn months. I'm not finished with my rants, if you don't mind. I don't like having to wait 6 months to hear from the damn IRS because they're laying off every damn body that know what the fuck they're doing. Okay? I don't like the special education department, which also oversees several other things that the Department of Education being removed. I don't like single moms or single dads or people that are going to school who are going to contribute to the economy and society at some point being told that there's not going to be any daycare for them. But you don't have a problem with Intel, NVIDIA, the CEO of Apple, going to see them king and quasi-queen of England talking about some goddamn limited government. What the fuck kind of limited government is that to you? You think Qatar giving the president of the United States a jet is fucking limited government? That don't sound like limited government to me, Anthony, because you don't know what the fuck that means. Okay, my rant is over.
So thank you, Mickey. So with that said, right, if the United States government isn't paying for the renovations, we're not adding to the national debt. If there's some foreign entity that's buying the president a plane, then we're not paying for the plane. Like, we're not adding to the national debt.
We are.
Okay,
We are.
I just want to land. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Then I'm gonna respond.
I appreciate you. No problem. Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: you have damn, I lost my train of thought. As it relates to, you know, the smaller government argument, if a company requires the United States to bail it out, and the United States government saying, we're not going to tell you how to run your business, but, you know, we want equity in your company. You know, there's people that disagree with that, and I can see their point of view, but at the same time, I can see the opposite point of view. Let that bailout, you know, contribute to the government coffers. Let that bailout just not be free, not without strings attached. Let there be strings attached. If you went to a bank to get money, you'd have to pay for it. If you need a bailout from the U.S. government, you got to pay for it. I don't think these are controversial things, and I don't think that they contradict this idea of smaller government. You know, right now the government employs too many people. We either raise revenues or we lessen expenses, or a combination of both. This is not rocket science.
No, it's not rocket science. So Trump contributed.
Of course.
Yes, I'm going to interrupt you. No, it's literally not a rant. Oh my God, please stop with the cursing, because Donald Trump literally cusses and he's the president of the United States and you love his ass. Okay, whatever. Well, he cusses at you. He literally just did a video where he was shitting on American citizens. So clearly you don't have a problem with my potty mouth when the president of the United States, right, quite literally called himself a king with shit bombs all over American citizens. So spare me the fucking faux outrage, okay? So if you love Donald Trump, you should fucking love, well, I don't give a good goddamn. Go tell Jesus. Tell it on the mountaintop. I don't give a shit. Here's the point that I'm trying to make, Anthony. Trump added to the deficit his first damn administration. This is why you are a faux fake-ass Republican. He is not fiscally conservative. He never has been. He's not in his personal life. He's never been in his professional life. And he's not with the U.S. government. He is adding to the deficit now. Are you not aware of what everybody and their mama has said? The man tried to utilize tariff calculations that were the trade deficits. That wasn't even the percentage that these countries were charging us. Do you see this back and forth with China? And then you're going to sit up here and say, what did you just say? Because I should have interrupted you earlier. When you said that, we're going to get paid back. Well, what about that $40 billion to Venezuela, right? And what did they say that was? A treasury swap? Are you serious right now? So you do know that this man took revenue from us as a country, his first administration with the damn soybeans, playing chicken with China for no damn reason, I might add. Literally no damn reason. China went to Brazil, You know that the farmers have lost that revenue. We had to bail them out, and now we have to bail them out again. And I keep having to tell you this because you forget that you're black. The black farmers didn't get bailed out until Biden. So what do you think happened to those black farmers? What do you think would happen to your business if the federal government came and took away your stream of revenue, took away your international vendors, and was like, don't worry, we're going to make this up to you. We're going to write you a check. It takes 6 months for the white people to get their check, but it takes you 3 years? Are you not aware of what the federal deficit is the highest it has ever been? You know why? Because tariffs don't work. We understand this. Tariffs don't work. I get it that y'all are so in love with freaking Donald Trump that you think he can just reinvent and recreate everything there is to do with the economy, everything there is to do with legislation, everything there is to do with leadership, everything there is to do with jurisdiction, every goddamn thing. We believe in Donald Trump, but let me tell you something. This shit doesn't work. We have proof. It does not work, which is why your people are struggling right now. They're struggling even more because of inflation. Do you not listen to Jerome Powell? They're bullying the man to lowering the interest rates because shit is still high. I'm just gonna shut up now because this just pisses me off. You know better than this, Anthony. You know better than this. But the way that y'all twist yourselves into a goddamn pretzel to over-explain and try to understand every single thing that this man does, it makes zero sense, which is why we don't take none of y'all seriously. We literally don't. Because now you don't understand math, Anthony. Really? You don't understand math?
And
You sound really upset for somebody not taking somebody serious.
Let me say something, Anthony, because even that plane wasn't free. He kept telling y'all it was a gift. We actually purchased it. Did you know that?
I really never investigated. That's news to me. If you
Yeah, that plane from Qatar was actually purchased. That's why the Qatari government wouldn't say anything. So if you get the past interviews where he would say it was a gift, they wouldn't say anything. Never answered it was a gift. But we actually ended up purchasing it from Qatar. They had it listed to sale because they were getting rid of it because of the size of it, the cost to maintain it. It's not like they can't afford to, but they thought it was a waste of funds.
Remember cars? They were saying how expensive it would be to retrofit it. They would cost a lot, and then it turned out that apparently, Qatar is doing it for Trump when it was just American dollars. This is pathetic.
Right. So we also not only did we purchase that plane has to be taken completely apart.
Yeah. And that's supposed to cost more than that plane.
Right.
Well, actually, how about those tax dollars?
On top of that, having that training facility, the Qatari training facility, that's also somewhat problematic, like at least in the United States, because they already have a training facility that we've actually worked with.
Different Germany. I think Haitian was talking about Germany. Like it's apparently when you sell your weapon, you have to train. But I don't know. I don't understand why it has to be on U.S. soil.
No.
But apparently Germany has been a part of it before. Look into it.
Germany.
Yeah, I know. Different type of allyship. It's since 1960.
Right now, why they built a training facility in the U.S. when they have ties with certain terrorist groups that we have on our list.
Well, it's not even that. The largest U.S. military bases in the Middle East is in Qatar.
So
it makes no sense.
Yeah, but they also have a training facility in Camp Airshon. They have King Abdullah actually has a training facility that our special ops guys work out of to help train them. They also have one in Bahrain. So this training facility in the United States, just another release of taxpayer fund. The reason why any other president hasn't done it is because of our
safety concerns, I guess.
Yeah, safety concerns. They put on mute, I guess.
So how do you feel about that, Anthony? That's probably going to cost a cool bill. Is that worth the deficit?
So here's what's up, Ace. I didn't bring up, the airplane. Miki brought up the airplane.
No. You said something about it was free. We got this.
No. Okay, so the context was Miki said whatever she said about the plane. I was under the impression, Patty, and I'm taking you at face value, what you're talking about, because I haven't done any research on the plane, that we didn't pay for the plane. But you're saying we did pay for the plane, so I stand corrected. That would be adding to the deficit. No problem. No big deal. that would be adding to the deficit. I'm good with that. But I'm just saying, conceptually, if we hadn't paid for the plane and it was a gift, then it wouldn't be adding to the deficit. So it would not be contradicting my idea of smaller government. That's my overarching point. With taking a stake in Intel, having them pay for some kind of bailout that they need, U.S. Steel, wherever else, that's one of the hallmarks of Trump's belief system, is that the U.S. government's been just doing shit without any real benefit, and he wants to see the U.S. benefit. You want access to the U.S. marketplace, you're going to have to pay for it with the tariff situation. Money's been raised that way. But, ultimately, I know people have different feelings on it, and we could go back and forth. But this,
nobody wants that to the U.S. marketplace.
He just messed up. You're saying that if you want access to the U.S. marketplace, tariffs come into question? That doesn't make any sense.
Nobody wants access to our marketplace. They want access.
Why do you think that doesn't make any sense? Let's deconstruct.
Nobody's buying anything from the U.S. except Australia. You know what's crazy about this whole conversation? We've caught up on Australia.
I'm not talking about us being the seller. I'm talking about us being the buyer.
The marketplace.
Yeah, so the U.S. marketplace. Selling goods to U.S. citizens. That's the U.S. marketplace.
But don't you realize that we're a global? Yeah, we're the largest consumers and number 2 manufacturers after China. We can't just make money selling with it. The largest consumer. I know. Hold on. Now, we're also the second largest producer, manufacturer after China. So we need customers to sell outside. We can't just keep circulating our fucking money. Don't you? If we're consumers, do you not understand the whole concept? This is a global economy. We can't be. What?
What I'm saying, Ace, is that the U.S. has the most consumers. We're the largest marketplace. Trump is saying in order for you to have access to those consumers, you're going to have to pay for that access.
Who's paying for this access?
They're not paying for it. We are.
You don't even know how tariffs work, Anthony. Hold on, Patty. We gotta clarify this. I don't think you understand how tariffs work. So it's not foreign companies who are paying for the access to the U.S. marketplace and having to pay a tax for it. No, it's U.S. companies who try to outsource their production of items because it's way fucking cheaper. They're having to pay the tariffs. He's trying to bring production and manufacturing home, but the problem is when you do it at this level, you think these companies are ready to be doing all this at this level? The chip manufacturing facilities just opened up. There's some natural resources we just don't really have. Do you see? It's all about creating jobs for Americans, but we know it's going to cost way more to employ Americans and not cheap labor. So that gets passed on to us, and we're the biggest consumers, but we can't afford that shit.
Right. And 70%, just want to point out, 70% of consumer spending actually contributes to the U.S. economy. So we literally substantiate our entire economy for the most part. So what happens when you retract that amount of money that U.S. consumers, right? Because we do consume. One thing Americans do is consume, right? As Ace said, we cannot substantiate ourselves. Like this is not going to work for much longer. You're not going to lower the deficit by this means. And as I love to point out, if Donald Trump really wanted to stop overseas manufacturing, of which, and I say this until I'm blue in the face, he did it himself.
Exactly. Those Bibles?
He did it while exactly. The man is
completely different things here.
No, we're not.
Yes,
we are not.
Okay.
Donald Trump doesn't even do America first. Okay, well, good, right? And I let me stop with the personal jabs. This is the point that we are making. Donald Trump himself doesn't even manufacture in the United States for most of his products. He doesn't. He manufactures in China. His pal Elon, who we let into Doge, manufactures in China. Tim Cook mostly manufactures in China and started moving away from China during COVID, during those shutdowns, and he started moving to India. Tim Cook himself went to India to open the Apple stores and to make nice with the people in India. right? So what are we saying here? How the hell are you going to both say that you are penalizing U.S. corporations, which we know really penalizes the average American, because we're going to pay the cost, right, of the higher inflation via these tariffs, is going to add to the cost of goods and services that the end user pays, right? So he's telling us on the one hand, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on pharmaceuticals not manufactured here in the United States, knowing damn well the majority of the components are not manufactured here in the United States, and then turn around and give corporations an additional biggest ass tax cut, biggest ass
American history.
tax cut that they've ever seen.
Yeah, hold on, thank you. But the fact is, that doesn't know how tariffs work.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Ace and Patty, right? Anthony, it doesn't make any sense.
But Anthony doesn't know how tariffs work. This man thought that the foreign countries were bringing foreign investments into America just to sell here.
All right,
That
y'all
in
been busting
itself
y'all
is a
chops.
problem.
He can't get a word out.
We're talking about two different things. We're not effectively communicating, but y'all got it. It's all good.
Well, at this point, it's not even about Anthony admitting he's wrong because he won't. It's just to point out the hypocrisy of the Trump administration. If any of us were president or in that position, if we wanted to encourage manufacturing, because I think every American would absolutely say yes. Do we want manufacturing to be here? Absolutely. Why not? That's more American jobs. Is it going to be increased costs of goods and services in the short term? Absolutely. But in the long term, of course, it is going to be worth it, right? But the point is, you can't both say you're trying to incentivize corporations to come back to the U.S. and then punishing American consumers in the same vein by giving these damn corporations tax cuts in the same vein that you're trying to say, no, I'm going to punish them with tariffs. Because now it's not about punishing the other countries, and Trump has admitted that. He's trying to encourage them to manufacture here. Well, then take away their damn tax cuts, bro, because you can't do both. The money that they're going to lose by not manufacturing here, you just allowed them to make that shit up because you've given them additional tax cuts. And I've reported this already. They are planning to buy back over $1 trillion of their stock. So who the hell are the tariffs for? Because it ain't for the damn corporations, it's for us. We're going to end up paying more. That's my point.
So really worried about manufacturing. Did you understand that Biden invested in manufacturing, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So he had asked that. Yeah, the science chip back, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Pharmaceuticals too.
Yeah, a lot of those investments were to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. because he knew it wasn't an overnight thing.
Chip manufacturing is huge. That took place under Biden. It doesn't get.
So
that's why I'm saying like MAGA really doesn't give a fuck about manufacturing. It's just the wording, because if they really gave a fuck, then they would actually read those acts and see how it would have benefited Americans if they wanted these jobs. Because not only did it include bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., it also included training. So that's the issue that I have with a lot of these conversations. Nobody really understands what was going on during the Biden administration, what he wanted to implement, and why it's not going the way it needs to go. Because not only those acts, there was other things in his proposals. If you look at 2025 or 2024, that he wanted to push, and it just never went the way he wanted it to go because Republicans wanted to stand up against it. But then now they're talking about bring manufacturing back by fucking taxing the shit out of us, and then lowering taxes for fucking corporations. Like, you got to make it make sense.
Also, Patty, if you look at the actual stats, Biden's track record on manufacturing is far better than Trump's, and Trump won. I think it's fair to say that Trump, too, we can't assess what's going on with manufacturing yet because it hasn't been long enough. Because, building factories happens on a timeline that's longer than how long he's been in office. But he didn't have a good track record when he was there the first time. And this is like just a bait, right? So there's two things that Trump, like the red meat that he throws out. One is, I'm going to punish the people you hate, right? Whoever that happens to be on that day, whoever he's talking to. And the second one is saying stuff that sounds reasonable, like it would be to our benefit, particularly for constituencies that he wants to have vote for him. And then to do absolutely nothing that actually achieves the goal that he's talking about. And this is one of those. Like, he doesn't do anything that's going to bring manufacturing back. Like, tariffs are like one of the worst ways to try to bring manufacturing that. If you do certain targeted ones, it can be something that can be helpful at times. I'm not saying it never, ever, ever works, but to do these broad-based, untargeted tariffs does not help.
Yeah, because Reagan killed manufacturing in 1982 when he let corporations buy their stock back. That's what killed manufacturing.
And I looked it up. So the Biden's Invest in America agenda, it was for advanced manufacturing hubs, Michigan, Ohio, Georgia, and Arizona, reshoring supply chains, apprenticeships and training, programs through commerce and labor departments. Over $600 billion in private sector manufacturing investments have been made and announced since 2021. It was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, $1.2 trillion, hundreds of billions for U.S.-made materials. It was the Buy America provisions, requiring U.S. steel, iron, and manufactured goods in federal projects, reestablishing domestic cement, asphalt, rail car production, roads, bridges, broadband, water systems, EV charging networks, the Inflation Reduction Act that I was talking about earlier, the tax credits that were proposed, direct support for battery cell plants that was from Ford, GM, LG Energy, Hyundai, SK, Made in America bonus credits for materials like steel, aluminum, rare earth magnets, and the Chips and Science Act that we were talking about as well. And it was the goal was to reduce dependency on foreign, especially Chinese and Taiwanese chip manufacturing. So, yeah. And then opening Ohio, Arizona, TSMC that they keep bragging about was a Trump thing. That's actually TSMC out of Arizona, Samsung in Texas, Micron in New York and Idaho. Tens of thousands of construction and engineering jobs for U.S. citizens. So.
Yeah, like this is the problem, right? Like there's no real argument. Like it's just like it's like an I want kind of argument. You know, it's like talking to a 7-year-old about why they want ice cream. It's like, well, but I want it. I want it, and it sounds great. Like I want it, and that's as deep as they can go. Like Anthony doesn't know about manufacturing in the U.S. He hasn't even looked at the basic stats to know who has a better record. It's like I don't. Yeah, like it's paper thin, the whole argument.
I was never making an argument about manufacturing in the United States, and that's why I said that we're talking about two different things. You know, I don't know at what point you came into the discussion. That had nothing to do with the point that I was making. But
if we're talking about tariffs, so we can bring manufacturing back to the United States, that was a lie.
I wasn't making the point about tariffs bringing back manufacturing. That had nothing to do with my point.
No, he brought up limited government, which he literally thinks is literal.
The deficit and raising revenue, but it's all good. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
That doesn't work either. What are we talking about?
No, it doesn't. And you're the one that said you literally think that small government means that you have less employees, as if some government worker getting paid $80,000 a year to be in the back office doing administrative duties.
You're mischaracterizing my words. So.
I'm not just speaking to you. There's a whole group of people in here, sir.
You're saying to me that this is what my thoughts were, Miki. That's why I said you're mischaracterizing my words. You literally said, this is what I think small government is. And you're mischaracterizing my words. That's all.
No, you said limited government because people repeated it earlier in the chat. Okay, fine.
I said smaller government. All right, and you know it is what it is. It's not a big deal.
Smaller, limited. I think it's about the same.
But it doesn't matter. Either way, there was news that came out that that there were going to be stock buybacks, which happened during COVID. Remember when that happened during COVID, during Trump's first administration? He said if we paid, I'm not talking about the PPP loans for people that actually needed it, but we paid PPP loans to major corporations. And then what did they do, y'all? They bought their stock back. They bought stock back, right? Remember when Trump said this literally during his first administration, that giving these corporations federal subsidies was going to basically filter down to the average employee, and we know that it never does. Like, it literally never does, right? 2008 was probably the last time that federal subsidies, in my opinion, were really needed. I still agree that the United States did need to save the banking industry, because if that had failed, like, we'd probably be speaking a foreign language right now. We did need to save U.S. manufacturing, which is, was started by Bush because of the Great Recession. But do we need to continue to give federal subsidies to these corporations when they have enough money to donate to build a ballroom in the White House? I don't think so. I absolutely do not think so, right? Trump said that he wanted to create a sovereign fund. Does anybody remember when he said that? When he was running? Why doesn't he have these U.S. corporations contribute a portion of their earnings to create that sovereign fund, right? That's what I don't understand. If he even floats around a good idea, and I give him credit for that, because I don't just dislike Donald Trump. He never makes sense. It's like he has a good idea, we give him half a credit for it, and then he turns around and he literally poo-poos that idea, right? So once again, why are we giving additional tax cuts through the big beautiful bill, or whatever the hell it's called, to these corporations that have so much extra money? Now, mind you, they already over-contributed to his campaign to begin with. Do y'all remember that? They're contributing to the campaign. They're contributing to his they bought the damn meme coin. Let's not forget about that, right? They bought the meme coin. So this is tens and tens of millions of dollars from each of these corporations, right? And now they have enough money to give to the damn to build the damn chamber, the house's chamber of secrets, just like in Harry Potter. I don't understand. Anthony, this has nothing to do with like-minded individuals, sweetie. This is math. So you think that math is racist or math is partisan? It's math, sweetheart. It's just numbers.
I was responding directly to somebody.
I don't give a shit. I was reading.
Yeah, so read the comment above it, but you don't have to give a shit, Mickey. It's okay. You could be as insulting as you want to. It doesn't bother me.
Well, you're a fan of Donald Trump, then you should love my black ass.
Yeah, Godspeed on your journey.
Trump
God bless you, Mickey.
Trump insults
All
Democrats.
I wish you nothing but happiness, Mickey.
No.
Continued success, Mickey.
Yeah, whatever.
Success. God bless you, Mickey.
Don't tell me that, because y'all love Donald Trump for insulting people, but then you want to police me and be like, Mickey's mean.
I'm not policing you.
So I do have a question. Why do you think it's an echo chamber? Because we presenting facts that you can't debate.
Maybe I don't think it's an echo chamber.
Okay, so you did say it's an echo chamber in there. So if you think it's an echo chamber, it's maybe because we're trying to read on what's going on in the economy.
Okay, so
Patty, let me finish now. Let me finish, Anthony.
Sure, no problem.
It's not about being an echo chamber. If you have something that is actually some good information, put it out there. Right now, what you've been presented has been a wash, bro.
Okay, so Patty, S says to me in the chat, I'm curious if Anthony isn't in a room with others who think like him. I simply don't get it. Then, she says ask or he, whatever. S says asking for a friend. I say S, let's just have an echo chamber. I literally mention the person's name and make a response to the question that they ask.
Okay, now maybe he's trying to learn. Maybe he's trying to learn, or he's trying to figure out certain things.
No, but Patty, like there's context in the chat. But but what happens is it's now that I'm trying to say that the room is an echo chamber. I never said that.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't apologize with your whiny ass.
Mickey, I'm sorry that I sound whiny to you.
You are whiny.
I will continue to work on that, Mickey. You're so right, Mickey. I need to work on it.
There's not an I in my name. Anyway.
Yes, Mickey. Okay, Mickey. I'm sorry. What's the proper pronunciation of your name so I don't get it wrong?
Pescatarian.
Is there something you wanted to add, Ron? Guess not.
Hey, I'm back.
Was there something you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I heard Mickey said about the sovereign fund. I mean, the whole purpose of having a sovereign fund is to use the government's funds all right, to compete with, other nations that have sovereign funds. It wouldn't be a sovereign fund if private industry or private individuals contribute to the fund. We already have those types of funds, all right, in the U.S. The whole purpose of having a fund is use the full weight of the government's finances to compete against other countries like the Saudis and.
I think she knows what a sovereign fund is. What she said was we haven't set one up. Have you seen anything that's showing we have operational funds yet?
That wasn't the point that she was trying to make. The point that she was trying to make is that.
It's a good idea.
Okay, yeah, I think I think even though I'm one of those people that don't think that government should compete with private industry, I think we're in a place where, it would make sense to create a sovereign fund to compete against, the Chinese and the Saudis. But, while it's not like technically called a sovereign fund, I mean, Trump, under his administration, has taken a huge position in a mining company, a Canadian mining company in Arizona, I believe, to mine lithium. So while he hasn't officially created a sovereign fund, all right, he has, taken government monies to invest in private industry. I'll land there.
Yeah,
How did I ever make it?
I just want to quickly say that I think the sovereign wealth fund is an absolutely terrible idea. The idea that the U.S. government should be investing in companies directly, absolutely not. Like, first, our system of government doesn't lend itself to long-term investment strategies, so I don't think it's a good idea for that reason alone. But also, it wants Donald Trump to be controlling more of your money right now. And picking winners and losers when we know that this man only picks the people that, do what he wants and add to his power. It's crazy. It's a crazy idea that I hope we never ever get this right.
We did the same thing during the bailout. And who says it has to be long term?
Exactly.
A bailout is
thank you for coming up on the stage,
That's
brother.
not the same as the sovereign wealth fund. That's not the same thing as the sovereign wealth fund. And bailouts have been things that have only happened when literally the alternative was economic disaster. And you might disagree with the definition of economic disaster in that particular moment, yada, yada, yada. But a sovereign wealth fund isn't rooted in a crisis at all. So it's a very, very different thing. It's weird that they're mixed. Thank you.
So are you saying that, sovereign funds should only be used, during good times? Are you saying that, an administrator of a sovereign fund can't, take advantage of opportunistic opportunities and buy distressed assets during bad times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, you're sort of melding two things together. I think that the U.S. government coming in to bail out a company can be an appropriate thing to. I think it can be appropriate for the U.S. government to get involved in a company in emergency moments where the damage to the public good, to society at large, would be greater if they didn't do that. Outside of that crisis situation, no, they should not be investing. The U.S. government should not invest. It can subsidize when there's a priority we have, like, manufacturing chips in the United States. But they absolutely should not invest. And that's fundamentally what a sovereign wealth fund is about. It's about investing for return. We should never invest for a return now.
In the interest of understanding, can I ask a stupid question? I'm looking at the definition of sovereign wealth fund because I was like, I don't understand what this is. So it seems like a sovereign wealth fund is something to invest surplus revenue. Has the U.S. had a surplus ever? Or since the Democrats have been in control and Bill Clinton, I think, was the last time we had a surplus?
It's been a minute.
So I don't know why we're talking about a sovereign wealth fund when we can't even, have a surplus.
I'm not sure why it has to be a surplus.
This is so weird. What does the surplus have to do with this? This is so odd.
Sovereign wealth funds are state-owned investment entities that typically invest surplus revenues.
Typically, the word is
typically is important there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just that's I didn't say I'm absolute. This is an absolute thing. I'm saying I'm trying to understand.
You know, that's why I'm pushing back. I'm not pushing back to jumping out. No, I'm just saying, yes, typically that makes sense. You should invest that extra, but sovereign wealth fund will invest as a strategy for the government over time. Part of the problem
aren't they usually used to like help the people? I'm thinking of like Norway sovereign wealth fund, where they like that's their pension plan and stuff like that.
Yep.
Well, pension plans are a little bit different, but the sovereign wealth funds can be used that way. I think it really depends on the government around it.
Yeah, but the best way is to do it when you don't have the deficit that we have, because what's going to end up happening is we're going to end up borrowing money, and then we're going to be paying more interest on that money. So
that's good debt. You're indebted to yourself, the people.
What?
You're indebted to the people yourself.
You're indebted to the people of the current debt we have. What's going on?
Yeah, I'll just read this to say where the money comes from. And the only reason that I brought it up is because to give an example of these corporations that we're not bailing out, because I believe in welfare, but I also call a spade, and corporate welfare is actually what is adding to the deficit, right? We keep continually giving these corporations that have made more money in the last decade, right? Corporations have never been as profitable as they've been in the history of the world. The amount of ridiculous profit. Think about Bezos's money has increased, how Elon has increased. Elon is probably going to be a trillionaire, and we're going to slide this lifetime. The wealthy people who were the majority invested in the stock market, not just the U.S. stock market, globally, right? And remember, the bond market is larger than the U.S. stock market. We just don't really talk about it. So they've been investing cash, right? Which most people invest cash. My apologies. So just this framework that we have of the economy, the markets, the equity, ownership, all of these things has just skyrocketed. It's literally insane, guys. There's over $7 trillion sitting in money markets right now because the interest rate is somewhat high. And contrary to popular belief, it's not scared money, it's get to make $100 million and put it in a fund or put it in a money market where you're generating 3 to 4%. You live off of the interest, and then you basically keep that $100 million for the rest of your life. You never spend it. So that is the reason that I brought this up, right? So to me, it makes absolutely no sense for us to penalize everyday Americans who are just trying to do their best and trying to survive and thrive, and to basically throw additional federal subsidies, tax cuts, deductions anew to corporations, which are literally living their best lives right now. So some of the revenue, because there are some pretty popular sovereign funds that exist out there, are typically for the benefit of the citizens. So I don't necessarily have anything against them, but I was just giving that example of Donald Trump actually having somewhat of a decent idea if we ever got to that point, but then turning around and doing, to me, the polar opposite. So funding for sovereign wealth funds can come from sources, for example, like surplus reserves from state-owned natural resource revenues. Think like the parks and those kinds of things that are state-owned. Trade surpluses, bank reserves that may accumulate from budgeting excesses. That's never going to happen with us. Foreign currency operations, money from privatizations, and governmental transfer payments. So think about if they privatize, like which they've been threatening to do for years. And I'm actually on the fence about this because I don't really know enough to make an informed opinion. So I'm just going to say it just what repeat it. I don't know enough to make an informed decision about privatizing the U.S. Postal Office. I don't know what that would look like, if it would be better. But let's just say that, for example, the U.S. government did that, right? That would be revenue that if we didn't need it somewhere else might potentially go into a sovereign fund if we had one. So just wanted to contribute that.
So it didn't say anything about, private capital, making up the funds of a sovereign fund. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear you read that at any point during that.
I didn't say that literally, Ross, which is why I put on your listening ears. I gave a comparison No, sir. Do you see how sometimes you can relate things to each other, but they don't necessarily have to follow one another? So what I said was, and I was explicit when I said this, Donald Trump at times has good ideas. How did he get to, I'm going to create a sovereign fund for U.S. citizens, and I'm assuming that it would be a sovereign fund such as other countries have, which is very beneficial to them. Two, I'm going to use private, right? Because one of those donors is actually cabinet. So how the hell do we think that's going to work in terms of conflict of interest? I can't remember which one. Is it the Treasury guy? I want to say it's the Treasury guy. So
you suggested that the president use private.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you
put a one in the chat if that's what I said. That's what I said was, if these corporations have enough, first of all, I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. Like, I have menopause brain. I don't remember what I did 2 minutes ago, whatever. And yes, I have menopause. Thank you, Jesus, hallelujah, right? So, whatever. The point that I'm trying to make is...
You have mental pause.
And you have stupid ass bitch pause. But hey, we're both living our best life, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is you can continue to focus on that one little thing that I said, right? Because I see why you focus on the little things. You probably used to seeing it 4 times a day every time you go pee, right? Little, boop. Yeah, whatever. Let me shut the fuck up before you get on my damn nerves.
I love you too.
Yeah, whatever, crackhead.
Kill your wrong, Betty.
Sure you did. All right. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it moving. Hey, Yoy. Happy Thursday. That was a good dialogue. I don't know where to go from here.
Isn't that a song, First Lady? Yeah, isn't that a song?
Mm-hmm. How it go?
I can't remember. Isn't it like a Motown song?
Hey, Smokey Smoke.
Shoot, I forgot. Lutnick, thank you, Chad. I think it is Lutnick. So the Secretary of Commerce is one of the donors for, because we were just having this argument yesterday on Chatter, because I was like, who's going to pay for it? Well, now we know. And I'll see if I can put the article in the chat because it's a bunch of donors. But I was surprised to see that Lutnick, Adelson's, it's funny how we're not hearing from MAGA, because remember, they're always talking about George Soros is paying people to show up in March. But crickets from MAGA about Sheldon Adelson's widow, who, didn't she just get some kind of award from Donald Trump, is literally helping to pay for the ballroom, and it's like crickets. I thought y'all didn't like wealthy donors, giving money, so it's okay for Adelson, but not Soros?
Wait, didn't she give him $100 million during his campaign?
That's what I said. These people are so rich. They gave during the campaign. They're giving, and now they're paying for the ballroom. So they just literally balling.
Ooh,
Yes.
We balling, I told ya.
They balling out of control. They really are. They gonna ball right in the ballroom.
I mean,
what kind of favor they're gonna want to...
What's your point? I mean, private Smithsonian, which is a government owned entity, get private donations all the time.
That has to do with the historical artifacts, though.
Hey, Ron, how you doing? Hey, Chad. Hey, Little Trump.
And this will be too.
Hey, Jerry.
This will be
hey,
too.
LA. Hey, Brian.
Smithsonians are trying to verify. Sorry.
Mimi.
Trying to verify if certain artifacts are legit to go into a museum. So how the fuck are you gonna...
Yo, Ace, we ballin'. That's it. That's all you gotta know, baby girl.
We
Motherfuckers are ballin'.
Oh gosh.
You know what I'm saying?
Trump is balling all the way to the bank and taking every day. Hold on, how much money? Oh, I would take a salary from the Americans. How much money has he pocketed?
Yo, bro, his first term, he didn't even take. He took $1 from his first term.
Do you know how much? Oh my God! Do you know how much money he made in 2016? He would put up Secret Service at Trump Tower. Ooh, isn't that an interest? A conflict of interest? He was supposed to actually relinquish control with those, with the personal businesses. He lined his pockets. Oh yeah, I'll put the article in chat if you don't know. I guess you.
Oh shit! Word. Oh.
You should know all about Trump.
Yeah, I know everything, but damn, I didn't know. Wow.
Somebody gets his toupee too.
Hell yeah.
I think Trump is
That's
gonna.
your people.
I think Trump's gonna pay that ballroom with the $230 $230 million money that he's trying to get from the Department of Justice.
Oh yeah, oh, of course.
I mean, that's the thing that's so ridiculous about this moment is you'll have someone talk about how he didn't take $1 his first term.
You can just say my name, bro. Like, you can just say my name.
I don't know your name. I'm not looking up.
Little Charles, little name.
Okay. Whatever you just said. So you got someone who's talking about how he only took $1 in his first term at the same moment that he's demanding $230 million from the people. Right, that's our money.
Yeah.
Like, who here wants to give $1?
That's your White House
because he's whining.
Well, Trump, if you can't act like you got some decorum, you will not be up here much longer, okay?
I know how it goes.
Okay, then so then why not act like you got some sense? Act like you sitting at the adult table. This is Adult Swim.
Right. Yeah, like, it makes no sense that he's asking everyone for $1 or basically punking everyone for $1 at the same moment that he's getting credit for not having taken $1 the first time. Like, make it make sense.
So why don't you pay for your brother?
No, I agree.
Why should I pay for what? Him getting prosecuted for crimes he committed?
Pay for testosterone because you sound like a bitch.
Oh God.
Oh really? Okay.
Oh, hold on for a second, guys. So
I'll win the base
Trump
off.
actually paid his companies almost $13 million fucking dollars, American tax dollars. So it wasn't like he didn't make $1. He just did it a different type of way. He made bank, and what American president gets paid $13 million a year?
Why does the Australian government have? Why does the Australian government?
Don't do what about Don't do what about
Why does Australia have a $10 billion deficit?
So
just about Australia.
Yeah, before we go to Australia, I just want to read out the list. It's not super long. Here's a list of the companies and individuals donating to help pay for the ballroom, which was supposed to be $200 million and now it's $300 million. This is according to the White House. Altria Group, Amazon, Apple, Booz Allen Hamilton, Caterpillar, Coinbase, Comcast Corporation, J. Pepe and Amelia Fenjul, Hard Rock International, Google, HP, Lockheed Martin, Meta Platforms, Micron Technology, Microsoft, NextEra Energy, Palantir Technologies, Ripple, Reynolds American, T-Mobile, Tether America, Union Pacific Railroad, Adelson Family Foundation, Stephen E. Brody, Betty Wald Johnson Foundation, Charles and Marissa Cascarilla, Edward and Sherry Glazer, Harold Hamm, Benjamin Leon Jr., the Lutnick family. Somebody put in the chat, that is Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce. Laura and Isaac Perlmutter Foundation, Stephen A. Schwartzman, Konstantin Sokolov, Kelly Loeffler and Jeff Sprecher, Paolo Tiramini, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, and those are the only, about the names I know, those were the twins that sued the Meta dude, Zuckerberg. So isn't that interesting, guys? Like, I don't know why I, as an American, would have a problem with that. Do y'all see an issue with that?
What I find funny is that when you said Kelly Loeffler, she's the ex-senator from Georgia, so I find that funny.
Really?
Yeah, and she has a position now. I forget. Secretary of Small Business or something like that. Yeah, so interesting.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. I wonder if I looked up most of those people, the names that I'm not familiar with, I bet they've had something to do, or some sort of involvement with this administration that benefited them. And then for the foundations to give this money, y'all, it better not be a tax deduction, because that would be insane. Give to the White House and I'll give you a tax deduction. Isn't that crazy? I'm just saying, like...
Why would it be crazy if a charitable contribution is allowed under the Internal Revenue Code?
The White House is a charity now. So that would mean that if they gave a $10 million... So when you use a foundation, right, depending on the type of asset that you contribute, it could be like, let's just say a tangible asset like real estate or a vehicle. Y'all ever get those little things that say, hey, donate your old car to the Salvation Army and it's a tax deduction. So you actually get more of a tax deduction if it's cash. So with your foundation. So that would literally mean that the $10 million is not really $10 million. Because if it's coming from a foundation or it's a charitable deduction, right? They get to write some of that off, which is insane. That's
I know you want to try to impress us with your knowledge.
I'm not trying to impress anybody with my knowledge because you're here, so that's impossible to do. Because your reference point is shit.
But people make.
So how would I impress you by using a white bee to wipe my ass? I'm sorry for being explicit, but y'all know Ross get on my damn nerves.
People make donations all the time to government entities and get write-offs.
It's the White House. Do we really want? So first of all, you probably don't see.
Can you give us one example of that so that we all can be on the same page?
The Smithsonian.
They give money to the Smithsonian. Okay, interesting. We're going to look this up. They give it to the governmental entity, the Smithsonian, or the Smithsonian Foundation?
The Smithsonian is a governmental entity. Is it owned by the U.S. government?
I very much doubt that who you donate to is the federal government. What I'm guessing, and I'm going to look it up. What I'm going to guess is that there's a Smithsonian Foundation that you give to, which is not the same thing. That's my guess, but I haven't looked yet. I'll look. I'll be back.
Okay. Is the Smithsonian owned by the government?
No.
I'll find you another example. Be right back.
Yeah, Chester.
Yeah, you do that. You do that. You sound simple as hell.
Well, the Smithsonian, it's not owned by the government, right? So it has a board, but it's not overseen. So for all of you that always want to talk about, right? So no, it's actually
the U.S. government that funds it significantly, plus private donations. No, yeah, you're right. It's definitely not owned. There's a board, but definitely not a.
Yeah, there's a board of regents. So just like when we talk about irrevocable trust, once you give an asset away, it's no longer owned by the donor or the grantor. It is owned by.
So the Smithsonian is a private-public partnership.
It depends. All private independent of the government.
Since y'all want to play that game, all right, the White House is property owned and trust for the people of the United States. All right, so it's trust property. All right, I'll land there.
That's the White House. We're talking about the Smithsonian. So what are you getting at, man?
They were trying to say that because the Smithsonian is in a trust and it's not the government, but all trust property, all public property, that owned by the federal government is held in trust for the people of the United States. So making a donation. Do I need to say it again?
Yeah. No, spare us.
Hey, I'm gonna make it easier for you.
Your Honor, what were you saying? Because I know you were.
I'm gonna make it easier. I'm gonna make it easier for you. I'm gonna find another example.
Good, great, because it's a really bad example. It is kind of an interesting outlier, to be fair to you, in that it was founded as a charitable trust and also as a 501c3, but basically it's a private-public partnership. When you donate to the Smithsonian, you're donating to a 501c3. Just like if you were given to the Red Cross or whatever local charity, and it's not the government. Is the answer to your question fundamentally?
Because it was.
You don't donate to the government. You go to the Smithsonian.
So the White House
there's some connection to the government in this Smithsonian.
Well, yeah, there is. Okay. I said it's a private-public partnership. That means it's between government and this 501c3 foundation or charity. So there's a connection. I'm not saying there's no connection, but when you give to the Smithsonian, you're not giving to the government. And the part that's actually most important is that you can't give to the Smithsonian as a means of currying favor. So like you could give $100 million to the Smithsonian and like the best thing you're getting is an invite to the gala. You're not getting like your business permits passed or the regulation released or the lawsuit by the government against you will be, forgiven or whatever. That's not what's going to happen if you give it to the Smithsonian. When you donate to this dude's, why are you talking about?
Hold your underwear. Go ahead.
When you donate to the White House, hold
your panties.
God. When you donate to the White House, you're doing it because you're trying to get something back. It's a quid pro quo. You're either looking for power or you're trying to get something done for you within government. Let's be honest.
He Catholic after me. Excuse me. I thought from you. Ain't nobody big.
Hold on. The White House is owned by the U.S. Park Services, and people make donations to the U.S. Park Services all the time. All right, like I said, property.
You said it's in a trust. That's what you said.
Okay. Okay.
Am I here wrong? Or are you correcting yourself?
What I said was that all property owned by the U.S. government is held in trust. All right, for the people of the country. All right. See, that's what you niggas.
That's not what you said. Oh. If you clarify, I will take the clarification. But that's not what you originally said.
No name calling.
All right. It is held in trust.
But thanks for clarifying.
You also don't give to the National Park Service. You give to the National Park Foundation, which is a 501c3. It's a similar public-private partnership.
I seriously doubt is that if the White House is in a nonprofit trust or a nonprofit entity, then I stand corrected. Let's all go to ChatGPT together.
In trust.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Hold on, Mr. Truss, hold on. Breaking news. Trump just pardoned the ByteDance founder, Jinping Zhao. There you have it. Because he's in the crypto play.
FTX guy in jail, but Binance guy gets off.
Well, the FTX
I know the FTX guy is
coming up. Yeah.
Oh, that's the person that got pardoned this morning. That's what you're talking about? Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you gonna play it? You gonna play it? You got something to play?
Hello? Yeah. No, I don't. I could play it, but it's no biggie.
But y'all know how unusual it is for
this is what happens when you leave the plus side. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, but I do have that. Somebody pointed out that the reason why Trump is fucking over the farmers, because you guys know Bill Gates bought up all the farmland in America, and some of the companies are buying all the farmland because they see the future value in farmland. So J.D. Vance started a company called Acre Trader. And what they're doing is slowly buying up. Peter Thiel, and a bunch of other guys, the MAGA tech bros, started a company when J.D. Vance was working at that venture capitalist firm of Peter Thiel, and they started a company called Acre Trader, which they're buying up all the farmland. Now, if you want to buy farmland on the cheap, so what they do, they buy the farmland from you, and then they lease it back to the farmers. So if you depress farmland in America, or you push the farmers out of business, therefore you could just come in and scoop up all that land for dirt cheap. Because farmland is actually not really. It's actually really cheap, especially in some states. So they're getting it on 10 cents on dollar because those farmers are literally filing for bankruptcy. Because one people don't realize that a lot of farmers consistently take loans from the government and also from commercial banks, so they can continue to buy seeds, buy all the equipment and whatnot. And they're always in debt. It's like they're chasing debt consistently. And now Acre Trader is buying up all that land for really dirt cheap. And J.D. Vance and them. So Trump and them literally have a plan. So when you hear they're not pro-farmers and they're not pro people raising cattle, they have a plan. So trust me, you guys think people are watching only what Trump's doing? But you gotta watch what Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance and look at what their businesses they're involved in and what they're doing. Because they're all ringing that tilt. They're all making money off this shit. And you're making a lot.
But to be honest, Mel, like Ted Turner has owned a lot of farmland. Didn't he have like thousands of acres in Montana?
Yes, Ted Turner could have literally had enough land, I think, connected, where he could draw cattle from Montana to New Mexico without passing on anybody else's land. That was the saying back in the day.
That doesn't mean anything considering those states are adjacent to each other.
Yeah, but farmland is a huge tax deduction.
You don't realize what I just said, but anyway, go ahead, Ross.
But no, I understand what you're saying. But like farmland is a huge tax deduction. Like I've seen clients who get land, like let's just say I'm in Houston, they get land in Fredericksburg. So if you get 100 acres in Fredericksburg and you just have, because your house is obviously not going to take up 100 acres, even if you have a 20,000 square foot barn dominium, that's barely half an acre. So what they do is they lease their land to to the cattle ranchers, and they'll let them graze on a certain portion. So this strategy would actually work for anybody, whether you have 1 acre, half an acre, and then you get to take the tax deduction, basically, that you have. There's special categories, like let's just say that you found a robin that is endangered or something. All you have to do is document it, and then there are special tax breaks that you get, like property taxes, depending on if you have a protected habitat, or so there are people that you can hire that will literally do that. Like, oh, I saw a spotted owl that's on the endangered species list, and then you can get some sort of protected status on your for your property taxes, and it's quite lucrative. Like, it's really worth it. So I will say that that's something that they've always done, versus, let's just say I'm buying a huge property out in California for $200 million, right? How much can you conceivably deduct? Versus, remember, like when Kanye, which he just sold it back, he bought all that property in Wyoming?
Yeah.
And there's animals on there?
Probably, yeah.
Yes, isn't that crazy?
But
we don't know what kind of heritage they had. But I'm just saying that there's Oh, go ahead, Emil. I'm sorry. I was just pointing out.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, there's actually an article there's an article in, I think it was the Washington Post, or I can't, the Wall Street Journal, I can't remember, where they talk about people are importing llamas. I was like, what the fuck are they importing llamas? So what people in Florida was doing, they were buying land.
What is the point that you were trying to make?
We're
You
just
make it
adding.
better if you interrupted him.
Yeah, we're just adding information. It's okay, bro.
No, but he read that. He said breaking news. He's, somebody's buying farmland. What is the point? What is your contention with that?
Oh my God.
That Trump is literally depressing. You missed the point where I said that Trump is literally depressing farmland. But guess what? The tariffs on soybeans, it's affecting American farmers. Those farmers plant soybeans. The guys who raise and herd cattle, they're being affected. So the farmland is depressed, and those guys are not getting a true return on their investment. That means the revenue coming in versus the cash going out. They're in debt. They're further indebted, and sooner or later they have to foreclose on their land. Acreage trader or what comes in and buys up the land for cheaper than what it's actually worth. Then he leases that land back to the farmers.
Yeah, it's like a modern day version of sharecropping.
Do you understand? I guess you have a comprehension problem.
It's highly predatory too. It happens quite a bit.
Think that doesn't depress. Property that are sold in distress situations, aren't usually, counted as legitimate comps. All right. So just because a farmer sells a piece of property at a distress price, all right, normal, real estate valuation practices will discount that and not count that as the value of property. So just because.
What the fuck are you saying, bro? You're just saying you're like a Trent. Not a Trent, a TC. You're just saying words. Okay, let me break it down to you so you could understand.
He's not ranked too tight. You gotta consider the source.
I'm not just saying. Hey, I'm not just.
And not too much on my friend Trent.
And another thing, I'm a land junkie. I'm a land junkie. All right, I do this for a living, and people,
You got the junkie part.
People all the time buy land, farm land.
Maybe if you heard from the white woman, you would understand. So hold up, because people like you, hold up. I'm gonna play the tape.
I don't need to hear.
Hold up, I'm gonna play the tape so you can hear from somebody else.
I don't need to hear a leftist. I don't need to hear a leftist.
We're about to drop you. Hush.
A website. It's called Acre Trader, and it is a way for you to partially invest in farmland, and then that farmland is then leased back to the farmer. So they benefit bigly from farmers going bankrupt, defaulting on their mortgages, defaulting on their loans, having to foreclose on their farmland so they can buy it up, pennies on the dollar, and then release it to those farmers and make profit off of that. What I found when I was looking into Acre Trader to remind myself of the details of it, I found out that it is funded by, it's called Naria Capital, and it was founded by J.D. Vance in 2019 with a guy called Colin Greenspan. And the other investors are Peter Thiel, Eric Schmidt, who used to be a Google CEO, Mark Andreessen.
Most people will tell you this is not emergency powers race. So there you have it. And you can Google verify all that stuff. Who owns it and what they do.
What you play means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing.
Thanks, Mel. Have y'all also?
I guess he passed the idiot test, so we can move on.
Have y'all also noticed that? Remember when they were talking about y'all seeing like all the? It's kind of like a conspiracy, but they're also talking about are the wealthy people preparing for something that we don't know? And you'll see like on social media, it'll be like, oh, I've hired somebody, I was hired to work on a bunker for Jeff Bezos, and what they're saying is that it's going to be a class war. Well, some of that is just conspiracy, right? But y'all do know that, since we're talking about this, that there are a whole bunch of uber wealthy, like wealthy, that have bought land in New Zealand. Have y'all been keeping up with that? Where are my Paris people? Have y'all been keeping up with
Trent when you need it?
Yeah, did y'all hear about that?
I've heard of Montana and Wyoming. They are actually converting.
No, they're in New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yes.
Down yes. It's one of the safest places if you have a nuclear war.
Let me see. Yep, and that's what so it started a couple of years ago. Let me see if I can find. And I found something, because some of those little things on TikTok. Here we go. This was in 2018. So it said wealthy individuals. It was like American journalist Matt Lauer, Peter Thiel, film director James Cameron, a whole bunch of people. Now this was from 2018. So y'all, you can imagine how many more have done it. And it is The Guardian, but I'm just saying, like, isn't that interesting? So to ML's point, right, because these people have been wealthy for a long, long time, right? So whatever estate planning or whatever, because I'm a tactic girl. I'm like, okay, they're doing this because
You know the vault. It's in New Zealand.
Why you interrupt her? I can't take that. Oh no, it's okay. I know it's not okay because like my ears can't take it. What were you saying, Nick? Oh, okay, the first lady. But I'm saying like these. So sometimes when we hear things like, the Walton family sold shares of Walmart stock, and then you see people are like, oh, do they know something that we don't? And I'm like, no, Walmart stock is at an all-time high. They're just selling some for liquidation purposes, and then when you look at it, it's like 0.02% of their stock holdings. But they'll say like, oh, they sold 2 million shares. Well, 2 million shares is a lot unless you own 200 million shares, right? So I'm like, that I acknowledge, that's just like the conspiracy theory people. But this started to catch my attention because I was like, why are these people all of a sudden going to New Zealand? And a lot of them were American billionaires. That just seemed unusual to me. So,
this was trying to add to it. There's a reason.
Okay, there's
I was trying to add 1 second. New Zealand has a seed vault. So in case of like end of times or there's some sort of disaster, it apparently keeps every type of seed you could imagine. If you had to regrow whatever is needed for the preservation of Earth. This is the very first one. So there is a reason why they're going to New Zealand.
Interesting. So this article is from a month ago. But yeah, so just adding that to the conversation. Who knows why people do things that have that amount of money, but I'm just saying that was, if y'all hear something about it, that's kind of interesting to me.
Hey, Mickey, I got an article about it. A lot of people have made videos about it, actually.
Leads. Why are billionaires flocking to New Zealand? From Peter Thiel's $7.7 million estate to James Cameron's 2,500-acre farm, the ultra-rich view it as apocalypse insurance. Fears of nuclear war, pandemics, and societal collapse drive them here. What do they know that we don't? Let's uncover their plans and how we can prepare. As these billionaires fortify their positions, the local population remains caught in a web of frustration and fear. Many New Zealanders voice their concerns online, lamenting the stark divide between the wealthy elite and everyday citizens. How can we thrive when they're hoarding land like it's gold? One user questioned, encapsulating the growing resentment. Meanwhile, the cost of living continues to rise, closing the door on opportunities for those who have lived in the country for generations. Understanding the implications of these actions is more important now than ever. New Zealand offers unmatched appeal for billionaires seeking refuge. Situated 2,500 miles from major cities, its isolation provides safety. The country boasts clean water, vast unpopulated land, and energy self-sufficiency. These factors make it ideal for surviving crises. New Zealand ranks among the world's safest places due to its stable democracy and low corruption rates. A user on X noted, New Zealand's neutrality makes it the elites go to refuge. Silicon Valley leads this land acquisition trend. Peter Thiel purchased a 477-acre plot for $7.7 million in 2015. He also owns a Queenstown home equipped with a panic room. Director James Cameron bought 2,500 acres in Wairarapa for $11.5 million. He is converting dairy farms to organic ventures. Other billionaires like Julian Robertson and Bill Gates own substantial properties here as well. Bunkers play a significant role in this movement. Rising S Company built 10 high-end bunkers, costing between $3 million and $8 million each. New Zealand's geopolitical stability is magnetic for wealthy buyers. Amid tensions between the US and China, its non-aligned stance offers security. The country's sparse population and low nuclear fallout risk further boost its appeal.
Yep, Ricky, there you yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, y'all, like, yeah, sometimes it's weird, like, if they move in a pack or something, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the seed thing, Ash, and thank you, lady, for the moderation, but yeah, if y'all remember, like, The Rock got a lot of pushback, too, for when the fires happened in Hawaii, and they were raising money. They were raising money for the residents of Hawaii, and then people, you know, rightfully so, I would say, were criticizing them because these are Uber multimillionaires, right? They get a tax deduction anyway. But this is just on another side of it, and then we can move on. But if y'all want to be interested in how diabolical some of these individuals are, so we've all heard of heirs property, right? Especially like the Black community, because let's just say that grandma and grandpa had 12 kids, right? Grandma and grandpa might have had 100 acres. They leave it to all 12 kids. They each get a portion. And then what happens is over time, right, it gets sold off. It gets parceled off here and there. So like 2 generations later, you might have 25 people that have a right to that property. So it's never retained and passed down generation to generation. Well,
you have no will.
It's something similar in well, thank you, Ultra. No, sometimes they have a will, but if you give 100 acres and you have 12 kids, you have 10 kids for the simple thing, and everybody gets 10 acres, and then those 10 children, 8 of them have at least 3 kids. You see how it gets parsed out over time. So something similar happens in Hawaii. So what they accuse Mark Zuckerberg of, this is why this man is diabolical. Zuckerberg walks around with that little goofy smile and his little $200 cashmere hoodies, y'all. But Zuckerberg is not. He's not a nice man.
Don't let me hear your voice again over somebody else's.
Zuckerberg is not a nice man. So what Zuckerberg was doing, y'all, because you know the Hawaiians, like, their land is some of the most beautiful, you know, in the world. So they're used to people coming. So this happens a lot. But what Zuckerberg did, y'all, is he created all of these different little baby entities to make it seem as if he wasn't the one that was buying the land. This mofo is diabolical because he knew that people would not sell to him outright. So I'll try to put an article for people that want to look into it, but his ass ain't no good. He know damn well that people didn't want him over there. He created all of these little entities, right, to buy up these people land, and then now they're like, you know, we didn't want you to do that. But anywho, I just wanted to share that. Don't let Zuckerberg little, you know, I'm just a good old boy, fool y'all. His ass is diabolical. But anyway, we can move on.
That's low-key smart, though. I hate to say it, but it is.
Yeah, but there's always a way to do it. Like, if you want to come in and buy it, that's why I said was legal is not always ethical, because people do this all the time. That's why the old adage, follow the money. You just got to follow the money to follow the money to follow the money. Like, that's what FinCEN was trying to do for the business owners. Remember, I didn't have a problem with it because I'm not laundering money. when it was only the government. Remember, the Trump administration finally put a stop to it, but it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth during the Biden administration. Like what? Like at least 5 or 6 times, you had to pay to upload your LLC or your corporation information to FinCEN, right? And they wanted to know anybody who had at least a 25% ownership. That's just because you have a lot of foreign entities or a lot of the LLC bros that are creating these entities. They're doing fraudulent business, and then they're just pretty much like escaping, and nobody ever really knows who the majority interest owners are. I know this is going to get kind of boring, so we can move on. But I'm just saying, y'all, do your due diligence. If you don't know who that company is, or somebody just comes from nowhere and offers you a bunch of money, like for your grandma's property, just be aware that it could be some billionaire's company or a BlackRock or a Blackstone pretty much shilling as some brand new company, and then before you know it, you've sold your property to like one of these major corporate enterprises. That's all. Because some people really don't want to do business with them, and I understand. But y'all be careful. They know how to slum, like they're just a newly formed business and they're just, trying to get a leg in. And meanwhile, they're backed by $1 billion corporation. I just don't agree with that.
But that's how they, during the pandemic, exactly. That's how they kind of amped up the prices too. Because it's hard to, if you're trying to bid for something and you're going up against a billionaire company, it's tough. But I think it was Kamala who had something that she wanted to bring forth, where these billionaire companies were to be able to buy up residential homes, but I don't think that ever happened.
Miki, that's also why they started. Remember the CTA, the Corporate Transparency Act, where they were going to make us show everybody that was behind every LLC, and we had to file a statement of information by said date, and they pump fake to get everybody feeling like we better disclose it, and then pull back at the very last second after at least 70 and 80% of the people already disclosed their statement of information showing where the fuck they were. So now they're exposed, but the smart people held on to that shit. They didn't do it. And the reason why they didn't do it is because they need that same cloak to be able to go out and use these companies and purchase things indiscreetly or hold assets in LLCs that you know that they own indiscreetly. So I knew they were going to never put it all the way out there. It's the same reason they put out the CTA for.
Right, but I don't have a problem with that, because that's the thing. When you sign like tax returns, or let's just say that I'm an LLC, I'm even opening a brokerage account with Fidelity, right? Or I'm opening a bank account. They want to see your formation documents, or there's something called the certification of trust, or like a certification of an entity. So basically, because Fidelity and Schwab and Bank of America are not going to get in trouble for you being a money launderer, right? Because that's really what it comes down to. Are you engaged in fraudulent practices? And so financial institutions, especially after 9/11, there are certain things that they have to do their due diligence, right? So they're gonna run your name. I can never remember what the damn thing is, y'all, because what is the damn? It's like a program or a group or an agency. Like you run a name through to make sure that it's not on your icky list. So like it could be for any reason that somebody's name is on that. Like if a client had come to me and said, hey, I want to make a payment to Joe Blow's Garage Company, I had to put Joe Blow's Garage Company, or the back office put Joe Blow's Garage Company in Colorado on the we don't do business with them list. If they were on that list, then we'd say, I'm so sorry, we can't issue a third party check. Right now, if the client was like, send me a wire for $10,000 to my bank account, right? They could do whatever they wanted with Joe Blow's wire company, but we couldn't send a check directly if they were on that list. And then we'd have to say, somebody wants to send payment to Joe Blow's whatever, and it's just like a little form you fill out, and then, whatever. But the thing is, like, people don't realize that if you have a certain percentage of an owner, like one of the craziest ones I've ever personally seen, this was like a 3rd generation trust. These were uber wealthy people. Their parents formed an oil and gas company. I won't say which one, but you probably use them. And they had maintained a majority ownership for generations. A generation is typically 30 years. So let's just say close to 100 years. They had trust after trust after trust after trust. So they had a new trust, because this is what wealthy people do. They get together and say, oh, let's here, this is a great business opportunity, sister. So let's put your 2 trusts and my 3 trusts and my son's 4 trusts and da-da-da-da-da, and let's form a new trust. So you got all these damn owners, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. And Fidelity is like, oh, this is lovely. All of you motherfuckers need to sign. Who's the trustee? Who's the... But see, this is why people do like a partnership, because in a partnership, right, you have the general partner, that's a 1%, usually the 1% majority, but that 1% ownership, the GP, that's what the general partner is. You look at the documents, sometimes they're the only ones that have to sign, but you call it sometimes a managing general partner, meaning you have limited partners, right? So maybe we assign one trust as the managing general partner, usually the eldest child, because they have the most money. And then all of the other little baby trusts are the limited partners. So depending on if it's Fidelity, if it's Schwab, if you're doing something with BlackRock, if you're doing something with Vanguard, if you're doing something with JP Morgan Chase, if you're doing something with Gemini, if you're doing something with me, I'm like, let me see those formation documents. Okay, all of you mofos need to sign. Sometimes it's like, only 10% ownership needs to sign. Sometimes only 5%. Sometimes it's like every damn body that's touching this shit need to sign. I don't give a shit if it's 0.05% for the grandbabies trust. Somebody need to sign, right? I'm getting lost in the sauce. Y'all know I love this stuff, so I'm a hush. But basically, if you're not doing anything dirty, who the fuck cares who owns the ownership, the entity? Fidelity is not going to release your information. That was my point, Gemini. So people that didn't want to give up that information, I'm like, well, who's signing your damn documents? Because when you have a K1 for certain kind of entities, right? You're supposed to distribute out those funds and everybody's supposed to get a tax document because everything comes down to a social security number. An entity cannot sign for itself. There is a person that comes down to controlling that entity. So if I'm working with somebody and they're like, well, I don't want the government all in my business, I'm like, your business literally is a government formation. So what are we talking about here? You're not about to get me in trouble with the popo. Go on somewhere else. You're not about to get my stuff messed up with that. Anywho, thank y'all for listening to...
I don't want to go too deep down this, but, and I also don't like saying too much on that, but there's various ways that you can have a representative sign for you via an LLC that has been formed in a manner that doesn't list you. There are certain companies, and I have a friend that does this, that has done mine for a long time. She actually, well, I don't want to say friend, she works with, whatever you want to call it. She got the company from her father. I worked with her father first, and then I don't know if he passed or not, but I know that she's the one running the company now. And they specialize in corporations that are used for asset protection or anonymous investments, and you don't have to sign shit, including for your bank account. Nothing. You're not on paper nowhere. It's the whole old adage of control everything and own nothing type of deal. Is that, and they know that. That's why those SOIs were coming down. They're doing that. Like, that's not new. It's just new to a few. They've been doing that for a long time, many moons, right? So there's a lot of people that are leveraging LLCs. At first, back in the day, it was a big thing with Nevada. Remember, Nevada had a strong corporate veil, and it was very hard to pierce the corporate veil, even if you went to a lawsuit. And that was the first thing. Then that came in, and then they started having companies that processed and created companies just for that reason. Like, that's it. Like, you don't have to sign anything. They do everything. That's where those SOIs were trying to target.
I mean, I'm just saying, and we can move on, but you're never anonymous. Like, I will tell you, you're literally never anonymous, right? It's a fallacy. This is also how people's stuff gets stolen, because you're essentially giving power of attorney to someone under the guise of a registered agent. This is why you have to, and this is unsolicited financial, it's not financial advice, I'm just using my thoughts. I'm not instructing anybody. Don't be like Miki said this and that, because no, unless that check clears, you are not my client. Let me make that announcement. Y'all are essentially giving some form of power of attorney to these registered agents. You don't know these people, right? There's probably a little certification that they get, so you don't know in what capacity they're signing. I would never do that. My registered agent, because I do have a business, it's organized in Texas. My registered agent is simply for the purpose because I don't have a physical business address, and according to the state of Texas and other state jurisdictions, you have to have a physical location for you to be served, or in case they need to send official state business. That's really it, right? I'm not giving power of attorney to my registered agent. I don't give a shit if my business was incorporated in Spain, in London, in The Galapagos Islands. You're not signing shit for me. Hell no. The fuck? You're not signing that. You better mail me my goddamn notice and put it in that portal, because that's what I'm paying you $79.99 a year for. You were supposed to receive my mail, and I'm signing every damn thing. I'm signing my tax returns. I'm signing my franchise tax return. Shout out to Texas for always wanting the goddamn piece of paper. They're not signing shit on my behalf. So Gemini, this is just me. The IRS, the FBI, the CIA, everybody gonna know this is Miki Gabriel shit. You're not signing for me. See, that's how people get taken advantage of, and then you be like, oh, I don't know. They stole my $5 million. Yeah, because you basically giving their ass power of attorney. I'm not doing that shit.
This is where you sidestep that. You create a document between them. You could give them limited powers, right? And you determine the scope and you determine the way that happens, the order that happens in. Meaning you have to do X, Y, and Z, and then you present it to me, and then I authorize the signature, and then you sign on my behalf. So even though they're controlling things for you, you're controlling them privately. I just sent you the name of a company that specializes that in your back channel, because I'm not going to put that out here on it. But just go ahead and look up that company. I'm telling you, there are companies that do nothing but this. Nothing but. And a lot of my wealthy friends utilize these companies so that they can make investments without people being in their business and have it off record. The cannabis space has that a lot, because there's a lot of investors that are conservative by nature, very, very wealthy individuals, billionaires, millionaires. They want to invest in the cannabis space, but because of the federal legality, they try to stay at an arm's distance. So they have a representative for them. They'll have a LLC that's not directly attached to them do all of their investing. This is super common, super common.
What is the? Well, wait a minute. So, what if the veil is
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking to your bitch ass. Don't ask me.
No, I mean, if the veil is pierced, it's not like you're gonna be able to like not be exposed.
I'm not explaining shit to you. Somebody else can.
No, I mean. You know, just because somebody is signing for you, just because somebody is signing for you, if the fucking veil is pierced and it goes to litigation and they do tracing into the asset, all right, it's not like they're not going to be able to just not be exposed. The fuck? It's just, that's what people like to talk about.
You're absolutely, I don't know what I was thinking. You're right, sir.
Ross is being a poo-poo head, but he is right. Like, I could do a forensic search on any entity that exists, and especially if I was representing someone, or if a court, even the jurisdiction of the United States, asked to see who was the owner, there's always going to be something that ties back to the owner. It's the same with a trust. And I mean, I understand what Gemini is saying. Like, some people do like to operate anonymously. Like, real estate guys, right? When I started working with real estate people, because I was not used to professionally working with individuals that utilize real estate for income. A lot of wealthy people, they just purchase real estate because they can, right? Like we talked about Peter Thiel and all of these people owning farmland, and Zuckerberg owning farmland. I doubt that Zuckerberg has tenants and is doing an Airbnb for his property when he's in New York. No, they just buy shit because they can afford it, right? Real estate is the second highest asset that's held by wealthy people outside of your house. So, yeah. So I had to learn about how they utilize different entities, because if you have a property in one entity and somebody sues you, like that tenant, then, you don't want it to bleed into your other entity. And corporations are pretty much the same. They have subsidiaries. Like, how many companies does Disney own, right? It's not just under the umbrella of Disney, because that is like how corporations work, right? They will form another LLC, an entity, a subsidiary. They'll spin off that. They'll spin off this. They do it all the time, right? It's better for structuring, and it's better for tax purposes, because then if Disney Inc. is utilizing, does Disney own Pixar or whatever that animation studio is? You can basically lease that service. You can charge that service. You can whatever that service. So that's how they work, right? That's very standard. That's not a big deal at all. This is why I love CPAs. They work their weight in gold, because they're the ones a lot of times that have to figure out how these things work. So this is why people who used to work for the IRS that go into the private sector literally can make so much money because that information is worth its weight in gold, right? So, but the point that I'm trying to make is like there is no true transparency because, for example, the way that we hear it a lot, especially with real estate, is you don't want people Googling your name and finding out who you are. True, but if it's a court of law,
You mean there's no true anonymity?
there's no true anonymity.
Could you go on mute and let?
Yeah, Ross, hush. I get it. See, if you weren't such a poo-poo head, people would want to engage with you. And I don't know everything, so people please correct me. Like, there's been a lot of legislation that's passed. I haven't delved into the one big beautiful bill because I haven't just had the heart to. So they might have changed the whole game. But typically, if you're hauled into a court of law or the IRS comes and says there's some funny business like with Diddy, they're going to, through discovery, find out who the ultimate owners are, right? There's only so much that you can hide. There's people that have access to things like, I can go on the Texas Secretary of State website right now, because I've had to do this before. A lot of that stuff is public record. So can you really have an anonymous entity? I would say no. Even Elon Musk himself, the wealthiest man in the world. Does anybody remember what happened with him? Why he's yelling at Wyoming in the Chancery Court, which is the court that oversees corporate issues, not just the regular judicial establishments, because they didn't want to give him his raise. Do y'all remember? Is anybody keeping in touch with that? Mister, I know Mister's in the chat. Yeah. So what did Elon say? Kiss my ass. I'm gonna incorporate in Texas. That's partially why he's moving to Texas, because the Chancery Court keeps telling him no, because it's shareholders that are bringing him to court. Like, no, you shouldn't get all this money. So anywho, I love this stuff, but it's fascinating. Delaware, yes, the Chancery Court is in Delaware. Yep.
But make you remember what the big beautiful bill did. They fired a whole bunch of IRS agents.
That's one of the reasons.
So who?
I'm sorry.
So who's gonna investigate you now?
That's one of the reasons people like to incorporate in Wyoming and Delaware. When you get through the lawsuit, yes, a lot of times if they lose, they can start trying to see if there is any, like if they didn't keep their personal assets and their corporate assets separate, then your personal assets can be liable, and that's when that usually comes into play. But a lot of times these big investors, they're not getting into lawsuits. They're just using this to stay anonymous. And I'm telling you right now, 100%, I'm not guessing, I'm not doing the clubhouse thing. There are absolute ways to form corporations that stay anonymous. The only time that I would start to agree with what you're saying is if they have to go through litigation, and the litigation starts to go in favor, even pre-litigation, if they settle out, you still won't know who the fuck you settle with. I promise you. It has to go through a full-fledged loss in the court system for them to really start to try to pierce that corporate veil. That's why people go to Wyoming. That's why people go to Delaware. That's why people used to go to Nevada. That is a big deal with a lot of high net worth individuals that utilize that all day, every day. I know that firsthand.
That's my understanding too. I've incorporated in Wyoming, and I was explaining like just that. The only way they can find out who you are is if it's court ordered.
But that's who else are you trying to hide from? I mean, that's kind of the thing. And Jim and I know, I get what you're saying.
Me keeping all other business partners. Think about this, okay? I have a person that I work with that is very, very, very wealthy in the cannabis space, but he's a very conservative person, right? He has investments in churches and all kinds. His real estate portfolio is ridiculous. If it was to come out that he was in the cannabis space, it would impact him in a negative way. Now, he's still going to be rich as hell. I don't even want to say what level of richness it is because it narrows it down too quickly. But he's still going to be rich as hell, but that would impact him. Therefore, he operates anonymously through an anonymous corporation. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like he's hiding from the government per se. He's not doing anything illegal, but he's doing something that would impact his image, even though it is still legal. So he stays anonymous. That's why they do that.
I mean, I did it for just so I didn't start getting a bunch of mail and offers and people calling my phone and trying to sell me business services and shit like that. I just wanted to be left alone. So.
Right, but do y'all know that you could basically do that through a trust? That's what I'm saying. Trusts, in my opinion, revocable trusts offer way more anonymity. So, example, and I will preface this by saying, working in Texas with ultra high net worth clients, including working at a trust firm with literally third generation wealth, I mean, generations of people who had access to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income that were born not working for multiple generations because of what a great grandparent did, or there was oil or whatever, right? 99% of their corporations and their wills and their trusts were basically in Texas, because it's such it just really depends, right? It depends on if your business is, trans commerce, but in my opinion, doing all that, which is very expensive to structure in another state, if you're really only operating in a particular state, it doesn't make any difference. But that's just my opinion. So I'll give an example.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, but, unless I'm like missing something here, even in the LLC, I mean, the membership, in the LLC is not like public information. I mean, you don't share your operating agreement and your memberships with that's not something that you register at the Secretary of State. At least in my state, you don't have to register. You don't have to make that public information who the members of an LLC is.
No, your information. Let me give you an example. I'll give you two examples, but I'll come around to that.
I'm agreeing with you. So what I'm saying is this going through all these different steps. I mean, unless a state is requiring, a registrant or an entity to list all of their members in the LLC, I don't see why it's even fucking needed.
Well, it just depends. That's why I said it just depends, right? Because everything that you do is not an investment or for the government. There's corporate transparency. So this is what I'm saying, right? So so first I'll preface by saying, for people who don't know, since we're having this conversation, I've been in wealth management for 30 years. I can remember a time when to set up a trust account or a partnership account or an entity account, you had to send in the entire document. And when I say the entire document, you had to send in the entire document. Somewhere probably around 20 years ago, after Know Your Client, KYC, all of those things, it changed to where the firms wanted to indemnify themselves against your document. Now, mind you, they never made any kind of decisions. Like, for example, if there was a trust account that was opened for First Lady and her son, and there was a trust document. He's a trust fund baby. First Lady is the grantor and the trustee, right? If he was on the account and he called Fidelity and said, "Hey, my mama won't let me get a PS5, send me $1,000. Look in that trust document, it says I can get it." Fidelity would be like, "Hey, get your mama on the phone because she's a trustee. We're not talking to you, little boy. You're the beneficiary, but you have no authority over this. Your mama's the trustee. If your mama want to sign for it, fine. If not, get off my phone. I ain't got nothing to do with that," right? So, because that would put them in the position of being a fiduciary beyond what their requirements are, right? Fidelity is supposed to make sure that the trades go through, make sure the documents go to the IRS, make sure that the statements are in place, all of that stuff. Look at the cost basis. That's Fidelity's requirement as a fiduciary, right? They're not supposed to look at your documents and make business decisions, because that's also accounting advice, right? Which shares should I sell? Fidelity won't tell you that. They'll be like, look at your cost basis. Let me show you how you look at that, and you make a decision. We're not going to give you any financial advice. And these Fidelity, Schwab, Vanguard, Ameriprise, they're very, very good at that. What construes tax advice, investment advice, they're just not going to do that, because that puts them in liability, right? So now, somewhere in the 20 years, what you have to send in is the first page of the document, which gives you the title, right? Because it could be First Lady's trust for my son. It could be the lady trust. It could be my son's trust. It could be, the generational legacy. It could be titled whatever she wants. It shows the date that the trust was established, right? And then they want the last page. The last page shows the signatories, right? The people who sign, right? The grantor, sometimes the trustee has to sign, whatever. It shows who is responsible for that entity. All Fidelity wants to know is who is going to sign on this DocuSign and who is the one that's going to make requests. Same with Bank of America, same with JP Morgan Chase. People in the industry know, Like Bank of America is an asshole. They want every goddamn thing. JP Morgan Chase is a little bit chill. Fidelity is all about the business. Schwab is all about the business. Some firms are very strict, some firms are not. Like people literally make decisions on who to bank with and who to brokerage with because of how strict and stringent they are. And everybody in the industry knows, like there's no workaround. Fidelity is a beast. You're gonna do exactly what they say. There's no exceptions to that rule, right? If you're trying to do some funny business, you're just not gonna be with Fidelity. You're not gonna be doing it with Bank of America because they're assholes, right? So if you don't have the document, because keep in mind, First Lady, this trust could have been inherited from her great grandfather. Maybe they don't have the document, but they know the tax ID, they know the information. So then Fidelity says, okay, you don't have the document. In lieu of the document, you're going to sign something called a certification of trust. First Lady is going to provide the name. First Lady is going to provide the date of incorporation or establishment. First Lady is going to provide the situs, which is basically the jurisdiction that the trust was structured, because maybe she lives in California now. The trust was originally established in New York. That is important. And then she's going to put the tax ID. She's going to sign off. I am the trustee and I certify that this information is correct, and send it off, and boom, now she has her trust account, right? So, oh, damn, I lost my train of thought. Okay, second thing I wanted to say. This is a true story.
Girl, you just said like 12 things. What you talking about second?
Yeah, I'm about to say the second thing, the fuck.
Do we want to chat? Y'all know I could just keep going on and on about this. I'm sorry. I didn't give you a generational trust, First Lady. Damn.
And listen, I'm sitting back here. Let me just stick with that for a minute. Let me ponder on.
Okay, well, y'all ponder on that before I give the explanation. But basically, that was the thing. Like,
I need to call them people up and say, let me hold something.
Let me hold something, okay?
Ricky, can I interject?
Call Fidelity, of course.
Okay, like I want to go back to what what's his name was saying. He was saying, well, you know, you only have to list the member, one member, and if you list one member, then all the other members are protected, right? But you're still listing the member. A lot of people don't want to list shit, right? So there's certain states, the majority of the states do require you to list at least one member if it's member managed. But there are other states that don't require you to list any members at all, which is where you start getting more privacy, right? They only have to list the agent, the RA. So a lot of the people will go to a Wyoming, to a Delaware, because they only have to list the RA and they can stay completely off the record, which gives you a stronger corporate veil. They don't even have a starting point, right? You look at the company, you see a RA, you see the location locally, and then it's probably owned by, registered as a foreign entity somewhere else in a completely different state, because they're just using that state for its benefits as far as the anonymity. Like, so when we started saying, like, we can always find out, you really cannot always find out unless you're going through litigation. You don't have a clue. Like, that is a fucking myth. Outside of that, I agree with you, Mickey. A lot of people will do this, especially in certain spaces. They'll pair the anonymous LLC with the irrevocable trust, right? And they call that layers of protection. So, right, you have the first LLC that owns it, and that's owned by irrevocable trust. Now, how do you find out who's who? You see what I'm saying? That's what a lot of times you'll see that, and they can add a third layer of protection. They'll do a land trust. Then the land trust, so you purchase the land, you put the land under the land trust. The land trust is owned by the private LLC. The private LLC is owned by the irrevocable trust. Layers. You see what I'm saying? So there's people that specialize in this. I'm telling you.
No, I understand, Gemini. I've literally worked with multiple billionaires. Not that they were my clients, but I've worked with firms that have worked with them. And I've also worked with family offices. Like, did you know people? That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they still don't operate from a level of you can't know who we are, because that's what I'm saying. The average person just doing a Google search, maybe not, but there are so many things that are public record. For example, the name of an LLC, it can't be quote unquote a private, like I don't even know what a private LLC means when people say that, because even to name an entity, you need to go to the state, because you're talking about the situs of your entity, which is the jurisdiction in which it's formed. I'm talking about operationally, because if you are going to go through all of that trouble to set up an entity, what are you going to place in it? Because Oregon or Georgia or Texas, only jurisdiction Oregon or Georgia or Texas. If you are going to New Zealand and purchasing an entity, this is what I'm telling you, they don't give a shit what the state of Oregon says about your entity and your anonymity. You are going to complete whatever documents they tell you to complete, or you're just not doing business with them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fidelity does not give a shit where your entity was incorporated.
Give me
That's what I'm saying.
an example so I can follow it.
Okay, so this is an example I'm going to give. I had a client in California who was part of a small business. They got bought out. They got millions and millions of dollars, right? The C-suite people, the top 5, they got not millions, millions and millions of dollars. So he went from maybe making $600,000 or $700,000 or $8,000 a year to about a $30 million payout. He did not want his other colleagues to know that they went and spent like $8 million on a house. So California is also crazy, by the way, y'all. The way that you notarize, it's weird. Like it's California is just one of those special states. God bless people in California, Texas, Louisiana, and New York. They're just weird.
Just keep going.
Yeah, they're just weird. So this client, so we had to work to facilitate the deal, which was going to be all in cash. Then we had to hurry up and create a revocable trust, which was named like Boo Boo the Fool Trust, because when you went to the California Property Appraisal District, if you looked up his address, he did not want it to say his name. He did not want people to look up the house and know that he spent some of that $30 million or whatever on this property. So we created a revocable trust for tax purposes. They didn't want to create an irrevocable trust, right? Because their children were little and they didn't really see the purpose in that. So they put the property in a revocable trust. So now when you look up the appraisal district, right, it shows the name of the revocable trust, but it's not going to show their name because you can put that entity there. But when dealing with the state of California, or outside of that, he had to provide whatever documents the state of California provided. That's what I'm saying. Just because you establish an entity in a particular state, maybe operationally, the way that state requires you to establish that entity, that supersedes the state of Texas. But if you were going to do business with any other financial institution or a vendor or somebody, you're going to have to do whatever the fuck they want you to do. That's what I'm saying. I'll give you another example, right? My homeowners association, of which I've been president of, we have a third-party management group, right? I could not reference a really, really good vendor until they had everything that the property management group required. The property management group, for compliance purposes, they made sure that every single vendor that came on our property, whether they were going to install a $500,000 fence or they were going to install a $50 sign telling members when we were having meetings, they had to have $1 million in errors and omissions insurance. No exceptions. So it didn't matter how good you were. It didn't matter for working with, oh damn, I always said the neighborhood. The requirement working with our neighborhood were that you had to have a valid checking account, your operating documents, right? They had to know who they were dealing with, and they had to see that you had active errors and omissions insurance. That was it. And if you didn't have that shit provisioned for them or signed for them, then you couldn't work with them. Period. So that's what I'm saying. So when I hear people say, and that's fine, right? Because I've literally been on the opposite end doing the due diligence, doing the research. Because people talk about Wyoming and Delaware for the situs of your entity, but there's also a different situs that people go to have a Wyoming trust or a Delaware trust or a Montana trust, right? Or a Nebraska trust. And I'll just say really quick, I know I've been saying a lot. What would be an example of why I would go to, let's just say, Nebraska to do my irrevocable trust versus Texas when I live in Texas? Let's just say that Nebraska does not have a requirement that when my beneficiaries are 18, that they receive a statement indicating how much is in that trust or what the assets are. Some people have a problem with that. They don't want their grandchildren to know that grandma and grandpa are worth $100 million, or they don't want their kids to know that grandma and grandpa are worth $100 million, or mom and dad are worth $10 million. But their children are beneficiaries. But let's just say the state of Texas, for trust reasons, says, hey, if you're creating an irrevocable trust, because remember, an irrevocable trust, I'm giving those assets to the beneficiaries. They may not have access to them directly, but that irrevocable trust states that I am the grantor. I am putting these assets in this entity. I'm giving them away. They no longer belong to me. They belong to my beneficiaries, and the trustee is over these assets. Those states say, hey, just to reduce fraud, when your beneficiaries turn 18 or 21 or 25, they need to get a statement so that they can see what is coming to them, even if they don't have access until they're 50 years old, right? So that's what I'm saying. Wyoming can tell you what they require and tell you you're anonymous and this and that and life is good, but I'm telling you that Fidelity will be like, I don't give a fuck what Wyoming said. You better sign here, here, and here. I want to know the ownership of the entity. I want to know the beneficiaries. I want to know everybody. Or you can take your ass to a brokerage firm in Wyoming and you have a good day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, certain financial institutions could try to pierce the corporate veil, and if you don't comply, then they don't comply, and that's that. Then you go to another financial institution that does, and the majority don't do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So 98% of the time, I'm going to be able to do whatever the fuck I want anonymously, and doing it forever anonymously. Then I have well, I don't even want to say, there's so far I could go down this rabbit hole that I don't think it would be beneficial for me to give a thorough explanation. But I will say this, let's speak in general terms. Some people create anonymous LLCs for investment purposes. Some of them do it for asset protection, right? But I'm telling you right now, as long as they keep them separate and they're not under any duress or litigation, you won't know who the fuck you're dealing with. And if they don't want to, if you don't want to do business with them because they're not giving you full disclosure and you're just meeting a managing member or an RA or a representative that has power of attorney for said corporation, then you don't do business with them, but you don't know who they are. You don't have a clue.
That's what I'm saying. If you're at that level where you need that level of protection, I'm not sure why you're in business anyway. Because if you need to file bankruptcy, you can only have representatives sign for you if whatever jurisdiction that you're dealing with or institution allows it. That's what I'm saying. The majority of institutions, we're talking brokerages, we're talking title companies, right? They want to know who is responsible. They don't want to know who you've paid to be responsible. And I guarantee you, Gemini, now I remember when you and I got into it in the first time.
Mickey.
Wait 1 second, let me get this out. Y'all are not paying these people to show up in court all over the place for you because that's not a registered agent's job. That's not what they do. You cannot have a representative. Let's just say that there is a trial, right? Or somebody sues or somebody alleges fraud or whatever. Whatever, you could be dealing with consumer, what is it, y'all? The consumer affairs, whatever. They don't want to hear from your representative because your representative is not the one that engaged in the business deal. You are the one that engaged in the business deal. You are the one that is responsible. It is your entity. You are the managing partner, right? Not the limited partner. You don't even have these registered agents as a limited partner. They have no authority. You cannot give a third person authority, right, without disclosing that document. I'm telling you, you could go to Goldman Sachs right now and you could have $500 billion. You do not want a registered agent to represent you. You know why? Because that registered agent would have to have a power of attorney. And then you know what? Goldman Sachs is going to be like, well, that's fine. Where's the fucking document? Where is the piece of paper saying that you are giving this third party permission to act as yourself? They want to see it. And I'm going to tell you this, Gemini. You don't want to blindly trust somebody with that authority because I'll tell you, if you are dealing with an entity that does not want to see the signature of you assigning authority to that person, that is a red flag because they don't give a fuck. They can say anything.
Alright, so
okay, I know this is getting boring for the room.
It's not boring, but I feel like we can make it off the trails. Go ahead. Ross, I don't want to hear from you.
No, I'm going to respond to Nikki real quick. You keep saying the RA. I'm not saying it has to be a RA. It could be a managing member. It could be a manager. Or it could be a person appointed by you. And if you're having even any legal issues and to the point where they're forcing disclosure, you have an attorney. You don't have your RA going to court. You have a corporate attorney. You have your attorney that represents your business. Show up in court, right? Now, that's not how court works. Let me shut the fuck up. So when you get into litigation, we've already came to an agreement. More than likely, your information will come out at some point if you're going to litigation. We're not talking about the same thing. I'm talking about wealthy individuals using these corporations for investment purposes or asset protection. right? So when I'm not talking to you, bro. So when I'm talking to Mickey, let me say it clearly, Mickey. So when you're going through those things, as far as litigation goes, I have no pushback on that. At some point, going through court, yes. What I'm saying is they're not even going through court. They're making investments. They don't need a loan. They're not going to Fidelity because they need a loan. These are so well. These people have the money. They're just moving it discreetly, right? So they're not going to Fidelity and have to disclose. You don't want my money? I'll go to another fucking bank. I don't need you. They're rich, right? So we're talking about how they are structuring their assets, how they're making their investments in sectors that might be risky or sectors that might go against their investment profile, right? And they want to stay anonymous for that purpose. Legally, they might end up in court and they might have to expose themselves, which I know them. They would settle way before that. They're wealthy. This is just for privacy.
Mickey, 1 second, Mickey. All I'm gonna say is right this, and I don't know about. All I know about is real estate. And I don't care what state, what county you are in this country. In order to place a piece of property into a trust, the grantor has to sign a deed. The deed has to be recorded in the courthouse. Okay? So if the grantor owns the property and he wants to put it in a trust, he's got to attach his signature to that fucking deed conveying that property to the trust. Okay? Now, fuck what you're saying. Fuck what you think you know. All right? That's the way things work in these United States when it comes to real property. I'll land there.
All right. I mean, we can land here. I mean, Gemini knows his experience and I know my experience. What I am saying is, first of all, wealthy people use financial institutions. When you were sending a wire, right, that money is housed somewhere. Most of the big boys are the big boys. I could name a couple of firms that no one has ever heard of that are private institutions. All institutions follow compliance requirements. All institutions, that's why I said if they are worth their salt. Everyone knows that there are institutions of lending, which is why I'm not a fan of hard money loans unless it is an actual institution. You know why? They're not jurisdictioned as much. So if something happens, you don't have any fallback. This is why I get so upset at what is happening with the Trump administration. If y'all have listened to me when I'm not really trying, because when you break down those protocols, this is what I believe substantiates the greatness of the United States for investing. You can't go to China and have the expectation that the Chinese government isn't going to dictate whatever the fuck that they want to do. This is why China is well known for cooking the books. If you do an investment in China, you automatically know that you were in bed with the Chinese government. It's the same in Italy. It's the same in a lot of other India. It's the same with a lot of other countries. You must do business with the government. And the reason that people love to invest in the United States, the reason, right, that the US dollar is so well utilized is because of the transparency. And it's also part of the corporate transparency. You can go to Edgar and I can look up the documents, right? The SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. If you are a I'm talking about publicly traded corporations now, right? Not quote unquote private corporations, but if you are a publicly traded corporation, including a lot of these banks, I can see your statements, right? You have to have annual meetings with shareholders. Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting to shareholders is like a party. People love to go to hear Warren Buffett speak, right? It's been super popular forever. Even private corporations, because a lot of them deal with private equity, you can't look up their information. So maybe that's what you're saying, Gemini. Yes, there are a gazillion private corporations that exist. Fidelity is absolutely a private corporation, meaning that they're not publicly traded. They're actually still family owned. Abigail Johnson is the daughter of the founder, right? But does Fidelity still go through? Can you still see a lot of the information about Fidelity because they deal with the general public and they're still under jurisdiction of the Securities and Exchange Commission because they house assets, equities, bonds, what have you? Yes, of course, right? Because there's that transparency. What I am saying is, right, if you need that level of scrutiny to not be upon you, at the end of the day, if something goes down, they are going to want to see who is the main decision maker. I, for one, would never advise a third party to have that much authority and power over anybody's assets, because if I've seen it once, I've seen it a million times. I've seen it with spouses. One spouse is doing something and the other spouse doesn't know. For example, how many people know that when you were married and you file that tax return, right, you're living in the same house, if your spouse does something icky, you were just as liable? You know how many times I've personally seen somebody's bank account taken away because their spouse was doing icky things or fucked up the tax return? Right? That's what I'm saying. So what does that anonymity truly look like? Just beware. If somebody is telling you that they can keep you hidden, because like I said, Elon Musk himself, the wealthiest man in the world, over one of the most powerful companies that's out there. SpaceX was just replaced, or OpenAI was just replaced SpaceX as the most expensive or highly valuated private company in existence. There are no two companies that exist out there that are more highly valuated than SpaceX, which is valuated at billions of dollars, and OpenAI, which is valuated at even more billions of dollars. He even had to go through the Chancery Court in Delaware. That's what I'm telling y'all. So when someone, and it's nothing against Gemini because you've done what you've done, I'm just saying in general for people, unless you were literally making billions or hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, I'm trying to tell you that you don't have to do all that shit. Because what the fuck are you engaging in, number one? Who are you trying to hide from? You're not going to hide from the IRS. You're not going to hide from ickiness. And the more layers that you have, the more dependent you are on somebody else, just create a fucking family office. That's what a family office is for. Then you have your own attorneys, your own CPAs, your own Mickeys, right? Your own fidelities. You can establish your own registered investment advisory. You don't have to go through all that. But if y'all have so many fucking layers and you're not talking at least tens of millions of dollars, I can pretty much almost guarantee you're overpaying somebody for something and you don't have as much jurisdiction as you think you do. Because when you sign that damn tax return, your ass got to sign that damn tax return. And why are you assigning that to a proxy? Even if you were doing $1 billion return, you still got to sign that damn tax return. That third party is not going to work. A POA does not work in all circumstances. And be careful. Okay. That's it. Great conversation, y'all.
And notice to the agent is notice to the member or notice to whoever. Okay, notice to the slave is notice to the master, and that's common English law. And that's the law that we follow in this country.
Louisiana does not follow common English law. Louisiana follows Napoleonic law. Just FYI.
That's probably why it's so fucked up. But I'm sure there's a
Shut up, Ross.
I'm sure there's a principle in under the Napoleonic Code that says that.
Well, why don't you look it up and be sure and not say I'm sure?
Okay, I'll be right back.
Ross, what did you say about the land trust? How does that work? Because I was a little confused. You were educating me there. What were you saying about that it's always going to be disclosed if you put the trust on their land because the grantor has to sign for it, right?
You know I don't fuck with you.
I didn't know.
Oh my God.
I don't fuck with you.
Okay, I'll say this.
What is happening?
Nothing, CEO. Yes, the grantor has to sign, right? That's the way it works. But the grantor can be an LLC. The grantor could be somebody that you gave power of attorney to sign for you. And the grantor, even if it's you directly, is not public. That is private, right? So without litigation, that's that key word, without litigation, that is not going to be publicly revealed. Like right now, if you buy land, anybody can search up and see what plots of land you own. Anybody can search up and see, oh, he owns 3 homes here, 2 properties there, a warehouse there, without a land trust. With the land trust, that does not show anymore. It is privately owned, it's held under trust, right? So regardless if the grantor initially signed, whatever form of grantor you use, whether you use a third party, whether you use the LLC, or whether you yourself directly signed as the grantor, right, it's still private, which is the purpose of a fucking land trust, retard.
Yeah, like that. I'm familiar with what Gemini just described. Like,
hold on. So the LLC is the grantor, but the LLC may not. The LLC has managing members or a managing member.
But you would use an anonymous LLC, and then
The LLC is not anonymous because the LLC is the grantor. The LLC is the grantor. Hold on. The LLC is the grantor, and within the LLC you have members. If you have a managing member, that member 9 times out of 10 is the one signing that.
No, not in an anonymous LLC. No. You elect somebody.
You're right, Sydney, but you're gonna waste your time right now.
You elect somebody to handle that. They are the public face of the company.
The LLC is not anonymous, sir.
The LLC is anonymous. The members of the
LLC can be anonymous. For the LLC,
can you just let me respond really quick? Let me get it out. The way I understand it is that the members of the LLC are behind the anonymous veil. There's a public member that is elected that is normally somebody who's providing this service to the members of the LLC. They sign all documents, make all kind of legal interactions that the LLC has to make with the government, the state, any other companies, that kind of thing. So if you sold your property to the anonymous LLC, then the anonymous LLC was transferred to a trust through that elected member, the public-facing member, then you could have a trust that owns an anonymous company that owns a piece of property. And the only way you would know or have any clue about who owned that property was assuming from who sold the property to the anonymous LLC.
What the entire fuck? Okay, now enough. I'm sorry. First of all, a private LLC or anonymous LLC is not a legal entity type. So you're just describing, you know what, I was going to make a crude.
In Wisconsin,
I don't know. It's okay.
In Wisconsin, it is.
It's not illegal. No, it's literally not. It's not a legal entity type. It is just an LLC, right? Because first of all, an LLC is just an LLC. If you have one member, it's like a sole proprietorship, right? So that's what I'm saying. It really just depends. But everybody do your due diligence. And I'm sure the Gemini has been used to dropping gems. He probably won't talk to Ross, right? But he is in the cannabis business. I don't know much about the cannabis business, but it's not unusual that people have tried to hide, like when people were dealing in pornography or people dealt in saloons.
Don't compare it to pornography.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Well, if it's legal, it's legal. Shoot, look at OnlyFans. OnlyFans make a lot of money. So, yeah, but all of this, like, guys, it really just depends on your jurisdiction. It depends on what type of asset you have. It depends, like, all sorts of stuff.
I will say this, though, like, please do, like, everything that's been said on stage has been said, but please do your own due diligence before making any type of legal or financial decisions. Don't do it based on what you heard on Clubhouse. I've had some very, very good educated financiers around me that has assisted me in what I'm doing. I don't do it on my own. And I'm not as well versed as them, but I definitely have the right people around me. Make sure you get the right people around you that's giving you solid financial advice before you make any decisions, because you can end up an idiot like Ross.
Thank you.
I thought Ross was a genius.
You got 2 Aries in your fucking ears.
Oh my God. I need to go early vote. Anybody else going to early vote?
Did anybody want to pop the op for free? Let me know. I'm taking free. I'm taking
First
free.
Lady. Shout out to First Lady for letting us have that engagement. Yeah, shout out to First Lady for letting us have that. Yeah, shout out to these black men, okay? Ross about 10%, but see how black people talk finance, black people talk finance.
But why did you kick Anthony though?
I didn't kick Anthony.
I didn't say you. I said somebody.
Oh, okay.
I didn't kick nobody.
Was it ML? ML was it you?
Kick who?
Anthony.
I don't kick people. You know me. I don't block people, and I don't.
And you know I cannot multitask. First Lady, you know I cannot multitask. If I'm running my mouth,
Which Anthony?
No, Anthony. I will not say I don't kick people, but if I do, I think I did.
Yeah, I wasn't even. I was just listening. I didn't mess with Anthony.
Maybe he left.
I don't kick people.
Blocked.
He probably just left there.
I follow Anthony. We don't. We follow each other.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, you gotta keep tabs on the coons.
Let's go.
Gotta know what they're saying. You know what latest talking points they got from high headquarters.
Phone updates.
I'm mad y'all ain't let him bet that $1,000 because he was wrong.
No.
$1,000 or more party.
That man was right.
He was trying to trap you away to word it though.
What did that say though? Can you remind me? What y'all know y'all didn't make it.
That dude said something about black men marrying white women. He said that.
And Anthony was he was rewording it, and then he said something about context.
Exactly. And you see it would come off
Well, I didn't hear all that.
I protected Patty. I was protecting
saying that
Patty.
the way he set it up, he was trying to set it up.
I said regardless of the fact, the only thing I want out of this conversation, I said the only thing I want out of this conversation, that dude said black men do not marry black women, black men marry white women. And that's it. I said I want $1,000 if he didn't say something about black men marrying white women.
And I'll apologize for your fake accusations.
Well, she said you owe her $1,000.
I don't know where $1,000. He was rewording it, Patty. He wasn't gonna bet it the way you wanted. He was like, so you're saying that blah blah blah. Yeah,
he was going to use, like, I can 100% guarantee you, Patty, he was going to line you up using semantics, right? He was going to try to find.
But I didn't care what he had to say. At the end, I still said, I don't care what you're saying. If the guy said, I told y'all that night, I said, if the guy said something about black men marrying white women, I want my $1,000. That's it. Remember, I kept saying that. I said, I don't give a fuck about all that. Sorry.
In fact, I think you owe me $100 for the $1,000 you didn't lose.
Wait, Patty was making bank yesterday. Y'all haters need to go to Chatter and bless the beautiful lady.
CEO taking his 10% protection fee.
That is kind of like some Trump shit.
Hey, you guys notice that every time you bet TC to corroborate anything he said, he never takes the bet.
I noticed that. But at least he doesn't take the bet and then not pay like Omari's bitch ass. Like that shit.
I know.
Oh yeah, I was listening to that in Lisa's room. That was funny. I actually lost a bet to. Who did I lose the bet to? What is his name with the accent that loves to talk about politics? The ML, you know what I'm talking about.
Odie?
Odie. I bet him $100 that the Texas senator that Cruz would lose, and I lost. So I cashed up him $100. So I'm saying, if y'all make a bet, I had to pay mine.
You was there when I made the bet against.
That's a clubhouse.
You already know I messed up by making a bet against bullets anyway. But about Puffy, he ain't going to jail. Puffy went to jail and he didn't want to pay. Like,
oh, isn't that sad?
Yeah.
ML, you know Eric and Journalism lost a bet to me and didn't pay ML.
Look at that, but the black woman
Eric is the guy who used to moderate. He doesn't come in there anymore since he's not paying me. No, not knowledge.
Damn, Eric, man.
Eric Kahn?
Eric is he's that black kid. I guess he's mixed. He's black and Italian. And he has a weird voice.
But isn't that funny? Everybody talks about the black woman this, the black woman that, but I actually paid Odie my $100 since I lost. Y'all ain't right.
That's a good job.
That's all.
I always say the black women up on the app,
Nikki pays her debt.
The only people that have the best of them black men.
And I was smart enough to keep it at 100 because I was like, Lord, if it's over 100, I don't want to pay. So I was like, $100 is.
Hey, when I get confident, I go way over 100. But I'm gonna tell you this: by the time I'm saying let's bet, the odds are highly in my favor. I don't like to lose. So when I'm let's bet, it's already kind of lined up.
I learned from thinking Kamala was gonna win because I knew Kamala was gonna win, and I was like, I ain't betting ever again on politics. Nope, just hurt my little feelings. Hurt my little feelings.
I knew she was going to lose, even though I voted for her. It wasn't even a question in my mind.
Did you?
Yeah. See, look, I bet Anthony He was there. I bet Mimi, I bet Jonathan, I bet E, I bet a lot of people. And I voted for her, but I know like the way America is made up, they're very hesitant on a woman. They're very hesitant on a black. Now you're combining both against somebody that already has leverage, that already has a core base, that's a previous president. Like and she had a late start, right? Like, in my opinion, she should have won. Period. No question about it. She was the better candidate, is the better candidate. But he had too much leverage, and the demographic, like the silent majority, is a real thing. There's a lot of people that don't want to come out and say it, and they don't post it. They don't go on their social media and say it. But when they go to that voting booth, you think they're gonna vote for a black woman? Come on.
I got gassed up by Negroes in Georgia. They're basically all saying like Harris is gonna win, and white people were gonna vote for Harris. And I was like, oh, well, they on the ground there. I was like, well, if she wins Georgia, then she's gonna win the election.
Taylor Swift.
I let myself get gassed.
Yeah, like, so look, we got Taylor Swift, we got the Swifties. And you know the craziest thing, I think the same results will happen if he was to run again right now.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I agree with that one.
I think the only state that would change would be like Wisconsin.
I knew she would lose when some of the black MAGA people I know in real life, they were so anti-woman, anti-black woman. The way they were talking about her, I was like, yo, you know she's a sister. She ain't black. She ain't black. Like, what? I was like, oh, fuck.
So many fucking times it was irritating as fuck.
I know.
Like, what the fuck does it matter? You don't ever see them doing that. They're not worried about the ethnicity. They're worried about the policies. Like, you're worried about the wrong fucking thing. That was just divide and conquer. She ain't black. She.
Yeah, but it was very anti-woman. And the fact I was telling them, well, is Trump black? What are you talking about here? They're like, well, it's not about black. I was like, but you just said she's not black. But she's not black. She's cosplaying. I was like, what?
But Raekwon mentioned him once, though, I know.
But I'll tell you this, if we were to take the 34 felonies, which is ridiculous, and put them to the side, just the way January 6th played out, I could not vote for him. Just the way January 6th, just that alone. Like, that was a failed coup. And that was un-American as fuck. Anybody that keeps saying, I'm a patriot, but it's okay to storm the Capitol, the fuck is wrong with you?
I've never seen somebody so good at making people forget the horrible stuff they done. I mean, it's incredible.
It's like amnesia, bro. I don't know. Yeah, man, I think political historians gonna debate this guy for the next 100 years.
Razzle that.
And they're gonna deconstruct every facet of his being. You know, his character, his ability to persuade people to vote against their own interests. It's gonna be a real phenomenon. Trump's a real phenomenon, and that he's gonna go down infamously in the history books. But he will be a topic of conversation in the next couple of hundred.
What he did is the equivalent of getting blacks to vote for more slave ships. Like, how the fuck? Shit makes no sense. How did the Hispanic vote swing for him? Like, I don't get it.
On that one, it's the construct of whiteness. It has ran wild. You know, this construct, these people believing that they're all the same. You know, I heard someone say they do it to each other, and they used to do it to each other. Let's say 60 years ago or 70 years ago. Like, Italians weren't looked upon as white, right? Eastern Europeans are looked at funny. I've traveled the world, right? When you talk about the Slavic nations, and then you talk about going over to France and England, they have their own issues with each other. Don't let the fake unity fool you, right? But you know, again, they're going to realize that they're not the same when that damn food stamp card don't work on November 1st.
But the issue with like when you talk about Hispanics and Trump and them knew exactly what to appeal to Hispanics, and the way they crutch their appeal is to say that, hey, Hispanics, the Democrats have also taken you guys for granted. Every election they send put a Spanish ad out, and that's it. But when it comes to your actual needs, they're not really, addressing them. And Trump is saying, well, the economy is bad, and I'll address the economy. That means jobs for your husbands. I'm going to go after the colonels. But even within the whole Hispanic realm, the different nationalities, ancestry, and stuff like that, there's a hierarchy. I mean, you had the Cubans on top because they got that white privilege pass, and then you had everybody else. And what I find, the bickering between the Hispanics themselves is always an issue because, I mean, the Cubans don't like the Mexicans. As a Cuban, they would tell you you can't marry a Mexican. And they had all this crap when I talked to Hispanics. I'm like, whoa, you guys have so much beef with each other. I had no idea. But in closing, what that's so alarming is the fact that they themselves thought they had already moved up the ladder into whiteness. And I think this was a gut check to them that the white people say, oh, no, you brown still. Y'all have never got... We accepted the Arabs. That's the last set of people we accept as white. The Arabs, the Syrians, yeah, they could be white. But y'all, no. Y'all are brown. We're going to keep y'all in that position. And I think that was a rude awakening to them.
I tap out they voted on party lines.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, so real quick, I was just going to say, so ML and Gemini, can you imagine explaining to your grandchildren? So y'all impeached him twice, he got convicted of 34 felonies, and he got reelected?
And he got caught saying just grab him by the pussy. And his best friend was the pedophile, one of the most notorious pedophiles.
And he's in bed with the Jews.
Right,
You had to add that, didn't you?
I'll just say this, judge not less be judged, right? Because some of the main characters in the Bible, they ain't have the cleanest resume either. I mean, I'll give.
Yeah, but remember how much they made about Hunter making that money when Hunter, and now everybody's quiet when Barron Trump made, they said $70 or $80 million from the last time he tweeted, we're putting 100% tariffs on China with the taco trade, and then his two sons are now billionaires from that meme coin in their cryptocurrency firm. I mean, but y'all notice that MAGA is crickets on that, even though they talk about Hunter making money.
Good point.
Isn't that crazy though?
Crazy.
Hunter Biden, and now it's like crickets, even though
You swear Hunter Biden was the one running for the presidency. But the amount of corruption out of the Trump, this is historic. It's like people, when the final audit is done on this administration and the grifting that went on and just the shady deals and all the business connections and the businesses that his son set up to profit off the presidency. I mean, it's criminal, and I think the Democrats should prosecute their asses. But we should get the Supreme Court first, because if we don't, the case is gonna get kicked.
But remember, the Supreme Court gave them immunity. The Supreme Court gave the president immunity.
You remember when we were talking to people about the importance of the Supreme Court, that how important it was that we not elect Trump because we get to flip the court, and we might be 6-3 because the amount of judges that was due to retire. And we told them if the Republicans win and they're able to fill the court, it will be 50 years because they're appointing very young judges before we have an opportunity to really take back everything in America and set it back on the right course. It's going to be 50 years. Unless those judges die off, we ain't going anywhere. We ain't getting shit done. And people don't realize that.
Yeah, they're going to reverse everything.
What needs to happen is people do what they need to do for the midterm and for the next presidential election, even if we go independent, by the grace of God. And then he gets to appoint a real Pam Bondi that can then investigate corruption within the Supreme Court, because right now that's not going to happen.
So they look for corruption across the board, a true audit of everybody. What you think they're going to find?
Well, I can tell you a little bit about that. So last time I was in D.C., I had a conversation with someone who's a bit inner circle. And one of the things they were telling me was that Eric and Don Jr. are making all the kind of key contractor decisions. So basically, if you want to have a contract with the Trump administration, you essentially have to go through them. And second, Trump is planning to pardon over 100 people when he leaves office. So no one's going to go down for anything. That's why we're not sweating bullets.
And he pardoning them now.
Why would he go down for the pardons? You heard about the auto pen on January 19th?
Bro, an auto pen, that's not even a big deal. That's what you keep saying, the auto pen. That's not a big deal. No, it's not. It's only a big deal to you, though.
Even if
That's
you
only people who give a
decide,
goddamn.
look at all the pardons.
Yes,
Why would you bring up pardons? No one would that man.
Are you aware that Trump just pardoned Santos? Like, Santos literally defrauded his people. He commit, like, are you serious right now? Are you?
But did he not open the pardoning floodgates? At first they were saying that this was the reason why they did.
Are you talking about Biden?
Yeah, he's talking about it as a precedent. I understand what
No,
he's saying.
he didn't.
Hold on. Let me flesh this out. So, Biggie, what he's saying is that because he did like those preemptive pardons or whatever, it kind of created a new precedent. So that is a.
He did, no lie.
Right. Well, do we want to talk about all the precedents that Trump has established? Sir, are you aware?
No, we wouldn't have time for that. We wouldn't have time.
Of course. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is why I can't take black, goofy MAGA seriously, right? I don't have time to be nice. I don't give a shit.
I can accept that as a truth, though.
You can accept what as a truth? That you don't even qualify? If we added in, hush, peasants.
Like you fight.
If we added up 5 generations of your income growth, taking no deductions, you wouldn't qualify to be a fucking Republican if you quadruple that and multiplied it times 10. Shut your broke, generationally historic broke ass up. You're up there caping for a wealthy ass white man that don't give a fuck about you. You can't even afford to buy a goddamn business card, a fake ass, you can't even afford to buy a fucking MAGA hat encrusted with some goddamn crystals, and you up here caping for a goddamn old wealthy ass billionaire that wouldn't have fucked with you if you had money. Get the fuck out of here. You had no goddamn shame. You don't know any black billionaires to fucking cape for. What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck is you a nigga? You a nigga in my just voice. You a whole ass nigga. The fuck out of here. Shit. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Let's
so Mickey, are cool. Why you're cool? Let me tell you why you're cool. Because the way you at least thought, I think if you had a choice to choose between a black liberal and a white a white liberal, and a black conservative.
You outside waiting for the bus running your fucking mouth. You better watch for that bus. You better get your bus fare ready for the fucking bus.
I live in a walkable neighborhood.
Sure you do.
Okay, yeah, I do.
You're out in the prison yard with your cell phone?
You're gonna get cooked and you know that. That's what it's gonna
Help me, Jesus. Help me, Lord. Help me. I don't give a damn. They get on my nerves.
Hey, Jason.
If I can finish
Quick question. Jason, is that your PTR, your real PTR?
I was about to get into some weird shit. This is great.
No, Jason, is that your real PTR?
Why would it not be a real PTR?
Okay, good. So I'm trying to gauge. Do you think the way your hair is styled, that majority of MAGAs will accept you to and
do you think they will hire you to even cut their grass?
No. So the answer is no, but I'm not looking for that.
So why are you voting with them?
Right, man. They just hating on you because you smart.
We're trying to get to an understanding that why are people voting against themselves?
Let me help you understand. So the reason why what's going on, and y'all all doing it right now. So everybody that's black that's going along with her, this applies to you. You would choose a white liberal over a black conservative. That means you sold your race out to a political party.
Nigga, you choosing a white conservative over a black person. What are you talking about?
You know that, right?
Is this a fucking? Is the height of deflection? Are you serious?
I'm choosing a black liberal.
So, nigga, you haven't passed that test yet.
Yes, so
because that's why you over there voting with goofies.
Want to exile us because we disagree.
Wait, so let me ask him something. Jason, where you been at to? I need to know where this is. So let me ask you a question, Jason.
That's what makes why
I'm mad at you.
Who's your favorite Republican president?
Trump.
Why?
Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why is Donald Trump your favorite Republican? So okay, who's your
Julian? They're not talking.
Who's your second favorite? Who's your second favorite?
I reckon the other ones that I've been around to live for.
Okay, what other Republican presidents have you voted for?
The only other president I've been around for is Bush, and I wasn't old enough to vote for that. And I ain't nobody like him.
Wait, you weren't around to vote for Bush, but you. Okay, so Donald Trump is the first Republican president you voted for? Bush Senior or Bush Junior?
I didn't vote. I didn't vote in the Bush election. I'll see y'all.
Wait.
Obama election.
Yeah, your question.
Oh, okay. So how old are you?
Two Bushes.
How old are you?
34.
You're 34. So okay. Math seems confusing at this point, so I'm not even gonna go there. So, what do you like about being a Republican?
I'm not a Republican.
You're not. I thought you just said you were a conservative.
Republican. You didn't say conservative. Right. You just said Republican.
Oh wait, so Republicans aren't conservatives?
No, Democrats can be conservative.
Democrat. Okay, well that's true. Okay, so do you identify as a Republican and a conservative, or just one or the other?
Well, I'm a conservative that may tend to lean Republican, but I do vote Democrats into seats. I've done it locally.
Oh, okay. So what do you like about Donald Trump? What's your favorite piece of legislation that he's passed that you like?
Off the top of my head, you got me. You got me off the top of my head.
Oh, and that's a lot on top of your head.
Okay, so cool. I just got it. So the immigration.
You gotta think about it.
So the immigration, y'all mad at ICE? I'm not.
So what I said legislation.
You said legislation. I'm getting into it.
You know what, Jason? Never mind, y'all.
Oh my God.
But let's take up a collection. No, wait 1 second.
Let's move from Jason because he doesn't even know what.
Let's move on from Jason.
Immigration is not
right.
Jason, that's not a policy.
That's okay. Legislation is a very difficult word for some people, Jason, and let's take up a collection for Jason's retwist. Let Jason interact with the black men. Apparently, y'all.
So I don't want to talk to Jason. I'm gonna talk to you, Mickey. So, are you familiar?
Jason, hold up, bro. You could go next.
Are you familiar with the Homeland Security, this event? And if we've talked about it or it's been discussed, y'all can stop me. But Homeland Security has been taking memes or videos and repurposing them and posting them on their Twitter, but putting them in a different light. They're editing them to do something that they didn't initially do. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat.
It's black people. It's not white. Oh yes, they're using it against
TikTok video.
Yeah, in particular black men. That is.
Yeah, they're weaponizing
using black men to say that black men are about to attack.
Blacks are making threats against them. But they created that. They're repurposing the video. They're editing the video to say something they didn't initially say. And then they're responding with threats back to the people that didn't even make threats to them, right? So they're responding to the black men like, you guys want to make threats against us, then DHS is going to take appropriate action. But the threats were never made. They're just like creating tension between Homeland Security and blacks for no fucking reason. I dropped the link in the chat for those that don't know about it.
So you know what's so crazy? I just looked up whether or not there's been legislation in relation to immigration. And it's in the big, beautiful bill. So what the hell are y'all talking about? Oh, hell no, you're talking about no legislation's been done on that. The militarization at the border that we see right now is literally in the big, beautiful bill.
Bro, I asked you what legislation, not ChatGPT. But you couldn't articulate that before ChatGPT.
I was talking about the immigration stuff.
Yeah, immigration stuff is crazy.
Don't go back. Don't go back.
You had talking about the immigration stuff. So yeah, you can do that.
Bro, you literally said
as soon as I said no, time out, let me talk. Oh my! Because as soon as I said immigration, I said there's no policy on immigration. He doesn't understand. Before I could even get anything else out, y'all did that. So now you have to face the fact that there has been legislation in regards to immigration.
We all knew that, Jason.
Okay, but why do you
That's the point. Hold up, Jason. The issue that we have is the fact
trying to play
Jason.
Y'all just said there was no legislation on immigration.
Jason, you're focusing on the wrong thing, Jason.
Now I'm reading to y'all that it is.
Jason,
You're missing the point, and I want you to listen carefully. The issue that everybody had on stage, you're focusing on that fact. The issue that we have is that you walked into a polling booth and pulled a lever, and you did not know off of the top of your head legislation. The issue that we have with people like you is that you vote news clips, snippets, ideas, and things that you hear, but you have nothing factual in your mind to back it up.
Was I
the fact, wait, and I'm almost done, Jason. I'm almost done. Young man, I'm almost done. Hold on for a second, because I want you to hear me, because it hurts my heart. It breaks my heart. Some of the things that I heard you say, man.
So let me can I
things like,
again with this. I wanted to
Jason. Listen to me, Jason. Julian, shut up. Jason, it breaks my heart because, bro, young bro, my guy, I hear you and I know that you literally don't have all of the facts, but your heart is in a good place. You just don't have all the facts, and that's the thing. That's why people came off their mic. It's because you voted an idea with no facts to back it up. Because if you really knew the whole history of immigration, if you knew all the facts and figures about immigration, if you actually knew about all of the legislation that has passed, you wouldn't be on the wrong side of the issue. And you would understand that there are actual Democrats that want a more controlled situation at the border, but what we don't want is Jewish genocide later. We don't want Jewish genocide or that kind of thing right now. Go ahead, Jason. Talk to me.
You're on the future, Jason. Continue to vote with the
Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
So we like having a strong disagreement. I respect how you going about it. I respect that. So, but I just want to ask you. So if the question is asked to a person, you're like, you voted for a certain person, okay? Why did you vote for them? What kind of legislation do you like from them? And they say legislation in regards to immigration with no context, and they just stop right there. Is that an acceptable?
That is not what happened, sir. Everybody heard what happened. Jason, don't. Okay.
I need to look for
Let me talk to you for a second. One thing you should not allow liking Trump to do as a black man is allow him to disintegrate with little. Sir, I asked you, what was your favorite piece of legislation since you said Donald Trump was your favorite Republican president? You said you got me off the top of my head, I don't know. So then, okay, if you went and educated yourself, that's fine. Just be honest about it.
I didn't say I don't know. I just said.
Bro, let me give you some advice. You seem like a young man. Let me give you some auntie advice. Let me help him out, Gemini. This is what I tell my sons. When you do dumb shit like that, you need to let us know if you want us to play stupid along with you. Because we all heard you say it. You couldn't articulate your point. So you don't get to go and chat GPT it and Google it, because we're not impressed with that, right? 2-year-olds can Google. And then come back and be like, oh, I got y'all, because then you didn't know the answer. So when you want us to play stupid with you, because you need some validation today, right? You need a hug or something, you need a virtual hug, you need an attaboy, then you need to let us know. Can y'all just let me get away with this point? Because I don't know when to pretend to be stupid with you, because we all heard what the fuck you said. Okay? That's some auntie advice. Because everybody ain't gonna tell you, nigga, you lying, but I'ma tell you, nigga, your ass is lying. So you want us to pretend we know you lying, or don't pretend your ass was lying? I just need to know. Which one is it, Jason?
So that, look, I'm not.
Well, think about it and get back to us, okay?
I'm not saying you telling the story completely wrong, but the part you missing is I didn't say I didn't know. I just said I don't have all.
You did. That means you don't know, boy. Get your ass. Where is your granny? I want to talk to your big mama right fucking now. Because I know she disappointed in your ass. Your big mama done spent too long on her knees praying for your degenerate ass to come up on this stage and lie to us.
Lord,
Lord, Gemini. Let's for Jason's big mama, cause I know you run her nerves ragged. Your ass gonna get up here and lie. Knowing your grandma don't like your ass to lie like that.
Give me 1 second to speak to this gentleman.
Speak to him.
Jason, I do have a question for you. Come off that mic one time. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. Just give me a direct answer. I'm not trying to. Are you familiar with the tariffs the first time when Trump passed them and how that played out?
Retaliatory tariffs came from China. That what you talking about?
Yeah, what was the outcome? Did it work in our favor or did it?
The cost fell on consumers. Cost fell on consumers, but I think the thing with the tariffs is like it's more like a long-term thing where we might some stuff like this early on.
Well, that's over 8 years ago, so I'm asking you, long-term, did we benefit from those tariffs, yes or no?
It's like one way up. Got issues with China for sure.
So then why would you vote for somebody that's looking to do the same thing again that failed the first time?
Gotta, how you do the Venn diagram in school, and you got stuff on both sides. We can parse through all that. But the only other thing I was gonna say to the tariffs is just that before World War II, they really had higher tariffs. They had a lot higher tariffs on other countries and stuff. And they dropped it down after the war to help those other countries recover. They had all the stuff going on. Now we were supposed to decide. They say I gotta do some more research, but I think we were supposed to go back down like back then, but we just never did. We kept them at levels that was supposed to aid in the recovery of other countries, but it kind of never came down off of that. Now, if you want to say it's rocking the boat change, something that we've had for so long, I can hear that argument, but on the other side, you might put yourself in a better economic place in the long term if you can get people to accept it. Now, that's a thing. In other countries, it's not really with it like that, so we're seeing a lot of pushback, and that's what is political opponents predicted for the most part. But that's all I know.
They were a failure the first time. They're a failure this time. They hurt the farmers the first time, and they had to do something around, don't quote the number, but somewhere around $28 billion in reparations, and they still said that wasn't enough, right? Because it went disproportionately to the larger producers. So a lot of the small farmers fucking had to go, gone. That's where Vance and them come in buying up their land, right? So with that being said, bro, why would you support somebody that's doing a failed policy and promoting a failed policy again in their second term? Let's forget that he doesn't align with anything that's pro-you, right? When I look at you, right? Just go off of the tariffs. Why would you go back for that? Why would you vote for somebody that has 34 felonies? Why would you vote for somebody that's pushing failed policy that didn't work his first term? What about him?
I don't think it's uncommon to past presidents. That's why I say you use the Venn diagram, you'll see. So let me ask you.
Wait, Jason.
Hold on, no. I just want to get this one question to him. What failed policies have the Democrats had, and what else did you say? You said failed policies, and what else? Because if you can't, you gotta be able to.
34 felonies.
Oh yeah, the 34 felonies.
Yeah.
So scandals.
No, Jason. 34 felonies. Convicted felonies. Those aren't scandals.
To become a president, you can still become a president.
Anthony, move out the way for a second. Get out the car.
Get out the fucking car. I'm gonna look at this whole car.
Get out the car, Anthony.
GA,
You can save a brother later.
Decision that I made, so I'm trying to see how you made a decision that you made, so I can make the right one next time.
Oh, it was really easy. I can tell you how I made the decision. I looked at his 34 felonies. I looked at his failed policy. I look at the way that he was that race hate crimes rose during his last presidency. I looked at the way that he stayed adjacent to racism, refused to publicly denounce them, stand down, stand by, right? I looked at the way that he supported the people that stormed the Capitol on January 6th and pardoned them and said he would pardon them, right? And now they're committing more crimes because they're fucking criminals, which is not surprising because that's a criminal. Let me finish, you asked. Because that's a criminal helping other criminals, right? And I decided I don't want a president that says grab her by the pussy or has 34 felonies or supports storming the Capitol or supports failed policy. So I voted for Kamala. I mean, what don't you understand?
So this is the only thing I'm gonna say, because that's all the cons. Well, not all the cons, because there's more cons. I ain't gonna lie about that. But the cons, I want to know just to see if you made a full decision and you're comparing good versus bad on both sides. What don't you like policy wise that the Democrats have put forward or is proposing to put forward, if anything?
Ask me again.
I'm just trying to see what you don't like. What would make a person not like the Democrats? Do you see any of them?
No, let me change the question. Ask him the question you ask him up front. Ask him the first question. Gemini, he asked you what policies that you don't like about the Democrats.
Okay. Yeah. That quietness don't surprise me.
Hey, I can answer the question, Jason. Jason, let me answer the question for you. The policies that I don't like about the Democrats, I don't like the fact that they changed the ACA and they passed it anyway. Julian, go sit down and change your diaper, young man.
Don't worry about it,
Yeah, I ain't worried about the chat. I'm with you, Jason. I don't like the fact that the ACA was passed like it was. I don't like that fact. I wasn't a fan of NAFTA. I never was. I really wasn't a fan of the TPP. Not a fan of that. I was not, absolutely positively, I was not a fan. Well, that was George Bush, the No Child Left Behind, so I can't put that on the Democrats. I was not a fan of, and I can't put too much. I can't put too much at Biden's feet about the vaccines because that was Trump doing.
Real quick, I'm gonna let you keep going.
Yeah.
With the NAFTA thing, that was like a relaxing of tariffs. You had a problem with that?
I had a problem with the way that they did it, the way they executed it, and what was attached to it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like the way that they did it, what was attached to it. I didn't like that at all. I like clean legislation. And my issue with the Democrats is that that a lot of the legislation that's passed is watered down. By the time that it actually gets through the Senate and the House, it's non-effectual and it's just a flag by itself. It's a shell of what it was supposed to be. I like clean, meaty legislation that passes and does what it's supposed to do. While I am a fan of the fact that the ACA was actually passed and the provision was passed that pre-existing conditions could not affect. I like that part, but here's my issue with the ACA. It was supposed to be meatier than that. They practically gutted it because it was supposed to hold the insurance companies hold their feet to the fire and actually get the hospitals to actually start reflecting and make public their charge masters, which is the actual listing of what healthcare actually cost, and get prices back down that are closer to the original price of the charge masters instead of actually charging these inflated, exorbitant prices, which makes insurance difficult for everybody. That's what was originally supposed to be in there. But all of that was gutted out due to lobbies and special interests. That if you want to.
No, but wouldn't you say at the very least, the fact that we at least have it is a good starting point? It needs to be updated. I'm in agreement with you. It needs to be updated. But the fact that it's at least here.
I said all of that, Arthur. You making a point that I already said. I said, while I am a fan of the fact that it got the thing started, I'm a fan of Democrats actually pushing their more meatier original versions of legislation. I like it. I understand that subcommittees and committees have to actually negotiate to get the sides to actually sign it, but it was so watered down compared to the original ones. I was upset about that. Not a fan of that. But hey, I'm a fan of the fact that a couple of provisions made it through. Absolutely. So Jason, to answer your question, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Neither one. Because I have problems with both sides.
Sounds like it.
And I have a problem with both issues. I am a conservative, and I wish people would some Republicans conservatives because that's some bullshit. They're Democrats too. There's liberal Republicans and there's liberal Democrats. But stupid people do stuff like that, so I ignore them. I'm a conservative. But I will say this. I really wish we could get back to actually doing meaty legislation. And I do have a problem with both sides. And the only reason why I said anything to you, Jason, is because, bro, I think your heart is in the right place. I think you just need some more information and less propaganda and less rhetoric. And people like Julian and that other clown, Roscoe Pico trainer, whatever his name is, all they're going to do is feed you propaganda and talking points. I think you actually really want to know, like, the truth. And if somebody gets in your ear,
man, you know, I'm genuinely sniffing around. So
I really think you do want to know, man.
If I come across your conclusion, I can accept whatever it is.
Right, I believe that. I believe that, bro. I believe if somebody presents you the facts, 1 + 1 makes 2, I believe you'll accept that. And hey man, I enjoy talking to you, man. I'm glad you're here, bro.
Yeah, respect.
Now you can give them all of your Newsmax One America points, Anthony.
Yeah, listen, man. What you said was really cute. Yeah, that was really cute. But young brother, man, God bless you. You're a free thinker. Stay that way. You know, I don't want to indoctrinate you. Don't let anybody on this stage indoctrinate you. Continue, like you could listen then and then do your own research. Man. You could listen to everything, do your own research, and draw your own conclusions, man. Don't ever be a follower. Just be a free thinker like you already have shown yourself to be. I hope the Most High continues to bless you and yours.
Appreciate that, bro.
He don't really mean that, by the way.
Not at all.
Anthony will be the first to call the cops on you.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you really thought he meant that?
I'm just taking it at face value, man.
No,
we're telling you not to.
We're telling you for sure.
Yo, Gemini, real talk. What did I say that was wrong to the young brother, man? Why would you do that, Gemini?
We know you, Anthony.
No, forget about knowing me. I expressed myself to you.
I'm going to answer you.
I was talking to him in that moment. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, you've converted me. I agree with you. White ice is colder. I've tried it, and I can't deny it any longer.
I don't know when you thought that I said white ice is colder. I've actually said the opposite a million times. I absolutely believe that black people can achieve in any forum. I'm not like scared. Like, if we get rid of affirmative action, what are we gonna do? I'm not gonna say shit like, black people are disabled. You're not gonna hear me say something like that. Black people are disabled. Black people are disabled. These are the words that she chose to use, and that's okay with you guys.
Anthony, right?
We had this talk the other day. Anthony, she was talking about the voting.
Okay,
the
voting.
You took it out of context.
I did not take it out of context.
Yes,
There's no context. There's no context that I'm going to accept someone saying black people are disabled. That context doesn't exist. All right? Listen, Michelle Obama said
black people are disabled. God, you.
Wait up. I thought you were the one that actually read it, Emma. I thought you read it on the stage.
No, that's not what she said. Exactly. That's why the pushback.
Okay, so ML, those words came out of her mouth.
Anthony, I'm gonna play it for the entire room, so you could.
Sure, play it. You're welcome to play it. There's no context that I am going to find it acceptable to say that black people are disabled. There's no context that I'm going to find that acceptable. It will never sit well with me.
But
the people that are saying white people
are disabled.
Hold on, Anthony.
That's not what
You
she
find what Charlie Cook said about black people to be acceptable.
Okay, that's not what she meant, and then that's not what she said. It's two different things.
Anthony, do you hear Charlie Kirk when he said that if you see a black pilot, he has a question if they qualify? Do you believe
That's
that?
literally not what he said. He didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe
I'm saying that he didn't say that.
There's context there, but there's context.
I'm saying that he didn't say that.
Under any circumstance, any context, you said, if she said black people are disabled, you will not accept it. But yet you want me to understand the context of what Charlie Kirk is saying?
So,
there's
if
no
you said
context, but do you accept
no
Charlie Kirk's context?
Just play it, ML. Just play it, ML, because there's a lot of context. When you're trying to stop, when you're trying to take away districts, right, with black representation is not being represented, you are disabling us for actively, fuck, I'm getting pissed off. Chill out. You are disabling us. You're keeping us from becoming part of the process. You are disabling a minority, a community of minorities. Now, say I called y'all disabled. Now, go ahead, Ed.
All right, so Patty, she said by upholding this law, it would be disabling to black people. I don't have a problem with that.
That's what she meant by it. You're disabling the black. When she was talking about the VRA. It was during the oral arguments. She said we are disabling pretty much it's a disabling the community from being actively an active participant. That's it. But go ahead and play it now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
She meant
no context that I find her saying black people are disabled.
disabling their voice to be heard via voting, Anthony.
She's talking about racial disparities in voting, bro. That's what she's talking about.
If they vote against the debate, that black people will lose their ability to vote. Is that what's being said?
That's not what's going on. So the oral argument is about the one thing that actually has been that gerrymander when you're fucking redoing these district maps that we depend on, right? And it's about race. So it's about Section 2. It's about Ginkgo, the formula that they actually use, and what they're trying to do is do impact versus intent. So if we have to try to prove intent, then Ginkgo no longer applies, but you can prove impact. So they're trying to say that when it came to Louisiana versus, what was it? Louisiana against, what was the case? Louisiana v. some shit, whatever. When Louisiana had 2 districts, right, they tried to redraw the map. Where they redrew the map where representation would only have 1 district of representation. So they said, according to Section 2, when it comes to the VRA, that now the way the map was redrawn, that it's illegal because it's the one thing that you can't withdraw maps that has to do with discrimination, right? So now
Callias versus Robinson, Patty, just as a...
Wasn't it Louisiana versus Callias or something like that?
But it's a Louisiana case now.
I think I got it. There was Supreme Court. Well, actually, it says Supreme Court orders re-argument of Louisiana redistricting case for next term. So it's still going. It's still active. Still going on, right?
Right, so the only thing that they had last week was the oral arguments. So if they win this, right, and they say that instead of using impact and we're going to go with intent, how are you going to prove that someone redrawn the map because of, we know what they're doing. We know when you split up a group of people that are voting similar, and it's because of what they need for their community, right? So when most of us that are black, we are voting Democrat, right? The thing is, you can't stop gerrymandering because of political party, because political party is not a race, right? But you can, because we do vote Democrat, and it's a black community, they're trying to break up that vote so that our vote doesn't count. It no longer matters. You understand what I'm saying?
So you saying like in the counties where it's high concentration of black people, they are lessening those communities' votes. That's what you're saying, right?
Right, and mixing it with, like, say, a Republican county. Let's say, like, yeah, so they might take 33rd Street and put it with this district, and anywhere from 33rd to 43rd, and put it with this district, and from this
pairing it with a district that's gonna vote the other way, basically.
Right, so then you dilute our vote. And when you dilute our vote, where you know that we usually vote Democrat, that keeps them from having representation or the type of representation they want in that community. That's it.
When you're impairing that community, you're handicapping that community.
All right. So, Jason, here's what's up. They want to consider race when they're drawing up the maps. They're arguing that race should not be allowed. That's what they're arguing. That's the core of the argument. Patty is exactly correct in what she said. You know, like your party affiliation is not your race. They're saying that when you are putting together these maps, race should not be a consideration. And it looks like it's going to be another 6-3 ruling, you know, saying that they can't do that. That's the way it looks. But the ultimate point, Jason, is black people still will have the ability to vote. They'll still have the ability to vote.
You skipping over that, Anthony.
This is where when it doesn't matter if we do vote at that point. Because, like, this is the problem. The black community votes a certain way because of certain things that have happened to the people in the past, things that are currently happening. Like, even with this getting rid of fucking affirmative action, we know we have codependency on affirmative action still to this day. Fucking Clarence Thomas had one. He wouldn't be a Supreme Court justice if it wasn't for affirmative action. He wouldn't have gotten school if it wasn't for affirmative action. He has fucking sat on affirmative actions back and rolled that bitch all the way to the Supreme Court. So I'm gonna tell you this: if you think that your vote still counts when they get rid of Section 2 and they get rid of this ginkgo formula that actually determines whether or not that map has been illegally gerrymandered, then you're crazy as fuck. You're fucking crazy. So don't fucking vote after that. If they say no, then it doesn't make a difference if you vote or not. Because whatever the majority is in that fucking community, which is usually white, and they lean heavily Republican or fucking MAGA, guess what? You never will fucking count.
And that's the the issue. And Anthony, I'm shocked at you because you're intelligent. Don't do this, man. I mean, at least pretend like you're intelligent enough to know what they're doing, man.
Get to the part of what I said that I disagree with.
Let me get to the point. This is the point, Anthony, that I disagree with what you said. Hold up, this is my point. This is what I disagree. You were correct all the way up to the point where you said they're not taking away the black vote. They're taking away block voting. And see, here's the point. When black people vote, you asked me a question, let me answer the question. The fact of the matter is that in a community, those people go to the poll and they vote for that school. They vote for resources for that school. They vote for resources for where they work. They vote for resources that actually happen, the policing of that community. When you split that up and you gerrymander it, and you actually dilute the voting power of that community, they no longer can actually vote to affect Anthony, if you you know, if you really want to play, hold on. I know Anthony from way back. Anthony, you know me and you get along, man. But please don't sit here and pretend like black people don't vote in a block. Atlanta wants to vote in a block because they want to affect them. They don't want to be washed up and diluted in other Republican or other counties.
They did Atlanta. So depending on the case, what happened to what happened to Lewis's district is an example of one of those cases. So so there's two districts. There's one in Augusta that got split up. So like this is not something that's unusual. This is what they're doing. Okay. So when you think I don't understand why this is even an argument. If anything, try to understand what she meant by disabled, because and then when you understand, then move around it, because this is not something we should be arguing about. We should all be in agreement that we want representation for people that look like you. That's it. Why are we arguing about it?
Especially if you're geographically bunched.
We only have Jim Clyburn. I don't even like him in South Carolina, but he's about to go away because they about to gerrymander his district.
That district.
Yeah, and we won't have no black representation left in South Carolina. He's the last.
You're okay with us being weak in that
I'm not even concerned about the black representation. To talk about this, it's not really the black representation. I'm talking about they went ahead and gerrymandered us racially into districts where we lived. Redlining gerrymandered us into districts. Then we say we're gonna vote a certain way. Now they don't like the way we vote. So without displacing us geographically, they're gonna displace us politically by gerrymandering the shit out of the district. So in effect, they're saying, yeah, we know we segregated you guys into those locations, but now you won't have representation to affect your geographic location because we're gonna gerrymander the shit out of it. So you won't have representation in Congress, where in the past you did. And that, to me, is the biggest ill out of all of this, is that you're actually selecting your voters for your candidates versus saying, hey, this is a town, this is a geographically separated area, let them vote as one, because the things they vote on will geographically affect them. But now you're saying we don't care about people being geographically affected by certain votes. We just want voters. And therefore, we're going to displace your vote and make you vote in a county, in a district that you don't have any say-so in how your district is affected. But other people in their other districts have more say in how your district is affected. And that's entirely what happened. But let me go ahead and play a
ML, before you play it,
against the backdrop of a world that was generally not accessible to people with disabilities. And so it was discriminatory in effect because these folks were not able to access these buildings. I guess I don't understand why that's not what's happening here. The idea is that we are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system, right? They're disabled. In fact, we use them.
So you see how she used the word disabled in contrast to the disability law? What you're saying.
I feel more strong than ever.
You were saying she's calling black people disabled.
Okay,
Make that make sense.
Yeah, ML. So, okay, here's what's up. In 1870.
No. ML, I'm gonna just hear what she said.
Yes, Moose, I heard what she said, brother. She's comparing black people to disabled people. And she said we are disabled.
No, she's not.
She
we need to go further back into the argument and just play that whole argument, because I don't think what that act was about. You got to understand what she was talking about. It's you using an analogy. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Saying is that in 1870 in Mississippi, 1870, you had a black man.
Illegal. Oh, God damn.
Okay, Patty, I just want to land.
Anthony,
hold up. Hold up, ML, just 1 second. You keep. Oh my God, ML, you don't give a damn.
By which the law determines whether a remedy is necessary.
That's absolutely correct.
So it's a law that is just encouraging or requiring a check-in. It's like a tool. It's like a tape measure that we're looking as to whether or not certain circumstances exist. And those circumstances that Congress is worried about is unequal access to electoral opportunity. And Section 2 tells you we have to look for those circumstances, and then the court says, yep, they exist in this situation under Section 2, and so now a remedy is required. And in our case law, we then say, okay, state, it's up to you to figure out what that remedy will be, and maybe that remedy involves race consciousness, maybe it doesn't, whatever. But Section 2 itself is just the measure by which we determine that a remedy is required.
That's absolutely correct.
So that's why it doesn't need a time limit, because it's not doing any work other than just pointing us to the direction of where we might need to do something.
That's right. And its usage becomes less and less as we see racially polarized voting and residential segregation decreasing. The CAT's amicus brief in this case shows that in the past decade, Section 2 cases have decreased by 50%.
Because the plaintiffs can't make the showing. I mean, there's it's a pretty significant showing to establish that unequal opportunity of electoral processes is happening.
That's correct. Jingles is an exacting test. It is data obsessive, brings in experts and many other form of evidence to establish a racial violation. There are many cases where the plaintiffs fail in bringing the Jingles 1 precondition or Jingles 2 or Jingles 3 before they even get to the totality.
About a time limit, you would say maybe it's with respect to the remedy that is used to respond to the problem that we've identified under Section 2. But the Section 2 tape measure itself doesn't need a life cycle. It's yeah.
That's correct. I mean, the 15th Amendment is permanently enshrined in our Constitution, and Section 2 is there to effectuate that prohibition of race discrimination on voting and does not require a time limit.
Thank you. I guess.
Oh, that was the wrong one. I played the wrong one.
Has to be superior in your view under this new part, insofar as it uses race neutral criteria. That what you mean?
Yes.
And that's what was asked for by Alabama. So you'd be saying that would require a change to what we said.
No, Alabama didn't. That's the problem with what Alabama argued. Alabama basically said the plaintiffs had to come up in court and without considering race at all, somehow magically show up with the 50% district. We're not arguing that. It didn't make much sense, so it's not.
Oh, I thought they were saying you had to have race neutral drawing. That was the whole thing about the computers.
Yes. Computers, which again,
no, but it's crucial to this point. Their weird thing about computers was you have to demonstrate as the plaintiff that you have a race neutral map, and that's what you're saying right now.
It's a very different thing. Yes, they both use the word race neutral, but what Alabama did was something about computers that I frankly don't understand. What we are arguing is simply under the state's own principle.
Right.
Their map has to be better. That I do understand.
All right, and then my final question, it just goes to that point, because I'm struck by your the degree to which your analysis relies on the states departing from traditional principles. You say you get to Section 2 when they Section 2 violation when they do that, and I guess I just wonder why that doesn't leave us in a position where you really cannot remedy the effects of race discrimination operating in a district based on past discriminatory choices. In other words, you're still bringing in intent because you're saying you have to intentionally depart from your traditional principles on the basis of race, and that's what's going to trigger Section 2. And I have, for example, the Louisiana historian's brief, where it talked how the reason why you have blacks in different places is because residential patterns in the state are still reflective of where enslaved communities lived along this particular river system. And that residential segregation, along with disparities in political power, economic status, health outcomes, all of these things are existent today because they reflect institutional choices that are traceable to Jim Crow and reproduced through contemporary practices. That last part is a quote from them. So I appreciate that you want to say when the state comes with their new map, we have to look at the extent to which in drawing it, they have departed from traditional principles on racial grounds. What I'm suggesting is what do we do with the situation in which the state keeps presenting the same map? They're not departing, their map looks fine, but because of all of these race-based effects, because of the history of Jim Crow, which I appreciate happened a long time ago, but I'm positing, and Jingles allows for us to see where those effects are still occurring. I hear your test not allowing us to solve for that problem when the state is continuing to present the same map under circumstances in which people are not actually being able to have equal electoral opportunity.
I guess I'll say about that, Your Honor. First is, again, our position, it does not require intent. I agree that at step one, we're saying you have to consider reasonable, but if they've departed from that, we think you could find liability based on the effect without making a finding that they did it for intent. Now, second, you pointed to the fact that it's possible that these effects stem from long distance.
Can I just ask you, why do they have to depart? What if they just keep on doing the same thing? They're not changing the map. I thought Section 2's whole point was that you gotta offer a remedy. You gotta have a remedy where this thing is happening. So the well-intentioned state with no intent to discriminate says, the census has changed, this is where people live, but we're just gonna provide our same map. And if we can determine that that map, under those circumstances, is not providing for electoral opportunity, regardless of whether they departed from traditional principles, I thought you had to solve for that.
I guess
Can you tell me what Jim Crow
It's only where they depart from traditional principle.
It's only where it's saying that it's either intentionally or likely intentionally.
So intent does come in.
You don't have to prove it by a preponderance of the evidence.
I see.
It's any other results.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
So you know what's sad when Anthony, apparently the right is making videos about this, about the she called black people disabled, taking it out of context. But you know what's so egregious in the comments is that people are literally calling her a DEI hire, people who didn't fucking graduate college. This woman graduated magna cum laude for undergrad from Harvard, and she graduated cum laude for a JD. Plus, she was a supervising editor of the Harvard Law Review. But people try to come at her. Anthony, your people, the people that you are in concert with, try to come at her and say that she's a DEI hire. And she's the most qualified judge on the court currently. Nobody comes close to her experience and the things that she's done on her track record to get to that position. But your people, Anthony, all they see is her blackness. And they go after her, calling her DEI. Because for them, that pejorative it represents black mediocrity. And this woman is far from mediocrity, regardless of what color she is. She's exemplary. And Anthony, you guys should just be lauding her name. But no, you try to drag her name down to say that somehow she got owned in that exchange. How the fuck did she get owned? Are you fucking okay, Anthony? You only wonder why people come at you hard. Because we can't believe as a black man, you would stand and say the bullshit you say on a consistent basis and don't expect us to come back hard at you.
Yeah, fuck you, Anthony.
Make that make fun.
You know she was rated as well qualified. That's the highest rating possible that you can get from the ABA when they nominated her for the Supreme Court. You need to look up what the ABA ratings were for most of these damn conservative judges that are sitting on the Supreme Court. She had well qualified. That's the highest rating you can get from the ABA. So it's really weird that people do this. And they do their ratings based off of what cases and where they've cases, their experience. It's a whole thing that the American Bar Association puts together to judge like what you look like as a judge, like this is kind of weird that we would even argue that she doesn't know any better. You know, it's so bad too, ML. I've seen stuff that people had put in the comments about how the way she looks, right? Like, this is crazy how she looks. Like, she's stupid. She's, like you said, DEI hire. She doesn't know what she's doing. The smartest people that are on the the smartest people that are on the Supreme Court that's asking the right questions right now are the women, to include Amy, right? And she's a conservative judge, so I'm not even taking that away from Amy. It has been the women. They're the ones that have been so proactive. Have you been listening to any of the oral arguments? The last year, 2 years of oral arguments, the first time I've heard Clarence Thomas' voice was this oral argument where he wants to dilute black voices. They have went to him back and forth. They'll say, Clarence Thomas, he fucking shuns him away and won't even ask questions on any of these fucking cases when it came to our arguments. But when it came to this, the VRA, he don't give a fuck about the impact of what's going on in the community. He wants you to prove the intent.
It's everything that's been going on the stage, man. In 1870, there was a black man from Mississippi, that got voted into the U.S. Senate. All right? 1870. If you make a strong enough argument, you will have representation. 1870, black man, Mississippi. All right? This, like, it's impossible that, you know, if we don't
what was going on in 1870 versus what was going on in 1920. Tell us what the difference is. What era had brought in Jim Crow, where the states, you explain to us what happened back in 1870 that black people were able to try to get these leadership positions. Guess what it was? It wasn't small government, it was big government. It was federal, it was the federal fucking government that made it easier. It still was fucked up and hard.
How did they make it easier? I'm just trying to understand, Patty. What are you saying when you say they made it, the federal government made it easier?
I'm not saying it was easy, but it was way easier than giving the states back the right to do certain things that they were doing, and that's why Jim Crow came along. You should know what the difference is when it comes to Reconstruction. So, like, we're not
saying is that all I'm saying is that, you know, fresh off of slavery, 1870, we have a black man that's elected. I think in 2025, that if you make a strong enough argument, that you will be elected. I really believe that. I believe that we had a 2-term black president. I believe that. And he won not only the electoral college, he won the popular vote twice. He got more white women to vote for him than Hillary Clinton, a white woman, did. So, I do believe these things are...
It wasn't something similar to what brought the case, that case, Gingles versus fucking, the case that was in North Carolina. What is it? What is the fucking case, man? Y'all know this shit, man, because we were talking about the Gingles, it's Gingles versus somebody. Help me out here. You should know it, ML, because you were the one that, when I said...
Gingles versus, no, hold on, let me get it for you.
It's Gingles versus, so do you even know what the story behind Gingles?
Anthony doesn't believe that systemic racism. Anthony doesn't believe that systemic racism even exists.
He does. He does believe that.
That's a lie.
He does believe that. But
that's a lie.
Anthony, I do want to ask you this though, because what you're saying is, you know what? Despite the gerrymandering hurting the black voter intentionally and the black voting power intentionally, and the way they want to distribute the lines are definitely going to impact them, because they can take communities that may be predominantly black and mix them in with other communities that are definitely not, and then affect the vote in that way. Are you saying that that does not affect us? That's the first question. When I say us, the black voting power, right? That's my first question. And my second question is, if it does, why are you advocating for we can still overcome, put yet another hurdle in front of black voting power and then try to overcome it? Why not put it there in the fucking first place?
And you know what? Don't bring up Mississippi.
Patty, can I answer the question really quick?
Right, but don't ever bring up Mississippi again. You remember what well, I don't remember because we weren't born then. But historically, we know what Mississippi looked like back in the 1870s. There's this thing called Reconstruction. Everybody wants to fucking go back to segregation, which I ain't going back to that shit. Y'all can kiss my ass. Right.
All right, so Patty, I just want to respond to John. All right, I'm sorry.
Right, you can respond after. But if you look at Mississippi back in the 1870s, it was a predominantly black state. If it wasn't for fucking the 15th Amendment that said that our vote couldn't be denied or whatever based off of race, color, all the other shit. That's what. They had a black senator. in fucking Mississippi. And that's because, like, I think 2/3 of the fucking population was black. So when you have a 2/3 population, you have fucking, they pretty much had the military, fucking, they had the federal government on the street making sure people were able to vote. They made sure that when they took the federal government out of these states, that's when they diluted us, okay?
No, but
so
Patty, he's missing one thing. So, Anthony, that means that how you don't know American history. Hold on, Anthony. Anthony, hold on, because you said, Anthony, I'm not arguing with you. I am not arguing with you. Now, the point here being is that you don't seem to know you don't only seem to know American history, but you say a lot of shit and don't actually go back and actually understand what you're talking about. And you do that consistently. So, mind you, the black senators out of Mississippi were not elected by popular vote. They were elected by the legislature of that state at that time. So the people didn't get to vote on it. So don't talk about like a whole white people vote. And plus, a lot of people from the Confederate were barred from actually running during that time. So what you fail to understand, like, that's post. Hold on, Anthony. Hold on, I'm not fucking done yet. Hold on, you could go next. So give me some more privilege here. So the point that you're saying is that, so because ex-Confederate office holders created a window in which black political power translated into legislative majorities, as federal protections receded in the mid-1870s and organized violence and suppression rose, black electoral success in Mississippi quickly collapsed. So the only way the black people were able to run shit is because they had a majority in the legislature at that time. And they voted those senators in. They were not voting by popular vote like you somehow trying to say that now you take away. But Anthony, the main point you're not understanding, Anthony, you live in a town. You said you live in a town. They decided to gerrymander that town 8 ways to 300, 400 miles away. Do you think the people that live 400 miles away from you in bumfuck farmland has the same priorities you have who live in the city?
I don't want to engage.
How are you going to get your
Gemini's question
then?
Can I answer Gemini's question? I'm happy to engage with you after I answer Gemini's question. That's all. Thank you. So Gemini, here's what I think, Gemini. I think that net, this will be a positive. I think net, this will get black people off the Democratic plantation. I think this thing is going to be overall a really good thing for black people. I think we're going to have to really stop and try to figure out the best way to vote and not just reflexively vote for the Democratic Party. I think this is actually a good thing for black people. So I understand that, some of you guys don't see it like that. I disagree. I don't think this is harmful to black people.
Right now,
Anthony,
there's no denying that gerrymandering can reduce the black voting power significantly. They understand that even if you don't. Like, I thought you were intelligent enough to be able to discern that, right? But they definitely understand that. That's why they're pushing so hard for it. If they can dilute the black vote, right, that gives them greater control over the overall political system. It makes it a lot easier to push an agenda when we're not appropriately represented. You understand? Like, if they have a black community here and they mix it with the Republican community there, and it's diluted to the point where they're the majority now, there goes the Republican representative, you just got undermined. Right? So let's try to take how intentional they are in implementing this and the implications that it has to reducing black voting power, and you don't have any type of concern for black voting power, and then you're like, why do you say coon? This is that moment right fucking now. This goes against our kind.
Gemini, black people don't have voting power right now. The black community's trajectory has been, the black people's trajectory in this country has been shit. It's been fucked up and getting worse. So I don't know, like, what? You want more of the same.
What are you talking about?
You want more of the same.
What's wrong with segregation? So imagine a person talking about he cares about black people, says that this should happen because this will get black people off the Democratic plantation, right? So they need laws to restrict and to weaken their collective vote. Anthony doesn't talk about the states and the counties that are predominantly red. He doesn't talk about a Republican plantation that white people are on that have been in sort of a cyclical cycle of voting for Republicans time after time, whose health outcomes are worsening.
Obama's election debunked.
They're not. What are you talking about? Wait, you're saying that nobody voted for Republicans? The fuck are you talking about?
Ignore him, brother.
Ignore
So
him.
he's not talking about white people who vote for Republicans time and time again, whose health outcomes are worsening, who are losing their jobs, whose educational prospects are dwindling. He doesn't talk about a Republican plantation. He doesn't talk about that at all. What he wants to do is misuse Black history, African American history, which he does not identify with, that he is not a part of, to weaponize that against African Americans. He will never talk about white people in the same way that he talks about Black people. And so it is very telling as he talks that he believes that rather than Black people choose who they vote for, like white people, they need the federal government and specifically the Supreme Court to reduce the power of Black people to choose who they want to fucking vote for, whether or not he agrees with.
More white women voted for Obama than Hillary.
We have this whole thing, right? Where
Wait. What was that in?
Don't pay attention.
To what I said.
Yeah, true.
This is odd, man. This is odd. So
yeah, I'm not actually speaking to you, Anthony. You can.
I
you mentioned my name.
Anthony,
this is crazy that you
May
mentioned my name.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
I will argue with Brother Messi all the day long in the chat, but I agree with him. Houston is a very, very good example of what the gerrymandering is going to impact. We have had districts that, for example, everybody made fun of Sheila Jackson Lee, but Sheila Jackson Lee actually stood up and represented her district. Some people may not agree with that, but there has been a lot of good that has been done for the Black community in the city of Houston, in Harris County, specifically because we have been able to elect individuals that look like us, that promote us, which is why Houston is basically such a good city for Black people, despite us being in a red state. Texas is a great example of that. It is but it has blue cities, a lot of which is people doing well economically. The number of Black institutions that we have, they've gotten funding for TSU, they've gotten funding for other organizations. You have Black HBCUs throughout Texas. Like, how can you be so ignorant as to this, Anthony? The gerrymandering that's been done, I think they've even removed, or they wanted to remove, what's her name in Dallas? Sorry, y'all, my brain. The lady right now, Crockett. They're trying to remove Crockett's district. Like, Chad, for example, look at all of the people. Isn't it District 18 that had the Sheila Jackson Lee, and we have all of these great people that are running, whereas before they probably would have been spread out? Like, you don't think that they're doing this on purpose because of the power of the Black vote, because of economic gains that Black people have made in some of these areas? Like, if you have any confusion into this, just look at Houston and Harris County if you don't think that this is intentional and deliberate, that Governor Hot Wheels, the areas that he targeted. Yes, they were overwhelmingly Democratic. Yes, they were overwhelmingly Black, but they are also some of have the best economic opportunities for Black people in this country. So you don't think that's random? You don't think that's going to be harmful? Are you serious?
Yeah, but this
it's calculated.
This comes with the game.
No, they don't all do it, DJ Fridays. It's calculated. DJ Fridays.
Hold on, let me just say this. You know what?
No, this is not interesting.
Let me just say
come up here and coon, and we could only take one coon at a time.
All right, that's fine. But look, here's the thing. And here what was just revealed by even Ketanji Brown, what she said about y'all being handicapped. Look, at the end of the day, and this is something that Democrats have to.
He's gonna say the same stupid shit. Y'all motherfuckers read from the same script.
I mean, if I can't talk,
really
just tell me that.
Actually, DJ Fridays, Anthony already said that.
Said you're talking
about. But let me just say this part. Look. At the end of the day,
what's revealed is the fact that white Democrats won't vote for black Democrats. But every single black Republican was voted in by white Republicans. But the Republicans are supposed to be the racist ones. And y'all just gotta take that L.
So explain Obama. Explain Obama being president.
Exactly. This is crazy.
How about you explain
hold on.
Underwood?
Explain
white districts. Like, there's lots of examples of black legislators who have been elected in predominantly white districts. Like that's
not what that's not what they said.
Talking about facts.
Anthony, we're on Cool DJ Fridays. You come up next. Hold on.
Wait, is this the same DJ Fridays that tried to prove a point to me in a room to show me how much he made from trading, and he didn't realize that if you paid the extra money to Clubhouse, that you could actually see the expanded portion, and what he did was show paper trades to basically communicate that he'd actually made actual trades? Is this the same DJ Friday?
Same DJ Friday. Let me tell you.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Let me clarify.
I just wanted to confirm.
Hey, that screenshot has loaded into my room. There's one of the ones that actually has a screenshot for that PTR.
Let me clear up something. I am with several prop firms. If you don't know what a prop firm is,
shut up and just acknowledge you did it.
If you don't know what a prop firm is, you connect a demo account to prop firms. So, and then you have what's called a copy trader that's running. It's an app that's running in the background. This is how prop firms work. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all be talking about. Yes, it is a demo account, but all prop firms, you connect on the front end with a demo account, but the actual trades get placed through a copy trader. Anybody who's been trading know exactly what I'm talking about. Do you even know what a prop firm is?
Fridays, what was your original point?
I know exactly what a prop firm is, and I think it's hilarious.
So have you ever traded with a demo account?
If you posted a trade from a demo account, anybody with a brain knows that it's fake as fuck.
Have you ever traded with a prop firm? Wait, Gemini, just do yourself a favor right now. Google, why do prop firms use demo accounts? And then it will explain everything to you.
I don't need to Google it.
It's not a real fucking account.
Yes, a demo account.
Just move on.
I'll log into my Ameritrade. I'll log into my real accounts and show you my real shit.
All right.
If you're trading with a prop firm, you use a demo account on the front end.
Just move on, bro.
It's copying your trades to the back end.
That's
how prop firms work.
Get back to the point, please.
I know. So DJ Fridays, why you thought that was instrumental to the conversation to bring up what Ketanji Brown said and actually you used it out of context? Why the right people? Why are you guys doing that?
Hey, look, bro, y'all just gotta take that L. Y'all worship these liberal whites as if they the fucking guardians of heaven.
How are we pro-right, but we voted for Kamala and you voted for Trump? Explain that.
In my backyard.
You guys are fantastic, boy.
They are.
Even makes sense.
I don't want to let this one go, though. For anybody that doesn't trade, I want y'all to understand this. You have a demo account for one reason, right? You simulate trading. Practice trading, right? You test your strategies. You use virtual money. It's not real money. It's not real anything. You don't take any real risk. It is like a flight simulator. When you get inside of a flight simulator, you act like you're flying a plane, but you're not taking a real danger of flying a plane. So if I was it's like me posting me inside of a flight simulator saying I'm a pilot, right? And you find out, oh, that was a simulator. That means you're fake as fuck, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, Gemini, listen. Hey, Gemini, listen, Gemini, I'm not trying to argue with you, bro. Listen, my mother is dead, bro. I put my right hand to listen. Bro,
I'm sorry for your loss, but that literally has nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, that sounded so funny.
Listen.
I thought you guys are all about the facts. Why are you trying to cling to our emotional side, talking about your dead mother?
Disrespect you, Gemini, but listen, this is all I'm saying, bro. Listen, when you're with a prop firm, you use a demo account on the front end. It connects to a real account through an app called a copy trader. Every prop firm, when you're actually trading, it looks like you're trading on a demo account. But it could, like, again, it connects.
Okay, answer one question, DJ Fridays.
Boy, it said paper trades at the top of PTR. Stop lying. Stop lying.
And you will find out what I'm saying.
Bro, you are prop firm. You don't even know using fake money. And you, come on now, bro, come on.
Nah, y'all
Friday, we can move on from that. We can, if you just take one L, we can move
all
on from that.
bums anyway.
Bro, yes, we are a bunch of bums.
We're a bunch of bums.
You see how we don't care, and so we can just move on? Yeah, we're bums.
No, but I don't like that trying to lie.
Imagine the bums walking away from you.
Real girly shit, bro.
Imagine the bums walking away from you.
Y'all are so emotional. Like,
I hate when niggas be trying to play on niggas' tops, bro. You're not shit.
We don't know you.
Okay.
DJ Friday, you could be a white man, and nobody will know, and nobody. We can move on.
No, wait for a second. Wait for a second. I don't want to move on. Give me 1 second. I understand what a copy account is. I understand what a prop firm is.
Bro, no, you don't, bro. Stop lying right now, bro. No,
I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off.
Right now.
I didn't cut you off. Let me finish. Right? So I wanted to make sure. So I went and did a little research just to make sure. I actually trade, bro. And I don't swing trade on day trade. I'm a long-term person, right? I hodl. But anyway, with that being said, it says right here, most traditional prop firms do not, and not as capitalized, allow copy accounts for funded trading.
It said most. Did it say all?
Listen. You say this is what they do all the time. They said,
okay, let me just tell you the
demo accounts are strictly to attest. Let me just tell you the firm I'm with. Let me finish. I know it hurts, but let me finish. It says demo accounts are strictly to test your individual skill, risk management, and decision making.
Gemini, the name of the company I'm with is
go on mute account because you're not really trading at that level.
Gemini, it said most. It didn't say all.
Can you let him finish?
I'll tell you the company that I'm using, bro. It's called Apex. That's the firm I'm with. It's called Apex. Now look at Apex. Ask Google or whatever. Why does Apex use demo accounts on the front end?
Quinn, you're right. I'm gonna follow your lead, bro. You got it, DJ. I'm not you.
No, bro. You just tried to lie on me. Look up Apex.
Everything out there is facts, bro. I'm reading from factual. You got it, bro.
Listen, the firm I'm with is called Apex, bro. Look at Apex. Go look at Apex.
Oh, I can see. You win.
You didn't say all. You said most.
I can see. You're right. You got it.
So DJ Friday, you a big baller, but Apex said they limit their account size to 300K.
Oh!
I'm just asking, bro.
And then I'm reading here where it says the simulation, so they do use it, is during the evaluation phase. So
to see if you're actually good enough for them to fund your account.
Shit.
Right.
That's what they do. I'm telling you, Patty, that's what they do.
Exactly what they do. It's a simulation meant to replicate what the real market experience without actual proprietary firm capital at risk.
And if you do good, they after their evaluation, they will fund your account.
Listen.
So he's not using Israel money.
Oh my God, y'all.
According to their instructions, you log into a simulation section on their partner platform.
Nobody's hating on you, bro. We don't care.
According to their instructions, you log into this simulation. According to the instructions,
DJ Fridays, go on mute. You could flap your gums after every day.
Right?
This nigga getting killed on stage.
Yeah. You don't want nobody to hear this. Well, according to their instructions,
we'll let you go, boys. We ain't trying to silence you. So I think it pays the common courtesy of listening.
So it says, according to the instructions, it says you use the simulation section on the partner platform. For example, one of the partner platforms is Tradeovate. For the demo training.
It's Tradeovate.
For the demo training stage. That's it. You're just simulating live conditions. It's not natural. It's not even.
No, that's not. Look, why would you allow me
It's not the same as a live funded account in terms of risk funded stuff. Oh Lord, and then you went and told me shit.
Why would you say that? Y'all don't know either. I'm just telling you what I know.
I feel like everybody on stage is
about 5 years now. Y'all just don't know what y'all talking about, but it's okay.
DJ Friday, so in 5 years, DJ Fridays, have you gone above 300K? I'm just asking.
That's not what that means, bro. That's trading. That doesn't. Y'all just said.
Oh, no, finish that sentence. Finish that sentence. We're here now. We're all committed.
Bro, the 300K is just it's money that's trade. That doesn't mean you have that money in your account, bro. Like what the 300K, that's just one of their maximum fundings, right? That doesn't mean you have access to 300K. It's a leverage thing. Like y'all don't,
so how much access you got then?
It don't, y'all just shut the fuck up, bro.
No, I'm asking a genuine question.
No, you're not,
I'm interested.
Because your question is
am.
bad faith. It doesn't work.
They're not bad faith. I'm
didn't stop you 10 minutes ago. You know this
DJ Friday, enlighten us. Because you came up here and you decide to call people out. They don't know what prop trading is. They don't and we decide to look it up. I didn't know. I've never heard of it because I just trade with my Schwab account. That's it. Boom, done. So I never heard of it. So I said, okay, let me go look it up.
Well, look deeper, because y'all just look at it.
And to my amazement, it's been contradicting the shit that you've been saying. I'm reading off their website. I'm looking at their plan.
Y'all looking at it from a surface level, and I
a surface level.
It's not something
okay,
that
tell us.
So
tell us that 10,000 from your account.
You can't just go to their website and think you know everything about what's going on because you just read something.
You told them to go. Wait a minute. Isn't that the purpose of a website? Like you got some inside information into the paper? I don't know.
You told them. You gave them the information. Told them to go there.
If I can use an analogy, right? Most people only, when they look at a car, they see tires, they see car doors, they see a car body.
Hey, you guys are at the surface level. He says y'all looking at stuff at the surface level.
Transmission. But there's way more to a car than everything I just mentioned.
Yes.
You comparing a car now? What are you talking about?
Wait. That's also true of turning
like
on the
that
lights.
car ass nigga. Like what?
Hold on. But that's also true of turning on the lights. But thankfully, I don't need to know about circuit conductors to be able to flip a switch. I know that when I turn on the light, as long as there's a light bulb, I expect there to be electricity. And so if there is a problem, then I call somebody else.
Okay.
So I don't need to know the internal mechanism of everything. Right?
And you're not going to learn. That doesn't mean you're not going to learn everything in the 10 minutes we was just talking for.
I know, but you directed them to the site. So can we move on to the thing that we were talking about when Anthony was championing the Supreme Court taking away the rights of black people?
Anthony, man, your fellow MAGA is always disappointed.
And so I'm just wondering if we can get back. Are there any Republican plantations? Can we talk about that?
Those don't no master.
Anthony, do you see any Republican plantations where the Republican Party is extracting the vote of white voters, but they're not getting any benefit? Are Republicans taking advantage of their constituents? One mic on.
I've never heard Anthony talk bad about white people or Republican.
Because
you're not going to.
Biggest raccoon.
You're not going to. He's not going to do it.
Talk about white massa? Nah, never.
But you know what? This is the thing.
And it's not like we're not even making it a racial thing.
I think context of y'all gonna probably laugh, but I truly believe this. I've evaluated Anthony for a long time. Anthony is either paid or an intentional disruptor, right? That's it. Like there's one or two, because he understands very clearly gerrymandering. He understands systemic racism. He understands the impact of Trump on our culture and our kind. He understands this. Y'all not teaching him. He's not stupid. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, he's not dumb. This is a choice, and he's doing it for either finance or personal entertainment. One of the two.
Hey, Gemini, you remember I told you guys, if you listen to them, they all have the same points.
Like they're reading from a script.
It's like they have a fucking script.
Yo, y'all say the same fuck. You know what's crazy about politics? Like, and it's the whole campism thing, right? Everything that you can accuse a Republican or a person on the right of, y'all do the same fucking shit. That's why at some point when people
Who's y'all though, DJ? Who's y'all?
Both every side of every political side does the same shit to each other. That's why sometimes when y'all listen to people argue over politics, it gets real goofy because you'll sit there and accuse somebody of something, but you do the same fucking shit. And it's like, do y'all even hear yourself? You think the Democrats and people on the left don't follow a script? Yo, if a person tells me that they're
talking about the script that you all follow, that's it. Like you guys are paid actors.
Hey, ML, if a person tells me that they're left-leaning or they're a Democrat or whatever, I can almost guarantee I can guess their stance on every political issue. Every single issue.
Let's play that game then.
Right.
You got a whole bunch of Democrats on stage.
I know what you feel about abortion. I know what you feel about guns for the most part. Not when it comes to guns, it could be a little gray area. But for the most part, I know.
Because I'm two-way all the way. Friday, I'm two-way all the way. So explain that.
Hold on, give me 1 second, please. Friday, what do I think about guns? Friday, what do I think about guns? You tell me.
I just listen. Did you not just hear me say, well, I'll take that back about the guns because that could be a gray area.
Okay.
I did just say that.
And what else?
Say that, Gemini?
Abortion?
Yeah. Bro, when it comes to every single issue, I can pretty much bet I'm going to say
every single issue, then you're taking shit back. I don't understand. Every single issue. That means every issue. And yet you decided to take back shit. Make that make sense. So, Anthony, I really want to understand how you guys feel that, like Messi broke it down to you, or Brother Messi said, with all the white districts that are red, they represent geographic districts in red states. And the only gerrymandered sections in red states are normally when they try to loot the votes out of the city. And the thing about with the advent of technology and how people register, how people spend, what they buy, like DJ Friday said, he could tell a single point of everything about a particular voter based on the fact that who they identify with. They could do that now because we all know that data brokers sell all our information. They sell our searches. They know exactly what we like. So out of that construct, they could say exactly who they think you're going to vote for with pretty high certainty, probably 90% or more. So having that information, you literally have politicians being able to choose their voters. I mean, really slice a street down into two. Like your neighbor is in one district, you're in another. Just for them to be able to get the voters that will continually keep them in office. And is that the world you guys want? That's why we currently have no compromise. That's why we currently have, it's going to be a stalemate against solid blue districts against solid red districts. And ain't shit gonna get done. Because those people know that no matter what happens, your motherfuckers cheer on politics like you're cheering on a team and not thinking about the policies or the consequences. You just support somebody, so that's what you'll die hardly. It's like you show up, you're a Redskin or Dallas fan. And in fact, it's more nuanced than that. But y'all don't fucking understand that. And I think y'all do because I find Anthony to be too intelligent to not be able to discern those particular facts about every particular scenario we talk about here. And his denial, it's like he lives in denial 100% or he's delusional. But the fact is that he knows better, but consistently decides to be a coon. I don't get that. That's like, when did the brain click on to say, yeah, you guys are right about this one. Yeah, I believe in this one. Yes, I was wrong. But he retorts with some bullshit shit. Like, we're talking to Anthony and he goes, well, Democrats want abortions. That was his retort. And it was not even something even close to abortion. That's what he came back because he thought he was going to hit us hard with that. Well, Democrats want gay men. Democrats want trans. But yet, I've been tracking Anthony. You know what I find so amazing? I've been tracking him. amount of people who get convilia, and you know who it is? I haven't found one trans person arrested since I've been tracking it. Do you know how many Republicans have found and been arrested? You guys are leading the clip like 80 to 20. 80% Republicans, 20% Democrats.
Arrested for what?
So the majority of the pedophiles on your side.
Bro, stop it, bro.
But don't worry about the trans.
Ratings, bro. Stop.
No, that is true. That is very, very, very true. And
DJ Friday, I track
I will be willing to put money that the majority of the pedophiles that were arrested in 2024, the ones that they can track back to a political party or have a political association, come from the right. How much you want to bet on that? Same with violence. You can double that bet. All right, stay on mute then.
Yeah, because I have other conversations with my real life Republican friends. So when I have conversation with them, I would say, well, my real friend, he's very anti-trans, anti-gay. Every time I see a post, and I keep on following those people just because it provides me a little bit of order. That exactly what
Hey,
like.
I bet you $100 on that because I just looked it up. I bet you.
There's no listen. DJ Fridays. You guys are the most hypocritical people because you guys always seem to distort the truth or not or deflect. DJ Friday. What do you believe the ratio is this?
There's no way to track something like that, first off, so I'm not going to even entertain that question.
Okay, so do you know how it's tracked? So there's a trans lawyer who tracks it. He's on
well, that's
Instagram.
Real credible.
Hold on. So what he does, he scours the dockets. He's a lawyer. He scours the dockets in every state to see exactly what the charges were. And what he does, he goes back and he looks at the person, because like I tell you, he has access to different data brokers, so he could see what you registered as. If you registered as a Republican, a Democrat, and everything else about you. The same way the Republicans can find out everything about you and determine that, hey, I'm going to gerrymander the share of this particular 4 houses because they vote Democrat consistently. That's what he did. So the same information he's using it to say, hey, that person definitely is a Republican. They're registered Republican. They donate to Republican causes. Blah, 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 blah. And a lot of the time, a lot of them have a religious affiliation. Because if you notice that two of Trump's religious advisors have both been arrested and prosecuted for pedophilia. 2. Not 1, 2. But yet, you guys are concerned about the trans people. Make that make sense. The trans people are the pedophilic people. Because you're trans, you're a pedophile. But everything on your side says that you guys are a bunch of fucking hypocrites. You guys are deflection. You guys
only care because he tells them what to care about, though. Like, they weren't, a lot of these issues, ML, weren't even talked about or even addressed until Donald Trump told them that it should be of concern. And then they don't even look into if what he is saying is accurate or not. It's wild. This blind faith in him is crazy to me.
It's like they have to have a permission structure, and the permission structure is so high that it's like, nah. Trump literally have to come in their house and shoot their wives or their kids for them to say, oh, fuck, now I can't have what. That's how high the permission structure is for them to go up against this man.
They're not even going to do it then. They're going to be like, first of all, what did she do? Was she being antagonistic?
I'm crying.
So let me read this list of all the Democrats who've been arrested for
I never said there wasn't any Democrats. I said majority of them are Republicans.
No, but there's a list, and the majority of the people on this list are actually Democrats. There's 2 Republicans, the rest of the people are Democrats. And this is a list of, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So out of 17 notable Republican, and these are either mayors, governors, senators, people elected in political office.
Post the link, and I'm going to post the link for all the Republican pedophiles.
I'm going to post the link. Exactly. Post the link.
I bet you I got more Republican pedophiles in the last 2 months than you got on your list right now.
and you don't even want to bring up rape. Because there's a statistics in America that when white women when white men say that white women are raped by black men, and the white women are now saying no, I am more fearful of being raped by a white man than anything else. And the data and the data supports that. But if you have MAGA, it's like, oh, I gotta protect this and I gotta protect that. And whereas the black man, they're gonna rip our women. No, motherfucker, you don't want to rip in your women.
Like, this conversation is getting weird, ML. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, I said release the file. Post your link. You said you had a link. And I told you, why is that both of two of Trump's religious advisors were both arrested and prosecuted for pedophilia?
Okay, because they're bad. Listen, because they're bad people.
No, just explain that to me.
There's a such thing as
not one, two.
Bad people, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? Why are we even putting this on a party? There's bad people in both parties, bro.
You're the one who brought up the party thing. You're the one who
Because
said
MAGA
that you
puts
could
it on a
single-handedly
party.
identify.
If people get caught doing fucked up shit, I don't give a fuck what their political affiliation is. Hang their ass, bro. Like, this is just that simple, bro. Like, those are the type of crimes that you can't. That shit shouldn't have nothing to do with you identifying their party, bro. That's some sick shit, bro. And it's sick people on both sides, bro. But y'all pick and choose the shit y'all want to point to.
No, we don't. My first point.
Yes, I know Republicans do it, but you do it too.
Hold on. No, DJ Friday. Democrats are not going around saying that trans people are grooming kids. That Democrats are that Republicans are grooming kids. You guys are the ones saying that.
Because
literally, a guy showed up. Hold on. A guy literally showed up at a pizza parlor in D.C. wanted to shoot the owners because on a website somebody said that, hey, Hillary Clinton is grooming kids in a basement under a pizza parlor, which doesn't have a basement.
Bro,
you guys are the one. You guys were the ones who said release the Epstein files. And now y'all have all the power in the world, and y'all can't seem to do that.
Bro, it ain't.
You guys control.
Like, you know that whole Epstein file thing? If there's one thing you should know about government at this point, it's too late for that. Because if they do release the files, if they do release the files, you think those files are going to be accurate? Like, that's just common sense. If they were to release some files because they want people to shut up about it, do you really think those files are going to be authentic? Fuck no, they
because
not,
DJ Fridays, hold up, DJ Fridays. What you fail to misunderstand is that you know who was the head prosecutor of the Epstein case?
And then as soon as
answer one question.
As soon as what you're
do you know who was
is not there,
do you know who was the DJ Friday? Answer a question. DJ Friday, because you're gonna make an excuse. Okay, do you know who was the lead prosecutor of the Epstein case?
No.
Okay, they fired her. She's Comey's daughter. Do you think she would remember who's on the Epstein, who's in those files? So there are people that they're fired who worked on that case.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if the files were such a thing during the whole Biden administration, how come they didn't push it then? If the for all the things that they tried to take Trump down with, right? How come the Biden administration didn't use those files to take him down then?
So I could ask you the same question. Why did Trump release it during Trump's term?
That whole file thing wasn't a thing.
No. You need to answer that because who arrested him? Who was he convicted under? Who did he die under? That's Trump's first term. So why comes they didn't release? And then Trump calls for releasing it during Biden's term. So make that make sense.
So,
because you gotta put
so why didn't Biden release it then? You know why don't these people wait,
listen.
You know why don't
listen, the Democrats didn't call for the release. You guys did.
You know why neither side wanted to go anywhere near that shit? Because both sides are part of that shit, bro. Like, and that's what I'm saying. When it comes to certain issues, Y'all gotta stop this partisan shit.
But DJ Fridays, we don't give a fuck. Now you guys have made it an issue and said, hey, there's something in the Epstein files, and we've seen the cover up. We're not saying, hey, release that motherfucker. We don't care who's in it. Bill Gates, whoever have pedophilic tendencies should be prosecuted.
It's too late. If they were to release the files,
but anyway, I gotta run.
Listen, if they were to release the files today, if what's in there is not what you want to be in there, it's not what you're looking. Because see, most people want those files to be released because they just hope and pray that Trump is top dog in those files. And when they get those files and they see that's not the case, that he was just an FBI informant, like then now the files are fake. That's gonna be the new narrative. Oh, these ain't the real files.
Okay, hold on. Hey, DJ Friday, who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal in Florida? Who was that prosecutor? What was his name?
What does this matter? What does this matter? Why does this matter? Epstein,
because he was a Republican. He was
Epstein,
Alex Acosta.
Politicians on behalf of Israel, and I'm sticking to my story.
Oh yeah, there you go. Let's go. But anyway, I gotta run. Toodles. You guys enjoy yourselves.
Epstein was a Mossad agent. His job was to blackmail people. I halfway don't think
that's really his job, but if you want to stick to that, it's up to you.
That's fine.
He was rich and a pedophile. That's all he was. David.
The biggest person he blackmailed was Bill Clinton. That's why he had a picture of Bill Clinton in the skirt and shit hanging at his crib, just to let everybody know how Bill Clinton was his bitch.
Are you sure?
Remember that picture they found at his house of Bill Clinton in the skirt, in the dress and all that shit? That was
that years ago.
Yeah, that was a symbol that he was letting everybody else know how Bill Clinton was his bitch.
Okay.
Well, you know how pedophiles operate.
Sure.
You know how they operate. Okay.
Hey, Chad, how you doing? It's been a minute. Hello, everybody.
One second.
Hey, Patty.
Okay, y'all. Hold on. Trying to. So, yesterday we did the room and we had shut it down. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep it open in here. And we're also going to stream on Chatter. That way you guys can interact back and forth. If y'all are okay with that. Is everyone okay with that? So I know a lot of y'all wanted to keep the room.
Well, it doesn't matter to me, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Let me get this together. All right, go ahead, y'all can continue. Where were y'all at in the conversation?
I'm talking about
Jay was telling us what he knew about pedophiles and how they operate.
Nobody. Hey, y'all got it. Oh, the chat don't know. You know April gets modded. But what were they talking about now?
Bill Clinton, he was talking about him and Epstein in a picture they got from years ago.
Yeah, but also hasn't it came out his Secret Service even said that most of the flights were to Africa. It was investments that were being made in a lot of when it came to the foundation, right? Yeah.
Some of that extent, yeah.
Yeah, but our current president was on flights with him out of Tampa because thing there, so and he did. People seem to think the island is the only place where things happen.
It's not, like I said, the home in Palm Beach, the home in New York City. I think he may have had one in Arizona.
Yeah. Anybody else wanted to comment on? Because I got lost because I was too busy doing something else. But
I'm on Chatter, so we can hear you on both apps, just so you know.
okay. But go ahead. I don't know where you guys were at in this conversation.
Did you guys talk about the NBA scandal today?
We briefly talked about it, but it was like an in and out. But I do know it's crazy. The mafia may be involved.
There's no May. There's no May. Like, this might be one of the biggest sports stories in a while. So, just to sum it up, you have it's two separate, now I've listened to it, it's two separate incidents, but people are thinking that it's one. You have 3 players, at least 3 so far. Only one is active, 2 former players that definitely have been caught for shaving points for the mob. So they got into gambling debts, and the mob basically started using them to shave points, and also to alert people in the mob about when there's injuries and when people weren't going to play before the public knew, so they could put money on it. But the crazy part is Chauncey Billups, the head coach of Portland, has been arrested because he was involved in the mob illegal gambling rings, and so he was playing poker, and he was bringing in a lot of high-end players. Now, the rumor is LeBron is one of them. I haven't seen anything that proved that was true, other than just people stating it. But this is going to be one of the, I know it's not political based, but this is going to be one of the craziest stories when this gets done.
Isn't it crazy, bro? It's like these guys aren't making enough money, right? It's wild.
It is, right. And a lot of it, gambling has a lot to do with adrenaline, and just doing shit. So you do gamble, I'm sure Terry Rozier, who was the active player, I'm sure he's gambling a lot more than I would gamble, right? Because he's not getting excited of winning $200, right? So, but then when you make mistakes, now you're in the hole, and then I guess he got somebody to bail him out.
They were saying this is tied directly to New York mob families that they were working with. Like, that's crazy.
So, what else do we have going on today in the news, y'all?
President Trump apparently took the knee to big tech. He, I guess in one of his crazy tweets from the president, the federal government was preparing to surge San Francisco, California on Saturday. But friends of mine who live in the area called last night to ask me not to go forward with the surge, in that the mayor, Daniel Lurie, was making substantial progress. I spoke to Mayor Lurie last night, and he asked very nicely that I give him a chance to see if he could turn it around. I told him I think he's making a mistake because we can do it much faster and remove the criminals that the law does not permit him to remove, I told him. It's an easier process if we do it faster, stronger, and safer, but let's see how you do. People of San Francisco have come together on fighting crime, especially since we began to take charge of that very nasty subject, President of the United States. Great people like Jensen Huang and Mark Benioff and others have called saying that the future of San Francisco is great. They want to give it a shot. Therefore, we will not surge San Francisco on Saturday. Stay tuned, end quote. Watch him bait and switch. go there a day
So what's
early.
going on in San Francisco? That y'all got a big immigration issue over there? I'm confused.
They're talking about the homeless.
Oh, the homeless. Oh.
I used to live there for several years. There's a homeless problem for sure. It's bad. There's fentanyl problems similar to Portland, but as far as they have one of the lowest homicide rates in years. I still got friends that live there. At the end of the day, it's a lot of tourists that are victims of these crimes of smash and grabs, right? Like they actually have signs on their parking meters that say, "Welcome to San Francisco. Don't leave any belongings in your car." They're from other places where they leave their doors unlocked at night, so they come to San Francisco. They think no one's going to smash our windows in broad daylight in our car. So that's honestly that was a problem for a while. I think it's gotten better. They've done undercover cop work to specifically address that. But at the end of the day, like there's no violent crime in San Francisco is very, very rare. Oakland, right across the bay, 20-minute drive, that's much higher crime.
A lot more poor people in Oakland.
Let me see. Let me look up something. I gotta put my glasses on because I was trying to get dressed. Let me see what we got going on. So they do have a video talking about that gambling probe. Y'all want me to play it?
So everybody that's sports betting, you don't stand a chance.
Oh Lord.
If you send it to me, Patty, I can play it on chat on the screen.
Okay. Will they be able to hear it in there? Okay.
Now y'all know when that quarterback need to pass for just 2 more yards, and for some reason he just never do it, it's because he got that phone call.
I mean, that's a whole different sport, but go ahead.
No, but this is just a... No,
oh, yeah, because it was the NBA Friday.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if the NBA is doing it, every professional sports is doing it.
Yeah, we can
absolutely. Island.
FBI is saying NBA stands for no betting allowed.
You know, they big on betting in baseball. So.
That's a fact. No, but he's right. They bet in every sport. I mean, I got friends that bet on like Eastern European baseball just because they want something to do.
Bro, you can do gamers now. Like, you go on them apps like Prize Pick, they got like fucking Call of Duty, all like everything that you could possibly. Yeah.
And you could do like prop bets, like how long is the national anthem gonna be, or what color dress is the halftime performer gonna wear, those kind of things too.
Okay. Did you see the video? I sent it to you.
I got it. Give me 1 second and I'll play. Oh, if y'all want to see the video too, y'all can come on chat. I'm playing it at the top.
get placed in the queue?
Yes, you can. Hold on, she about to play a video real quick and then you can speak after the video. We don't really have a queue going on yet. When they act crazy is when we have a queue. Well, you can go ahead and say, are you playing the video again? You can go ahead and say what you gotta say since we're still prepping the video.
Okay, thank you. I just heard someone come on and say that there's no crime in San Francisco, so I was just wondering if they had data to support that, and that Oakland is the place that has the crime.
Who said that? One of y'all said that.
I wasn't looking at my phone because it said it, but it was the homicides are way down in San Francisco. That's what he said.
Yeah, but okay, but yeah, I was just wondering if he had any data. If that person's not there, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, when I stopped driving, I could pull up the homicide.
Are you from San Francisco?
Yeah, I'm from the Bay Area, so I mean, to me, to say that Oakland, out of the entire Bay Area, is the only place with crime is kind of crazy. But you know, that's okay. If the person's not there, I'm good.
You know what? I don't blame you, girl. You said I'm coming up here to fight back for my city.
I'm not mad at it. There was a little extra weight on the Oakland part, but I left it alone. I'm in Oakland too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that let's just stay together. Let's not say, hey, don't come to San Francisco, go to Oakland. That's kind of what was coming out to me, and that's kind of, weird to me.
No, I agree there. I 100% agree there. I don't know if it was misinterpreted what I was saying. It's ridiculous in general. Like, they're just essentially just going after democratic cities, right? Like, the National Guard is not designed to stop crime. It's a total flex.
Okay, I think she got the video ready. It's talking about the what y'all was talking about earlier. If y'all are cool with us playing it now.
Yeah, it's the organized the sports betting video. So y'all want to see it? Come on over on Chatter. It is. I think this looks like the actual announcement. But 1 second. Tell me if y'all can hear it.
Are you playing it?
Nothing yet.
No, we can't hear it. We can't hear nothing yet. No, baby.
We can't hear nothing yet.
Y'all sound like the old.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear? I think you gotta go into music mode on your I think you gotta go to music mode on your side. You hear me, chat?
Yeah.
You gotta go to music mode on
Okay, if y'all aren't able to hear, then Patty, you want to just play it for Clubhouse?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play it in here. Because obviously it can't be played on both sides. Hold on. Go into music mode.
Headline-making press conference from the U.S. Justice Department and FBI in a federal gambling-related investigation. FBI Director Kash Patel says, quote, "The fraud is mind-boggling. In all, 34 defendants arrested and charged in 2 separate cases. One centers on allegations of illegal sports betting in the NBA, the other allegations of rigged poker games." As I just said, 2 separate cases, but officials say there is some overlap here, that 3 men are charged in both cases, including a former NBA player, Damon Jones. Also targeted this morning, current Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier. He's accused in the sports betting case. And the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups, he is charged in the poker case. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins me now. He's been following these developments with me. Let's take this one at a time here. So first, we have the sports betting case. 6 defendants here. They're calling it Operation Nothing But Bet, a plan nothing but net. That includes Rozier. That includes the former player Jones. What are the allegations laid out when it comes to this?
Yes, the allegations for Operation Nothing But Bet, which we just heard a second ago, have been investigated for several years, is that these players involved were using non-public material information to them about their performance or what they intended on doing during the games, and then sharing that with co-conspirators who then placed bets on their performance. Specifically what Commissioner Tisch said with respect to Terry Rozier, who Joe is a player who used to play for the Charlotte Hornets. He's not in the Heat. He was arrested this morning in Orlando after their game last night, is that he had taken himself out of the game in 2023. Now, I will say this. There are bets going on right now. This has been a major problem for professional sports organizations. These sort of prop bets where bettors can gamble on a player's particular performance. So obviously, if they're involved in this, right, if they have control over what they're doing on the court, when they're on the court, it can manipulate outcomes. In this case, Rozier is accused of taking himself out of a game in 2023 after 9 minutes. He was averaging 21 points in 35 minutes that season, leaving the game, and suddenly all of this flood of volume of bets on him going under his projections for points and rebounds and assists. Everyone that was betting on that, and this is according to the U.S. Attorney's Office and to the FBI and the NYPD, they all end up losing money, potentially tens of thousands of dollars. So he's one of 6 people that has been charged with that. And I will say that this goes back several years. You heard Jonte Porter mentioned as well. Jonte Porter was a player for the Toronto Raptors who has since been banned from the NBA. That was going back to 2024 because he had admitted that he was involved in conspiracy and manipulation of performance. There were 4 people that pleaded guilty to that, and they mentioned the fact that Porter actually had been intimidated by some folks because of his gambling debts. It's not clear exactly what the connection is there. That's big picture, right? But I do want to read Terry Rozier's attorney, his statement, right, which we just got this morning. And I think this is important. They have vehemently denied the charges. They say, this is Jim Trusty's attorney, they appear to be taking word of spectacularly incredible sources rather than relying on actual evidence of wrongdoing. Terry was cleared by the NBA, and these prosecutors revived that non-case. That is a nod to the fact that he had been under investigation, reportedly. Terry is not a gambler, but he is not afraid of a fight, and he looks forward to winning this fight. We do believe that Terry Rozier is going to be in court in Orlando sometime between 1:30 and 3 p.m. Eastern Standard tonight. But this is just the totality of this. is significant, right? We've had so many conversations about the fact that players have even said, I feel the pressure of fans and how I'm performing on the court based on these prop bets, based on people being allowed to bet on just minutia of my performance. And Terry Rozier has been linked with that.
That's the change. Sort of back in the day, it was whether a team wins or loses, which is harder for one single person to control. But now there are these bets that can be placed. That's something that one player actually can control what the outcome of this bet is, because it can be anything from a rebound to who makes the next free throw to whether it's a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer, all these things.
And that trickles down not just from professional sports leagues, but to college sports as well, which is why you heard the U.S. Eastern District Attorney asked, hey, does it affect college basketball? So we said there's no college basketball cases involved here, but in recent weeks, there have been investigations launched to former college basketball players for effectively doing the same kind of thing. If there is a saturation of sports books and gambling activities that are now legalized in recent years based on a Supreme Court decision, what you are seeing is now how are these leagues and even college athletic associations handling potential manipulation of the system?
We should note the authorities there saying the NBA has cooperated with this. Let's talk about the second case, because this is more defendants. You've got 31 defendants in all. The accusation is rigged poker games, essentially organized by crime families here. But what's fascinating is they say they use high-tech wireless cheating technology, things like altered shuffling machines, poker chip tray analyzers, x-ray tables, and they use, according to the allegations, a big name like Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups to come play these games against other people. Lay out the allegation.
Okay, so let's talk big picture about what's being accused and why it's so significant with respect to Chauncey Billups specifically. Big picture, the FBI there, HSI, the attorney's office said that they were talking about tens of millions of dollars that were taken. They said they were arrested in 9 different states, that this has been going on in these illegal gambling rinks, high-stakes poker rinks in the Hamptons, Las Vegas, Miami, Manhattan. Nationwide. What they are accusing, as you said, is that there was an involvement of former players being used as the terminology that was used today. Face cards, basically luring people in under the impression that they were participating in a normal poker game, when in fact the players or former players are in on it, right? And they're called the fish. And one person faced, I guess, $1.7 million in losses. Others, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but collectively, I believe that $7 million was mentioned earlier today. So we're talking about millions of dollars. What the techniques that were deployed involve, according, again, this is the justification, some of the other folks that spoke today, off-the-shelf shuffling devices that would effectively tell you what cards are going to which players, and that the operators behind this, and this involved organized crime families. They mentioned 5 of them, and specifically 13 members of the Gambino and Genovese and the Bonanno families being arrested today, as well as current and former NBA players, that they were in on the scheme. Off-the-shelf devices that would tell you what was going on. They would then get information off-site and communicate it via cell phone to someone who's at the game, so they knew exactly who had what cards, and that's how they would execute this. That's just one example. You mentioned another one a second ago, that they have an x-ray device that tells you what the card is when it's face down underneath the table, right? So those are sort of like the illegal machinations, according to authorities, that were being used. Chauncey Billups is a celebrated figure in NBA circles. This is someone who won an NBA title with the Detroit Pistons back in 2014. He is the current head coach of the Trailblazers in Portland, right? He coached last night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. He is now arrested, according to authorities. This is someone that's in the Basketball Hall of Fame. He was the MVP of the 2024 NBA Finals. This is a big deal, right? And so we have not been able to connect with his attorney. We don't know what his legal representation is saying today, but according to authorities, Billups was one of those former players involved in luring players into this illegal high-stakes gambling ring under the auspices that they were in a legitimate game and then taking their money.
And authorities are giving some pretty stunning details, saying that the victims in this poker case, that they were labeled as fish, that they were brought in unsuspecting, and that they were supposed to be wooed by the fact that they'd be sitting at a poker table alongside these sports legends who played in the NBA, one of them currently a coach, and that's essentially how they were brought in and duped, and as you said, at least $7 million, according to investigators.
That's the scheme. According to authorities, it involves 31 different people, and this is a collaboration they effectively were implying between, or not even implying, saying, between organized crime and these former basketball players. And so they also said that the organized crime had a footprint already, especially in New York, in some non-rigged games, but then they migrated into this particular pocket where former players are being used. And so there's just a total nexus, according.
Hold on, sorry.
Organized crime families and former former NBA players. We want to make clear these are two separate cases here, but in whatever strange twist, three of the defendants are actually charged in both cases, accused of taking part. Damon Jones being one of them. Right, and one of those is Damon Jones, and he also has been taken into custody at this time. We know a lot of court appearances will be happening in all the various places where people were arrested today, but essentially the goal, as far as we know, is to get them back to New York where they'll face the charge. It is, and it's not surprising that the Eastern District is going to be leading the way on this. Again, there is organized crime that has connections to New York City, but it impacts gangs that were going on across the country, but just some of the language that was used, that they were operating with impunity this entire time. And obviously, the sort of cheeky names for the operations, Operation Royal Flush, nothing but that. I think it's clear, though, that authorities are taking this exceedingly seriously, and that you are talking about, again, hundreds of thousands of dollars in one case in this illegal high-stakes poker, tens of millions of dollars in their words. And there's obviously going to be significant criminal repercussions for that as this moves forward to the court state. Obviously, it's a story that will continue to unfold throughout the day as we get more people who have been arrested and we hear more from authorities as well. Sam Brock, thank you so much.
That's it, yeah.
Where do you go when you...
I have some pictures of evidence from the FBI.
What?
It's crazy. From let me show you. Let me pull it up. So they have the machine. If y'all want to see it, come on over to Chatter. So let me show you. Look at the top. That's the machine that they used right there. Defendant Shane Hidden's iCloud account. The FBI secured multiple indictments for more than 30 people related to their alleged role in an NBA gambling scandal. So this is the machine, one of the machines that they used on the betting table right here. The shuffler machines, I'm sorry, of the cards. And then this picture is from the DOJ, and it shows an image of the computer program showing information transmitted by the rigged shuffling machine from Shane Hennon's account, iCloud account. So that is the screen, two screens open that's communicating to the shuffler and telling the shuffler machine what to do. This is a picture. It shows Thomas Gilardo. This looks like is that a NBA player? In uniform, I think. It shows Thomas Gilardo and Seth Tressman on August the 14th of 2023. How long has this been going on? Sweet Jesus. This is Julius Zilani and Lee Fama at Sally's Bar. I guess this is showing the organized crime communications about the sports betting. This is another picture of Osman Hoti and Seth Tressman. This was taken in 2023, so it looks like they've been doing this for a while. This another picture of Saul Betcher on May 31st, 2023. He is a part of an organized crime family, so that's them there. This is Zhen Hu on May 31st, 2023. I guess they're being indicted. This is another picture of Seth Tressman and Julius Zilani. There's again the two crime families here meeting. This is Julius Zilani on August the 16th. Ooh, okay, here's the table. Ooh, y'all gotta see this. Patty, can you see this? Do you see this? It's the X-ray machine on the table. So it's showing, move out the way, Ed. It's showing how they're able to see the cards under the table. Do y'all see this on Chatter? This is crazy. Wow. So this is the X-ray poker table, and you see the cards. So you can see the cards under the table.
See-through cards.
I want to see, yeah, but that was the table. That was the last. That's the last one I see. The extracts. I'm going to continue to look up some more evidence from DOJ's site, but that's crazy. But back to you, Patty.
Hey, I'm not gonna have reception for a second. Give me 5 minutes, and I gotta drive. Can y'all hear?
So, like, they're saying that there were crime families, like a whole gambling ring going on. Oh, we hear you now.
Oh, check. She said that she is going in the matrix for a bit. She won't be able to talk. Can you hear me, Chad? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, Chad.
Chat.
I think chat's on mute, so that's why chat, you're on mute. No one can hear you.
Oh, okay. That might be the fixer. Anyway, yeah, so what y'all was just talking about? The FBI? DOJ pictures? Oh, yeah.
Look at the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, that's just foolishness. That's just plumb foolishness, even for that. If anybody here under the sound of my voice, if you have a gambling addiction, please call 1-800. Don't gamble. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, y'all gotta let that gambling stuff go. Y'all be on this app gambling like crazy. What is wrong? Why people want to be right so much? Hey, Arthur. What else?
I bet you all 34 defendants probably Democrats. Otherwise, Patel FBI never would have went after.
Well, these two people, I'm trying to tell you, they got the short end of the stick. But they weren't in this alone. They the only ones that got in trouble. They said there was 6 arrests. Oh, okay. Just 6?
Yeah.
They ain't got no ring just to 6 people. There's a whole bunch of people in that ring.
But I mean, this is the NBA. Ain't no telling what. I think it was Musa. One of them had said something about. Yeah, they just. It's just not the NBA.
It said more than 30 people have been indicted.
Wow.
More to come. Because you're right, they want the big fish, right? They want the head of the monster. So someone's going to make a deal. Somebody will flip for a better sentence.
These motherfuckers fixing games. That's the shit that's crazy.
And I knew it. Because some of these people that was losing, I said, this just didn't look right. No, something ain't right with that. But I think that's been going on for a while.
So, what else we got going on? Yeah, other than gambling.
Now, who's Jake Smith?
Jack Smith, you know Jack Smith, the special counsel that was investigating the Trump administration or Trump for the classified documents case. Why, something going on with him? They're trying to indict him?
They said Jake Smith said ask GOP to let him testify publicly. He said, put my stuff on the mic. Put me on camera. Let me go on the seats. Huh?
I want him to testify publicly.
Yeah? He said, put it on camera, shorty.
GOP isn't gonna let him do that because it'll make Trump look bad. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, so Trump said he is not gonna surge California.
He's not gonna what?
He's not gonna go over there with his surge. Let me rewind it real quick.
So San Francisco and Oakland is off the map with the National Guard thing.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh. 7381. I don't know. 7385. I don't know. I don't recall. Oh, yeah. It's not that. I don't want to ask it. I'm talking.
Password.
Okay. All right. So Trump says he's no longer planning to surge resources to San Francisco, citing conversations with friends in the area and the city's mayor. Trump had planned to send federal agents there for immigration.
Yeah, that was his rich friends that live in San Francisco. Yeah, that's probably what it is. He talked to his rich friends in San Francisco, exciting friends. Keep them out my neighborhood.
Hey, chat, welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, it seems like it's all around gambling, but one on the other side is more so on the one is on the side of the cards, and the other on the side of the game of basketball.
So what's
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
We've been over here checking it up. Did you see the X-ray machine?
The X-ray machine?
This is not.
No.
Yeah, that they had on the table for let me scroll that down. There's an X-ray or maybe poker table, and you can see what you say, Patty?
I think you were going in and out. It might be me. Did you hear her, lady?
She said X-ray machine. Did I see the X-ray machine? She said they had it on the poker table. I'm missing the connection.
Oh, we were talking about the gambling. What were y'all talking about?
Right. What's the X-ray machine about?
So they have an X-ray machine that will show the players' cards.
Oh.
So they would know how to bet. Mm-hmm. And they had.
Oh,
and they had. Scroll up.
They had the good ass cheating.
Too. Isn't that crazy?
Wait a minute.
How do you use the X-ray machine while you're playing, though? That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, there it is. Right there.
They have it where it's probably got some.
Look on Chatter.
I don't feel like going to that camera.
You can see the card.
1 second. Well, so listen. So this is like one.
I'll send it to you.
No. It's okay. You don't have to. I'm okay. I'm just asking this question. Is this like one of them underground casino kind of thingies where people put together? What was the name of that movie where that girl, she was a dealer at the underground tables? Or was it a casino? Hello?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Ocean A.
Like you have it at your house. You have it at, some exclusive place.
Where were they doing it? Where they doing like pop up gambling shops or whatever?
Yeah. They wasn't doing it at the casino, chat, right? Okay. Nobody else asked this question. You already know the answer. If y'all know the answer, just
Corey, I don't know. Corey, was it at the casino? Was at the casino?
It's got to be on some underground stuff.
That was half listening because I'm working at the same time, but I didn't hear that part.
It's got to be some underground.
If they were doing it at a casino, wouldn't they be able to sue the casinos too? So I do think it had to be something underground shit, right?
Gotta be. But see, that I was gonna say, if it's underground, then you know what? You can't trust nobody. You was doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing. So. Go ahead. You got a confession? What's going on? These are my confessions, huh?
No, I said that. The games.
You said you participated.
Why are you putting words in the public that did not come out of my mouth? All right, so it was in Manhattan. They had some in Lexington, just basically crime family exclusive locations. They had to do that because they had the tables, but they also had contact lenses that they could see the cards because they had X-ray on the cards.
That's some crazy cheating. They didn't put contact lenses in. Oh my goodness.
The whole table was full of people who were in on it, and then it was like one or two suckers, right? And then they had a signaler who, when the shuffling machine would send out the Wi-Fi signal to somebody who was remote, they would then send the signals based on the probabilities and all the stuff that this algorithm would calculate because they knew all the information and how to run the game. And the signaler would, signal everybody on that play. So they just ran them like that.
Aleph, you know what that is, right? You know what sin this is?
What's that called?
Greed.
Greed? Who knows about
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't think this is greed? You can't see the connection with greed? Huh?
I thought it was called hustling.
But hustle for what? You don't have enough money already?
These people have $90 million contracts for 4 years. Damn, what's going on?
What's going on?
They played with professionals.
Like, how much money ain't enough money? That's the question.
No, but some of the people got roped in because of their gambling debts. You know how in gambling you can just way exceed.
But then that's not a need. That's a habit. You gotta keep it separate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying they were addicted to it and then they fell. So you think they should get disability or what?
Well, they needed disability before they got caught.
Yeah, the mafia was gonna disable their ass if they didn't pay up. So I guess they decided that they rather shave points off the game by
break those legs, right?
That's crazy. Embarrassing crazy.
Y'all do it big in New York, though. Good grief.
They're doing it big in Portland, too, because obviously the coach over the Trailblazers is one of the guys they're going for.
And he's a Hall of Famer. Can you believe that? He's a Hall of Famer. He's a coach. There goes blackness. Bill Cosby once again.
All right, what else is going on in the news, y'all? Last fine. We talked about Chauncey Billups. We talked about, let me see. Ooh. Let's see what's going on. I'm at a red light, so I'm trying to hurry up and get this done.
They was gambling with the mafia, though? This is nuts.
The Gambino family is that.
That's insane. You're gonna get in trouble. You just mess up your whole career.
Lindsay Halligan, the lady that was bringing those court cases against Letitia James and stuff, she is now under, I guess, some kind of review for using maybe Signal or Telegram or something that auto deletes your messages, because that's supposedly illegal. Yeah, she was using the Signal app.
Okay, I'm almost set. I'm about to get my coffee so I can actually look up an article.
Patty.
Yes, ma'am.
Patty, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think.
Okay, y'all can hear it.
My signal is bad.
Oh no, you're good. I was just making sure y'all can hear us over there. So, Pink Pill just put in the chat that Trump just won the 9th Circuit to go into California with the National Guard.
He said that he wasn't going to go.
And I think he actually won the 9th Circuit about a week ago. It was 2-1. And then it was 2 TROs, or restraining orders, whatever you want to call them. One of the TROs, he won, the other one he lost. And the one that he won, I think, had to do with his authority to be able to federalize troops. And then the second one, I think they sent back down to the lower courts. I'm going to have to read this shit again. But I know it was the second TRO that they had issues with.
So he spoke to Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, and also Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, and they encouraged him or convinced him not to go into San Francisco.
So it's saying that no, they did. They cleared the way for Donald Trump to deploy hundreds of National Guard troops to Portland.
Right.
And
that was the restraining order that he won. His authority. That's what I was saying. So there was 2 separate TROs. There's one TRO that he lost. The one that he won when it came to the 9th Circuit was his which I agree with them. They're right on this one. He does have the authority to deploy federal. Right. He has the authority to deploy the guard. Right. It's the second TRO that he didn't win. I have to look at it. I forgot what it was.
Okay, because Pink said California. So what I'm reading is it's Portland, the 9th Circuit.
Yeah, San Francisco, he said he's not going in. Now, Portland, I'm not sure about, but San Francisco, I just read that.
So what's going on in Portland that he has to send troops? He's saying like that because they're protesting? Oh yeah, it does say that Trump postpones federal troop deployment to San Francisco.
There we go. So, Pinky, with San Francisco, San Francisco, they aren't sending any troops in San Francisco, but Portland they are. Is she in the audience? I thought I saw her.
Also,
I don't know.
just because they're not,
Go ahead.
just because they're not sending federal troops out there, doesn't mean that ICE ain't out there. So they're planning ICE raids this whole weekend.
In San Francisco?
San Francisco, Bay Area. Anything within a 30, 40 mile radius of San Francisco.
So what is he saying there? It's a what you call it? It's a so immigrant issue, illegal immigrants, like what? Crime? Like what is he saying? What's the reason? But they're not deploying them. Didn't the lady just say, lady, I didn't hear you. Lady, didn't you just read something that stated that he's not?
He said he wasn't going to be the National Guards, but Jeremy is saying that he's still going to have ICE deport a bunch of people.
Well, let Fridays and Anthony tell it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with him federalizing troops and creating issues just so he can send troops all over the country. Like, this is crazy.
Hello, is anybody talking?
So yeah, I was gonna try to play this video that's where Trump reversed his decision to send troops to San Francisco. Let me go ahead and take it. Because I'm about to drive. Okay. Yeah.
Your glasses can change the way you see the world. They can be bold, polished, complex, or unexpected. Find your perfect pair at Warby Parker. Or maybe your perspective is artful, simple, sharp, and classic. Find your perfect pair at Warby Parker, starting at $95, including prescription lenses.
Federal court says the Trump administration can deploy Oregon National Guard troops to Portland. The ruling lifts a temporary restraining order imposed by a lower court. A broader order blocking other states' National Guard from deploying to Portland is still in effect. But Portland and Oregon can still appeal. A senior Pentagon reporter, Louis Martinez, is following that story for us. So, Louis, as things stand, when are we likely to see National Guard troops in Oregon, and specifically in Portland?
That's a really good question, Dan, because it's uncertain. What we do know is that U.S. Northern Command, which is responsible for these federalized troops, said yesterday that they are aware of the court decision, but they said that there are no operations taking place yesterday and probably today as well. And the reason is that they're controlling about 200 Oregon National Guardsmen and 200 California National Guardsmen who were also mobilized and sent to Oregon to operate in Portland. And you're right, there is another court ruling that bars right now those California National Guardsmen from continuing to operate inside of Oregon. But what the state of Oregon is going to do is they're going to appeal to the larger appeals court that essentially lifted that ban from a federal judge, and now they're going to try to appeal that ruling, and essentially everything is in a legal hold right now, even though things are progressing much faster than we thought they would.
Chicago and Illinois leaders are urging the Supreme Court to uphold the block on National Guard deployment there as well. Where does this issue go from here?
Now, that's exactly right. And there's a parallel track because we saw 500 National Guardsmen who were federalized for operations inside of Chicago. And we're talking about 300 from the state of Illinois, 200 coming from the state of Texas. Now, a federal judge had prevented this from taking place, but then an appeals court backed it up. And what we've seen now is that last week the Trump administration went to the Supreme Court to try to lift that appeals court ruling. So we have deadlines that were met yesterday for arguments from both sides. The state of Illinois saying essentially that sending these federalized troops into Chicago would cause irreparable harm to the state. And it remains to be seen now whether the Supreme Court is actually going to act on these requests from both sides, given that there's no timetable other than just presenting the presentation of arguments yesterday.
That's it. Out there. National Guard coming to a city near you.
You know, when people talk as if these things that are going on are unprecedented, I'll be like, bro, it's at least 30 different times where troops were deployed to cities.
30 times?
And I could name them all to you. And this is since
30 times?
This has been about 30, and the most famous time, probably the most popular event was in Little Rock, Arkansas. You know,
I can name a bunch of times they've been deployed too, and it has to do with just the justification for the deployment, but it's not this. This is not the same.
Yeah, you know, it was 131st Airborne Division that got deployed to Little Rock, Arkansas. And it was
what was happening in Little Rock, Arkansas was an insurrection. The governor was not allowing, it was an insurrection. He was going against the federal government.
Well,
he was not allowing black kids into the school. He was allowing white people to fucking abuse these people while they were trying to get into school. So they had to federalize the National Guard so they can make sure that the kids were able to get into school.
That wasn't the National Guard. That was the 131st Airborne.
Okay, 131st, give the fuck. They were federalized. It was an insurrection. The governor went against the federal government and said we are not going to integrate we are not segregating. The governor went against the fucking federal government. You can't use those as examples. You're going to say LA riots? You're going to bring up LA riots. You're going to bring up Kent State. You're going to bring. I know what the fuck is going on.
Patty,
you guys are not paying attention to what's actually. What is the justification for what's going on right now?
The point I was trying to make, people talk as if these things are unprecedented. That's what I said.
It is unprecedented, though.
It's not.
It is. This is not normal. There's no justification.
If you look at all 30 times, you will find the exact same parallels.
No, there's not the exact same parallel, bro.
Were they ever called in to do policing?
They're not doing policing.
So, dude, check this out, right? Let me tell you what's so crazy about this. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to go ahead and let you believe what you want to believe, but you're not going to spread that lie on the stage. The reason why, like, we studied this shit during our OILE, right? That's a school that we go to for military leadership, strategic leadership. Things like activating National Guard, activating units within fucking cities, posse comitatus, all that shit is something we have to learn as officers in the military. Because one day, I might be somebody's fucking general, right? That's how they look at it. If you're an officer, once you become a senior officer, they know there's a possibility in the next 10 years, you may become a fucking general. So they want you to understand how the fucking government moves, how you do troop movements, when it is fucking okay to have troop movements move domestically within the country. So we study these goddamn things. You trying to say that this is normal is crazy.
Okay,
this
so Patty, tell me about the pool.
Maybe you need to read each one of those fucking pieces and understand what the justification was, why they had to fucking activate, and then you would figure out, okay, this makes sense. Because what's going on right now makes no sense. There's a reason why the NORTHCOM commander fucking testified against the fucking United States government when it came to what it looked like going into LA. There's a reason why the SOUTHCOM commander is fucking resigning. There's a reason why the CENTCOM
want to put out orders. They don't want to be held liable for fucking the shit is going on now. The presidency is only going to last for 4 years. They still have to answer to the people. They took an oath. Part of that oath is I swear to support and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. It is an oath to the United States people. It's an oath to the fucking Constitution. If the enemy happens to be the person above you, you have to say no to those fucking orders, especially when they are illegal.
So who are the well, just tell me about the Pullman strikes there where 30 civilians got killed by U.S. troops. It's called the Pullman strike. And
you know what? And that is why. Let me tell you a secret, right? About activating troops. That is one of the most difficult things for a general to say, yes, we're going to activate these troops, because we know what they are training.
No, tell me about the Pullman strike since you know it all.
Right.
What was the difference between what's going on now and the Pullman strikes?
That was a major economic problem, though.
So what's the Pullman strikes, Patty, since you know it all? What's the difference between what's going on now and the Pullman strikes? And I can name like 20 other incidents.
Look, that was when the wages of employees were cut.
This is crazy. He got a whole lot to say. Let him fucking say what he got to say. Go ahead.
You've been trained. You've been taught. Tell me about the Pullman strikes. What's the difference?
Bitch, I was trying to tell you. You kept talking. You go.
Because the troops being deployed for people striking, that was crazy. And they killed 30 strikers. That was crazy. So the whole
Why was it crazy?
Thinking that these things are not new. They're not setting new precedents. None of that shit. This shit has happened throughout history. But because it's crazy.
So DJ, what's unprecedented about this is that it is a unified purpose, right? Under one umbrella, but it's spread across multiple cities across the U.S. to one political side. That's what's unprecedented.
No, I don't understand how you can come to the conclusion that the Pullman strike was crazy, but this is not crazy.
Right, and the Pullman strike is totally fucking different.
No,
how it affected the fucking whole United States. How it affected the whole United States. How it affected the whole United States. How it affected the whole United States. Something that happened in a single city affected the whole United States.
I'm trying to make
it affected the whole United States. This is not the same. Okay, so you just wanted me to explain, but then now you want to fucking talk again. So go. Don't ask me shit if you don't want to fucking answer. So go.
Yeah, lose your temper.
Because you're dumb. You're fucking dumb.
No, you have the IQ of a room temperature.
You're dumb as fuck.
No, you have an 80 IQ.
Your best bet is to keep begging women to sit on your face while you're spinning a DJ record. That is what you're good
and you have the IQ.
You're not good for thought. You're good for fucking.
You have the IQ of a whale.
Somebody sitting on your face. But I would never. Me, the type of women I know, they would never sit on your face.
That's fine.
Alright? Okay, go ahead, bust it dirty. Go. Explain the Pullman strikes and why it affected the United States.
I asked you to explain it.
When I tried to, you fucking kept talking. Every time I open my fucking mouth, you keep talking.
You was in the
Then
Matrix.
you got the answer. Go, clown. Go, clown.
You were in the Matrix
when you was talking. Real quick, because I'm driving. Fucking clown ass nigga. Asked me to explain some shit about some shit that happened way back in the day in Chicago that actually affected the entire United States.
Yeah, let Google.
Something that affected the whole United States. Something that affected the whole United. Something that the unions. There was a bunch of shit that happened. It was a culmination of a...
Hey, you keep going in the Matrix.
That's what I was trying to tell her earlier. She was in the Matrix. That's why I didn't hear what she was saying. Look, the whole point I was just trying to make is this. These things has happened at least 30 times in this country for way less. And the point, people be hyperventilating like that. And it shouldn't happen. These troops shouldn't be deployed. I don't think that shit should be happening. But I'm just saying, let's not act like it's never before.
So DJ,
it's just like some of my friends act like,
let her finish.
yo, I swear to God, I have friends, right? I have friends. Hold on, bro, hold on. I got friends that act like racism got invented through MAGA. I swear, I got friends that talk that shit, bro. People be like, oh, the black people next. I be like, nigga, we was first. Hello?
Okay.
So which way less? Give us an example.
Wait a minute, Dupree. 1 second. Aleph, would you please respond? Because your response was pretty good the first time. Maybe he didn't hear it. Maybe he'll catch on now.
So yeah.
Because I hear what you're saying, Fridays. I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, DJ. So what I was going to ask you is, what I was going to point out is that, but what makes it also unprecedented is it's happening in our time.
Alrighty, yeah, because it's so difficult. You guys, man, you know subject matter expert of Pullman's strike. Like to really put it in the proper context and then draw a parallel. I mean,
Tell them what's going on with the mail.
But see, Robert C. Now you're
Tell them what was going on with the mail. Tell them what was going on throughout the United States and why they had to activate it. There was a whole fucking injunction that was ignored by the fucking state.
That is correct. That's the big.
There was a whole injunction that was ignored by the fucking state.
That's correct.
You dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker.
Drawing parallels is just like crazy. There's no, you can't really draw that up. This is happening at the whim of a president who has an agenda. This isn't really concerning the actual safety of citizens and so on and so forth. There was no major damage done. There was nothing major that could justify the deployment of these troops. It's just not true. And in some cases, they just went in. There was no justification. There was no threat to federal property. There was no threats at all. It was just deployed because they felt like it. Because they did not allow the local officials to do what they needed to do. There was no cooperation, nothing. They just did it. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. I don't know what made you draw those parallels. And a lot of those deployments of federal troops regarded civil rights, man. It regarded that. Like, I looked at a large chunk of that was really to help enforce the law. Not so much with these recent deployments.
But see, the thing about
Robert, that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not talking about why it happened, how it happened. I'm just talking about that it happened.
So, but nobody is denying that, though. Hold on. Excuse me for 1 minute. I don't think anybody is denying whether or not it happened before. The question is, what makes you want to make an argument? Like, you want to make an argument to...
It's not an argument.
No, we're not saying it never happened before. We have said, the presidents have activated troops, okay? But what was the justification? What makes this unprecedented is there's no real justification for the activation, okay? There is no real justification.
I don't know, Patty.
So you don't understand shit. Don't bring up no goddamn case about activation because there's a reason behind each one of those activations. What happened during the activation, how people died, yeah, it was too far. But guess what? They had justification. Mail was stopped. It affected the nation. There was a federal injunction that was ignored by the fucking state.
if you look at each one of those cases, a lot of times there was something ignored that came down from the federal government that was not considered illegal and unlawful. One thing about these fucking, what do you call it, sanctuary cities, they're not doing nothing illegal by saying that we're not going to use our law enforcement to fucking
report information.
Federal troops, because they're not getting federal dollars, they're getting taxpayer money. There's a whole bunch of cases that support them, these cities, to be able to do this shit. So nothing is illegal. They're not going against the federal government. They're doing what they are allowed to do as a fucking state. Don't y'all believe in small government? You fucking dumb fat motherfucker.
Okay, so look, hold on, Rob. Let me just say this.
Based on
look, when I hear testimonies
saying,
of people
slavery's gonna come back, and you're gonna say it's okay, it's been done before. That's the same.
That's not the same, bro. Robert, when I hear people testimonies of how they can finally,
what's wrong?
When I hear testimonies from people who live in these cities who could talk about how they can finally walk to the fucking corner store, or how they can go.
So now you want to move the goalposts.
Wait, so when they can
go
go
to the testimonies
without hearing gunshots, right? Yo, 50 kids were found. Imagine if those was one of your babies. 50 kids were found, bruh. 50.
Listen, like I said, the argument.
Y'all are sick, bro. Y'all just
no,
sick.
You know what the issue with you?
50 kids were found by who? The federal government? Did the federal government find them? Because what are they allowed to do as federal troops? What are they allowed to do as federal troops on ground? Because I know for a fact that no National Guard soldiers found him. If he did, he found him standing in front of a federal building. Because the only thing that they're allowed to do once they're activated is to protect federal property. So was the federal government hiding children? Are you telling me Trump has children hidden in these federal buildings? Or do they fucking walk up to the federal building and they is that what's going on? Make it make sense, bro. Because you got DJ Fridays don't like to hear other. DJ Fridays don't want to hear it.
DJ,
Ask the question.
You honor a vile man, DJ.
Yo, 50 babies, Robert. 50.
You honor a 50 who violated maybe 50 women, more than 50 women and underage women.
50 babies were found.
You gonna stop saying that bullshit, because that's a lie. Now, where's the source for this? You just keep saying 50 kids. Now you're saying 50 babies.
If 50 kids were found, guess what? Those 50 kids were found by the local law enforcement. Because
but 50 kids from what? From what?
Unless the federal government had them hidden in the buildings, because that's what the fucking National Guard is supposed to be doing, right? They're supposed to be protecting federal buildings.
What they had a sex ring or something? What you talking about? I ain't heard nothing like this.
Trump had a sex ring.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Watch DJ Fridays put a link on Alex Jones. I've been to several YouTube, and he will quote.
You can put some suspect
to Alex Jones. That's probably where you heard this shit about.
But what is Alex Jones? I don't know nothing about that.
He does no research. But let me tell you about this dude. This is a dude who honors and supports a vile man. A man who has been vile all of his life before politics. This is who this guy supports. This is weird as shit. This is weird. He has excuses for supporting him.
So the thing about it is, I'm not even going to talk about an individual, but, in general, people have to use a little logic when it comes to receiving information, because they're like attached one thing to another as if those two have any correlation, and it doesn't. Okay, so if someone, whoever that law enforcement agency, found out about X number of kids, unalived somewhere, it has nothing to do with deployment of military, whether it be National Guard or our overall military or ICE or anything like that. I don't see the logic of what one has to do with the other, because none of these agencies actually do investigations in cities. Like, none of them do real investigations in cities. They're not investigative agencies. So that's so confusing. Like, why are you bringing up 50 kids?
Yeah, where these kids at? What's their stories? Where their families at? Sorry to cut you off, brother. I mean, these guys.
You ain't sorry. You like cut. But what?
Nah, these guys.
DJ, is your mic working? Where did you find the 50 kids? What's
He found them in a federal building, and the National Guard put them out the building.
You know what's so funny, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna tell you the most funny part about some of these discussions. We're having conversations with people that don't even know how to do research, that don't know how to put data, connect the dots, and put things in context. They merely repeat talking points, the instructions that they're giving from their leadership. They are parrots. They're given these talking points, and then they don't even have the power to synthesize things and make sense of them. That's the funny part of this shit. It's hilarious to me.
And like I said, I'm gonna repeat. He said it with his own mouth. This talking point from Alex Jones. That's been fined. Is it $1.4 billion for the shit he said about the San Diego kids? He's about to mortgage his house and his business just to pay this. That's the guy that DJ constantly quotes. Oh, I was listening to Alex Jones and he said this. He probably heard this shit from someone like Alex Jones, and he's coming out on stage to try
I didn't get it from Alex Jones.
Where did you get it from?
However,
where did you get
Alex
it from?
Jones said a lot of shit that came like 9/11, for example.
Let's stick to the 50 kids.
Where's the link?
Where you get this from? Can you provide us with? Did you do your own research though? Like, if you hear a story, did you sit down and go through it, or are you just repeating it? Let me put my PTR back up that I had up early, because apparently, yo man, y'all just so fucking incapable of like applying common sense and research. This is just ridiculous. It's so frustrating. So freaking frustrating. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you just, like I said before, you cannot just create correlation. Like, that's kind of a weird thing to do. And just because somebody makes some type of talking points, whether they come from this government, this federal government, or not, like, again, they specialize in propaganda. So you can't bite into that stuff. You just got to be like, look, what is the reasoning for this particular thing and this isolated thing alone, and don't make any correlation with this other thing that seemingly to be connected, but it doesn't make any sense why it would be connected. You got to use that logic, because if you don't, then you're just going to be spewing things. Everything will sound like you need to like lose your mind. You can't just lose your mind when you hear.
Yeah, I don't lose my mind over certain things that people say. Like, I don't mind a good debate based on some factual information and we can break it down, but the dumb shit that I hear certain people say consistently, it's not even I mean, how could you come in this particular room, political correct, and not increase your skill set and broaden, your ability to know what is bullshit and what is truth? Like, how y'all not learning anything? Y'all not grasping anything from interacting with some of these pretty sharp people on the stage? Like, we got some sharp ass people in here, and like, I PTR my personal notes from earlier. I forgot what we were talking about, but the point is, people, we gotta stop having conversations with people that are so disrespectful that they don't even take the time to dig in a little deeper to know what they're talking about. They have such a blind allegiance to an evil force. Their commitment to that evil force, they will die.
Oh, you must be talking about, I'm not a Democrat, bro.
I don't care. Here you go, bro. You don't hear me talk about Republican and Democrat ever. You never hear me talk about it. Earlier you had mentioned that you can tell a person's view and put them in a box. I guarantee you could never put me in no box, bro, because I'm not in a box. I don't align. I don't have a blind allegiance to no party, man. I go issue by issue and I dissect it from there. I've always been like this before club.
No, I agree. Look. Okay.
You can't put me in no box.
You get a cookie, but most people are in their camps, bro, and they don't give a fuck. They camp could be doing the same thing they was complaining about last year. Because most people are in their camps, bro. Not you are, but most people are.
Okay, all right, so cool. I am most people. I am in the Democratic Party. I do vote at it, always have, and there's a reason why. And you tell me if there's something wrong with my reasoning. No. Wait, I'm not finished. I'm talking. No. So, there has never been a policy, right, as a party that the Republicans has presented to me that I agree with. Never. right? They're financially, they make tons of errors, right? None of their policies represent anything that I believe in, right? It doesn't get me closer to being wealthy or having a great life. Their policies are horrible to me. When I say horrible, I mean that if those policies were never enacted, our lives would be a lot better. And I'm not saying that Democrats are perfect, but what I'm saying is Democrats have lots of policies, for the most part, that benefit my life. Not saying they all benefit my life, but I'm saying for the most part. So by that logic, right, because I know who I am as a person, I know what I believe in, which party should I go with?
No, you should, look, you should be a Democrat. So when I'm talking about, because I get it, if you align with Democratic policies, I totally get that.
No, that policies align with me. There's a difference.
So that's not what I'm talking about. When I be trying to call out the hypocrisy, it be these other things that really don't got nothing to do with policies. For example, like for the last 10 years, we've just been hearing about how racist Trump is, right? But then when you point out, hold on, Ben. Let it. For the last 10 years, we've been like Trump is the clan leader of the fucking universe. Nigga, he made David Duke look like a child when it comes to racism. That's what we've been hearing for the last 10 years. But then when people will point out all the racist shit that Joe Biden has said over his career, then people make excuses for it.
Okay, got you.
That's the shit I keep talking about.
Wait, let me finish. Hold on. Okay, got you. Fridays. All right, so I'm going to do something for you. You said the things that Joe Biden said. Fine. I'm not saying that the man is a racist or not. Okay, let's say he is. Great, cool. Well, let's go with that, right? That logic. Saying racist things, right? And actually doing racist actions are two different levels. Not to say that the saying racist things is not problematic, because it is, right? But doing racist things, like for instance, your dad being caught at a Ku Klux Klan rally, right? And being arrested during that time, being sued by the federal government for racist policies you had when it comes to selling or renting apartments in your building, stuff like that. I mean, like firing hundreds of black women. Wait. I'm not finished. Because remember, he was sued too, along with his father in the 70s. It wasn't just him by himself. His administration, his company was sued, and he was the head. Him and his father were the heads of the company. So they got sued by the government, okay? And they lost, right? The other thing is firing a great number of black women and men, but mostly women, right? When it came to this current administration, and the only black person you can look to is somebody that's ahead of her, just like his last administration.
So Roy,
I wonder why that is.
Wait, hold on. So, because he was talking to me. His intentions against
Can I ask you the question? Wait. Can I ask you the question first? Let me ask you the question. If you have hundreds of black women, and I'm mind you, there's more, but hundreds of black women, right, losing their job. I'm not talking about the ones who quit. I'm talking about the ones who were fired, right, and being replaced by a white man, right? If you don't think that's racist and unrepresentative, right, then is the problem. So let me ask you, is that racist or not?
No, because you don't know people's intentions. Now, if Trump actually, this is why racial lawsuits are actually hard to win. Because you can't, it's just not, bro. Because so if I decide to trim the fat at a company,
DJ, before you go on,
are y'all gonna let me, bro? He just asked me a question. Can I talk?
Hold on, DJ. Let me.
Well, how you gonna tell him hold on? No, why can't you control yourself? No.
He said.
But he said, listen. None of y'all are making sense right now. If you really want to be honest with you, if in fact you're truth, I'll tell you the truth. None of y'all just flapping your jaw.
So hold on, Robert,
Okay, so you want to interrupt? I'm telling you now. I'm going to allow DJ to finish if y'all want to continue this conversation. But y'all, you get in the middle of it and trying to stop him in the middle of it. It ain't right. It ain't right. Even though I don't want to hear none of y'all, to be honest, but I'm trying. So go ahead, Fridays.
So look, if you don't know a person's intentions, you can't put that accusation on him. I get it. He's an old white man, so of course he's racist to a lot of people. He didn't like. Republicans have always been about downsizing government. Some of them are hypocrites on it. Some of them actually increase government size. But the Republican platform is the downsized government. If they recognize that the federal government have departments that don't really have no function, really, that has anything to do with the government, and they cut those departments, and those departments happen to be filled out of black women, those intentions wasn't to get rid of black women jobs.
I didn't say anything about downsizing. I said they were replaced by white men. That's what I said.
But most of the people who got fired, that lost their job, and y'all say it's all these black women, those departments got cut.
No, they didn't. What are you talking about?
Okay, give me an example.
Oh my God.
Give me an example. I'll admit if I'm wrong. Give me an example.
No, I'm not going to give you an example. You can look it up yourself, brother. Come on, this is ridiculous.
Bro, I will.
If you want to have the conversation, if you know what it is, then tell him. But obviously, you don't know what it is. Go ahead,
yes,
bro.
I actually do. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then say it then. Say it with your chest. Stand on all 10. Tell him you're not going to tell him.
I'm not. I ain't going to tell you. I don't need to say anything with my chest and stand on all 10s. I don't need that. Okay.
He just made shit up first.
I just made it. I just made it up.
Can I jump in real quick? So long, Royal, I got this. So, DJ, just so you know. So I live in New York.
I'm waiting to respond.
Hold on. Okay, right. I got you, Q. Hold on. So here in New York, long before Mr. Trump got into politics, I can bring my 83-year-old mother on the phone right now, right? Well, not at this moment, but maybe one day. And I can assure you, prior to him going into politics, Mr. Trump was not respected here in New York. There was a very, very high-profile case of racial discrimination in Brooklyn, Trump Towers, where I live near, where qualified people, qualified black folks and others, were not allowed to move into their rental apartments. It was a big case, and at the time, the Trump organization, with his dad, Fred, right? They learned long ago that all they got to do is just keep going at it, keep having appeals, so on and so forth, until they wear their opponent thin. And they've been doing that tactic ever since. And I can assure you, before this man even ran for politics, nobody fucked with Trump and man. We knew he was racist. We knew what he was about. This was before politics. And bring it today. All of the things that have happened, you mean to tell me all the efforts they're making in terms of overturning the voting right, removal of DEI, so on and so forth, this is their fucking priority? This is their priority. This has been their priority. And you still see no fault in that. You see nothing wrong with that. You don't think that's indicative of
because
black folks? I know you don't. Hold on,
let me tell you why.
Let me land. So you are inoculated from reality because you're hell-bent on pushing the agenda. And you're not a part of the agenda. They don't want you. I want you to know they won't. When you go to the meetings, they're gonna tell you wait out there.
I wouldn't go to those meetings, but Steve Roberts,
you should.
You know. Here's the thing. I think, and maybe this is my fault. I'm not a pessimistic person, right? And all the negative things that you can talk about Trump as far as race relations, there's been too many testimonies from black people who've said the opposite, who has actually done business with them. For example, like Mar-a-Lago, that was a segregated place that black people historically could not even walk nowhere near that place. And when Trump took over that shit, he desegregated it. And people who work in there will tell you that. Black people who wanted to join that club will tell you that. There were business owners in New York where nobody would give them bank loans. Black people knew that they can go to Trump to get these loans.
What are you?
And it was an incident.
Segregated in the 2000s.
It was a guy in New York who said that he had borrowed a whole bunch of money from Trump, a black guy. And when he went to go pay Trump back, Trump was like, "You good, man? You don't got to pay me back."
Oh, what guy? What guy?
But y'all like to focus on all the little negative things, and that's just not my personality, bro. It's just not.
What guy borrowed money from Trump and Trump said, "You got it"? What guy?
Some random guy. Yeah, what guy? What guy? What guy? Like one guy? Like what are you talking about? What guy? What guy? There was a guy. What guy?
Like Roll said, look it up.
Yeah, okay. Look at it. Like I said. So if you can't stand on it, like I said, if you can't stand on it, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about.
But this is Robert. So listen, my whole
who's the guy?
All the negative racial relations that you can point to Trump having, there's just as many positive interactions that other people have talked about.
We're not talking about personal interactions. We're talking about laws. Excuse me.
And I happen to know that apartment in Koreatown in LA, that was a luxury apartment, and black people was trying to move in there with their Section 8 vouchers. And he was like, fuck no. And I know a lot of black people who won't rent to black people. I know black people who won't rent to black people.
Okay, Fridays, let King get in there. Let King get in there. She's been trying to get in there for a minute.
We're not talking about personal relationship. We're talking about laws and the law, right? So I don't give a goddamn how many black friends, quote unquote, he might have if he is breaking the law by discriminating in the workplace. If he is breaking the law or vigilant. I've never seen a president of the United States be so vigilant about tearing down civil rights protections, federal civil rights protections for black people. This motherfucker told the EEOC they only advocated for white civil rights. Like, what is not racist about that? What and how do you stand behind a man who allows that, right? What do we call that? We have more than 4 centuries of political history in this country. We're not stupid. Nobody's voting for any white man because they don't think that they have the capacity to say racist shit. What we're voting for is the person, because we are still a minority in a representative democracy, we're voting for the person who will be more amenable to our agenda. That will, if you're not going to advance our incremental change, at least don't dismantle. And Trump is there to dismantle, and you can't argue with that. So I don't care about.
No, I agree with that. That's the Republican thing.
I don't care about his black girl. We've had Republican presidents before, bro. We've had Republican presidents.
Yes, and Trump is the first one that's standing on Republican business.
Listen, then why support him? Why understand? You're supposed to be confrontational to somebody trying to take your motherfucking rights away. What I hear you saying is...
What rights is Trump trying to take away?
What I hear you saying is when people talk to you about the victimization of other people and you say that we're first, what you're suggesting is you're fine with being subjugated.
That's not what I said at all. That's not what I said.
Excluded from the process. That is basically what you're saying, because you're not suggesting that we should oppose these actions. You're saying let them do it.
No, that's not. Let me clarify.
Like all of our rights had not been having to be reaffirmed generation after generation, right? We know that black people got the right to vote in the late 1800s. It didn't matter. That was a constitutional right. We weren't fully enfranchised in this country until the 60s. And so now, right now, in a year of our Lord 2025, these motherfuckers are right now arguing to defang the power of the civil rights legislation that gave us the right to have representation in this country.
So what right is Trump taking away from the blacks?
He the False Amendment. He put these people in power.
What right? What legislative right? What right has Trump legislated for to take away from us?
And I don't think that it's a coincidence that all of his fucking followers are being exposed as fucking Nazis. Like, is anybody surprised? No, we're not surprised. We're not surprised because Trump's first wife talked about how he read Mein Kampf all the time. That's on the record. Before he was ever a presidential candidate.
I had to read Mein Kampf in school. What the?
You're a fucking lie. You're a fucking lie. Nobody. That is school curriculum. Especially, I know you ain't talking about college, so you a real damn lie. Stop lying.
You haven't. I don't know no person who's fascinated with history that hasn't read my.
You said you had to read it in school. You lied.
Yes, because I took an elective history class. Yes.
They don't cover Mein Kampf.
Do you know what school I went to? So you know what school I went to?
What school? What? If we talking K through 12?
I went to a school called
school. He did not go to school.
I actually read it in high school, bro. And I'll tell you what school I went. You know, I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I went to a school called the Health.
Are we talking about K through 12?
So you went to a school called the Health?
The name of my high school that I went to is called the School of Health and Science. It's in Wisconsin.
Oh, Health and Science. Okay. I thought you said you went to the Health.
Yeah, he said that he went to a specialized high school before. I heard you say that before, but the thing about it is,
it's called the School of Health and Science. Yes. You know, my mother was a politician, and this is a school that a lot of people in Wisconsin sent their kids to. My mother retired as a family court judge, and this is a school. It was a program called the 220 program in Milwaukee. Anybody from Milwaukee?
Can you bring your mother on? Is your mother able to join the conversation sometime? 1 second. Is your mom able to join the conversation?
My mother's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that. DJ, I'm about to put something in the chat. This is just for you.
I really want to talk to her.
I just want to put in the chat, DJ. This is just for you. And this shows all of the black leadership that was replaced by Mr. Trump. I just put it in there. This is real simple. This is just for you. And I want you to respond to that. No,
you're supposed to let him look it up. I wanted him to look it up. And there's a reason why I do this. Like, there's certain things I talk about.
Bro, you just posted an Instagram reel by somebody.
No, just look at it.
Hold on. There's a reason why.
With their sidekick today.
Okay, so there's a reason why I want people to look things up, because I don't want people to get confused with some random posting. I need them to look it up, and the reason why you look it up is because you can use your own sources. You can find this out. This shit is Googleable, as they say. I guess you can't miss this. That's how many people he has fired that are black women and other black people, even a general, right? Like, come on. Like, if you don't know this by now, I don't know where you've been the whole time.
So, Royal, respectfully, I need something simple for him to understand. And the post itself is not bullshit, it's factual. I just want to keep things simple, Royal.
I got you.
Keep it simple. You know, I use first sources. I do use first sources. Everybody in the room knows that. But for him, this is something he could look at, and it's plain, simple. It's easy to understand.
He said his mom was a judge. Okay, so basically, when he asked, we're not going to do that. His mom is dead. So listen. So when he said what rights the Trump administration is taking away, the first thing I said, well, first of all, the First Amendment, they're literally trying to arrest people for things that they're
particularly for black people, bro.
Bro, am I not? Oh my God, what the fuck is going on?
And they are not. So there's legislation to remove the First Amendment.
Hold on. I'm a black man in America, right? And the First Amendment applies to me. Don't give me the specifically shit. Like, let's just keep it real. If I say some shit that they don't like online,
who just wrote legislation to get rid of the First
Amendment? No one said anything about legislation.
So what are you talking about then?
You just asked, what rights are they trying to take away?
From black people, because y'all was talking about he's so racist, he's trying to take away black people.
Yes, I got the question, bro. So, to answer your question, there is no legislation. It's what they're doing. They're violating law by basically trying to arrest people. Not trying, they have arrested people for exercising their First Amendment.
Who have they arrested?
A lot of people. Brad, you don't know everybody. Goddamn. Just take my word. You can go look it up. A lot of people. Okay? Like, it's like we can stop this whole shit. Okay? That means if they see a post of mine online that they don't like, they can say, you know what, Royal? We're gonna come get your ass. And I'm a black person, so therefore I count. Like, we got this. There's people that they've said, well, we're going to exit you from the country, right? The Department of goodness gracious, I'm losing my mind. Sorry.
Education.
The State Department has basically deported people for exercising their First Amendment right. Yes, as a person who's inside of the interior of the United States gets the same First Amendment rights as any other citizen, okay? And of course, that shit has been violated by this government, okay? Notice the difference between him and Obama, who's like, okay, yeah, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. You know, let him say what you want. But they're not going to do anything about it. Notice the difference.
Now, there's been people that's been fired from their job because of their speech.
That has nothing to do with the government.
I know.
That's not the government, bro.
I'm going to get to that.
The First Amendment applies to what the government...
I'm going to get to that.
You don't have to bring up a job.
You shouldn't cut people off because I was
Don't bring up a job. Don't bring up a job. That has nothing to do with...
Everybody doesn't speak on your cadence, bro.
Oh, my God.
Like, you gotta let people...
I got you. You're right. You're right.
Speak.
You are right. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
There's people who lost their job because of their speech, but there has not been a single person who's been arrested solely on their speech.
How much more do you want to put on there? I've never betted in my life.
Royal, let him finish.
And when it comes to like that dude Muhammad, the guy who went, what school was that?
He went to Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia. The guy who went to Columbia, he was there antagonizing and inciting things, bro. It wasn't just because he was shit. And when you're here on a visa, you're at probation. You gotta behave, bro.
You gotta behave? Okay, so so basically the First Amendment doesn't apply to you because you are not an American citizen?
Bro,
show me that document. I want to see that.
Any country, bro.
No. Stop right there. I don't want to hear anything.
You can't be in nobody's house rocking a boat, bro.
We are in America. Yo, Fridays, we're in America. Show me the writing of that. I want to see that. If you don't show me that, you can't even mention that shit anymore. That's because that's bullshit. Show me that where it says that you can't say anything because you're not an American citizen, right? First Amendment rights do not apply to you suddenly because you're not an American citizen.
He didn't get
no. Show me that, bro.
Simply because he was fucking shit, though.
Yeah,
he was actually organizing fucking riots and fucking... Bro, he was literally breaking. He was doing things that brains.
Show me. Okay, again, show me where that's written. If you can't show me where that's written, don't ever mention it to me again.
I just said, bro, he was doing things that violated his student visa.
I'm sorry, you said something about riots and stuff? That sounds like a factual dispute that has to be played out in court. Like, look, is that the government's position?
What do you mean? 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 What This is why we can't say anything. This is why Patty was cursing him out, calling him dumb. I didn't want to do that because it's shit like this that this is. Let me go on mute.
Royal, I told you I like to keep it simple. That's why I put the IG post, bro, because you could just see the black person that was fired and the white person that replaced it. That's why I kept it simple. I keep telling you, bro, you gotta know your audience, man. And it goes for me too. When said in the audience that, you know, sometimes it takes long for me to get to my point. Y'all don't even know that shit is 90% due to fucking frustration because I can't even believe I have to conjure up the word to explain the simplicity of shit. That's what that is. And you just did it, bro. You just
Look, bro. The Columbia student was here on a student visa, bro. Everybody who has a visa understand, bro. You can't be in this country organizing fucking protests and riots, bro, when you're on a visa. You can't do that, bro.
Where does it say that you can't be? I'm sorry. When does the Constitution, particularly the First Amendment, get suspended because you're on a student visa?
Organizing a fucking riot ain't nothing constitutional.
I'm sorry, a riot? I'm sorry, a riot? Who found that it was a riot? Like, did the court determine that it was a riot?
Nope.
Okay. So where are you getting this from?
Listen, bro, when you're here on a visa, you're walking on eggshells, bro. If you're rocking a boat, they can suspend your visa.
I'm sorry, rocking the boat.
It's like if you start a job and you're on the probational part of, and you just started a new job, and you already in there gossiping and shit. You already in there organizing strikes. You know what the fuck you think they gonna do to you?
I'm sorry. That's an entirely different scenario. I'm sorry. When does the First Amendment get suspended when you are on a visa?
He did more than just that. That was not a First Amendment issue. You're trying to make it one, but it wasn't.
DJ, I've actually been protesting. DJ. I've actually been on.
Everybody stop. Ben. Black Fridays is on here. Let's let him handle this because this shit is a headache. Like, let him handle it. I mean, Black Freedom, sorry.
I was gonna say, Black Friday, DJ Fridays is a lawyer now?
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. His mom was a judge. Respect to his mom, rest in peace. So he's better, but he doesn't. So let Black Freedom, the lawyer, the one who's the JD, let him put
what kind of judge did I tell mother was? Let's see if you were listening.
Oh, man.
What kind of judge did I tell you?
All right. Y'all give me neck pains. What's going on?
This is a very frustrating conversation to listen to.
Well, because, and the reason for being is because they just talking. They flapping their gums. I said that 20 minutes ago.
I'm not just flapping my gums. I'm not just flapping my gums. No.
I'm not just flapping my gums. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start laughing. I'm gonna be a little happier. Sorry, it's just that I was a little pissed off. The way this shit.
And I'm not trying to be funny. It's like you're circling your point. Like I did get it, but you're not. Never mind.
Anyway, so Fridays feels as though, the National Guard has been deployed over 30 times in the United States. And this is not unprecedented. That's how this conversation started. I don't know how we got to where we just left, but I'm ready to leave it there. Is there anything else, Lemming?
I have a question, First Lady. So when you say this is not unprecedented, meaning I'm asking, that are you only saying in the light that previous presidents have enacted the military for insurrection or things like that, or there's one president doing it in multiple cities for no good reason? Which part of that is unprecedented?
Letter.
And you just came in the room and you're asking a question that we were asking, brother. So we're going to let you have it because I'm sure you're going to say exactly what we were saying.
He just had to get in there again. He had to get in there. He was directly talking to me. But Supreme got to come off the mic. Go ahead, Supreme. Go ahead. You sound just like First Lady.
Go ahead. I got hype. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Could you please answer that, First Lady? I'm just trying to get clear.
I really can't answer that though, because we was trying to get it out of DJ Friday.
Okay, I'm gonna make one statement.
That's yeah.
It's not unprecedented in the fact that other presidents have did it for good cause, like real reasons, like where they defied federal law, right, that protect citizens from people that were being defiant and going against federal law, or there were federal properties in danger, right, or these were clear and present dangers that could be contained by the state, but not multiple cities with a president just trying to find a reason in locations that clearly it can't be substantiated in, such as San Francisco, which is why he's not going for San Francisco, and other areas where it's just no real need. There's no real cause. There's no real danger. There's no real federal laws being broken, federal property in danger, and this is just an agenda that's being stress tested by a fucking wannabe dictator. That is unprecedented.
You left out the Democratic part of targeting, and also he's targeting people for crime instead of riots or war.
Fridays, do you have a response there?
Look, like I said earlier, it ain't about it ain't about why he did it. It ain't about how he did it. I was saying that people are talking as if the military has never been deployed, as if Trump just started a new thing. And I even mentioned the whole Little Rock where the girl wanted to go to school, how the 131st Airborne Division, it was 30,000 troops on the street to escort this girl to school, as they should. But people talk these things have never happened, and I looked it up. It's been about 30 different incidents in this country where the troops were deployed.
So you didn't hear what he just said, is my question to you. You didn't hear what he said?
No, I heard what he said, but that's why I said it's not about why he did it. I'm just making the point that they
that was a yes or no. It was a yes or no. I didn't need additional explanation. If you heard what he just said, right? He simply gave you the reason why, but you keep saying that people are saying why is the president doing this? He just told you why. Why this is unprecedented.
And I'm
this
saying
is different than the other times. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. It's different. The other times, nobody is saying that didn't happen. No one is saying that wasn't called for. The problem that you keep missing is why. It's the why that this makes it unprecedented. You refuse to receive that. You have turned off your ears, you have turned off your brain, and you're not receiving that information. And you continuously keep asking a question that you do not want to receive. Period. The problem. And that's not something that anyone in this place can fix. You can turn it on to receive that. But you keep asking the same question, why is everybody acting like this? Nobody's acting like that. They have a problem with how and why he's going about doing it. That's what makes it different than the other 30 times that you spoke about, babe. That's all.
Why is so important, right? If the police come and I say I shot somebody in the head, right? And they're gonna be like, okay, why? They have to ask the why. Oh, he was breaking into my home and he was aiming a firearm at me, so I retaliated before he can kill me. My life was in clear and present danger, so I fired in self-defense. Okay, that's the why. You know what? I seen him, I didn't like him. I banged, and he had the wrong color hat on, so I shot him in the head. Okay, that's the why. It's gonna be two different outcomes because of that why. The why is so fucking important. So nobody's sitting here saying it didn't happen before, but the why is the difference, and the why is super pertinent in this event. There's no real reason. So the why becomes, okay, we need to look at his ambitions to be a dictator because there's no thing that's triggering multiple cities to have the military deployed there. There's no real reason why. So I'm not arguing about whether it happened before or not. We know it happened, but it was justified. Right, so why justified it during those occasions?
But that's not what I was talking about, Gemini. So when I even brought it up, I specifically said people are talking, especially people in my circle, as if these things have never happened. I'm not talking about the whys.
I said it happened. I led with it happening.
I know there are people that I know who act like it's never happened. This is the first time that any president has ever deployed troops in America. That's all I was talking about, bro.
I thought you were talking about people in this
wise. None of that, bro.
I think he's bringing it up because he's trying to say that the president, like this act is.
And I even said how I got friends who act like racism in America was just invented in the last 4 years.
But
So
DJ,
they act like
You don't have to change your friend.
What point are you trying to drive, DJ, by bringing it's happened before and racism has been around? What point are you trying to drive?
I'm trying to drive the point that people hyperventilate over stuff that I'm like, bro, we've been black in this country. For example, you always hearing people recently, they talk about how, like, when these illegals are getting deported, you know, they coming for the blacks next. They coming from FBA. They coming from black citizens next. And I'd be like, bro, y'all act like we wasn't first. Like, they've been fucking us around since this country been started. And now you act like, so then this must means y'all been lying about white supremacy all these decades. Because for some reason, now that brown people are getting fucked on, now all of a sudden, oh, black people, y'all gonna be next? What do you mean? We was first.
Right. Yeah, so just a few things. Logistically, so one, I don't know if it's already been discussed in this room. The federal government has filed a cert petition before the Supreme Court when it comes to the National Guard's presence in Illinois. So we'll see if the Supreme Court takes up that question, which will certainly put a lot of the stuff that's happening in different cities on the line. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., we have DCV Trump. I forgot which courtroom it's in, but it's going to be right here in D.C. Before Judge Gia Cobb, who is a former civil rights attorney who is a great person. Very familiar with her. So that will be before the court tomorrow, which may give us a little bit of an indication about how the court's going to continue to rule on the Trump administration's presence in these cities, federalizing National Guard. More to DJ Friday's point, I don't think that any of that really matters in this sense. Simply because, as a general matter, first, just because it's happened to black people historically, you know, assuming those facts, doesn't mean that it's okay. We can also just use the argument that black people have always fought against these things, and we should continue to fight against these things, especially when it comes to undemocratic, unconstitutional encroachments of our rights. But I think more to the point, while there are similarities that you can point to when it comes to just like straight up undemocratic practices by different administrations, this administration is unique in terms of its not only flagrant violation of the law, but the appearance not even to abide by judicial precedent or judicial rulings. This court just this administration just continues to defy judicial orders, like even ethical, like judges have threatened ethical violations against some of the attorneys for the federal government. Like this administration is unique in at least that way. Like there are a lot of other ways that folks can come to, sure, but like this administration has no regard for the law. Doesn't even pretend like it does have a regard for the law, and it's just so blatant that I think it makes it even worse in terms not only of its presentation but its actual substance.
This administration is deliberately cruel, and it can be seen on many fronts. The other thing is that they are deliberately disseminating disinformation. The situation that's happening with the young kid, and I'm trying to still find out all the details about it, because I think the senators need to get involved and bring the Attorney General in front of Congress about this. But the kid who's posting on was AI'd and like done over to make it seem like he's threatening ICE. expelled him because the kid is receiving death threats. This is the kid we're talking about. We're talking about a teenager. The kid has braces. That's how much of a teenager he is. And you put this kid's life at risk because of your posting, which is clearly disinformation. That's a problem. It's problems like that. It's cruelty like that. Is why this administration is unique. And it's just dangerous. That's all I can.
There's another unprecedented aspect of it that we haven't discussed, right? There's the ruling that happened, I think it was last July, where they said that Trump would have absolute immunity when he's acting in his presidential role. That makes things a lot different because now he can stress test without real repercussion, which gives him a lot more leeway than any other previous president. So that, by definition, is unprecedented.
Well, Jim and I think that's a great point. Just to clarify that point, I know that in terms of the kind of immunity the president's afforded, I think that's regarding any kind of criminal liability he could have in any of this. I don't think that's a question here when it comes to, how he's using the presidency to basically take over U.S. cities. But I do think to a larger point of the spirit of that ruling, I think you're absolutely right, which is, as some commentators have put it, it makes Trump a little less than a king in some ways, which I don't necessarily agree with, but I hear the point, and I think it's well taken by me for sure. Oh yeah, we have a question from the audience. I don't know if we moved past it. Maga Miso, I think this is to DJ Fridays. I think this is the question is, we just go to it. Was it okay for any black person to have been lynched?
Is there something going on in Georgia where they got like coon headquarters or something like that? I'm seeing the best.
Wait a minute. Fridays, are you there? Do you sleep? You taking a nap? You away from your phone? He's not there.
He's briefing, so you gotta bear with him.
Well, you got E Double, you got Q here. Hey Q, how you doing? Good to see you. Coons are us. Y'all gotta stop calling these people coons. They don't like it.
That's like me seeing a black person hanging from a tree, and I'm like, well, you ain't done that back in the day. That's nothing new. Like,
where he at? Maybe he's thinking about some things. Maybe he's recalibrating. You never know. And it's okay. We welcome recalibration. It's okay, guys. You can't be delivered from being coonism. You understand? You understand?
delivered
Yes.
with a T.
Delivered yourself, thyself. Oh, Lord. So which one is better, Uncle Tom or Coon? Or are they the same?
Which I don't know. I don't think there's one worse than another. It's almost synonymous, right?
I don't know. Are they the same, Black Freedom?
I actually think, and I agree with Henry Louis Gates here. I think at least one person in the audience will get this. I actually think Uncle Tom, from the actual novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe, gets a bad rap. He actually gave his life at the So from that sense, for me, I mean, we can go to the whole history of Zip Coon and stuff like that, but they've all departed from the history of both figures. So, but I have no problem. I love using Coon because it just comes off the tongue a little better.
It feels the one syllable. It feels right, you know.
Who's the biggest coon on CH?
Question that survey.
I just want to quickly say for the hearing tomorrow, I'll likely be there, so I'll be more than happy to come back at some point when I'm done with work to report on both the DC government's arguments and the federal government's arguments in DC v. Trump. Again, they're before Judge Gia Cobb, Black woman, former partner of Roman Colfax PLLC, private civil rights law firm in DC. On the federal bench, nominated by Joe Biden. Heck of a judge, young Black woman, member of Delta Sigma Theta 2, so she's repping D9. But I think she's going to have some very important questions for the federal government tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with y'all if I'm there.
All right, thank you. Sounds good. Who asked that question? Chet, I don't know who the biggest. I don't think anybody's a coon, so.
Oh, there's some coon. What are you talking about? This is your question. I'm just going to go off of the way the word feels because I don't know the historical context. And coon just rolls off the tongue. It's one syllable. It hits right, feels right. You know, it's more derogatory, and they can't stand it. So I'm going to go with coon.
Yeah, it seems like it really hurts them.
You don't think Uncle Tom would hurt?
No, they don't. That coon, they hate that word, coon.
Coon is the one that gets the response.
But the coon, I thought that's what white people called black people when they were coming to the to go to their schools.
We repossessed that word.
Coon used to be a good word because they used to say a spoon coon.
Huh?
So there was a time when people used to use it in a good way. They used to say you a spoon.
Yeah, yep.
They used to call them moon crickets.
Boy, you're doing too much. Oh, Lord. What?
Moon crickets?
Hey, look, they did. And I'm going to tell y'all why. It's such a fucked up thing. Y'all can look this up, right? I'm a weird person. I like to research weird shit. They called them moon crickets because they wouldn't let them sleep and they would work them all night and they would sing while they were working to try to keep their spirits up.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh, Lord. You sure about that? Let me Google.
Look it up. Look at it. You think I'll just be spilling shit on the stage? Look at us. I'm telling you the truth.
So who you guys call it, moon cricket?
No, I'm saying that day. That's derogatory. Never mind, I get it. Let me know what you see when you look it up, First Lady, because I'm just telling you from.
I'm not putting that in my algorithm. I'm just playing.
It's so fucked up. I thought it was bad when I heard why. The whys would kill me. Like, they were here working their ass off in the middle of the night trying to keep their spirits up. And y'all done started calling them moon crickets. White people used to be creative with their
Because they cricket into the moon. They sing it to the moon.
They sing it to the moon.
That's a nasty word.
Nasty.
Well, DJ must have went to sleep. God, I sung him to sleep.
DJ still here?
He's still here? Yeah, he's still here.
So he can DJ the ox in the next car trip. So
He waiting on
had to earn that title.
I guess he waited on Anthony to replace him. It's like they had a ship change today.
Yeah, talking about shit. Hey, listen, man, that was so
That was so funny. Gemini came in asking the same exact questions we had on the floor earlier. That's wild. Great minds think alike.
Not even taste testing turkeys for Thanksgiving is crazy. Listen, Maya said there are more layoffs ahead of holidays. Target is about to cut 1,000 corporate jobs and major shakeups before holiday. Wow, that's not good.
They just think of evil things to do. Do they just sit around and think about just what's the most evil shit I can do today? Like, I swear it seems that that's what they do. How evil can I be today?
No. So there's some fire going on in the chat over here. Hey, Roger. It says Goon is voting for the same party for 60 years, 90%. Patient and require nothing for your vote. Blacks did this for Republicans for longer. You only got two choices.
I'm not answering these dumb shit. I'm just done. I'm serious. I'm done. I'm gonna stay disciplined.
So Nestle is cutting 16,000 jobs Nestle is getting rid of.
Oh, 16,000 jobs. What happened?
What
Nestle is cutting
Nestle.
16,000 jobs globally.
Y'all stop eating that Nutella.
No.
They're tearing that Nutella up.
Well, what else Nestle make?
Well, wasn't a lot of those jobs were replaced by AI, right? That's why.
Oh, you think the AI is going to take over that?
Automate. No, I think a lot of those jobs because some of the positions are just going automated, and so AI kind of took a lot of positions.
So you think or you know?
I know. Well, that's what I heard in another room when they talked about it. Okay.
Did Friday ever post the supposed pedophiles from the left? He said he had this whole list, but I noticed he keeps saying he has certain things and he never actually posts or brings it to fruition. So did that ever happen?
Now, Gemini, you know good and well. You know good and well. It did not happen.
That dude be quiet when I'm around. I don't know why he be so quiet.
You know what's crazy? But I do agree with part of what someone said about voting for the same Democratic candidates. Like, how has that been working? Like, should we always be 100% in agreement with the people that we elected? Because if you're just voting a down ballot, right, without even understanding the candidate's platform, then to me, I think that's a dumb voter. You're just voting down ballot. You're not thinking about anything. So what would make that Democrat any different from MAGA or a Republican that just votes down ballot? Well, how can they take the high road?
I think we need to, I'm sorry, that's why oppositionally, because we don't want Trump in office, right?
Well, I also hear two different issues, which is one, not being an informed voter, which was kind of like the second part, and the first part being voting for the same person, which is different. Like, you could vote for the same person who you may not agree with, and I don't think voting should be so much decided on whether you agree with somebody on every issue. There are, of course, many reasons why people vote for who they vote for, but you could vote for the same person because for example, they'll vote for child tax credit, and that without question they're going to vote for that, which has been proven to cut child poverty pretty significantly. So you vote for the same person who's going to make sure that you get that child tax credit, then that's a pretty smart voter versus someone who is just voting blindly and just doesn't care.
That's the fact.
A friend of mine.
No, those are the same. Those are the same voters.
A friend of mine.
Like if you're just voting, if you're just voting again, because I prefaced my whole statement with, of course you're not going to agree. Well, we shouldn't agree, but with 100% of a candidate, right? Like that's rare, right? But if you consistently vote the same person into office and it is not progressing you, your family, or whatever, your desires, if it's not progressing that at all, then that's not a smart voter. You aren't, in fact, voting what benefits you. You're then voting typically down ballot because you're on, like, there have been people that have been Republicans and Democrats, both sides, because both sides do it, right? I don't think that Democrats can hold a higher ground there when both sides are voting down ballot. It still isn't an educated voter. The only way that you would vote for someone or should is if you understand their platform. You're speaking of understanding what that platform is and understanding that they are going to pursue the things that you deem important. And if that's the case, then great, you're an informed voter. You know that candidate's platform. But if you don't, or you do, and you hope that they're going to do it, and then they get voted again, then they get voted in office again, and nothing or little has changed, then how are you an informed voter? You just keep voting for that person. Why? Because of the party.
Well, change is incremental, right? Change has been incremental, and we have 400 years of political history in this country, and we're not voting for someone to just do what we want, right? Because they've never done that, right? So if you can reframe just a little bit and look at it as you're putting in office your opposition, who do you want to have as opposition more? Do you want to have someone who you can negotiate with that has historically been amenable to you having like full citizenship rights in the country, or do you want your opposition to be fanatically anti-black and always trying to strip you of civil rights and protective programs to make sure people can't legally discriminate?
Okay, wait a minute, hold up.
Democrat.
All right, so listen, Chat, you there? No, you're not there, Chat. Okay. Well, my question in the chat would be: do you think that comes from not doing the early voting? Because if in fact there's a candidate that did not do what they needed to do, I'm talking about during your local elections, then you need to be able to actually vote the other candidate during that period of time so that when it comes down to the larger vote, you have the right candidate on the ticket. That's where I think the problem is. People may not actually go out and cast their votes during local elections. And then, the same people just keep getting voted in because people are just used to that name. So I'm good with not voting down the ballot. I vote for what I'm interested in, what interests me, right? My best interest. I don't have to be tied to a party. I think that is what Chad is saying. I'm not sure, but.
So are y'all both independent, registered independents?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that to me, the desire is to be an informed voter. I think what we're learning, I'll use I statements. What I am saying is that neither party is working, especially freaking MAGA and Republicans. And this is coming from a Black Republican that did not vote for Kamala. I haven't voted for a Republican president since Bush. Okay? So my party definitely has not been working, right, for me. Am I staying here? Nope. But it's always been like here in Houston, the League of Women Voters, right? Every session or every campaign, right? Like they literally would go through every candidate and give you their platform. And
They give you this sheet. You can go on their website, print it off, take it with you, or learn. Get to know who you're voting on. Because to me, an educated voter, an informed voter, right, is more powerful than just voting down ballot. But fighting against being an informed voter is wild. I'm done.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead for sure.
wait a minute, because the question was, what does it mean voting down ballot? So just going down and just voting Democrat, and not really paying attention who you voting for and what they stand for. But I think that starts in, the primaries. But even with the primaries, if you're registered independent, then you can't participate in it. Hello? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Depends
on the state. Depends on the state.
You always got something to say. Shut your big head ass up.
So a few things. It's the truth, though. It's the truth.
You had to say it now. Shut. Go ahead, Blake.
Don't be telling stories. Yeah, just a few things. One, people vote for. This is a basic point that people vote for a lot of different reasons. One of them could be about, I think Maggie's put it in the chat, absolutely on point. Making sure that you get good federal judges, including Supreme Court. That the Democrat that you're going to vote for is going to make sure that you get good federal judges who are going to support the Voting Rights Act still being a viable act, versus Republican judges or Republican appointed judges who are committed to eliminating Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, for example. And now Republicans can take over voting districts throughout the country, hacking and cracking black voting districts so black people can't vote for who they want to vote for. So when you're talking about actual black political power, Republicans are committed to eliminating it. At least Democrats will be committed to at least trying to keep it, or at least do something about holding down the fort. The second thing too is that there's an actual example that we can use. Birmingham was a Democratic city. They tried to increase their minimum wage. They passed the ordinance requiring employers to increase their minimum wage beyond what the state allowed. The state, ran by Republicans, encroached upon that ordinance. It was upheld by the 11th Circuit. So when you're talking about actually trying to do things, there are sometimes reasons why they can't. Sometimes it's because of Republicans intervening when black Democrats especially are trying to assert their political power and put more money in folks' pockets.
Have y'all done that?
So Birmingham was an example where they actually tried to do it and Republicans actually stopped them from doing it.
Okay, so people are voting in Democrats that are powerless?
No. Democrats passed an ordinance. They passed an ordinance. So if you believe in independence,
and you said Republicans did what now?
So if you believe in independence, black folks, black Birminghamians, right, in that city said we want to increase our minimum wage. They passed it. The Republicans on their own, the state Republicans said, no, we're not going to let that happen. And they fought it out in federal court. The 11th Circuit upheld what the state did. And this has happened in other Democratic cities. In Mississippi, for example, Jackson, whole red state takeover of what a black city ran by Democrats, what they're trying to do. Take away their independence, actually do things for black folks. But unfortunately, Republicans, using their own political power, are trying to encroach upon that. So it's not a matter of them not trying to do something, which was your proposition. It's a matter of them doing something. No, that was your proposition. And you can respond after I'm done.
It wasn't.
You can respond after I'm done. It's not about them not doing anything. They do something, and the Republicans try to undo the work that they try to do on behalf of the people that elected them to do something.
So you have a lot of noise in the background, so sorry. The thing that I don't think, because a lot of Dems do this. Basically, Exactly. You just told me that you lost. That y'all tried to do something. Republicans stopped you, and you didn't get it done. That does not sound like who you're putting in the office is fighting for you. That does not sound like that. Because if that were the case, how are you confused? If Democrats were successful, then, like, you didn't hear what he said? He did not say that Democrats were successful. What he said was, what you say, Mel?
Okay, so if a city passed an ordinance, but the state in turn, which is Republican, overrides it, so you blame the Democrats for the Republicans overriding something?
They were precisely successful.
Exactly.
Again, I think like a lot of times, that's why I said either side that are extreme, they don't get it. The strategy that you all have been doing is not working. It isn't. Because if you think it is, then why are we here? What I am saying is, like, basically you just advocated for losing. Like, that's not, like when are, because y'all aren't listening to the people that are saying we need to change some things. We need to listen to younger people within the party. We need to do X, Y, and Z. That's not happening. Instead, y'all dig your heels in for losing. And it's wild to me. Here in Texas, they knew. Wait, you didn't want to be interrupted though. That's crazy. That is what's crazy.
That's actually ML talking.
That's crazy. So excuse me.
ML, wait, let her finish. Go ahead.
You all right? I'll say what I said. If you are not in you all, then I don't know why you unmute me. That's crazy. But what I'm saying is that strategy that the Dems have been using isn't working. It is time to go back to the drawing board and pivot. But if you have people that are saying it is working when it clearly isn't, if you are not achieving the desired results, then it is not working. Hello? Are we okay? And so my thing is this. I'm also a Republican in a party that has been taken over by freaking MAGA. It is time for me to pivot. Hello? I'm not going to dig my heels in and stay with any party that is not giving me the results that I desire. But fighting to lose is wild work. So how is it that the counter to that is, well, we won here, we won at the city level, but we lost at the state level. You still lost. You did not get the desired result. So what are you going to do to get the results that you desire? Last thing I'll say is this. Here in Texas, Democrats knew that gerrymandering that was going to be on the ballot in 2 years. We had 2 more years before they would go and start redistricting, rather. They knew that. Republicans jumped ahead because Trump made that phone call to Hot Wheels. Republicans jumped ahead and did it. Now, Democrats, again, knew that was going to happen in 2 years. What did the Democrats do to prevent that from happening?
They can't vote for
themselves. What did Biden do during his 4 years to prevent whatever Trump has been doing? Right? Like this, Trump is damn near raping this country. And Democrats, bless their hearts, y'all trying. But I'm saying is, how do we prevent this from happening again? But I know y'all are gonna fight to be number 2. So go ahead, you got it.
If I can just round up. That was great. Just quickly. If I can just round up what I was saying. This will be quick. This will be quick. So I just want to be clear about something. You know, this person gives me the impression that they have no idea about federalism or the state analog to federalism. I don't expect the person to explain it to me because, unless they Google it, they probably can't. So what happened in Alabama was a state was successful in passing. A city was successful in passing to get more money into folks' pockets. The state legislature on the back end passed a law which would make it clear city could raise the minimum wage in the state. They did this on the back end because they understood that state law trumps local law, just like federal law trumps state law when there's a conflict in law. Okay? When there's a conflict in law, that's what happens. So, this is what happened in Birmingham. The Democrats actually passed something, and it was enforced. And the Republicans came on the back end and changed it. This isn't about a losing strategy. This is like, tell me what can be done. If it's a losing strategy, tell me what can be done about federalism and about conflicts of law, which have been staples in this country for over 2 centuries. Nothing. So it's not a matter of losing strategy. Anything that can undermine that would be a reworking of our entire constitutional order, which is a bigger task than any party wants to engage in. All right? And it's a high bar to expect any party to try to engage in. The black Dems in that city did what they could do to put more money in black folks' pockets. It didn't work out because the cracker Republicans made sure that it wasn't going to happen. Point blank, period. I'm not a Dem, but I'm very clear, especially as a person who engages in this work, as folks know, I'm very clear about which party is making it very difficult to uphold civil rights and basic things for black folks, and which party isn't. Bottom line, I'll land.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you did.
I think he understands what you're talking about, Chad, because he didn't address what you said. You actually said that when the Dems were in office, they had the opportunity to do something because they knew this was going to happen. So you're actually talking about a strategic move, which he doesn't really understand what you're talking about, or else he wouldn't come on the
You know what happened to Birmingham?
You're done.
It's
done in Birmingham for some.
What I'm saying, you're dealing with the micro things. She's talking about a strategic move.
Sounds like you're losing.
So that is what she said. And by the way, chat because
I'm sorry, I'm with emotion because I care about black people. What about you?
And she's rare.
Like, what did he say have to do? Like, Chad did a whole breakdown on something. What was that? Like, what was that?
I don't know. I appreciate that. So I'll say this. I'll respond.
Because they knew
I'll respond and say this. So yeah, that was a new argument that you introduced to this discourse, because I wasn't talking about one party advocating for black folks. Wasn't talking about that. I was talking about strategy. Excuse me. I was speaking on strategy solely. You, again, like I said, Democrats can't get out of their own way. And I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
So what's the strategy then?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
yes, we can.
Well, no, you can't.
You're on disenfranchisement. Yeah, tell us what's the strategy.
No, because see, you're missing it.
No,
you're totally missing it.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
Think that voting Democrat.
Because what
strategy.
you're doing,
but niggas are dumb.
what you're doing is it working for you?
It actually has been. I can actually
ask yourselves that question.
But Chad,
is the current strategy?
What is the current
strategy? Is the current strategy working for you, or is it time to go back to the drawing board and do something different? Matter of fact, I have been in this room where people have talked about Hakeem Jeffries and his delivery and what the Democrats need to do with messaging. I guess it's okay for other people to say that and not me, because I'm talking about strategy. If I wouldn't have told you that I was a Republican, then you would have welcomed what I said.
Actually, no. I think you're.
I also said, excuse me. I also said, see, let me explain something to you. This is also where it comes from. For you that don't know, I also worked for the Office of Government Ethics.
Probably did a poor job.
Right? Reviewed financial disclosures, and wrote letters of divestiture and the things, right? The thing that I learned when I worked at the White House, one of the things
things that I learned is OGE is just a figurehead. OGE cannot do anything unless DOJ decides to prosecute. That may be the wrong word, but DOJ is the executing authority. OGE, all we could do is write letters of recommendation, but yet people depend on OGE to govern ethics for the executive branch. So there are things that are happening within our government that we have to take a look at and get another strategy for. Now, if you look at Trump's administration, this administration, he could give a crap about OGE, because guess what he learned? Because you had someone from the outside looking in, like a Trump. Hate the man. I, like other people that worked in his or under his administration the first time, will never vote for that man. Didn't vote for him the first time, not voting for him the second time. But in learning that, there are things that you do to adjust. This dude saw that OGE could do nothing first term. So guess what he did second term? Doesn't freaking care. Didn't divest of any holdings that were conflicts, taking planes, handshake violations, monuments clause, by all of the things, because guess what? He found out that OGE can't do shit. And DOJ can. And guess who, of course, is in his back pocket? Freaking DOJ. So he is now not held to ethics law. So what I'm saying is this dude is looking and approaching politics and bureaucracy in a horrible way. I hate what he's doing, but because he is looking at it through fresh eyes and he's not indoctrinated, he can see how to navigate and cross those lines that he shouldn't. Which is why he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna make a decision and I'll let the courts decide if what I do is right. So what I'm saying is there is a better strategy to get what we need as a country. Democrats can be the savior of this country. It's possible, but it can't be business as usual. And I land.
Yeah, the strategy that Trump used to get in the office it's called populism. And I'm not sure that the Democratic Party, outside of a few who have been villainized, like the Squad and, some of these more progressive Democrats, like who is going to run the left or center populist message? We don't know. But we've critiqued all of those things. It's not like I'm still not gonna vote against my own interest as a voter because people aren't running the race I want them to.
So the Supreme Court is going to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, ultimately eliminating black voting power. And of course, Republicans are going to continue to pack and crack black voting districts. So shout out, for example, to the Virginia Democrats for seeing the writing on the wall and planning to redo the map so that they can actually get more Dems voted, and actually get the defense of very basic fundamental voting rights that Democrats have historically voted for, and Republicans constantly won't vote for. That's a heck of a strategy because they see the Republican majority Supreme Court is going to get rid of a law that black people fought for. And so the Dems have said, guess what? We're planning to redistrict to fight against that so we can actually protect civil rights, something that black folks have worked for. That's a strategy.
Tripping when they actually filibustered against the original Civil Rights Act. What are you talking about? Y'all don't know any kind of history. It makes absolutely no sense. Frozen. That's it. They come to your neighborhoods. They come to your neighborhoods every election saying y'all go Hokie go. At the end of the day, we have to hold both of these parties accountable. That's the problem. You really think the Democratic is the answer? It's not. Republican is not the answer. It's not. Accountability is the answer. Everybody on this platform needs to begin to hold everybody accountable. What First Lady said is important. Do not just vote down ballot. Do the research. Find out what pertains to you, your family, etc. You know what I'm saying? Find out what laws, litigation, who's running for judge, etc. We have to become more proactive. That's it. That's the answer.
I get the sense that people are conflating issues. Like, I hear people talking about being an uninformed voter and just willy-nilly for the same party versus people who are actually considering these things and still vote for the same party. I just laid out exactly that the Dems have historically voted for example, the Voting Rights Act, for civil rights acts throughout, and have worked to expand access to the franchise, while another party hasn't.
No, the longest filibuster in history was put on by the Democrats. You know that. And it was against the Civil Rights Act.
So let me ask you this.
It was against the Civil Rights Act.
So let me ask you this. No, hold on. Let me ask you this. Very clear thing. Very clear question. Have Democratic states, for example, done things like early registration, early voting, and have Republicans found ways to undo that? Another question for you. After Shelby County v. Holder, was it Republican states that all of a sudden created barriers to voting, or was it Democratic states?
Good question, and I'll answer that. I think that it is very condescending for Democratic policy to state that we can't get a natural ID or government ID to be able to register. That's absolutely asinine. So black folks can't vote. We're not smarter.
Do you have to agree with every policy position, Q, for you to vote for somebody?
That's a fact. That is a big fact right there.
What I'm saying is this. It's not a party issue. What I'm saying is nonpartisan. We have to hold both sides accountable. If we do that, we'll have a better result.
You're a minority group in a representative democracy. Like, what do you think this is? You're talking like you're the majority in a country that gives a fuck about you. Like, this is crazy.
The Republicans have pushed against early registration.
I'm just curious. Folks involved in civics. I'm not propagating any party. I'm propagating accountability. I'm also saying this.
Choices.
Let me say this. While everybody keeps pointing at Trump is only highlighting a system that we've been crying out for the last 200 years is broken. Remember, Trump was just a citizen. Until he stepped into their system as president, he couldn't do any of this. So now they're finally seeing that the system that we've been screaming and hollering and telling has been locking us up, abusing our people, everything is wrong. So it's about the system. And the only thing is that... Go ahead, kid.
Is it better that he's now dismantling the system entirely, and the systems that we fought for the incremental change we needed to participate in this country as full citizens? He's the one that's dismantling all the shit that made your lifetime somewhat livable. He's dismantling that shit. Are you gonna be down when it's time to reach for the shit again? I also wanted to ask Chad, when you say go back to the drawing board, is there even a drawing board at this point? Because how is there going to be a drawing board when they've disenfranchised black voters through redistricting? It's not just Texas, it's going to be all over the South. So what is the drawing board at this point? We're cooked for the next 2 or 3 election cycles.
And that's because all of y'all power, empowerment, and validation come from white folks. My life is not better because I get to sit next to white people at a lunch counter. To hell with that. I'd rather sit with my people, be on the other side. If you look at economics, you look at morality, family values, you look at everything else that happened, we have not gotten better because we're talking about that.
Are you a citizen of the United States, or are you not?
We have not.
So do you deserve, as a citizen, do you deserve citizen rights? The same citizen rights that everybody else has? Yes or no?
The right to vote. Like Thomas Jefferson said, those inalienable rights, those...
This is not about integration. This is about you as an American.
Right, so watch this. My rights don't come from white people. But when Thomas Jefferson said those inalienable rights come from God, so white people don't control whether or not I have rights or not.
You know what? This is outrageous. This spits in the face of black folks who have fought for decades. These civil rights that we're talking about come from black people. This is remarkable. You spit in the face of justice. You spit in the face of our ancestors. Wild.
These situations, what use is in it that you have a vote if you're districted so that
these folks don't care about black people. They don't care. They don't care about black people. They don't care about the sacrifices they made. They talking about
The insight and the revelation that we cannot win in this.
This is why
unless we go outside the system and create our own, just like the everybody else.
That's on you.
All right, y'all been doing too much now. Y'all know I don't like all talking over each other. I've been real quiet, but all that talking over each other gives me a headache. Now I don't want to get a headache because I get mean.
I'm sorry, but people spit in the face of our ancestors. It's wild.
Okay. Well, but I can hear it better when you're speaking by yourself.
Oh, I'm not challenging what you're saying.
Whether it's the Democratic or Republican system has not benefited us.
Yeah,
we need to step out of the system.
You don't care
when
about
Asians come over here, Asians create their own part of town. They create Chinatown. They create their own government. The Chinese benevolence.
Y'all doing it yet?
We need to operate outside of the system to have power. Then we can go back and affect the system. You can't. It's not working from the inside out. It's not working.
Chinatowns are some of the most impoverished areas in cities. What are you talking about?
So
this is wild.
Keep saying that he doesn't care about black people when he has a different method of how you think black people should move. How can you just sit there and say he don't care
I'm more than happy to explain it.
So let me finish because for the last, as long as I've been paying attention, bro, Democrats ain't really done nothing for black people, bro. They're just gatekeepers. They keep black people in a certain position so they can do the oppression Olympics with them every election cycle. Like, I've never seen no progress come from either side when it just comes to you just being black.
Yeah, so I'll address the question. So these rights didn't come from white people. Black people actually fought, died, and put their lives on the line for these rights. These are very basic. If you read a fucking book, if you actually watch like real documentaries, like not the fake ones that you see on YouTube, you actually like listen to the folks who are actually on the ground, the black people who were actually doing the work, you'll find that it's not white people who created these rights. I mean, you probably believe that white people freed black people too, didn't you? I mean, don't you? Like, it's wild shit that you spit in the face of our ancestors because you think white people gave us these rights. It's fucking remarkable.
So what documentary should I watch?
I fear we have
watch Eyes on the Prize.
I fear we have assimilated. Martin Luther King said, I fear we have assimilated into the burning house. So at the
okay. When did he say that? Was that Harry Belafonte who said that he said that? It's fucking wild, man. You can watch Eyes on the Prize. That's a very basic documentary.
A government-sponsored documentary.
You can renounce your citizenship, Q, but I'm an American citizen, and I deserve my full citizenship rights in this country. I deserve to participate in the economy. I deserve, as a citizen, to be able to take advantage of my, the phrase in the Bill of Rights, the pursuit of happiness. As an American citizen, I have the right to engage in the pursuit of happiness. That means through property rights. That means through voting rights. That means through all of the rights that we didn't fucking get to have until the 60s. Like, what are we talking about? Y'all are speaking out of ignorance, and the reason why people get heated is because it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
I totally acquiesce with you, but you can't do that by voting blue no matter who. You can do that by holding both sides accountable. That's all we're saying. We can't, it's working.
When the people that want to see disenfranchised limits a choice between them and just the status quo candidate, I'm the status quo candidate, because eventually that gives gives us an opportunity to organize and get prepared to stand in opposition, because those are not going to be the people to sick the motherfucking National Guard on you in your own city, right? Just because you're protesting. That's what we're talking about. This is real. This is not imagination.
So Queen, you think, because I know somebody told me the other day that the Democratic Party is the guardians of the status quo. You think that's a flex? You think status quo is
Is being disenfranchised a flex? What are your choices? Do y'all know?
Your microphone is broke.
Do y'all know about risk mitigation? Do you know anything about risk mitigation, DJ Friday?
So King, I think I just don't see. I think that here's the problem. I don't see things the way you see it. So you say things. You have this hide under your blanket, the sky is falling mentality when it comes to everything, and I just don't see it that way.
That's why you don't see it, because it doesn't impact you. Do you own a home? Do you vote?
Yes.
Do you take advantage? Do you take your
Do you have another phone?
You have another phone is crazy. That's crazy.
Y'all don't hear me good enough.
No, it's very distorted. It's very distorted. I'm sorry.
This man has told you everything you need to know about him. He started way before a lot of you all were born with his daddy not registering his apartments to you guys, not renting out his apartments. The Central Park individuals. He's had lawsuits for not hiring individuals at equal opportunity at his little casinos and bullshit like that. He's told you everything you need to know. You just refuse to admit it. You just turn the other way. Now, I'm not a registered or Republican. I don't give a damn about either one of them. But I know damn good and well that I'm not going to sit here and go hard for a country that has never gone hard for me, or go hard for an individual who has told me that he doesn't give a damn about my black ass. I'll never do that. And how simple you can...
Trump got enough moxie to stay.
I'm finished, sir. I'm not finished. All I'm trying to say is, I don't know how some of you all do it. More power to you. But I can never back an individual like that.
Jerry, I understand you, but here's the reality. As far as words that have came out of Trump's mouth, now you could say maybe he didn't, I don't know. But as far as the words that's actually flowed from his mouth, none of those things you said are true.
Actions speak louder than words.
However, I know a couple times when Biden said he didn't want to integrate these schools and make them a racial jungle, those things actually came out of his mouth. When South Africa developed a nuclear weapon, he got rid of that shit because it was too much close proximity to the blacks down there. Like all the racial legislation that a lot of these Democrats are responsible for over the decades, but for some reason, it's A-okay. Oh, and by the way, where has the Congressional Black Caucus been in the last fucking 6 years?
Actions speak louder than words. Him not bringing to his family, him not bringing to black families and things of that nature, his actions speak louder than words.
I know black people
he's telling you that eating your cats and dogs was a lot of the pit of hell.
Not with that pink ticket, you can't jump in. 1 second. Let them finish going back and forth. Go ahead.
A lie from the pit of hell was he said that they're eating your cats and dogs. That was a lie.
He's talking about Haitians. I ain't Haitian.
The point of the matter is he's talking about minorities. He's talking about people that look like us. He was
talking about Haitians, bro. I'm not Haitian.
Okay, they look like us. They have ancestry with us.
The point is, it was a lie. Doesn't matter who he said it on. It was a lie.
It was some bullshit.
He was talking about immigrants. He was not talking about my American ass.
Bro, he was talking about people that look like us. He was talking about parts of our ancestry, parts of our lineage. Like I said, I ain't seen nobody go hard for him like some of us. Y'all won't even go hard for your own kind like Jasmine Crockett. But y'all go hard for that clown. And that's incredible.
I don't think, bro, I don't do this racial collectivism shit that y'all do, bro.
You don't have to. They do it for you.
No one on this planet does that shit but fake blackers. And y'all don't even really mean that shit. Because half of y'all are in close proximity to whiteness than a lot of us, bro. Most of y'all who talk that shit, you report to a white man every went viral.
I report to my damn self.
That's crazy.
I report to my damn self. You can Google my ass.
Bro,
I got my own shit. You can Google me. I have my own shit. I don't report to no white man.
The only time I have transactions or even conversations with white people is when I'm swiping my card at Walmart.
That's fine. We in the state.
Only time, bro.
But you fucking
my neighborhood is black. Everything about me is black, bro. But you niggas, y'all fake pro-blackers, bro. Everything about y'all is white. Everything.
Bro, you shop at Walmart. That's all you need to know. You shop at Walmart.
You say yes, sir, to that
You shop at Walmart. That lets you know all you need to know. You shop at Walmart.
Yes. When I want
you shop at Walmart.
Yes. When I want to go buy some.
So that's all we need to know.
I'm going to
that's
Walmart
all we need to
because
know.
it's right. Because it's close.
No, it's going because you're going to get massive your money.
Shut the fuck up. You
going to get massive your money.
You do too, bro. Stop it.
No, I don't. No, I don't. And like I said, I got my own shit. I got my own. I don't need to report to white man. All
right. This is a circle jerk now. Listen, if he want to go to Walmart and get his values of greatness, let him go to Walmart and get his downgrade food. It's fine. It's okay. Keep it up. It's great.
Great value. Bleach is still real bleach.
Okay, bleach it with your great value, your valueness of greatness. What's his man's name? What's his name? He's the one with the pink ticket. Real man. You wanted to say something? Good day.
Good morning. How is everyone? Hope everyone's having a great morning. I just wanted to say, right, that these Trump lovers, they are belief first and everything else second, right? I was just in a room arguing with a bunch of Trump lovers. It's about black people do better under Republicans, and I literally looked at every outcome that was possibly measurable and showed them it wasn't true, and none of that mattered to them, right? That's what we got to realize. These people just are pro-suffering, pro-hatred, pro-evil. These people are anti-kids getting fed at school, the place that they're required to be at, right? These people are anti-people having health care, right? These people, matter of fact, Heck says, Pastor literally was on a podcast talking about some slavery not bad. Like, we need to bring that shit back. Right? This is who
I'll give you $100 right now. You play that audio.
100? You ready?
100. I swear to God, I will cash
you ready?
$100.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get the link for you specifically. You ready? You got it ready? You got it up and got your money loaded? I'm gonna get the link right now. Right now. Hold on, everybody. Everybody. Before you do that, I'm gonna get the link for you right now. We can play. I'm gonna give it to the mods.
All right, play.
Hold on. We ain't gotta say nothing else.
Hey, you better check to see if that's Monopoly money, bro.
Friday ain't gonna pay, I bet you. I'm willing to bet me that Friday won't pay.
Not I'm willing to bet on the bet. That's good.
I'm betting on the bet.
Before they give it to you. God damn.
No, you better check your Cash App, make sure it's not compromised. Y'all know they're doing give us $100.
They'll give you one and take two.
For the next couple of.
Right. That is a way.
Friday's gonna be like Omari, like, nah, but I don't have to pay, cause cause I didn't have to pay.
Wait,
I had to pay.
Remember what he just said? He said that Pete.
He gonna get you a Walmart credit card. Don't you worry about it. They gonna send you Walmart gift card.
He said that Pete said that slavery is not that bad.
Not Pete.
To bring it back.
Oh my God. Each pastor said that.
No, he said Pete Hesep said
no,
that.
he did not.
He already lied.
What you talking about, man? You trying to lie about the Bible?
Okay, if I misheard him, I thought he said.
Nah, I wouldn't hear that.
You ain't misheard.
See, I told y'all, I would have won the bet.
This Negro, what's that up?
Listen, listen.
He looked it up and he was like, oh shit, I'm wrong.
Come on, man. You backing up out of this shit. Man, shut the fuck. Man, come on.
Just take your L with grace, bro.
See, I would have won the bet on the bet. I told you Friday wasn't gonna pay.
The rest of the if I could be allowed to finish after that tomfoolery, right? Because I'm sure he Googled it and found out. So, anyways, so yeah, this is what these people believe in. They were literally in these Republican districts trying to defend child marriage. You can get the audio on that. They got them on video in the in their congressional seats trying to defend child marriage in some of these states, right? These people are just pro-evil. That's why they don't want to. They're literally voting against releasing the Epstein files every time it comes up. They're trying to stop somebody from being sworn in, just so they don't have to vote to release those Epstein files, right? Because these people are pro-pedophilia, they're pro-disgusting, they're pro-evil. Right? Trump literally vetoed a law like that was going to require priests who, well known for touching kids to have to register any sex abuse that's reported to them, right? And have to report it. And Trump vetoed that, right? Because again, they're pro-pedophilia, they're pro-disgusting, they're pro-evil. And you just go down the line of all the pro-evil policies. In fact, one of y'all brought up Democrats were stopping South Africa from having nukes. Trump literally this term proved a strike on Iran just because they thought they're going to create the infrastructure to have nukes. They didn't have it. They thought that they would create the infrastructure to have nukes. We're talking about the president that's done more drone strikes than any other president in history. So, the idea that you're anti-bombing people of color, bombing brown people, bombing people in Africa, when you're loving and cocksucking the president that's done this more often than any other one is insane. People have no actual stances. You have no actual values. You have no actual beliefs. You're just pro being cucked up by this white dude who is evil in every sense of the word.
Did you just say that Trump?
Evil policies.
Did you just say that Trump had the most? You do know that Barack Obama had the most.
No, Trump
in presidential history, bro.
All right, hold on.
Just look it up, bro. Obama had the most
Trump beat Barack Obama in drone strikes in his
No, he hasn't.
You want to see the data for that?
I'm looking at the data right now.
You want to see the data for that too? You want to see the data for that too?
Now.
Trump beat Barack Obama in drone strikes in his first term.
Sounds like we have another bet in progress.
See, but he's not gonna pay. He's not gonna pay. Don't bet.
DJ, you here for 100, brother.
I want you to pay the mod.
You already owe $100.
Pick a mod. Pick a mod you gonna pay. Right? Pick a mod.
Okay, listen. I'm about to
pick a mod you gonna pay. Wait, hold on. Pick a mod you're gonna pay. Don't cash that. Pick a mod.
Put your money up, bro.
Hold on. This is according to CNN, bro. Barack Obama.
Put your money up. God, that's so simple.
Go ahead, ML Plus. Go ahead, ML Plus. I see you.
Barack Obama authorized the most drone strikes in presidential history, with a total of 563 strikes throughout his presidency. What are you talking about, bro?
What's the date on that article?
Bro, we're talking about Obama.
He asked you the date on that article. Simple questions.
You said Trump's first term.
What's the date on the article, Friday? A simple question. You just answer it. God.
Y'all love that.
Here he goes again.
He won't bet. He won't answer questions.
That again.
He can't do nothing right.
What's going on?
A simple question. You cited a source, and they're asking you what's the date of the article, and you can't even do that.
Listen. So in Trump's first term, he only had 176 strikes.
Hey, DJ Friday, just take the bet. Just take the bet. Just take the bet.
In Trump's first term, he had 176 strikes.
All right, let me read an article that's dated.
Yo, Friday, just take the bet, man.
From 2019. Under Donald Trump, drone strikes far exceed Obama's numbers.
And that was from 2019.
Friday, take the bet.
What's the number?
That's 2019.
Take the bet.
In Trump's first 2 years, he launched 238. Obama launched 186 drone strikes in Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan.
In what year?
Yo, Friday, he's mad raw. He's mad raw. Friday, just take the bet, man.
Look at the article.
Hold on.
Yo, he
Bro, you didn't even want to say the date of your article.
What you need, honey?
Right. Look, because he said that.
Not phone a friend. Chad, look this up. Look this up for me, please. I believe in you, Chad. Let's go.
DJ is wrong.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye. What you say, Fridays?
On 3.
Yo, you see how they filibustering right
No,
now?
So I actually put something in the chat, and if you look this up, what it says is that we can't even agree on the number of drone strikes that Donald Trump did, including the over 200 in Somalia, because the Trump administration became increasingly secretive and would not reveal that information. So point to the gentleman for making this point. FYI.
Wait, before we do all this research, do you got some money? Put your money where your mouth is. What's going on?
I got a question to ask, right?
Yo, Friday, hold on, Friday. You got to take this bet, or I'm gonna take it.
This gonna sound like a stupid question, right? But do you think it's genetical or genetic?
Who is it?
This is me, man speaking to me. Do you think it's genetics where they said that?
Child.
Am I distorted or
Child, we trying to get a bet going and you just interrupted the whole conversation. Where the bet? You betting or not?
Friday, you taking the bet or am I taking it?
Y'all want the king of paper trades to make a bet?
I'm taking the bet. Who wanted the bet?
Friday, all that money you making from those paper trades, you can't take a bet.
Paper trades.
No, you're a millionaire. He didn't pay the second.
Wait a minute, he told that young man he would give him. He told him he would give him $100 if he played the clip. Then you said you bet that he can't prove it. Now what's going on? Do you pick your words back?
I'll bet the $100.
Fraudulent.
Look,
which is fraudulent? What is it? I can't hear.
And then he tried to act like, well, I thought you said excess.
One at a time. I can't hear. Did you hear?
So I thought he said Pete Hegseth said, that's why I said, I know for a fact.
No, you didn't.
Hegseth didn't say that. And I thought that's what he said.
Forget it.
You're doing it right now.
That's his pastor. Okay, so his pastor said, take the bet anyway.
Hear what people say. This is why you can't never hear what.
No, he blaming it on the king.
Because he came on mic and said, you literally came on mic and said,
Y'all are out of control right now.
So just a little bit of information. The Trump administration.
Because you can't take a
please hush. Please hush. On your Obama phone, we can barely hear you anyway. The Trump administration actually revoked a policy requiring administrations to reveal the number of civilian targets, which made it even harder to make a determination of how many drone strikes occurred. Just FYI, the president of Transparency.
So I'm going by what's just on record. Okay, so that could be true what you're saying. Let's just go by what's on record.
You don't have the upgraded version of ChatGPT because your ass is broke.
Obama has. Sorry. Obama has more strikes. Trump is on target for passing.
Oh, don't give away the truth. Don't give away the truth.
I'm sorry. Back on me.
Yeah, don't give away the truth.
Well, saying somebody's on.
All right, so I want. So who? Yeah. So who was making? First lady, who was making the bet that Trump did more? Who was making?
He did that.
Well, we can't determine how many that Trump did.
Real man.
All right, real man. I'll bet you the $100.
Trump's first term, he quit the drone.
Are you taking the bet or not? Are you taking the bet or?
You got Jason in the house? Oh, Lord. It's time to go.
What Obama did in his first term. Right? Because this nigga DJ Fridays is a consistent liar. Right? And we're going to go backwards. He's trying to run away from this. I'm going to go backwards. When I said the thing about P. Hegseth as well, P. Hegseth's pastor, he literally came on mic and said his pastor ain't say that. I'll give you $100.
No, I said
he literally said his pastor ain't say that. So I'm trying to act like, and then when he Googled it for himself,
wait. Hold on.
when he Googled it for himself,
Listen,
hold on,
bro. I even said
calm down, relax. You need to relax. You don't understand that you lied, thinking it was wrong.
Listen to me. Listen, bro. Let's just.
He's like a rabbit.
He's listening through his nose. That's why he can't hear you.
Wait. Because y'all.
Wait, hold on. But difference doesn't make to you anyways. Right? If you listen to somebody whose pastor is arguing for slavery, that make a big difference to you. Like, you still support this party as
What's going on? Shut up. One at a time.
Listen, bro. I just said to you, I said, my bad. I thought you said Pete said that. Why can't you just say, oh, okay, like a normal person?
Here's why I can say that. Because you're okay. I'm answering your question right now. Here's why I can't just say that. Because this is in response to trying to defend Republicans. You want to listen? You want to hear the answer to your question or not? You want to hear the answer to your question or not?
Friday, let him answer.
Personal X.
Do you want to hear the answer to your question or not?
So maybe if you won, you gotta win this so bad.
It's not about winning. It's about the fact that you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Friday, let him land.
Hey, BT.
Alright, so let me answer your question. You're doing this to defend Republicans and your scapegoat, right, to get out of the fact that these people are arguing for slavery is, well, his pastor said it's not him exactly. As if that makes it better. Why don't you address the fact that people in your party are arguing? Why don't you address the fact that people in your party are arguing for slavery? Right? Why don't you address the manic evil that's subsisting in this party?
This conversation is dead. Let's go. What's next?
This is why the Democratic Party has the lowest approval rating in political history, bro.
The Republicans also have the lowest approval rating.
It's because of niggas like
It's because the people arguing for slavery. People arguing for slavery isn't why Republicans have a low approval rating.
Who argued for slavery? And you just made a statement and said that I said some shit that I did not even say.
You didn't say that.
All right, we not listen. We're not gonna argue about who said what. It's okay.
No. The Democrats are arguing for slavery because y'all want to keep these Mexicans here working for $5.
Oh, not here go King in African. But I gotta see so great black man. I don't like Africans, but only.
What's wrong with cheap labor?
Please hush.
The Republicans are quite literally arguing for slavery. Quite literally.
The white folks.
Y'all trying to pass the buck, but these people are arguing like y'all can't sit with that point.
So what is the quote from him? What is the quote? Who said it? The white folks like, who's gonna pick our crops? When they want to deport these Mexicans, it's still who's gonna pick our crops. So one person saying something is an argument for
one person.
Wait, may I make a comment?
No.
With that amount of follower count, right? With that big of a public platform and influence over somebody that works in the
wait, one second. I need to correct DJ Fridays. Sir, are you not aware that Donald Trump is importing white immigrants into this country from South Africa? Do you know that in states like Mississippi, I don't know, I know, it's adding an I to my name. Jesus Christ, you illiterate, unmedicated children of ADHD. This is what I am telling you. Do you know that, for example, in Mississippi, the number 2 population that is there to work the farms are not Hispanics? They're actually South Africans, white South Africans, so much so that black individuals have gone to court to sue because they are not being hired. So I don't understand how you can be an uneducated, uninformed maggot.
Okay,
like, seriously.
Let me answer
You
that.
keep talking about the Mexicans, but your daddy keeps bringing in more white migrants.
Okay,
Your daddy, literally, I'm not done, crackhead. You know, just like you're a mixer and the song's not done.
I know about the South Africans because I've talked about them.
BP, it's literally
I wasn't talking to you.
Bro. It's literally like 80 people versus millions of other people. Like,
bro, what are you talking about? Donald Trump, when he was having that conversation with Elon Musk, right, when he was running for his second term, literally said, and I quote, "We are going to bring in better immigrants." I have some of them working for me at Mar-a-Lago. Some of them are bartenders and maitre d's. This is what he said. I know I fucked up that word. I'm sorry. He literally said this himself. He said the plan all along was to bring in white immigrants to replace them. So while you're so concerned about the Hispanics, he has said that he intends to replace those workers, right? Just like he said the black jobs were picking fruit. First he told you that the migrants were taking black jobs. Then he said, oh, I'm going to replace the migrants that we're making leave this country. So what are you talking about?
He did say he wanted more people from Norway.
Yes, he did. He said he did not want people from shithole countries, which includes you, DJ Fridays. That includes your black ass. You think that you're excluded from that? He said he wanted people from Sweden. He wanted people from Norway. Do you think Donald Trump gives a fuck? He told the 2 black congresswomen to go back to their country of origin, which he said was Africa, despite them being FBA as well. So what are you talking about? You think that means something to your white daddy, nigga? Okay, no personal fouls. Is anybody there? Hello?
I just came back in the room.
Me too.
To more of the same. Like, the longer you stay away, the more it sounds the same, man.
Yo, Anthony, you missed some good lines.
Wait a minute, Anthony, you gave me some bad news. You told me that you got put out the space.
Yeah, no, so what it was, apparently I didn't get put out, but
Now you're whining. He got kicked out of a clubhouse room.
Hey, wait, oh my God,
Hey,
man.
Anthony, let me give you a recap.
Conservative.
Let me give Anthony a recap of what he missed. He missed, he's saying there are children of ADHD. You missed DJ Friday moved out for, he said you report to a white man daily.
Women, don't forget the other one. Oh, don't forget about Walmart. No, wait, no. The other one. What chat say? What did chat say? CO. What Chat say? She said.
Yo, Chat is my girl. That's my sister. I love Chat. But Chat be up in here selling out, yo. She be playing both sides against the middle.
I am in the middle.
Oh my God, I am in the middle. Yo, you see, you lucky, Chat. You lucky. I'm
you're fighting to be. She said fighting to be number 2 with the fighting to be number 2. Remember that one? That was.
So yeah, she said the Duns are fighting to be number 2.
They was like, yeah, we did something, but it didn't work. But it worked, but it didn't work.
Yeah, Chad, I don't know what's gonna happen when the Supreme Court decision comes down 6-3. And then that redistricting, the whatever gerrymandering starts to happen. It's going. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Democratic rage. I'm worried. Like I'm gonna be like Malcolm X standing at the door with the toolie. Like
you're never gonna be like Malcolm X. No.
Listen.
Not even
I want to be clear, Miki. Okay, Miki. I just want to be clear. The last civil rights leader I'd want to be like is Malcolm X. I got so many jokes on Malcolm X, but I'm gonna save that for the whole other day, man. Like Malcolm, whatever.
And you're talking about Malcolm X before he went to the promised land and completely changed. Like, how are you even not informed about that? You're talking about Malcolm when he was angry as opposed to later in his life when, the religion, when he got away from, but we're not going to have this discussion because are they still having the Malcolm X rooms? I think you need to go, Anthony, so you can inform yourself. Seriously.
If he wants to think he's Malcolm X, let him think he's Malcolm X.
But why would he think he's Malcolm X?
Well, why,
I don't even
exactly.
understand.
Why didn't we ask him that? We asked him to clarify.
The parallel I was talking about is the tree of him standing at the door with the gun. That's the other window with the gun. That's the imagery. Not saying like being like Malcolm X. And Mickey, to be honest with you, I don't think most people associate Malcolm X with that period of his life that you're talking about. There's people that will straight deny that point. And I brought it up a million times, but they'll act like that happened. So
you want to align yourself with the people that are misinformed?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you take Malcolm X in totality, like I don't want to say anything bad on this stage. Mickey, let's just leave it alone for now. I would not want to be anything like
Malcolm X thing. I want to say this real quick. I think if he was talking in this room, he'd get kicked out. I think he would get kicked out.
Do you think Malcolm X would align with Donald Trump?
No, that's not.
Like, are you serious right now?
No,
Jason, tread lightly.
Jason, clearly today's your first day meeting, Jason.
Jason,
no.
I'm not gonna say that.
I'm actually cool with him. He's laughing with
Jason got on the 2 jeans that we give the 2-year-old.
Okay, will you not do this reform?
With a damn
Reform.
What? I'm tired.
Behave. What's going on? Why you gotta do this?
These Negroes hate buttons. That's why your ass ain't got a shirt with buttons on it.
I would still say you over a white.
You went to the gas station and
Reform.
Jason, why do you think Malcolm X would be
Reform. You're supposed to be reformed. You're not reformed.
Hey, I didn't.
She will never be reformed.
She'll be all right.
She will be. She is.
Another account clip. It's all
fine. It's all good. The reason I said that is because he always talked about how dangerous the white liberal is. He think and duck white liberals. I'm not trying. These are not my words. So he said one of the worst things for the black community is the white liberal. So as soon as he said that, he's gone. He's clipped from this room, and I got a clip of him saying it. If you don't believe me, if he said it in this room right now, gone.
1960s.
So
Jason, there's a book.
Hold on. As long as you have the clip of him also saying, both parties, both sides.
True. Right.
White liberals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Well, the only thing you gotta do is criticize a Democrat and get kicked out.
In the words of Bronny James,
and then criticize
your chains are fake.
Exactly. Mickey, let's say, for example, right, the young man's chains are fake. Really? That's the shots we're gonna fire? See, and this is why, never mind.
It doesn't bother me because I'm just
I know it doesn't bother me. Jason, you're wise.
You're doing that, it lets me know that you don't have a point to what I'm saying. So my chains can be fake, but you're still wrong.
Jason, I love it.
Notice there was no refutation of my statements. Did everybody notice that? Anybody know? Did I lie? Okay. I'm trying to help him out.
This is the.
He'll be trying to talk to a little mama, and she gonna be like, "Boy, your chain's fake. I'm trying to help you out with your nice starch white tea that you got from the corner store. Okay, 2 for $8.99 special. Buy 3, get 5 free. Okay.
These are the jokes that we make.
Make America great again.
Where you get that?
These are the jokes that we make about young black men.
Y'all get on my damn nerves. Kiss my ass. He's close to 40. Whatever.
We're not gonna argue about the chains. Okay, let's keep it moving.
Oh wait, first lady, you get 3, you get 5 free. I want to.
We're gonna talk about dudes' white tees and their fake gold chains.
No, we're not. We're gonna keep it moving.
Y'all started sounding Republican when y'all started.
No.
She's a Republican, Jason. She's a Republican in denial. Mickey is as conservative as they get.
Yeah, you're exposing yourself right now.
But wait a minute, hold up. You know what? Wait a minute.
James, though.
Oh my God, reform, please.
Somebody got to tell him, First Lady.
Somebody gotta let the him know. If you did and you really wanted him to understand, you would send it to him in his back channel. So it's not coming from a good place. Anyway, what I want to understand is because y'all were trying to have this conversation yesterday about this conservative thing. And a lot of these people think they're conservative because you joined this party, but you're not. You have no conservative values. And I'm confused about this because you go around touting, conservative, but do you really know what it is to be a conservative? I mean, have things changed? I don't know. Like, what's going on? Somebody help me understand.
I'm the term conservative, lady. No, they have
do
not.
this wow. Like every other day.
They've changed, CEO?
No, they have not. They have not changed.
You sure?
So like, if you're
not the definition.
Because is there? So wait, but let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Is there a difference between religion conservative and politics conservative?
No, like they tend to cross. Like that's what
they're supposed to be together.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier. You could have a conservative Democrat and a conservative Republican. Like that doesn't happen in the party line.
So why does one group think they're more conservative than the other?
Cause I mean the core tenets is just emphasis on tradition, limited. Some people don't want the government all in their business about everything free. Talking about capitalism, so anything they
personal responsibility.
If anything even smells chillish to them, they're not fucking with it. You know, shit like that.
No, that's what we got. But a lot of MAGAs are not conservative. Hold on, Anthony. A lot of MAGAs are not conservative.
All right. So from a government perspective, you have many conservatives advocate for smaller government, believing that a large federal government threatens individual liberty. Economy. They typically support free market capitalism, believing it provides most opportunity and benefit. Social values. Conservatives often hold traditional social views and values, which can include strong patriotism and the importance of institutions like family and religion. National defense. A strong national defense is a priority for conservatives. Core principles often individualism. Principles often include a focus on individual liberty and responsibility. What is it about that, First Lady, you think that somebody doesn't, that says they're conservative isn't espousing? Like, I'm surprised.
You're surprised? Well, don't be surprised by nothing I say because I say what I said.
No, I understand what you said, but no, I'm saying for example, myself or the young man, Jason, I believe in all the tenets that.
Well, Jason isn't married.
So Anthony, it's an incomplete list though. So it's supposed to also say not running up national debt, right? But a lot of MAGA doesn't care about the national debt at all.
Both parties have run up the national debt, if we're being honest, both parties have run it up. So my preference would be for us to try to figure out a way to lower the national debt. But, who's ready for austerity? You can't sell that politically.
You can still, but you don't have to have austerity yet if you ended up just doing it incrementally. But in 6 to 8 years, you're going to have austerity. You're going to be forced into it.
CEO, I think that's what the American people are going to. I agree with you. Well, okay. So, CEO, here's the thing, right? You're familiar with MMT, right?
MMT? What is
Bank?
Yeah.
The bank?
No.
What is it?
Modern theory. Modern monetary theory. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah. I don't remember all the tenets though.
All right, now the ultimate thing, the stance of the people that follow MMT is that it doesn't matter how big the deficit gets, it's not going to sink our battleship. That's they feel like when we look at the national debt, as a household budget, we're missing the whole point, especially when we can print the currency into oblivion. And, when you get the brass tacks, if you listen to Warren Buffett, he kind of agrees with it. He's like, the U.S. will never default on the debt. That's never going to happen. So, like, if that's the stance, right? I can. What's going to hit the point where we're going to have to, like, button and go into austerity and all of that? Or, will we inflate away the debt? What are our options on the table?
Well, you're asking that kind of question. Yeah, as though we're talking about spending money on,
Well, I can address it real quick. So, MMT, don't you feel like it understates the risk of inflation? For one?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then second, doesn't it assume that politicians will just end up having the political will to raise taxes later when they might not necessarily?
Inflation point is bigger than raising taxes point?
No, the tax point is important because if you don't end up raising taxes, then what you end up doing is you have to cut stuff. You have to cut social services, right? So you end up having people screaming. So you're going to either get people screaming from raising their taxes up a lot, or you're going to have people screaming from cutting social services. So that's where you end up in 8 years. You could just do a little bit of both right now, and it not be a problem.
So, I guess the idea right now that's being pushed is growth. If we could grow the GDP faster than the deficit, we'll be all right. The odds of that happening are slim and none just left the building. Slim just left the building. But, that's what's being pushed right now. Additionally, like inflating away the debt. CEO, we have our problems. Have you looked at France? Have you looked at Great Britain? Have you looked at China? Everywhere has their problems. Russia, Japan, everywhere has their problems. Of all the countries I mentioned, I think the United States has the best hand, my opinion.
I don't know if we have a better hand than China because China can force things upon its citizens in a way that we can't.
For China is that China, it's a demographic problem. China is not going to recover from that one-child policy. That one child, if you look at the demographics of China, it's horrific. China can't solve.
It's sitting at 2 billion people right now, though.
Okay, if you look at the demographics of China, really take brass tacks, hard look at it, you'll see. Just do like a modicum of research on the CEO. You'll be surprised at what's going on in China as it relates to the demographics.
China is actually looking like a far better partner to some countries than the U.S. is. It has stepped up because we basically eliminated USAID. So whenever there are tragic issues that occur in the world, weather events, etc., China is stepping up in a way that it hadn't before. We're also doing research, so in terms of new health science and research that's being developed, China stands to gain quite a bit. So in all terms, actually, Trump is making China great again. It's taking America to a place like pre-rights era and not looking so great.
I humbly disagree with you, but I've been glad, so I'm cool.
Yeah, that's okay. You can agree to sort of disagree, but what I'm stating is easily researchable. You can find the statistics related to what our debt looked like under Democratic versus Republican administrations. Despite any of the bumper stickers, Trump is really good at bankrupting systems and is notorious for not paying. The $230 million lawsuit is kind of like a slap in the face because if you recall, he actually asked his supporters, and some of them ended up getting spammed with payments that were happening to their biggest. So he basically scammed the people that actually lifted him up in order to pay his legal fees. And now he's trying to charge the American taxpayer.
You are correct. People that did a one-time donation for Trump, there was no way to opt out of it. So if y'all recall, he had to refund millions and millions of dollars because what it did was it was taking weekly or bi-weekly donations from individuals. So a lot of people were not aware of that or did not catch it. That is absolutely correct.
Like China has a centrally planned economy versus the economy we have over here.
China also disappears people, so it's not necessarily a model.
You in your group home again. You in the group home. The group home. We can't hear what's going on.
I think one of you guys might need to mute him. I don't think he realizes it.
Well, I was trying to be nosy, but go ahead.
I want to be very clear.
I just want to land really quick before. Yeah, I was in the middle of talking when a left came off his phone, so I'll be really quick. All I was going to say is that China has this central planned economy, and they'll build cities to nowhere and bridges to nowhere, and the number one car company, BYD, is in all kinds of trouble. Warren Buffett pulled out his money. It's just a bad model. So if that's the model you want to bet on, in terms of outflow of millionaires and billionaires, China's number 2 behind Great Britain, and inflow, number 1 would be Dubai, number 2 would be United States. You just mentioned the disappearance, and look at a dude like Jack Ma, treated super shabbily. If you think people are going to be in a rush to integrate into that society, good luck with that.
I want to be very clear because I think that you probably weren't receiving my point. I don't think that it is a model. My point is countries that were removing Chinese suppliers and trying to look for alternative supply chains are now returning to that model because it appears to be a little bit more stable to some degree than what we're seeing in the US, especially with changes that have been made to visa sponsorships, the $100,000 cost. I don't think that China is the optimal model. I think the US under a different administration would be a far more reliable partner. We don't look very reliable when we've basically defunded efforts like USAID, Voice of America, things that actually made the US stand out as a tell. So I think that you and I probably agree that the US is a better bet long term. I'm just saying that a lot of the problems, a lot of the efforts that Elon basically, this South African immigrant diminished a lot of special programs that made us stand out.
So I put something in the chat, which is rather interesting. This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. It says, the American dream belongs to the American people. The process is in place and the mission is set. Project Firewall will restore the American dream by ensuring American jobs go to Americans first. And do y'all see, if you click on that, if you have Facebook, do you see the picture of the young white man from his hair and the little button down with the t-shirt underneath? I'm thinking this is from what, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s? There's an American flag, looks like a church in the background. So Anthony, when you look at something like this, and let me make it my PTR, so just in case y'all don't have Facebook or don't trust links, right? Is Donald Trump talking about you? Because this is very specific here. This looks like
all right, Mickey.
Well, Samuel, Donald Trump is not setting you up for success, sir. He's not setting anyone up for success, actually. Oh, look at Alan using terms like fiat currency. So you think the U.S. is fiat currency, Alan? Right? Stay off of TikTok. Keep all about that. It is so interesting when elders try to use current trending information. Alan, stay off of your great-granddaughter's TikTok, I should say, in your case, right? Trump is not setting you up for success. So, Mr. Samwell, please come up and explain to us how Trump is setting us up for success. Are you of the elite, Bostonian Wells? Or are you the Mayflower Wells? Or are you invested in private equity? How is it that Trump is setting us up for quote unquote success? Is there a new term for success that's out there among the YNs? Like, are we having the same understanding of what success means? Like, how does this help?
Oh, it's in the building. Man, Finity is in the building.
Oh, so you don't just cape for old, wealthy white men, you cape for middle-aged, black men too.
Hey, what up,
Hey, I'm so sorry, First Lady. I do apologize.
Too much on Man Finity.
No, you don't. I said I'm sorry.
Yo, First Lady,
The longest government shutdown.
What's going on, Haitian?
Was under Trump 1.0.
Wait a minute, Slater.
I don't know if you're Haitian.
Listening.
I'm saying what's up, Anthony. Appreciate the shout out.
Hey, Man Finity, how you doing?
What up, Man Finity? My life is exciting. Life is fun and exciting. How are you and blessed? How you doing, lady? First lady.
Okay, I'm wonderful, thank you.
I know you ain't like that. What up, baby?
So if y'all look at my PTR, this is what the Department of Labor is saying, restoring the American dream. So Mr. Samwell, Ms. Dean, and Mr. Anthony, whose income depends on Section 8. Now, what happens when they deplete that funding and that resource, Anthony? Huh? Are you going to be able to replace those slums that you rent out? I'm sorry, I don't want you to sue me, even though I'm a perfect internet stranger. Are you going to replace those beautiful low-income establishments that you rent out to marginalized groups because of their government subsidies? Funny. Wait. Just 1 second. I promise. Just real quick. It's funny, Anthony, that you don't have a problem with handouts when the handouts are literally going from the government to your ass, to your pocket, but you have a problem with individuals getting handouts. Can you make that make sense, sir? One mic on Anthony. One mic on...
So, Mickey, I have 3 Section 8 tenants. 3. 1, 2, 3.
So your tenants are on welfare, but you don't have a problem with it because you're the end recipient of said welfare? I've heard I've heard you say that welfare is bad. No, time out. You've talked about lazy. I don't really give a shit.
Wait a minute, you asked him a question, just let him respond.
Yes, let's hear this answer.
Yo, first and foremost, no, my tenants ain't on welfare. Like,
Section 8 is welfare. Section 8 is welfare. Yes, it is. That is well. That's a handout. That's a handout. The government paying your rent.
Reformed.
I'm so sorry.
This is so crazy. This is really crazy.
It's just stay focused. Go ahead. What's your point?
Okay, my point is when I associate like welfare, I think more so of like cash and food benefits. All right, Section 8 program. Yeah, I don't just associate that as being welfare. If you want to say it's an entitlement,
doesn't the federal government give you cash when they give you that money for rent?
Mickey, it's okay. It's you know what, you got it, Mickey. No need for me to respond. You win.
Because you can't respond because you're a hypocritical.
You're right. I can't respond. You're right.
Yeah. No.
Reform. This is not a good way for us to have a conversation.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hush, First Lady. I'm gonna hush. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, younger lady.
Mickey, there's no need for me to explain anything. No, it's okay, First Lady. You know, Mickey is in a performative mood, and I understand. I'm not going to say anything that's going to, so I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Oh, you're not going to say anything that is nice. But Anthony, you're the one who said that shiftless Negroes get government assistance. So technically, you're one of those shiftless Negroes.
I've never said anything.
Yes, you have. Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard Anthony say something like that.
They could put a 1,000 in the chat. I've never said anything like that. I stand on what I say. I never run from what I say. I never run from what I say. I'm a principled person. I stand on it.
Well, I see some ones in the chat.
No, Anthony. But now, you listen. I'm one of the least favorite black people on this app. So yeah, there should be, everybody should be putting a 1 in there. All right, it doesn't make a difference to me. Like I have nothing to lie about. I'm not trying to impress anybody. Nobody here pays my bills.
Except for the federal government. Technically, Anthony, I'm sorry. We all kind of pay your bills because Section 8. So actually, you work for us. You work for us.
If all else
Anthony, you need to be nicer to us because we pay your bills. We pay your bills.
If all else fails, I'll just go back to work. I have no.
I need you to acknowledge that we pay your bills.
Okay, Mickey. I have no problem rolling up my shirt sleeves and going back to work.
So, are you going to acknowledge that we pay your bills?
Mickey?
No?
Mickey?
Also,
I'm just going to roll up my shirt sleeves and go back to work.
All right? Okay.
It's not a big deal. You know, I have a very marketable skill set. I can find a job on the moon. I'm good.
Okay, so you're welcome, but I just want you to still be like rah-rah Trump and rah-rah federal subsidies, because don't ever forget, those government handouts put food on your table, but you want to call it something else. Did y'all not just hear him say, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, that he thinks that government assistance like welfare or something like EBT, do they get cash at EBT? Do you take your little, plastic card and go to Bank of America and get cash? No, but the government pays you in cash, don't they, Anthony? Yeah, so that is a handout, right? That is considered welfare. So shout out to welfare. Shout out to you, Anthony. Shout out to you.
Nikki, I have a lot more than 3 doors.
I don't need to know, honestly.
Three of mine. I don't care what you need to know. I'm just saying to you that,
so the Section 8 properties are your bottom bitches.
Let's come out of the personal conversation.
No, I was just pointing out he's gets handouts, but he gets
allowing the conversation to happen. Instead of us being personal with it, we can actually just have the conversation about Section 8, we can have the conversation about whether, in fact, that is considered government assistance. Now, from where I stand, I would think that that is a part of government assistance because the government is given...
I'm sorry. I'm saying I think it's undeniably a part of government assistance. That wasn't my point.
Okay.
Typically, so when somebody says welfare, I associate it with food stamps and cash benefits. I look at Section 8 as a separate program. But if you want to say that, it's just all government welfare, I'm cool with that. That's government assistance. That's fine. It's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. So I guess the conversation is, if in fact someone has received such, then they shouldn't be against such. And maybe not you, but I have heard in these other conversations where people continuously say, well, the Democrats are fighting for, keeping people on welfare and keeping them behind. And it's like, if you think that way, but then you receive it, I'm not sure if that's considered a hypocrite, but it definitely sounds like one.
So that's a cool point. So First Lady, as it relates to that specific point, right? First and foremost, I am a huge advocate of putting some kind of time limit on benefits. I don't think that, we should have multiple generations of families. I think it causes more damage than it does good. I more so believe in teaching someone how to fish than, just giving them fish. So that's my stance on that. As it relates,
how do you do
sure, Patty.
How are they just going to do time limits? What does that include?
So, Patty, I'm saying, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, whatever, just some kind of conceptual, listen, there's going to be a hard deadline. You're going to need to ramp up. You're going to need to start training and getting some skills in order to see your way off of government assistance. I don't think that government assistance should just be open-ended forever, that you just ride off into the sunset. There's obviously people that are disabled and stuff like that. By all means, support them through their lifespan. No problem with that. But I'm saying specifically as it relates to just people that don't have any ailments or maladies that are capable of working, I think that, we should prep them for real life.
I thought it was already.
Pushback,
I thought it was already 5 years. I thought it was already.
Okay. And then what's crazy, right? So like you can be on government assistance, and everybody here, if anybody knows anybody that's in government assistance, the rent goes up as their fucking funds go. They're gonna keep them in a certain position, right? But then countries that are actually doing well with stronger safety net programs in the United States, they actually help them with education. They help them with mental health issues. There's a lot that's put into the program that maybe the citizens are paying for of those countries, but the United States doesn't offer, right? So if you go into a lot of these communities, something as simple as a Planned Parenthood, people actually do use those to get their shots done. They actually use it to do their sports physical. And a lot of girls do use it, the ones that do get pregnant young, use it for freaking their checkups, right? So like when you have a neighborhood that may not have the best health care, and you're taking the little bit of health care that they do have in the community out of the community, and then you're not providing any type of mental health with a lot of these parents that may be on drugs, or they may have grew up in violence and they don't know any other way, and then you're saying get the fuck up out of housing in 5 years while we increase your rent and don't give you enough to save. What the fuck do you want from these people? That's why I'm confused.
Patty, listen.
Just kick them out?
No, Patty, what I'm saying is that there should be some kind of ramp up. There should be some, you have to aspire to something. You need to pick some kind of job training program and actually participate.
You're talking from a place of privilege. You act like that. A lot of those people do.
I'm not okay, Patty.
That doesn't work.
Patty, I don't want to talk from a place of privilege, right? I'm giving you an idea, right? I'm trying to come up with a solution. Do you have any ideas, any solutions?
But I tell you, Anthony, that it's already a time on it. I know in California, it's 5 years. They can't. That's all they have. And
so, Mimi, what happens at the end of 5 years?
They get off. They get kicked off of it.
They will kick you.
It's called welfare to work.
They'll kick you out.
No, I don't know about housing. I'm talking about the welfare. They don't let them just stay on it.
But see, so when you say welfare, what do you mean by welfare?
They don't kick you off for sex.
I thought you were talking about like food stamps and all that. They kick them off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought was meant by welfare as well. But whatever.
Anthony knows they don't kick people off Section 8.
I never said they kick people off of Section 8.
I don't know about
He's a landlord, but all of a sudden he doesn't know.
Same thing about kicking people off of Section 8. I said that I think there should be a time limit to Section 8. That's what I said.
So you rather one of your doors go empty for a couple of months?
But if there is a time limit.
I'm a big boy. I have a responsibility to, my family, myself. I'm a big boy. I can't.
Nobody's discounting.
All right. Everybody jump in the pot. One monkey see. Well, hold on. So, wait 1 second. So pretty much what I'm hearing Anthony say is that he doesn't have a problem with it. He's saying that these things should have a time limit. Is that safe to say?
That's a fair statement, first.
With no other social safety net in place, right? Like you act like people want to be poor all their life.
I think we should help people.
Since we are kicking all these immigrants out of the country,
Anthony,
well, 5 years is a long time to get your shit together, and I don't understand why people act like 5 years is not enough time to pull yourself out of.
So you came from a home where. Have you came from a home where your mom's a crackhead? Because
you don't know where I came from, to be honest with you.
Well, fine.
No, she was using it as an example.
Everybody is not the same, okay? Just because you could survive your crackhead mom, some people can't.
So that's
okay. So either you want me to talk or you want to keep talking, because I'm not the one. Y'all already know that. So check this out. I know people that have been in those situations. I have a best friend where her mother was on crack and she was never home. Okay, her mother was never fucking home. She don't even know who the fuck that is. So like, when you have people like that and they do want better. I'm going to tell you what made her want better, watching me and my sister go to college. That's what made her want better. Okay? Because she was stripping. Then she decides to go off to college. Even going to college, fucking cleaning people's ass and fucking changing bedpans because she was happy she finally got a certificate, right? Even going from a certificate, deciding I'm going to try to be a fucking nurse. By her junior year of college, she discovered that she was going to be kicked out of everything if she decides to move forward. Like, you guys act like this shit is fucking simple. It's a young girl, and I'm just talking about one story, and I know there's probably a million stories like that. And if it wasn't for, like, at the time I was in the military, so my sister told us, stay with me for a year, finish school, and save your fucking money. Everybody doesn't have friends. Everybody don't have family. She doesn't have the family. She didn't have anybody to help her. So what happens to those people that don't have the help, that don't get to see what a love looks like in other people's family, or don't get to see their best friends move forward and maybe want the same thing? People don't always get that. A lot of times kids that have parents that are crackheads, have violent streaks in their homes, they live in these communities, the friends that they carry are the friends that have the same fucking issues. So that's all they know is a cycle of violence, a cycle of drugs, and a cycle of bullshit. So when we talk about these social safety nets, there's a lot of things that our country is missing that needs to be paid for by the taxpayers. Instead of buying a fucking plane from Qatar, which you guys keep thinking is free. So when you talk about you don't know my story, there's a whole bunch of stories that's like my friend's story. Your fucking story, whether your mom was crackhead or not, kudos to you that you got away from your crackhead mama and you got to do what you got to do. She didn't have it that way. Maybe maybe you feel that her mind wasn't as strong as yours. But guess what? She's a nurse right now. She has a home. She got married. The dude accepted her 2 kids, and he knows she used to be a stripper. So what's next?
Okay, so can I wait, Anthony? So just to for the record, my mother is not a crackhead.
Well, then don't go ahead. Well, I'm just fucking story when I was talking about my friend's story, and you wanted
I didn't come up here to center myself. What I was saying was 5 years.
When I was talking, you interrupted to entertain.
No one was talking. No one was actually speaking.
You did when I was talking, and I was actually talking. When everybody came off the mic, I was talking to fucking Anthony. It was between me and Anthony. But you decided, just like everybody else, that they wanted to fucking entertain the conversation.
No one was talking.
You did come to center yourself. Yes, we were. Was it me and you, Anthony, talking?
The stage was silent.
No, she was talking. The stage was not, because she had
just come up and just start interrupting.
So, yo, sis, you still talking to me. Now I got a problem. Don't talk to me. Lady interrupted to tell people, like, they need to chill out. Me and him was talking. Go ahead, say what you got to say, Anthony. Silence. There you go. So don't fucking judge people that's in a situation and think that you could just drop them off and they should be strong enough to fucking get their shit together, because it doesn't work like that all the time. Strength comes in different ways. She was strong to me. I think she was fucking hella strong. Because there's no fucking way I could fuck us. Wait, see, now this bitch playing with me now today. This is where, like...
So, Patty, do you think there should be a
standard? Who's calling a bitch, Patty? This is not the fucking military. I will fuck you up in real life. Do not disrespect me on this fucking stage.
You cannot be a gangster. You're on a phone. Chill out.
Duh. And she's acting like a gangster. She's the one calling me a bitch.
Now you can talk from the go.
I know you've been going.
So, Patty, like in the situation, 1 second, man, just give me 1 second, brother. So, Patty, in the situation you described, that's a gap. That's a blind spot in our system. If she's gonna lose her benefits for continuing to go to school, that's a problem. And we can both look at that and be like, yo, that's stupid. She should be able to continue her education without the threat of losing her benefits, and let's fix that part of the problem. We don't have to it's not an all or nothing type of situation.
Saying, Anthony, it is usually an all or nothing, because as you get the education, or when you stay at a job, the longer you stay, the better. And if you work hard, you get a fucking raise. These people rent just don't stay the same. You do know that, right? They reevaluate their income every year, and then their rent goes up. You know this, bro.
Okay, so Patty, what I'm saying to you is this, right? You gave us the situation with your homegirl, and thank you for sharing that. But one of the issues that, you know, she encountered, and thank God she had a support system between you and your sister to, you know, help her out in a difficult, you know, she had like between a rock and a hard place. So let's look at what's the shortcomings of the current system and let's fix them. But she wanted to do better. She aspired for more.
Taxes, that's the thing, right? That's the problem.
Patty, I wouldn't, Patty, I didn't support the big, beautiful bill. It's giving me tax benefits that I didn't ask for. You know, I'm like, I wish we had found a way to, you know, I think entitlements are 8% of the budget. Like, it's a drop in the bucket. I'm not concerned about like, oh, we're gonna solve the deficit with entitlements. That's bullshit. That would be a whole lot. I'm thinking about the human toll, the cost for people. Well, you know, with learned dependency. ML, what don't you, ML, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Cost for people, and I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. Are you saying that there's collateral damage of people?
The human toll, when you have people that learn a cycle of dependency, that are looking for the government, to support their needs. I am saying I would rather those people develop skill sets to become, to build a sense of pride and independence.
Anthony, can I ask you, because social welfare programs are distributed by the state, what state, and you don't have to like share if you don't want to.
He's in Georgia.
Okay, so this.
Yo, you sending my picture, you telling people where I live at. ML,
well, you're in Georgia. You say that all the time. You're in Georgia.
Let me say it. How about I say it? How about I say it?
I just want to like, so because these benefits, these social welfare programs are like they are administered very differently in different states. Some of them are good models and some of them are not. And it definitely varies, but I would much rather pay for like social welfare programs that are going to enhance a society and people's lives and interaction than to imprison populations that, you know, for the people that are disadvantaged or left behind.
So I agree with you. There are some state programs that are run better than other state programs. I think we should try to, you know, find the best models and emulate them. You know, I'm not against social welfare programs. I think that they serve a much needed, you know, they fill a much needed gap. I don't think that they cost, I think that there's way more benefits. I think the cost of homelessness, I think the cost of emergency room visits, you know, for stuff that could be taken care of if you had like some kind of, you know, alternative. Like, I think all of that stuff costs us even more. So like, as a society, even if you didn't care, if you wanted to be smart, I think we need a safety net. I think we really need it. If you want to address the humanity of it, it's obvious we need it. So nobody's talking against the safety net.
Anthony, as far as work concerned of people on Section 8, what is the TDP rate in Georgia?
No idea. None.
But you're a Section 8 landlord.
Okay, I have 3 Section 8 units. I don't know. I don't even know what that acronym stands for.
Okay, so the TDP stands for, it's the total tenant payment. So it's a percentage of your income that you were entitled to pay on top of what your total, out of your total rent, and the state covers the rest, as in your Section 8. So Section 8, it's totally dependent on how much people make. It's not like it's free money, because I got out of Section 8 business because the tenants the properties were just, I don't know. So I don't do Section 8. But the point here, Anthony, is that I'm telling you, the people, and mind you, the people I had in Section 8 were all white. And the fact is that some of them were handicapped, some of them were disabled, drug addicts, you know, it's whatever. In the part of the country that I had owned Section 8, and I never went back into those. But the point here being is that I literally felt sorry for the people, but they were racist because they thought, when I bought the property, nobody knew that I was black because my name is not a black sounding name. And I found out I really felt sorry for them. But those people couldn't come out of that situation. It's a lifelong situation. There's no schooling, no education that's gonna bring those people out of those particular situations. And that's how I'm not saying everybody in Section 8 is that way, but I know a lot of people who are on Section 8 who can't seem to get out because they're in that hamster wheel. They make just enough money above the poverty line. They got 3 or 4 kids. Their baby daddy is in prison. All those things, there's circumstances. You can't work your way or educate your way out of certain situations, bro.
ML, you're 100% right. There are some people that's not going to be able to work their way out, and we need to figure out how to help them. But I'm just saying, you know, we should bake it into the system. The goal for everyone that's capable of working is to try to get them off of the, you know, welfare government assistance. If they can, I'm not talking about disabled people. I'm not talking about people that are too old. I am talking about, you know, healthy individuals that can contribute to society. That's what I'm talking about. I think that should be one of our main focuses. That's all.
All right. Well, okay, but we are about to close. Go ahead and make your submission.
Are you sure?
You can make your submission. For those that are still here, we're getting ready to fly on over to our sister house. Mona.
Well, I mean, I want to speak as a person that is on housing and as a blind individual that is on housing, as a blind individual who is on housing that has a job and still has a hard time making ends meet because every time you get a little bit better, they get their fucking piece. And it knocks you right back to where you started. Yep. And then you work a little bit more. I got fit. Okay, I'm going to tell just a tiny bit of my business. Not enough for you guys to even matter. But last year, I got a $53 a month cost of living increase. That was what people on SSDI get usually yearly. They get a certain percentage as a cost of living increase. Mine was $53. But because of the way they've restructured things within these social net programs that everybody's talking about, my rent ended up going up $165 a month. Now, some people may not think that's much, but it is when you make the kind of money that I make. And if I have a certain amount of money that I have to stay under gross taxable income, I have to stay under this certain amount. If I go $1 over that amount, they'll absolutely rip out my Social Security check, which is a third of my income. And I do not have a safety net for that shit. I need to have my job and my check. What we're trying to do right now is get a law passed so that we can have a 50-50 proposition where instead of taking it completely away, they take it away incrementally based upon how much you're going over until you're at a point of gainful employment. You no longer need to be on it, which would save the government money, and it would save us from going off that earnings cliff. There are so many variables that are involved, and there are different levels of income you have to stay under depending on what your funding source is and what your situation is. It's not that people are lazy. They're fucking trapped. It feels like you're digging out of a hole and your fingernails are gone and they're bleeding because you've been trying for so long. I've been trying since 2000. And I'm doing really good right now. But I used to live off $1,000 a month, no fucking lie, and I raised my daughter by myself on that shit. So it's not easy to get out from under this as people make it sound. And it's not for lack of wanting. Consider when you talk about these things, how you talk about people and their situations and how they're moving. Because you have no fucking idea what their struggles are and why they're there to begin with.
I think it's important that we make a distinction between able-bodied individuals and disabled individuals because I completely
but there are people that are able, but they still have to stay under certain strengths or they get penalized.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Those people that are able-bodied, if they earn a certain amount of money, they cross the threshold and they get a reduction in government benefits. I see that as a good thing because it's incentivizing them. It's weaning them off of government public assistance when they're able-bodied and they have the earning potential.
But I think part of this is like it needs to be solved by regulation because there are very many able-bodied individuals that live.
If I could just finish real quick, if that's okay with you, I'd like to just finish what I was saying. So Ramona, I think we have to make a distinction between able-bodied individuals and disabled individuals. There's no reason why disabled individuals in America are struggling to make ends meet by no fault of their own. But for the able-bodied individuals that are sucking up the resources that should be set aside for people that can't do better because of their disabilities.
I think that you're
He's not finished.
You go, hold on.
I have people in my family who are disabled. My older brother, before he passed away, had cerebral palsy, spinal bifida. He was for wheelchair. He had a trachea and couldn't speak. And my mom got bit for him. And my mom had to stay at home due to that. What? And I remember my mom having to struggle to keep, the ends meet because there wasn't enough money to go around for the type of condition my brother had. So I do think that we should definitely have set aside for that. But for able-bodied individuals who can get out and work, absolutely not. I don't have any sympathy for them. And maybe that's just my fault. Thank you.
I want to just sort of say that Walmart employs a lot of able-bodied individuals, and they're not paying them a living wage. So there are people that work 40 or 60 hours a week, and they're still not making ends meet. So I really think that if we're gonna solve this problem, it has to be like a regulation. And we're not going to see that in this administration, and maybe not even in my lifetime, but there are a lot of people that work incredibly hard and they are still struggling to pay for their just like normal bills.
Well, but Walmart doesn't guarantee you that you'll be able to have the lifestyle you want at an entry-level position, right? It's not Walmart's job to guarantee the quality of life you think you deserve. But there are opportunities for people that work at Walmart to work themselves up the chain, the ladder of success, and become a supervisor and become a manager, general manager, regional manager, right? It's not as if you take a position at Walmart and
was
a cashier
of that, Anthony?
Yeah,
Anthony TC?
So I don't take a position at Walmart expecting for Walmart to cover my quality of life goals for the rest of my life and never accelerate up the chain.
Yeah,
TC, not everyone to be a manager or general manager at Walmart.
You're not guaranteed a certain wage that affords you the lifestyle that you want at a general manager
Walmart
salary.
should pay people a livable wage. That's what it
Yeah.
comes
Why? Who are you to tell Walmart what they should pay their employees? Are you a stockholder?
That's what states are already requiring minimum wage.
But that's different. Minimum wage is not a livable wage. It's a minimum wage.
Exactly.
It's a floor.
Walmart just pays above the minimum wage in certain states. So the thing about Anthony, what you don't understand is that even your housing Section 8 is based on your income and a percentage of your income, your TGP. So your TGP might be 30%. So basically, you based off your income, you cover a certain percentage of the rent. Now, if you make more money, obviously your rent threshold could increase. You could decide to increase your rent threshold, or you could say, I'm going to stay at the same place. So what the Section 8 does is forces you to go to the cheapest apartment always. And that's one thing people don't understand. That's people say, why do Section 8 people live in such bad apartments? Because it forces them so they can have money to do other shit. And the thing about when you talk about, we talk about raising the minimum wage in a lot of states, and you guys goes, no, it's increasing cost to consumers. They have to pass, the business owners have to pass on the cost. And the fact is that you guys, when you have majority of the employees at Walmart, they are on public assistance because Walmart doesn't pay a living wage, especially in the locales those people live. And that's the problem. We need to increase the minimum wage to a level that people could actually afford just their daily necessities. To cover rent, to cover gas, to go back and forth, or to cover a bus fare, to go back and forth to work, and to put food on the table apart from ramen noodles and all the processed food that those people eat, which are very unhealthy. this is a fucked up system, bro. You guys don't understand that. And you have a lot of kids growing up who are ill-nourished, they're malnutrition, and their brains don't work and fully develop because they're not getting the right substance. There's a lot of shit that's going on in this country that's fucked up, and you'll wonder why we can't increase our math or reading scores.
Hey, they cut into me, ML, the other day for saying someone is malnutrition, so it's it's just
no, but it's a fact. Listen, I
think the term is malnourished, but I made the same mistake.
TC, I just came off a conference with my son, who lives in South Africa. So we were talking about his diet. So his mother's very into his diet and making sure that how gluten affects his DNA.
I'll be in South Africa in November.
Awesome.
Good. I hope you stay there.
And so the point here being is that when we were talking to the nutritionist and they had run all his blood tests and came back and over all his diet, what his diet restrictions gonna be, blah 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 blah. And the doctor was basically explaining that he says a key point of kids performing in school and not being, lethargic and not being fatigued throughout the day and their brain functioning and they being attentive is diet. And I've never seen or heard of that. I mean, and I've raised other kids. And the point here being is that he says majority of kids who go to school not nourished properly, they have best of diets, never ever come out of that particular situation, especially just eating processed food over gluten food and a lot of dairy food. And just imagine that. And I'm like, man, all the poor people in America, people always complain about, but that's all they eat because that's all they could afford. And I read.
So a couple things. First one is ill-nourished is a word. It doesn't mean the same thing as malnourished.
No, he said malnutrition. He said malnutrition. I said the same word the other day. It's not a word.
I heard ill-nourished, but...
I said ill-nourished and, yeah, kids suffering from malnutrition.
But getting back to the Walmart thing, I was trying to wait patiently. We can demand Walmart to pay people a living wage because the taxpayers are the ones footing the bill to their health care, right? Because that's what Walmart was sued for. They were basically telling people to get on welfare, come get this job, you're not going to get benefits, you're going to be a part-timer forever, and you will not have any type of coverage. That's what they were sued for, and companies like that should not get the access that Walmart currently has under this president. Companies like that should be looked down on or shut down or highly penalized because they're harming the nation. And the irony is they're doing exactly what the Republicans claim that they don't want, is putting more people on welfare. But you guys are celebrating them as a company.
So, if there is rating regulations regarding insurance requirements for employers, then absolutely they should be investigated and they should be fined. But that's not the argument that ML is making. The argument that ML is making, I don't know if you caught it, was that we should obligate Walmart to pay a living wage.
No, I said reason why you increase the minimum wage.
No. You specifically
yes, but I
mentioned that
also
Walmart
said
should be paying their employees a livable wage.
I said they should pay their employees a livable wage, but I also said that the states need to increase the minimum wage, so therefore Walmart could actually pay somebody a living wage. So the state, it has to be...
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, no, that's not what you said. Actually, a minute ago you said the part I
Motherfucker
take
always
contention
trying to
with-
tell somebody what they said, but nobody can
you
tell him
literally
what
just
he
said. You literally just said you said what I said you said. So what I said you said was that Walmart should pay its employees a livable wage.
I said that, but I said the state...
So why are you cussing
But I
and shit?
also
Like,
said...
I literally said that's what you said.
But didn't I also say that the state needs to increase the minimum wage in order for Walmart?
But that's not. But that has nothing to do with Walmart.
It is. No, but you missing the point. Why are you so fucking opaque?
I'm not opaque. I'm talking about your argument about Walmart.
Hold up, Mr. 37% prime rate. Hold up. The point here being...
What is that? Is that a joke?
Motherfucker, you know what you paying, bitch. Stop playing.
Yeah. So, TC, the point here being, in order for Walmart to...
I get it. It's the joke about the lie that was spread on
This line of credit, we know all about the hoe.
Yeah, but did anybody find that clip yet? Anybody find the clip? Because I know it's a lie. You know it's a lie.
Can I land my
Shut up, box head.
So, TC, The point here still stands. In order for Walmart is going to pay their people what wages in that state, or a little bit above it. That's what they're going to do. In order for Walmart's the minimum wage and pay their people more, the state has to take action and increase the fucking minimum wage. That's how it works. Walmart cannot increase the minimum wage by themselves unless they take it out of their fucking good hat to say, fuck, we're a bunch of motherfucking billionaires. Every fucking one of the Walmart heirs, they all own a fucking yacht that's a $200 million fucking yacht. Guess what? They could afford to pay the people a little bit fucking more money. And in turn, the states should fucking react and pay more because majority of people who work in those states cannot even afford to live in those states.
So y'all either gonna abide by the rules or we just gonna get out. One at a time. TC was trying to get his point across. You came back in to say your point. He was quiet. What's the deal? We moving forward? Like, what's your point, TC? He said what he said in regards to the Walmart.
So, ML, I'll just leave it with this. The idea that Walmart has an obligation to the public to pay its employees a livable wage is crazy. What I suggest, my alternative would be, if Walmart employees believe that they are not being paid wages commensurate with the workload that they're having to output by working at Walmart, guess what? They can organize. They can strike. They can group or collectively bargain for higher wages. But you know why they won't? And they probably won't be successful at it? Is because of competition, the way our system works. Because there's naturally going to be tons of people in line to take their place because it's a low-skilled, low-wage job. And you would not expect people that are working low-skilled, low-wage jobs to earn a wage commensurate with management-level wages, because it throws off the entire ecosystem of the labor market. If everybody is obligated to earn a livable wage, that drives up the cost, which will inevitably drive up the living wage rate. And it'll continually, perpetually continue to increase and increase, which is how you get socialism. And this is why socialism never works. Because you cannot have a public interest in private enterprise.
But I think
it doesn't work that way.
So that makes absolutely no sense. Now, may I just address this? What you said that's nonsensical. That makes absolutely no sense. People getting increased wages across the board. So I'll give you an example. When Canva, or not Canva, give me a recent one, ML, a tech company that just went public and everybody became a millionaire. NVIDIA. Sigma. So this is why, oh my God, I wish that people that don't know anything about how the economy works would really not even speak to the economy. When companies go public and literally everybody from the receptionist to the person that empties the trash becomes a millionaire. Right, like with Sigma. If you guys remember, even Jensen Frank.
Figma is not Sigma. It's Figma.
I don't really give a shit. Big
She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She misheard. She didn't hear.
TCB.
Hold up.
She doesn't have a clue.
Why did you really?
God damn.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, why don't you go try to lower that question?
I got you, sis. Where you at?
Okay. I don't even hear you. Oh, every time I leave the room, I had a phone call. It kicks me. Yeah, it kicks me in the groove.
You can't keep doing this. See, I told y'all how to do this. I told you how to do it.
Yeah, it kicks me in the groove, First Lady. I'm sorry. Every time
because you don't know how to do it. I'll tell you the trick later. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, no, I got a phone call. But anywho, the point that I was trying to make is, per his example, every time Figma, one of these companies goes public, right? And they have an IPO and everybody in the entire organization becomes a multimillionaire. What we don't see is the living wage increases because now these people outside of a salary, right, have $1 million worth of stock. That's absolutely not what contributes to the cost of living increasing, right? I'll just do this, First Lady. So I'm going to do something fun. $10 Cash App, coffee on me tomorrow. If you put in the chat, not on stage, what is the #1 driver that contributes to the cost of living? Does anybody know? In the chat? Anybody know?
What's the question?
The number one driver that contributes to the increase in the cost of living.
Right now,
Okay.
it's a tire.
I'll give Tracy.
In the chat. Put it in the chat.
I said put it in. Thank you, First Lady. They don't listen. I told Tracy to put housing, but I'm going to say no one says it. It's inflation.
I was going to say alcohol. I'm just kidding.
Well, you know what? We need it. We need to go get Uncle Nearest and help a black founder out. But the point that I'm trying to make is the cost of living. I will say housing, absolutely. So shout out to Tracy.
I think it's
Send
also
me your cash app.
healthcare and age, like that.
Healthcare contributes, but a lot of people don't have access to healthcare, so I don't like to use that. But housing, absolutely. So the cost of living rises, which is why if you're on Social Security or you're on SSI, or how many people have been at your job and they'll say you get a COI raised, right? Cost of living increase, COLI, cost of living increase. There's another term for it. It's not
COLA.
cost of living, it's something
COLA,
else.
your cost of living
COLA.
adjustment. Yeah, I got you, babes.
Thank you, ma'am. There we go.
Twice in one day. That's crazy.
Yes, I don't want a COLI, thank you.
No, it's a COLA. Cost of living adjustment. I got you, babes. I got you.
Let's keep going.
Because he don't like intelligent black women.
When you have to correct them, like,
No,
how intelligent are they?
So, first of all, TC, I don't know everything. Like, I guess you think that
So
you
then
know
why
everything.
are you speaking on stuff you don't know about? I don't know.
I literally, no, I got it, y'all. I got it, Rez, I got it. No, TC, here's the thing. I actually do know about it, which is why I said there is one called COLI, and then I asked the stage, because I'm perfectly okay with that. I don't need to be the smartest person in the room or the most informed 24/7. I don't need that sense of validation like you do. I actually grew up around people that loved me and encouraged me to read, and they gently corrected me when I got something wrong. Just like if I mispronounce something or I know to go to ML because he keeps track of something better than I do, I don't have a problem reaching out and phoning a friend like we're on the $1 million pyramid. You're the only person that has an issue when you get corrected, probably because it happens every fucking day. So don't compare yourself to me. I'm happy to be in this space and in this room with people which is why I do that. Hey guys, what is the term for such and such and such, right? So anyway, before I was so rudely interrupted, the point is that we see these cost of living increases or cost of living adjustments. That's where that phrase comes from. And it's like, what, 1% to 2%, sometimes it's 3%.
Yeah.
It actually happens every year for Social Security recipients. So inflation is the driver. So what is annual inflation? I'll do my last $10 cash app, First Lady. I'll give it back to the stage. Who can put in the chat what is the typical rate for inflation on an annual basis, which is pre-COVID? How much did things tend to increase across the board? Does anybody know the number? It's 2%. Okay, Glistening got it. Send me your $10 cash app. 2%. Sorry, send me your cash app and I'll send you $2. Lord, it is 2%, Glistening. That is correct. And furthermore, for my last cash app, I'm supposed to be on a budget, y'all. Then I'm going to give it to First Lady. What was the Fed's target? Federal Jerome Powell, what was his target for inflation, which is why he has not really lowered the interest rates? Put it in the chat. Does anybody know? This is real simple.
No, this is dirty work. The app, she beat me because the app had me, it was holding my answer.
First Lady, you're rich.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to give it to First Lady just for being pretty. So First Lady, send me your cash app. No, S has it.
Don't give it to her.
S has it. It is 2%. So yes, if you think about why Jerome Powell, see how I be doing a lesson, y'all, when y'all got me in a good mood. You see how we be learning stuff. Shout out to First Lady for that moderation. Jerome Powell has consistently said we need to get inflation back down to 4%. Why? Because high inflation harms the marginalized and the lowest income among us. Why? Because they're getting a 3% COLI. People on fixed incomes, think about the senior citizens, think about people that are on Social Security, think about people that are on Medicaid, think about people that are on SSI. They cannot afford anything typically higher than that because their payments on an annual basis are not increasing at that rate. Look at God. Look at that intelligent black woman teaching other black people something, right? See how that all work out? Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
I wanted to add something to what ML was talking about earlier. So ML,
We're supposed to be leaving, y'all. We're supposed to go over to the other side.
Oh, I didn't know that, First Lady.
Sorry, I just wanted to add something to ML. So ML, I wanted to say something, right? Basically, a lot of the states still have not raised the state, the state, the state.
Minimum wage, God, what's going on tonight, yo?
Shut your ass up.
Somebody help her.
Oh, 37% interest rate. You might have want to shut the fuck up talking to me, okay? Because I don't have a 37% interest rate. Shut up talking.
Somebody,
okay.
Please.
Shut your ass up. Okay? Anyway, so ML, as I was addressing you, not this bastard, like I said, anyway, in the state of Georgia, for instance, and I'm using that as an example, it's still $5.15, the minimum wage in Georgia. We use the federal, because it's higher, unfortunately. But if you look it up, you will see it's still $5.15 because of tip wages. I don't have to lie to you. I'm telling you how it looks. And unfortunately, people and corporations like Walmart use these daggone minimum wage standards in order to do slave wages. And unlike stupid people like TC who don't understand that people like Walmart don't allow their companies to unionize, because what they know is if they unionize, those people could galvanize and then demand higher wages. But he said something very stupid earlier, talking about they could go out and galvanize and they could go out and demand higher wages. They can't because they don't have a fucking union, you damn dummy. But you think you know everything and you say shit that you don't fucking know. So learn economics before you talk shit and go get you a better damn prime interest rate, dummy. And how about you get a better credit interest, a better credit score before you talk shit about other people, because it's very clear that you don't understand that if you are in double digits getting that kind of damn subprime rate, that it's very clear your credit is damn bad and you should not be giving damn advice to nobody about shit. Bye.
So let me just respond to Imal real quick. I mean, so clearly it's very difficult for people to disassociate their emotions from just having a conversation, an honest conversation. So I can be called everything in the book. Nobody knows me. It's fine. It's illegal in the country for companies to stop their workers from unionizing and organizing. It's literally a crime. So no, ML, Walmart cannot stop their employees from organizing and unionizing. It's literally enshrined in our laws. Number two,
TC, I never said that.
I never said it was illegal either. I think we all heard. I never said it was illegal. Never said it was illegal. Never said it was illegal, you dummy. I said they have not. I said they have not. I said that, again, you always want to do this. You tell people what they say.
All right, First Lady, I'll see you in Lisa's room.
I said they have not. You are an illiterate bastard. Stop it. I didn't say that.
So shout out to Tracy, who said that, did First Lady already leave? Oh, she sure did. Gosh dang it. Okay, shout out to Tracy, who said to give her a $10 gift to someone else, so I will. And shout out to Glistening, who said to give it to Doctors Without Borders or a local PBS station. I actually think that I can send it to them. So just wanted to point that out. Oh, that's very sweet, y'all. Because I used to do that in my room, Wealth Financial Flowers, which I will be doing my rooms again. I keep saying that, but really I will, y'all. On Chatter, and y'all can come in there. Yes, and one of the first things I'm actually going to do is the One Big Beautiful Bill. And it's not the Mickey that yells and screams and calls people crackheads. I might call people crackheads, but I try to make it non-partisan. Because when we're talking about this information, I like it to be from the guise of education, and when I proffer my opinion, I tell my opinion. So shout out to y'all for the 2% thing, because that is really important. This is why I'm such a huge fan of Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, who is a traditional rhino, by the way, traditional conservative. Remember Donald Trump forgot he appointed him? Dementia is
He's
not...
the Biden Fed, remember.
I know. Dementia is not a funny thing, but, I don't wish that on my worst enemy, but it's just that we gave Biden such a hard time, and I think that Biden was just older, but it's going to come out. Like, have y'all seen the numbers? Like, ML, I literally want to do a room on this. Have y'all seen that the final numbers for the Biden administration have come out? Biden did a shit ton of legislation, y'all. Like, I don't like to compare him to Obama, because Obama was fighting the Great Recession, but Biden did a shit ton of legislation, some of which Trump is reversing. Like, for example, why did the Republicans need to reverse that medical debt? That medical debt won't go on
your credit report.
On your credit report.
Which is
Thank you, Rez.
Absolutely awful. Yes.
Why did they need to reverse that?
And it's going to hurt so many people. And they're now trying to tear down the Consumer Protection Agency, which was one of the agencies that actually protected. Yeah, they've literally, the Consumer Protection Agencies was one of those agencies that if you were wronged and you were ripped off by a business, you had protections under the law. And it literally was one of those places where you could fight and you had an opportunity that you didn't have to spend a whole lot of money. In fact, you didn't have to spend any money, but you could literally go in and they would fight for you, and you would be able to do something without spending any money because you didn't have to go to small claims court. And they would literally fight your case for you. And it would create a situation and a dynamic that you could get some things resolved. So you guys don't even have a clue of a lot of the things that have been stripped away and a lot of your protections that have been stripped away. It's sad.
Right.
It's really sad.
And I will shut down this room and we'll go to Lisa's room. But another one, Rez, that people don't talk about, and I'm just going to point this out because Nathan said if Biden did such a great job, the Democrats would have won and have a great approval rating. I hate to be the one to break this down to you, Nathan, but what typically happens in this country is that one party is in and then another party is in, right? Just like Obama won for 2 terms after Bush, and Bush Sr. was not a 2-term president, which is typically unusual, right? Usually the incumbent wins the election. This is what happens. Trump did not win 2 consecutive terms because Biden won after Trump, right? So, like, literally, I love when people are like, oh, you lost. The other side loses at times. Like, do you not know how this works in this country? Biden was not a horrible president. The average American cannot tell you what inflation is. The average American can't tell you what impacts the economy. The average American cannot articulate one piece of legislation that impacts them. And here's the crazy part. I think prior to us having a global economy and global society, what the feds did absolutely did not impact the average American. But when you have things like the Trump administration reversing, like, remember that policy that Biden put in, that if your plane was delayed more than a certain amount of hours, they had to refund you?
Yep.
They reversed that. And I'm like, why the fuck would they do that? That was a good thing, because I've heard of people literally being delayed like 24 hours or 12 hours and having to sleep in the airport and all kind of crazy shit. Why would they reverse that? But of course, people like Nathan are going to booty clap for that, saying that it doesn't hurt. So you're literally just repeating shit, right? So anywho, those veneers somewhat look good, I guess. So let's go in the other room. Thank y'all for listening. Yeah, shout out to the people that got the $10. I think one other person got it, so please send me that information. Nathan, sweetheart, are you like, do you, you know what, I'll just say this and I'll shut down the room. Do you think it's gonna hurt? ML is rich as fuck. If he's not a Republican, why the hell is your broke ass? God damn, ML, tell him you're rich as shit. Damn it.
What? Making up with my business in the street.
No, but nigga, you are broke. Talking about, oh, I'm not broke. The fuck you aren't. I'm sorry, ML. ML is not rich as fuck. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, your goofy ass want to have a conversation now? What you want, crackhead?
No, you should ain't right.
That haircut alone tells me you broke as fuck. That's why you gotta cut all that shit off your head low, because you can't go in every 2 weeks because it costs too damn much money.
I mean, personal insults.
Personal, I don't give a fuck. You like Donald Trump, I'm gonna insult your ass. Whatever. Don't come in here tone policing me, but he can literally shit all over you and you're like, more.
Sticking up for Biden and actually throwing out insults and personally attacking people.
Oh my God. Can I get the black version of Nathan tonight? This is the white version. You must have had a date with Becky. That's why you have your white black voice on. Can we hear your nigga voice? No?
Biden don't care nothing about you. Biden don't care nothing about you. So why are you attacking people in the name of Biden?
Why are you attacking Biden? Does Trump like you?
That's your dad or something? Is Biden your dad?
Is Trump your daddy?
Are you related to him? I don't give a flip about Trump or Biden, but it's kind of sickening that your demented mindset would actually, you don't even know me. So,
okay, I don't really care.
You sit here and screenshot certain type of business accounts right now to reflect how much money I make.
Oh my God.
ML knows me as well. I know ML.
Okay, look, your last comment said Biden is a zombie for real. Biden did a horrible job. What the fuck? If Biden did such a great job, the Democrats. Biden. Why are you so obsessed with Biden?
Don't worry about how much money ML have. How much money?
Isn't he a little bit too old to be a sugar daddy for you? Shouldn't you be aiming a little lower?
So you're the one who's crying about having a personal insult, but let me just tell you this.
How am I crying about anything?
Biden lost for a reason because he sucks. Just like you making up sorry excuses for him. He sucks. He lost against Trump.
He didn't run the second time, bro. What are you talking about? He didn't run for president the second time. So why do you keep saying Biden lost? Biden did not run for president the second time. Are you okay?
He still lost.
He didn't run for president the second time. That was Kamala Harris.
His administration, where she was under his administration, did such a horrible job. If he did such a great job, she would have won.
She was also a black woman that was running.
And don't ever try to try me how much money I got, because I'll embarrass you. So
you won't embarrass shit. Get the fuck out of here. Boy, please. You know how good Biden did for me, Daddy Biden? My portfolio did so well that I've taken a whole fucking year off from working. That's how good Daddy Biden did for me.
She did.
Thank you. So yeah, Biden's my daddy. Palantir about to be my daddy too, right, ML? Whoa, I miss our conversations, ML.
I know. It's like it's they only knew. But anyway, let me go over to the
okay, yeah, I'm gonna close the room. Yeah, ML, we need to talk, cause yeah, for real, I need some tips. Anywho, go on over to the other room, y'all. Closing in 5-4. Closing now. Bye bye.